The esteemed senior disciple of the heavenly Xian sect, Chu Chun, has devoted himself tirelessly and selflessly to the sect. Alas, he has fallen victim to the machinations of the Xian Tian sect, becoming a scapegoat, unjustly burdened with blame and wrongful accusations. At a pivotal moment in his destiny, Chu Chun awakened a formidable demonic system and, at the outset, acquired the immensely powerful soul banner. This time, he resolutely chose the path of a demonic cultivator, determined to break free from the shackles of morality and act according to his own will. With the soul banner in hand, Chu Chun made his mark in the realm of immortals with the words, "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Yet this newfound power rendered him, the demon King Chu, in the eyes of Manya figure to be feared and reviled in the world of cultivation. Chu Chun, your collusion with the demon spirit sect to harm the disciples of the heavenly Xian sect is a capital offense. Out of respect for our past relationship, I shall only strip you of your cultivation henceforth. You shall no longer be a disciple of the heavenly Xian sect. In the grand hall adorned with white jade, an elder of ethereal grace stood above, his gaze cold as he looked down upon the kneeling Chu Chun in the center of the hall. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the corners of the hall. At that moment, Chu Chun's eyes glimmered with crimson fury, his hands clenched into fists, fingertips piercing through the skin, blood trickling down his palms. Very well, splendid indeed. What a fine sect the heavenly Xian is. What a righteous path. To fabricate charges, one need not lack for pretexts. Slowly lifting his head, Chu Chun's bloodshot eyes bore an endless hatred as they scanned the assembly, ultimately resting upon a golden-haired youth, who regarded him with a hint of provocation. I, Chu Chun, have never wronged the heavenly Xian sect, nor have I wronged its disciples. The assembly, composed of elders from the heavenly Xian sect, remained silent, offering no rebuttal to Chu Chun's declaration. They had all witnessed his unwavering dedication to the sect over the years, yet the sect leader had issued a decree. Any who dared to plead for Chu Chun would face expulsion from the heavenly Xian sect. Faced with their silence, Chu Chun's heart sank into despair. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Esteemed elders, do enlighten me, what crime have I, Chu Chun, committed?" Yet upon hearing this, the elders' faces flushed with shame, none daring to counter his words. Do you, esteemed elders, not also believe that I have done no wrong? If I am innocent, then why do you not speak on my behalf? In response to Chu Chun's inquiries, the elders lowered their heads, their faces tinged with crimson. The golden-haired youth, sensing the tide turning, stepped forward and bellowed, "Chu Chun, cease your sophistry. Your collusion with the demon spirit sect to harm the disciples of the heavenly Xian sect is a death sentence. You should be grateful that the sect leader has shown mercy by merely stripping you of your cultivation and expelling you from the sect. Is it not enough? Do you wish to turn right and wrong on their heads? Do you truly believe you are still the senior disciple of the heavenly Xian sect?" At these words, Chu Chun's scarlet gaze locked onto the golden-haired youth, and in that instant, he felt as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast, involuntarily taking a step back. "Enough!" A voice rang out in fury. "Chu Chun, the evidence of your collusion with the demon spirit sect is irrefutable. You are no longer a disciple of the heavenly Xian sect returned from whence you came." The one standing above, Dan Xuanzi, spoke. He was both the sect leader of the heavenly Xian sect and Chu Chun's master. As he spoke, a myriad of emotions swirled in Chu Chun's eyes, and he ceased to argue further. "Today, the heavenly Xian sect has cast me aside as a pawn. I, Chu Chun, shall remember this." With those words, Chu Chun shakily rose to his feet and, step by step, made his way toward the hall's exit. The golden-haired youth, filled with triumph, remarked, "Do you truly think you are still the greatest talent of the heavenly Xian sect? With your cultivation stripped and your spirit root destroyed, you are destined to live as an ordinary person. Do not harbor delusions. There are those you were never meant to cross." Chu Chun halted his steps but did not turn around. Instead, he spoke with indifference. "Master, the heavenly Xian sect owes me a debt that I shall ultimately reclaim. This shall be the last time I address you as master." With that, his frail form took heavy steps as he walked toward the exit of the hall. The elders gazed at the retreating figure of Chu Chun, lamenting, "A prodigious talent has thus fallen into obscurity, and it is our heavenly Xian sect that has brought about his ruin." From above, Dan Xuanzi murmured softly, "Have I truly erred?" Outside the grand hall, countless disciples of the heavenly Xian sect gathered. Look, it's senior disciple Chu Chun coming out. Someone exclaimed. What senior disciple? He is nothing more than a traitor to the heavenly Xian sect, colluding with the demon spirit sect to harm his fellow disciples. It is outrageous that the sect leader has not executed him. Yet, I feel there might be a misunderstanding. Senior disciple once guided me in my cultivation. I cannot believe he would do such a thing. Huh, little junior sister, you are far too naive. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Chu Chun is merely feigning innocence. Who knows what malevolent deeds he has committed behind the scenes? As Chu Chun emerged, a torrent of gossip reached his ears. Immediately, someone asked senior disciple Chu Chun, "Is it true that you colluded with the demon spirit sect to harm our fellow disciples?" Indeed, senior disciple. Is there a misunderstanding in all this? Facing these inquiries, Chu Chun could hardly muster the energy to explain whether he was black or white was merely a matter of words. In that moment, he had completely lost faith in the heavenly Xian sect. Seeing that Chu Chun remained silent, the disciples began to murmur among themselves. It seems senior disciple really did collude with the demon spirit sect otherwise. Why would he not even defend himself? Chu Chun deserves death. I used to respect him as my senior disciple. Yet I never expected him to be a devil who harms his own kind. Among the crowd, one whispered, Chu Chun, "Oh Chu Chun, I never thought you would end up like this. Now that your cultivation is stripped, the moment you step beyond the heavenly Xian sect's gates will be your death knell." Chu Chun walked out of the heavenly Xian sect amidst the scorn of the crowd. At the entrance of the heavenly Xian sect, Chu Chun cast a glance at the three large characters emblazoned upon the towering stone gate. Heavenly Xian sect. With resolute determination, Chu Chun declared, "The heavenly Xian sect owes me a debt that I shall ultimately reclaim." Just then, a mocking voice rang out. "Still thinking of returning? Chu Chun, you are about to die." A figure descended from the skies, arms crossed disdainfully as he regarded Chu Chun. "Yuani?" Chu Chun inquired. "Have you come here to kill me?" Senior disciple Chu Chun is truly astute. Your cultivation has already been stripped, posing no threat to me. Alas, you have offended those you should not have. Killing you would serve as a fine accomplishment to present to my master. Since you are already finished, why not contribute one last time and become my stepping stone to ascendancy? Who is this person you speak of, who would hasten to kill me the moment I step beyond the heavenly Xian sect? Yuani sneered. A dying man has no need to know so much. In a flash, Chu Chun felt a vice-like grip around his throat, the sensation of suffocation flooding his mind. Swish! A blade of light sliced through the air, severing the hand that clamped around Chu Chun's neck. Warm blood splattered across Chu Chun's face. "Ah!" Yuani screamed, stumbling backward. "My hand, that my hand." From afar, a graceful figure approached, and upon seeing her, Yuanhe's eyes flickered with a trace of fear. Lucy. Curse it all. He had evaded everyone. So why did Lu Shuangxue have to appear at this moment? Lu Shuangxue swiftly crossed past Yuan, he to stand beside Chu Chun. "Junior sister Lu, I never expected you to be the one to help me in the end. I, Chu Chun, shall remember this kindness. Senior brother, there is no need for such formality. I have only just returned to the sect and learned of this matter. I do not believe my senior brother is capable of such heinous acts against his fellow disciples. Come with me back to the sect. I shall ensure the true culprit is found and will not allow you to suffer injustice." Chapter 2: The first step to becoming a demonic cultivator. Casting aside compassion, there's no need for that. Junior sister, I have severed all ties with the Tianqian sect. Upon uttering these words, a fleeting glimpse of desolation flickered in Lu Shuangshue's eyes. "Brother, are you truly leaving?" Chu Chun chuckled softly. "Lu junior sister, I shall return. What the Tianqian sect owes me, I will reclaim on my own." The gratitude that Shuangxue felt for her brother's past teachings would not be forgotten. She insisted, "This falling snow sword is a parting gift for you, brother." Junior sister, the falling snow sword has accompanied you throughout your cultivation journey. How can you so easily part with it? Chu Chun gently refused. Ignoring his protest, Lu Shuangxue pressed the sword into his hands. "Brother, take care on your journey." Seeing her determination, Chu Chun ceased to resist. "Junior sister, take care." Yuan He, witnessing Chu Chen's imminent departure, called out to Lu Shuangxue, "Lu senior sister, this Chu Chen is a traitor to our sect, colluding with demonic spirits to harm our Tianqian sect brethren. Are you truly going to let him leave without consequence? Do you not fear the sect's wrath?" In response, Lu Shuangxue met Yuanhe's gaze with an icy glare. Were it not for our shared affiliation, your attempt on Chu Qin's life today would not merely result in the loss of an arm. If you do not depart at once, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Yuanhe's face flushed crimson, yet he could only swallow his words. He hastily retrieved his severed arm from the ground and retreated towards the Tianqian sect, fearful that Lu Shuangxue might indeed carry out her threat. After all, Lu Shuangxue was undeniably the foremost genius of the Tianqian sect. Even prior to Chu Qin's downfall, there had been rumors that had she and Chu Chun entered the sect at the same time, the position of senior sister would have undoubtedly been hers. Lu Shuangxue, known for her frosty demeanor, paid no heed to anyone else but Chu Chun. Even if she were to slay Yuanhe, the sect would likely impose only minimal punishment, perhaps a few days of confinement. Such was the disparity between a top genius and an ordinary disciple. As she watched Chu Chun gradually fade from view, her expression returned to its usual frigidness. Chu brother, I will ensure that those who conspire against you pay dearly, even if it means the annihilation of the entire Tianqian sect. 2 days slipped by quietly. At this moment, Chu Chun sat within a tavern, sipping peach blossom wine while eavesdropping on the surrounding conversations about him. Have you heard? Chu Chun, who claimed victory in the Nine Dragons trial, has now been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Tianqian sect. I've heard the same. What a pity for such a prodigy to conspire with the demonic spirits and thus meet such a fate. But I heard Chu Qian offended the wrong people after gaining fortune in the Nine Dragons trial, leading to this outcome. Otherwise, why would all the righteous sects in the Eastern Xian Empire issue warrants for his capture, offering a demonic-level technique and 10,000 spirit stones for his apprehension? In that moment, Chu Chun comprehended why the Tianqian sect had merely expelled him rather than executed him outright. It seemed to stem from the fact that he had emerged victorious in the Nine Dragons trial. While everyone believed he had obtained supreme fortune, they remained blissfully unaware that he had encountered none at all. Even his beloved master, Dan Xuanzai, had stripped him of his cultivation and employed soul-searching techniques merely for the sake of an ephemeral opportunity. Reflecting on this, Chu Chun couldn't help but laugh. Even with the use of soul-searching techniques, his master had failed to uncover the truth of the Nine Dragons trial's fortune, for no such fortune existed within his memories. Now, he bore the unjust label of colluding with demonic cultivators. In this moment, he fully grasped the brutal nature of the cultivation world, where even those closest to you could turn on you without hesitation for the sake of personal gain. He thought back to his previous self, a quintessential good-natured individual. Given the chance to start anew, he would choose to become a demonic cultivator, unbound by moral constraints, driven solely by self-interest. Ding! The Supreme Demonic Cultivation System has been activated. Ding! The Supreme Demonic Cultivation System has been successfully bound. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Chu Qin's mind. The system? He was startled by the unexpected sound. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses a heart for demonic cultivation, and thus binds to assist the host in becoming the strongest demon god across the realms. Ding! The newbie gift package has been successfully issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demon god body, the supreme treasure of the demonic path, the 10,000 souls banner, the technique of demon god visualization, and the divine sky demonic finger, as well as the growth type weapon, the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. Ding! Will the host claim these rewards? Chu Qian did not rush to claim the rewards. Instead, he returned to his room at the inn. Claim, he finally said. As his words fell, spatial fluctuations occurred, and a pitch-black sword along with an unassuming banner appeared before him. In his mind, the two techniques, demon god visualization and divine sky demonic finger, surged forth. Then, a powerful and strange aura enveloped Chu Qian, continuously reshaping his body. In an instant, waves of pain surged through him, akin to his entire body being torn apart and then reassembled. 2.5 hours swiftly passed. At this moment, Chu Qian radiated an aura of demonic energy. A sinister crimson mark appeared on his forehead, and his eyes gleamed with a ferocity that seemed capable of piercing through anything. In the next moment, he reined in these energies within himself. Aside from the sinister crimson mark on his brow, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. After some contemplation, he began to understand the essence of this supreme demonic cultivation system. As its name implied, it aimed to cultivate him into the strongest demon god. By the way, system, please elaborate on the 10,000 Souls banner and the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. The names were indeed impressive, yet they appeared no different from a common iron sword or a tattered rag. Ding! The host is blind to the greatness before him. 10,000 Souls banner, capable of sacrificing the flesh and blood of others to enhance one's own cultivation. Souls absorbed by the banner will be refined into soul insects, eternally serving within the banner. The 10,000 Souls banner contains a magical killing formation and even a small world. 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. Consumes various weapons of the same origin to achieve limitless growth, nurturing countless demons to devour immortals and slay gods. Ding! However, given its current quality, the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword is best suited as a firewood stick. As for the 10,000 Souls banner, it holds great utility for the current host. Ding! A task has been issued. As a newly minted demonic cultivator, you are required to sacrifice a village to establish your reputation. Completion of this task will reward you with a top-tier spirit gathering pill. Sacrificing a village, aside from the rewards, Chu-Chen recalled that the 10,000 Souls banner could convert others' cultivation into his own. The first step to becoming a demonic cultivator is to cast aside compassion. Chapter 3. Unfortunately, I am stronger than you all. Please become my sustenance. Had Chu-Chen's cultivation been obliterated and his roots destroyed prior, seeking to cultivate anew would have required an extraordinary opportunity, lest he remain an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Yet such opportunities were not easily encountered. Now, with the demon god body, his innate talent was at its pinnacle. This time, he would carry no burdens and live solely for himself. Prior to his downfall, Chu-Chen had already reached the second stage of cultivation, the third level of concentration. Now, to activate the 10,000 Souls banner, he could not rely on his mortal strength alone. He needed to quickly break through to the spirit gathering realm. Without delay, Chu-Chen commenced his cultivation. With prior experience and the demon god body, he easily connected with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Soon, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged into Chu-Chen's body. After 2.5 hours, Chu-Chen successfully broke through to the first level of spirit gathering. With a mere flick of his finger, a teacup on the wooden table began to levitate slowly, drifting toward him. The power of the demon god body was indeed formidable. When I transitioned from a mortal to the spirit gathering realm, it took me a full 6 months. What Chu-Chen did not realize was that the spiritual energy here was exceedingly sparse, nearly negligible. Had he been in a place rich with spiritual energy, he could have ascended to the spirit gathering realm in an instant. After 2 more days of cultivating the demon god visualization technique, to his astonishment, he broke through to the second level of spirit gathering in merely 2 days. The power of the demon god visualization was truly terrifying. Even when I ceased my cultivation, I could still feel spiritual energy entering my body, albeit in small amounts. Yet this was self-sustained cultivation. Moreover, the demon god visualization technique consisted of 9 levels. With each level attained, the amount of self-absorbed spiritual energy would increase. If he could cultivate the demon god visualization to the 9th level, it would be as though another version of himself was diligently cultivating. Regardless of whether he was eating, sleeping, or practicing other techniques, his cultivation would continuously grow without end. Were this demon god visualization to spread, it would not only spell doom for the Tianxian sect but likely for the entire Eastern Xian Empire as well. Realizing this, Chu-Chen's gaze sharpened. Until he was powerful enough to suppress all, he must ensure that the demon god visualization remained hidden from the public. As for the divine sky demonic finger, he had yet to begin its cultivation. This place was not suitable for long-term practice, especially with the system task at hand. He was keenly interested in the functionality of the 10,000 Souls banner and the system's reward of the top-tier spirit gathering pill. Before long, Chu-Chen left the inn and purchased a map from the local black market. He glanced at the crumpled map in his hand. This area still fell under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sect. Since he had resolved to take action, he needed to select a remote village, far removed from cultivators, to minimize risk. Quickly, he pinpointed a place called Shurtsuan. This village lay in a secluded area, with the city located 100 miles away. Without hesitation, Chu-Chen drew forth the falling snow sword, and in a flash of light, he ascended above the clouds. Swordsmanship is a fundamental technique of the heavenly Xian sect, one that any disciple of the sect can cultivate. Chu Chan swiftly soared towards the stone village depicted on the map, encountering other cultivators gliding past him on their swords along the way. Fortunately, the journey remained uneventful, and no incidents occurred. After half a day's travel, Chu Chan finally located the village. Being only at the second level of spirit gathering, prolonged flight took a toll on his body, necessitating a pause to replenish his spiritual energy. Upon nearing the stone village, he descended from the sky, stowing away his snowfall sword as he approached the village. Along the way, he observed children joyfully playing with mud by the roadside, while others engaged in mock battles with wooden swords, completely unaware of the unfamiliar figure drawing near. "Big brother, you look so strange to me. You aren't from our stone village, are you?" A child, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, suddenly blocked Chu Chen's path. Regarding him with wary eyes, before Chu Chan could respond, a woman stepped forward, affectionately patting the child's head. "Xiao Yu, you mustn't be rude to guests." The woman then turned her gaze towards Chu Chan. As twilight descended, she added, "Come with me, young man." Chu Chan regarded her with deep-set eyes. Noticing his hesitation, the woman continued, "Do not be afraid. I trust that after your long journey, you've realized that ours is the only village around here. Within 100 miles, we are the sole settlement, and given that you arrived so late, I deduce you seek shelter. It's not uncommon for 1 or 2 travelers to stay here from time to time." With that, the woman strode into the village without glancing back. Chu Chan, upon hearing her explanation, followed suit. Soon, they entered the stone village, where the woman remained silent, her pace quickening slightly. Chu Chan discerned a hint of anxiety on her face. Upon reaching a wooden cabin, the woman halted. "Inside, you will find some flatbreads and water prepared for you. Rest well tonight, and I shall bring you breakfast in the morning." Chu Chan nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." The woman, sensing urgency, hurried away with the child, as if pressed by some unseen circumstance. Chu Chan pushed open the cabin door and stepped inside. His eyes fell upon a simple bed and a rickety wooden table. On the table lay a flatbread and a bowl of clear water. A wicked smile crept onto his face. After all, this was his first venture as a demonic cultivator, and he was nearly moved by their simplicity. He reached for the flatbread, devouring it with gusto, washing it down with the water until the bowl was empty. Having completed his meal, he reclined on the meager bed, and soon the sound of his snores filled the room. 2.5 hours later, a rustling noise echoed outside the door. Suddenly, the cabin door was kicked open. "Brother, this guy must be sleeping soundly. Look at him, so clean and fair. He is definitely from a wealthy family in the city. He must have plenty of silver on him." A gaunt man with sunken eyes stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "All right, let us be quick. As per usual, we'll toss him to the wolves in the back mountain." "Sure thing, brother. The wolves in the back mountain are fierce. This kid won't leave even bones behind." As he spoke, the man approached Chu Chan, reaching out to touch him, just as his hand was about to make contact. He let out a grunt and was sent flying backward. "It seems you've done this sort of thing before." Chu Chan sat up on the bed, casting a disdainful glance at the group. The gaunt man kicked away the one lying at his feet, exclaiming, "Incompetent fools, unable to handle a pretty boy." He then turned his attention to Chu Chan. "Pretty boy, I underestimated you. After eating that flatbread, you seem unharmed. But before me, you are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I am at the level of chi condensation, a top-tier expert in the martial world, unmatched by any. You should consider it your misfortune to have crossed paths with me," the gaunt man declared arrogantly. Chu Chen's expression darkened. "No, I do not blame you. On the contrary, you have performed admirably. The strong command respect, and I concede that you are stronger than I." Surprised by Chu Chen's response, the gaunt man replied, "I didn't expect you to be so open-minded." In the next moment, Chu Chen's demeanor shifted, his face contorted into a sinister smile. "But alas, I am stronger than you. So I must ask you to become my sustenance, aiding me in my path of cultivation." With that, a brilliant red light erupted in the sky, engulfing the entire stone village. The Soul Banner stood tall above the village, an ominous aura permeating the surroundings. The gaunt man sensed the danger and hastily exited the cabin, followed closely by the other villagers, all of whom looked skyward in alarm. "What is that? A celestial being. This must be the wrath of a celestial being. It's over, it's over. We have angered the celestial being. It's all Wang Hu's fault. If he hadn't suggested this foolish scheme, we would not have offended the celestial. The villagers pointed fingers at the gaunt man. Chu Chun leisurely stepped outside, brushing dust from his sleeves. Wang Hu, realizing he had provoked a formidable opponent, a legendary cultivator no less, fell to his knees. Why, Lord, no, celestial being, I was blind to your majesty. I have angered you. I will offer all the treasures I have pillaged over the years, just spare my life. Wang Hu trembled as he pleaded, regretting his prolonged stay in the village. Had he known, he would not have lingered here. Initially pursued by enemies, he sought refuge with a distant cousin, but upon passing through this village, he found it devoid of martial experts, and the seclusion provided an ideal place to recuperate. Little did he know that after 2 carefree months, he would encounter a legendary cultivator. How unfortunate! Spare your life. Not at all. It is I who am stronger now. Your lives are for me to decide. Chu Chun chuckled mockingly. He raised his hand, pointing downward. Instantly, the red light transformed into slender beams, penetrating every villager in the stone village. Each person struck by the crimson light disintegrated, their flesh turning to wisps of black smoke, leaving behind their bewildered souls lingering in place. From within the soul banner, threads of red light rapidly shot forth, intertwining with these souls. Upon contact, their faces twisted in agony, and with a chorus of screams, they were all drawn into the banner. Wang Hu had never witnessed such a method and begged for mercy. Celestial being, I beseech you to spare me. My cousin is an outer sect disciple of the Xianin sect. Please, in his name, let me live. However, the only response he received was a piercing red beam that shot through his chest. No, I refuse to accept this. Chu Chen furrowed his brow. Wait, there's still one person missing. He pointed again, and the soul banner seemed to respond to his call, unleashing a barrage of red beams across the village indiscriminately, as anticipated. A figure dashed out in haste. It was the child who had intercepted him before entering the village. The child, with an expression of calmness, addressed Chu Chun, Friend, today's events can be overlooked. Will you kindly disable this formation, and we shall pretend we never met? Spare you, so you can seek revenge later? Chu Chun shook his head. I understand the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. In that moment, numerous red beams surged towards the child. Observing this, the child's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Chu Chun. I will remember this. One day, I will kill you. With that, the child radiated a blinding white light, breaking through the red barrier of the soul banner, and fled towards the horizon. Chu Chun, perplexed by the departing child, wondered if he had been possessed by some ancient creature. Regrettably, he was only at the 2nd level of spirit gathering, and controlling the soul banner was already at his limit. Otherwise, he would have captured the child without hesitation. After retracting the soul banner, Chu Chun took flight on his sword, distancing himself from the stone village. Though it was remote, there was always the possibility of encountering other cultivators overhead. Should they chance upon him in such a state, it could spell trouble. In a secluded mountain range, Chu Chun established a simple cave dwelling. After setting up a rudimentary formation, he retrieved the soul banner. It trembled in his hands, as though something within sought to emerge. Indeed, a moment later, a luminous red orb of energy surged forth from the banner, hovering before Chu Chun. The power within invigorated him, a delightful sensation coursing through his being. Could this be the benefit of the soul banner's sacrifices? The system had mentioned that offerings could enhance his cultivation. It seemed this was the source. For good measure, Chu Chun consulted the system, receiving confirmation before swallowing the orb. In an instant, his cultivation skyrocketed, breaking through to the 3rd level of spirit gathering, and then to the 4th. In a wonder, demonic cultivators are reviled, like rats scurrying through the streets. There are so many willing to tread this path. Just by sacrificing these ordinary villagers, his power soared. If he could later sacrifice cultivators, his journey through the demonic path would surely be smooth sailing. A glint of greed sparkled in Chu Chun's eyes. Tianxian sect, I, Chu Chun, shall soon arrive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill. Consuming the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill allows one to ascend a minor realm within the Spirit Gathering stage without any side effects. Chu Chun gazed at the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill in his hand and swallowed it whole. In just a few breaths, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of Spirit Gathering. Even within the Tianxian sect, the 5th level of Spirit Gathering qualifies one as an inner disciple. Chu Chun intended to consolidate his newfound realm, although the supreme spirit-gathering pill bore no adverse effects. The essence returned from the 10,000 souls banner required careful refinement. Meanwhile, Shiryu, filled with murderous intent, remarked, "That damned brat. I have painstakingly accumulated a third of my holy source only to have it squandered. Had I not just awakened, I could have effortlessly extinguished him. This enmity has been forged between us. When I regain some strength, no matter the distance, I shall hunt him down and exact my revenge." The speaker was none other than the child who had fled from Stone Village. For 3 consecutive days, Chu Chun thoroughly refined his realm and practiced the techniques he had learned at Tianxian sect. For it is said that skill is never burdensome. Ding! The host's sacrifice of Stone Village went unnoticed. As a fledgling demon cultivator, it is natural for one to begin to establish their reputation. Ding! The system issues a task. Sacrifice 10 villages to receive a supreme spirit-gathering pill as a reward. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun became displeased. "Is the system mistaken? I sacrificed 1 village and received 1 supreme spirit-gathering pill, which I could accept. Now, sacrificing 10 villages for merely 1 spirit-gathering pill. Am I to be treated as a mere slave?" Ding! The host has already reached the 5th level of spirit gathering. This task is trivial for the host, and you may choose to refuse. This system does not impose mandatory tasks. Very well, considering the reward, I shall overlook this. Chu Chen exited his cave dwelling. Stepping onto the snowfall sword and hastening toward the horizon, at this moment, Chu Chen had tasted the sweetness of power and felt an irresistible excitement in wielding the fate of others. Chapter 5. 9th level of spirit gathering, gaining the title of Mundane Butcher Tianxian sect. Dan Xuanzi stood atop the Grand Hall, looking down upon the crowd. "Sect Master, since Chu Chun left Tianxian sect, he has vanished without a trace. The disciples we sent to monitor him have also been assassinated. I suspect that a powerful figure from another sect has taken him." Dan Xuanzi's expression grew grave as he slowly spoke. "Let us set aside the matter of Chu Chun for now. As for who murdered my sect's disciples, I will investigate thoroughly. In 3 months, the 5 sects will convene for discussion. You must select the most talented disciples from among us to prepare for this event." "Yes, Sect Master," the crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, Chu Chun had already sacrificed 7 villages. With 3 more sacrifices, the system's task would be complete. Glancing at the map in his hand, he noted the direction of the remaining 3 villages and swiftly made his way to the nearest one. These villages had been meticulously chosen for their remoteness, ensuring that his actions would not be easily discovered. In the evening, Chu Chun returned to his established cave dwelling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards issued. 1 supreme spirit gathering pill. Gazing at the pill radiating a white glow in his hand, Chu Chun unhesitatingly consumed it. The wave of spatial fluctuation emanated from within him, and he ascended to the 6th level of spirit gathering. He then retrieved the essence from the 10,000 souls banner, which was the reward for sacrificing 10 villages, and promptly began the process of refinement. 2.5 days later, a great rumbling echoed throughout the mountains, and Chu Chen's cave dwelling collapsed entirely. With a flash, a dark radiance burst forth from the fallen stones, unleashing a powerful force that sent debris flying and stirred up a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Chu Chen's figure emerged. Feeling the power coursing within him, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. At the 8th level of spirit gathering, he was now among the top tier of inner disciples across all sections. Aside from those disciples from prominent sects who had reached the spirit consolidation realm, in the spirit gathering realm, Chu Chen stood undefeated. After all, for him, this realm was merely a repetition of prior enlightenment, as his earlier insights remained intact. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially establishing a reputation, attracting the attention of the cultivation sects, and earning the title of Mundane Butcher, along with a reward of 2 supreme spirit gathering pills. Is there a reward for this as well? It seems my wanton slaughter of villages has reached the ears of the cultivation sections. I wonder which sect is coming to capture me. Ding! The system issues a task. The host's reputation holds influence only among the mundane. As a qualified demon cultivator, the next step is to sacrifice a city, which will yield a reward of 1 supreme spirit consolidation pill and 3 supreme spirit gathering pills. Chu Chun realized that the greater his notoriety, the more plentiful the system's rewards. If that is the case, then perhaps I should expose a little more of myself. Arriving in Bayou City, One of the main cities under the jurisdiction of Tianxian sect, Chu Chun set his sights on this target. Since greater fame brings greater rewards, he decided to aim for something significant. However, as Baiyu City is one of the important cities governed by Tianxian sect, it was certainly guarded by cultivators at the spirit consolidation realm. Having once been the senior disciple of Tianxian sect, Chu Chun was well aware of this, and he knew that the spirit consolidation cultivator stationed in Baiyu City would return to Tianxian sect every 3 months. Chu Chun planned to take advantage of this gap to sacrifice the entire Baiyu City. Once the spirit consolidation cultivator was gone, he would reign supreme in the spirit gathering realm. Chu Chun first sought a tavern to stay in. Given Baiyu City's proximity to Tianxian sect, securing a decent room required a spirit stone. Ever since Chu Chun was rendered powerless, Dan Xuanzi had confiscated everything he possessed, leaving him with nothing but the clothes on his back. However, this posed no challenge for him. Now that he had embraced the path of demon cultivation, it was only natural to kill and seize treasures. Quietly eliminating a second-level spirit gathering cultivator, he stripped the unfortunate soul of all their belongings. 7 spirit stones and a low-grade spirit sword. This was quite a substantial haul for a second-level spirit gathering cultivator. Chu Chun immediately rented a top-tier room and took out the supreme spirit gathering pill, preparing to make a decisive leap to the 9th level of spirit gathering. After consuming the supreme spirit gathering pill, he effortlessly ascended to the 9th level of spirit gathering, truly becoming invincible within this realm. Subsequently, Chu Chun began to delve into the Shantian Demon Finger technique, taking a full 5 days to grasp its fundamentals. The Shantian Demon Finger is a remarkably powerful technique divided into 5 levels: Mountain-Shattering Finger, Earth-Shaking Finger, Sky-Destroying Finger, Life-Extinguishing Finger, and Chaos-Reforming Finger. As the names imply, each finger technique surpasses the last in strength. Currently, Chu Chun had only just begun to comprehend the Mountain-Shattering Finger, yet it had already become one of his trump cards. In a moment of surprise, even a spirit consolidation cultivator could potentially fall prey to his cunning. On the following day, Chu Chun visited a lively tavern, not for frivolous pursuits, but to seek out the wealthy. Typically, those who frequented such establishments were either affluent or of noble descent, often possessing considerable wealth. Moreover, this venue was particularly favored by the young scions of wealthy families. As Chu Chun intended to stay here for an extended period, he needed to amass sufficient spirit stones. Lacking his own means, he would have to procure them from others. Soon, he identified a target, a young man clad in yellow robes, boasting a 3rd-level spirit gathering cultivation, flanked by 2 black-robed guards, likely at the 5th or 6th level of spirit gathering. Luck was on his side. He had stumbled upon a plump target right upon his arrival. After several rounds of drinks, a group of alluring women approached the young man in yellow robes. These women would be considered exquisite beauties among mundane people, evoking a sense of desire at first glance. The young man whispered a few words to his black-robed guards before leading the 2 women upstairs to a private room. Once the young man ascended, the 2 guards immediately took action, driving away the remaining patrons, ensuring even the women returned to their own rooms. It was clear that the young master preferred silence while conducting his affairs. The 2 guards stationed themselves at the base of the stairs, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chu Chun, witnessing this, wore a sly smile. Their caution would be their misfortune today. Concealing his aura to the lowest level, Chu Chun ascended the stairs. With everyone else gone, his movements became much more convenient. However, just as he approached the staircase, he was intercepted by the 2 black-robed guards. The 2nd floor has been booked by our young master. No idle people are permitted to go up. The guards eyed Chu Chun suspiciously, their instincts warning them that he was no ordinary individual. Chu Chun grinned, revealing the 10,000 souls banner from his robe. "No worries. I came looking for you." With that, numerous souls surged forth from the 10,000 souls banner, and before the guards could react, they were consumed, leaving only a pile of white bones on the floor. Chu Chun glanced at the 2nd floor, a mocking glint in his eyes, and proceeded step by step up the staircase. Chapter 6. Cultivating Soul Worms. Little black little kitty, I'm coming. In a room filled with the intoxicating scent of musk, the young man in yellow robes, blindfolded, pursued 2 alluring women. "My dear, I'm right here. Little kitty, don't run. If I catch you, I'll punish you severely." At that moment, the door creaked open, and 2 souls swiftly entwined around the girls. In an instant, the once enchanting women lay lifeless on the floor, mere remnants of beauty. Chu Chun then stepped inside. "Little kitties, where are you? Why so silent? Are you eager to play a new game with me?" Chu Chun approached the young man in yellow robes and kicked him to the ground. "You're quite the player." Hearing this unfamiliar voice, the young man hastily removed his blindfold. Upon encountering a stranger before him, an inexplicable tension gripped him. With a mixture of alarm and suspicion, he stammered, Who are you, and how did you gain entry?" Chu Chun looked down upon him from his elevated position and declared, "Surrender all your valuables, and perhaps I may spare your life." How dare you? Do you not realize my father is Zhang Juhe, the lord of Baiyu City? If you dare to rob me, do you not fear for your life come dawn?" At that moment, two spectral figures let out ferocious howls, immediately lunging at the man in the yellow robe, their grotesque appearances startling him profoundly. "I hear you enjoy such company. What if I were to let them entertain you for a night? I wonder what that would feel like," Chu Chun said with a devilish grin. Upon hearing this, the man in yellow trembled uncontrollably, a foul liquid escaping him, its acrid scent permeating the air. Chu Chun furrowed his brow. Realizing this wretch had been frightened to the point of losing control, "I will comply. I shall give you everything. Just ensure these two specters desist from tormenting me." The man in yellow promptly handed over his spatial ring to Chu Chun. "I have purged my aura from within. This ring contains all my possessions. I beg you, release me from their grasp." As Chu Chun examined the ring, he confirmed the absence of the man's essence. This spatial ring, a form of magical artifact with autonomous defensive capabilities, hinted at the man's significant status, as it was rare to possess such a treasure. Chu Chun recalled that even as the senior disciple of Xintian sect, he had only acquired a 5-cubic spatial ring. The fact that the son of the Baiyu City Lord possessed one compelled him to reassess the city's standing and the potential hidden powers within, including the formidable Zhang Juhe himself. "Now, might you consider letting me go?" the young man in yellow implored. Chu Chun feigned innocence. "When did I ever state I would release you? What I expressed was merely contemplation of the possibility." You fiend! I shall fight you to the death." The man in yellow erupted, unleashing a surge of energy at the third realm of spirit gathering. However, the two souls that had just terrified him were the black-clad guards, each possessing the sixth realm of spirit gathering. Having lost their corporeal forms and been refined by the 10,000 Souls banner, they now retained a fifth realm of power, more than capable of dispatching a third realm cultivator. Chu Chun stepped outside, and the anguished cries of the yellow-robed man echoed behind him. If one listened closely, there were faint sounds of gnawing as the two souls began to consume the man's body. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Chun scrutinized the contents of the spatial ring. 70 spirit stones, 3 inferior spirit swords, 1 medium-grade spirit sword, and 2 spirit-gathering pills, the quality of which paled in comparison to his superior-grade spirit-gathering pills. He then produced the 10,000 Souls banner and extracted the essence from the 3 consumed cultivators, as this was his first attempt at utilizing the banner for such a purpose. Now, he intended to cultivate a soul goo, which was another function of the 10,000 Souls banner, allowing for the selection of a powerful soul to consume others and develop into a soul goo. Provided there was a continuous supply of souls, the cultivated soul goo would grow indefinitely, with its potential dependent on the number of souls Chu Chun could sacrifice. Thus far, the most powerful soul had been one of the recently devoured black-robed men. Chu Chun selected one of them to become the soul goo. Subsequently, he summoned souls to nourish this black-robed figure. As the entity absorbed more souls, its aura became increasingly sinister. By the time it had consumed all the souls within the 10,000 Souls banner, the black-robed man had ascended to the 8th realm of spirit gathering, emanating a terrifying malevolence. Yet when faced with Chu Chun, he knelt submissively. For Chu Chun, an 8th realm cultivator would undoubtedly serve as a significant ally. Observing the black-robed man's demeanor, he pondered whether this being had developed consciousness. "Perform a somersault for me," he commanded. To his astonishment, the black-robed man complied. After conducting further tests, Chu Chun confirmed that while the black-robed man lacked true intelligence, he could follow commands without the need for direct control. However, should he stray more than 100 meters from the 10,000 Souls banner, Chu Chun would need to guide him personally. The potential for the black-robed man to achieve sentience remained a possibility if he advanced further in cultivation. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Xiao He," Chu Chun declared. The black-robed man responded with a resonant roar, seemingly acknowledging his new name. After returning Xiao He to the 10,000 Souls banner, Chu Chun absorbed the essence he had extracted, completing the process in a short while. Although he did not attain a breakthrough to the condensation realm, his power had nonetheless increased. Having completed his tasks, Chu Chun decided to indulge in a restful slumber. After entering the spirit-gathering realm, he found he could go for days without sleep without feeling fatigued. Nonetheless, he preferred to rest occasionally, as life was not solely about relentless cultivation. One must also take time to recuperate. After releasing Xiao He to guard him, he drifted into a deep sleep. It was not until midday that he awakened leisurely. Upon exiting his room, he ordered some beast meat and 2 jars of spirit rice peach blossom wine, savoring the delightful drink. Have you heard? The Lord's son, Zhang Yuan, met a gruesome fate last night at the brothel. And the scene was horrifically brutal. They say all that remains are a pile of bones. How on earth did the Lord recognize him? He has been reduced to nothing but bones. Is it not obvious? Zhang Yuan was known to frequent that establishment, so dying in such a place might be considered fitting. Shu, lower your voice. Are you seeking death? If those from the Lord's residence catch wind of this, your life will be forfeit. That aside, the Lord's residence has issued a bounty, 2,000 spirit stones and a superior spirit sword for the capture of Zhang Yuan's killer. It's truly enticing. If I could capture the murderer, I would never have to worry about food or clothing again. I could marry 10 or 8 wives and live a fulfilled life. Keep dreaming. If you encounter that ruthless individual, you would likely become just another pile of bones. Listening to their conversation, Chu Chun formulated a plan. He left the inn and made his way to the Lord's residence. As he approached, a silver-armored cultivator shouted at him, "No outsiders are permitted near the Lord's residence. We have the authority to execute you on the spot." The Lord's residence is truly overbearing, Chu Chun mused as he cast a glance at the speaker. "I come bearing urgent news. I have discovered the whereabouts of Zhang Yuan's killer. Please inform the Lord." The silver-armored cultivator scoffed. "Do you have any idea how many have come today claiming to have found the murderer? All of them met a grim fate, fed to the beasts. Are you still sure you have found the killer?" The silver-armored man regarded Chu Chun with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Yet, Chu Chun replied earnestly, "I truly have discovered the identity of Zhang Yuan's killer. Should I speak falsely, I invite the Lord's punishment." Seeing the seriousness in Chu Chun's demeanor, the silver-armored man hesitated, moved by his conviction. Could it be that this person has indeed uncovered the truth? "Follow me," he instructed, leading Chu Chun into the Lord's residence. Soon they arrived at a secluded garden where a woman was lamenting to a middle-aged man with a sword-shaped brow. "It's all your fault. I told you not to let Yuan go to such a wretched place. Now, he has perished under mysterious circumstances, and you, as his father, cannot even find his killer. Enough with the weeping. All you do is cry. What else can you do? I will handle Yuan's affairs," the middle-aged man, Zhang Juha, replied, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "Leave us," Zhang Juha ordered the silver-armored man. "Yes, my lord," he replied respectfully before stepping back. The garden was now left with only Zhang Juha and Chu Chun. "Speak. How did you discover the identity of my son's murderer, and where is the culprit now?" Zhang Juha's piercing gaze bore into Chu Chun. "Know this, if you deceive me, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Facing Zhang Juha's cold stare, Chu Chun showed no signs of fear. "Lord Zhang, the night your son died, I happened to be present and even confronted the murderer." At this revelation, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Juha, confirming to Chu Chun that he was indeed a cultivator of the condensation realm. In that instant, Chu Chun felt the weight of a powerful soul scanning him thoroughly. Zhang Juha was a formidable condensation realm cultivator. Chu Chun felt a wave of relief that he had not acted rashly, as it could have led to dire consequences. "You confronted my son's killer?" Zhang Juha's eyes narrowed menacingly. "Yes, I was on a mission that day, and upon passing by, I sensed a sinister energy. Upon investigation, I discovered that a demonic cultivator was at work. By the time I arrived, your son had already been devoured, leaving behind nothing but bones. After a brief encounter with that demonic cultivator, I discovered that he was a master at the spirit condensation realm. Had it not been for the life-saving measures provided by my sect, I might have fallen victim to his hands. Today, upon hearing that the victim was the beloved son of Lord Zhang, I felt it necessary to report this matter to the Lord." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiulu scanned Chu Chen anew, noticing that the young man held a top-tier spiritual sword in his hand. Moreover, he exhibited not a trace of fear in the face of Zhang Jiulu, which indicated that this youth had encountered cultivators of even higher caliber than himself. Considering this, Zhang Jiulu's expression softened as he spoke. "Young friend, it seems I have overstepped. I hope you can understand the grief of a father who has lost his son. Indeed, Lord Zhang has suffered a tragic loss, and I can empathize with the heightened emotions." Chu Chen replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have prepared in advance by taking out the falling snow sword, a top-tier spiritual sword. With his exceptional acting skills, it should not be too difficult to deceive others. Zhang Jiulu continued, "Young friend, from which sect do you hail?" "Tianqian sect." Upon hearing these three words, Zhang Jiulu's gaze deepened, and he felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that the Tianqian sect was already displeased with him. Now they had sent disciples to investigate him. However, it occurred to him that Yuan Heir was likely not the one who had been killed. Rather, he could use this situation to his advantage, find the true culprit, and then eliminate him. So, a disciple of the Tianqian sect, truly a prodigy among youth. "May I ask how I should address you?" "I am Chen Shuang," Chu Chen responded. "Excellent, excellent. As long as you can assist me in finding the murderer, I shall reward you with 2,000 spirit stones and that top-tier spiritual sword." Chu Chen, with righteous conviction, declared, "As a disciple of the Tianqian sect, it is our duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice. Even without these rewards, I am determined to help Lord Zhang find the demonic cultivator who harmed your son." "Ah, Chen Shuang, you do not disappoint as a disciple of the Tianqian sect. Your spirit commands my admiration. But how shall we find the murderer of my son?" Zhang Jiulu inquired further. Seeing the moment was ripe, Chu Chen adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Lord Zhang, I possess a tracking artifact, but that demonic cultivator is also a master at the spirit condensation realm. I fear you may not be able to confront him alone. But, young friend, have you forgotten that we have another master of the spirit condensation realm stationed in Bayou City, also from your Tianqian sect, who has reached the 5th level of spirit condensation? Surpassing me?" With this statement, Chu Chen deduced that there were only 2 masters of the spirit condensation realm in Bayou City, one from the Tianqian sect and the other being Zhang Jiulu himself. It seemed his worries were unfounded. After all, if one could resolve the issue independently, who would wish to owe anyone a favor? Since that is the case, let us not delay, we shall begin at once. "Such haste?" Zhang Jiulu exclaimed in surprise. Chu Chen nodded and promptly produced a peculiar stone from his robes, inscribed with characters that Zhang Jiulu could not comprehend. He began to chant softly, and suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from the stone. "Lord Zhang, I have tracked the location of the demonic cultivator." But Chu Chen's serious expression prompted Zhang Jiulu to impatiently ask, "Chen Shuang, do not keep me in suspense." "Who is it?" "Lord Zhang, as I mentioned earlier, that demonic cultivator is also at the spirit condensation realm, and I have traced him to right within Bayou City. At this revelation, Zhang Jiulu's face illuminated with understanding. "So it is him, that old wretch. I wondered why my son died so quietly. Such a significant event, and this old fool, as the guardian of Bayou City, did not react at all. Truly despicable." With that, Zhang Jiulu unleashed a powerful aura, soaring towards the western part of the city. "Li Lao Tu, how dare you assassinate my son? Today, I shall not rest until you are exterminated." Chapter 8. In Bayou City. "I, Chu Chen, am invincible." The entire Bayou City echoed with Zhang Jiulu's furious roar from the Lord's manor. What has transpired? Why is Lord Zhang so enraged? Has he perhaps discovered the murderer of young Master Zhang Yuan? Come, let us witness the drama unfold. The western part of the city houses a significant figure from the Tianqian sect, and it seems that the person Lord Zhang is referring to is none other than that esteemed individual. In an instant, the cultivators of Bayou City gathered, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Chu Chen quietly summoned the Wanhun banner, which split into several streams of black light, darting towards various directions in Bayou City. Subsequently, it too headed towards the western region. The show was just beginning. With Zhang Jiulu's aura now fully exposed, a tempestuous force surged around him for hundreds of meters. Suddenly, a power even greater than Zhang Jiulu's erupted, countering his fury. "What madness is this, Zhang Jiulu? We have no grievances between us. What is the meaning of your actions? Li Wei, for the sake of my son, I shall demand blood for blood today. Zhang Juha's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he formed a massive fireball with his hand, launching it toward Li Wei. Seeing Zhang Juha attack without hesitation, Li Wei decided he could no longer hold back. Zhang Juha, how dare you strike at me? It seems your tenure as Lord has reached its end. With that, Li Wei unleashed his aura, revealing his 5th-level spirit condensation cultivation, effortlessly blocking the massive fireball. He then charged at Zhang Juha with astonishing speed. Watching the two combat, Chu Chun summoned Xiao He, a smile curling on his lips as he remarked, "Let me add some fuel to your fire." After trading blows for hundreds of exchanges, both combatants retreated to catch their breath. A distance away, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Goodness, how does the Lord dare to confront such a figure from the Tianxian sect? If this continues, the Lord's position may very well change hands. That aside, it was indeed impressive that the Lord could engage in a fierce duel with such a prominent figure from the Tianxian sect for so long. Having gained some composure, Zhang Juha realized he could not match Li Wei. Continuing this fight could lead to his own demise, even if he managed to inflict a serious injury on Li Wei. Zhang Juha, you accuse me of murdering your son. Yet where is your evidence? Do not let yourself be manipulated by others. As Zhang Juha pondered this, he realized he had no substantial proof against Li Wei. His earlier rush to attack had been misguided. Perhaps that young man had deceived him. But in the next moment, his doubts were dispelled as he saw a shadow swiftly approach Li Wei, bowing respectfully and presenting a spatial ring with both hands. The calm that Zhang Juha had regained shattered anew upon seeing the ring. Li Wei, at this point, you still dare to deceive me? This spatial ring was a coming-of-age gift I bestowed upon him. Now it is in your possession, yet you claim you are not responsible for his death. Li Wei, equally bewildered, looked at the shadow, which was clearly not corporeal but rather a remnant soul, a technique unmistakably belonging to a demonic cultivator. Zhang Juha, hear me out. I know not where this entity came from. It may well be a ploy by someone with ill intentions. However, Zhang Juha, now devoid of reason, paid no heed to Li Wei's words. Old fool, do not attempt to quibble. The evidence is right before me, and you still seek to deceive me. Today, you shall pay the price. Zhang Juha produced a red pill from his hand and crushed it in his mouth. Raging aura erupted from him, wave after wave. Like a tempest, I asked that the blood explosion pill? Li Wei exclaimed incredulously. Zhang Juha, have you lost your mind? I told you it was not me. Why must you force this to a life-or-death confrontation? Familiar with the blood explosion pill, which could temporarily push a person's limits, Li Wei knew its effects lasted only a short while. Afterward, the user would lose all their cultivation and revert to being an ordinary person. Now, having consumed the blood explosion pill, Zhang Juha had reached the 5th level of spirit condensation, his aura seeming to surpass even Li Wei's. With a deafening crack, Zhang Juha charged recklessly toward Li Wei. Now thoroughly enraged, thought to himself, do you truly believe you can kill me, even if I am gravely injured today? You shall not survive. As the two clashed, their violent energies radiated outward, a testament to the saying that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Iron Bayou City, before the common folk could flee, they were struck down by the violent aftermath of their clash. Meanwhile, cultivators with lesser prowess scrambled to escape, fearing they would become collateral damage. Meanwhile, Chu Chun quietly recalled Xiao He, remaining hidden in the shadows. With a tremendous crash, Li Wei's figure plummeted from the sky, followed closely by Zhang Juha, who landed heavily on Li Wei's form. Old man, it seems I have ultimately grown weak. I never imagined I would fall to your hands. Li Wei was taken aback at Zhang Juha's newfound strength from the blood explosion pill. Zhang Juha's eyes burned with hatred as he gazed down at Li Wei. Son, I shall avenge you. Seeing the moment ripe, Chu Chun ceased his concealment, unleashing the falling snow sword, which sliced through the air directly toward Zhang Juha. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Zhang Juha, whose focus had been solely on Li Wei, found the flying sword severing his arm, causing excruciating pain and forcing him to release his hold on Li Wei. As I beheld, Chu Chun emerged slowly, a wicked grin adorning his face as he spoke. Zhang City Lord, you have succumbed to madness. How can you indiscriminately slay the innocent? Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Juha wore an expression of disbelief. Chen, my young friend, what do you mean by this? Li Wei also stared at Chu Chun, astonished. Chu Chun, how could you be here? Wasn't your cultivation rendered null? However, Chu Chen paid no heed to Li Wei's words. Instead, casting a mischievous glance at Zhang Jiyuid, in truth, it was I who killed your son. He then summoned Xiao He, casually toying with the spatial ring that Zhang Juhe had gifted to Zhang Yuan. At this revelation, Zhang Juhe, who had yet to fully recover from the effects of the blood explosion elixir, spat out a mouthful of old blood, his aura instantly waning in the blink of an eye. He fell to the ground, reduced to a mere mortal. You actually deceived me? Zhang Juhe's face darkened, his voice hoarse as he spoke, staggering to the ground. Chu Qian, however, was unfazed, remarking, "What does it matter? Your cultivation is gone, and the old man has been rendered powerless. Within Baiyu City, I am invincible. Rest assured, I, Chu Chun, am a benevolent soul. Not only will I reunite you with your son, but soon, your entire family shall be reunited. Shall we not?" Chapter 9. A City of White Bones. The great demon cultivator Chu Chun. You are that genius from Tiangshuanzong who was stripped of his powers. Hearing Li Wei's words, Zhang Juhe could scarcely believe it. You killed my son first, and now you mislead me and Li Wei into slaughtering. What is your true intention? Chu Chun, if you spare my life, I shall keep your restoration of cultivation a secret, and I will gladly bestow upon you all the treasures I possess. Li Wei pleaded with Chu Chun. Old fool, do you think I intervened to stop Zhang Juhe from killing you out of concern for your life? It is merely a waste for you to die like this, with your cultivation. Li Wei, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Chu Chun merely cast a glance at him and said indifferently, Array, rise. With that command, black pillars of light surged forth from all directions. And in an instant, the entire Baiyu City was engulfed in darkness. The Wanhun banner expanded immensely, standing tall above Baiyu City, its eerie aura rippling throughout. What malevolent intent do you harbor, Chu Chun? Do you intend to slaughter all the inhabitants of Baiyu City? Li Wei's voice trembled, his eyes filled with dread towards Chu Chen. In that moment, Chu Chun appeared to him as a supreme demon king. With a wicked smile, Chu Chen replied, Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. Thus, you shall be rewarded by being the first to commence. As Chu Chen's voice faded, countless red beams of light shot forth from the Wanhun banner, engulfing Li Wei entirely, his soul drawn into the banner. Devil, you are nothing but a devil. The Tiangshuanzong will not let you go for this. Zhang Juhe exclaimed in terror. The next moment, Zhang Juhe was consumed by the red beams, reduced to a skeleton, his soul drifting toward the Wanhun banner. Run! A terrifying demon cultivator has appeared in Baiyu City. Everyone, flee! There is no escape. The entire Baiyu City has been sealed off by this demon cultivator. Why must misfortune befall me? I merely passed through Baiyu City. Why must I encounter such calamity? I do not wish to die. I am unwilling. I truly am unwilling. Chu Chun floated slowly into the air, gazing upon the mountains of bones in Baiyu City. The wails echoing throughout the heavens, yet his heart remained unmoved. Perhaps his heart had ceased to harbor any emotion the moment he was expelled from Tiangshuanzong. Coupled with the experiences of the past few days, witnessing the sacrificial villages, he had grown numb to such occurrences. Your deaths today are but a stepping stone for my path. Your demise holds significance. Time passed, though how long it was, Chu Qian eventually stowed away the Wanhun banner. The ground behind him littered with bones. Baiyu City, once bustling with life, had now transformed into a city of the dead. Ding! The host has completed the task of sacrificing a city, receiving rewards. 1 Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill and 3 Supreme Spirit Convergence Pills. It was likely that the commotion here would soon attract the attention of Tiangshuanzong. I must leave swiftly. Just as Chu Qian contemplated his departure, a celestial sword hurtled through the sky at great speed towards him. A shadow appeared before Chu Qian, intercepting the strike. This figure was none other than Li Wei, who had been sacrificed and was now refined by the Wanhun banner, possessing the cultivation of the 4th level of spirit gathering. Chu Chun, it is you? Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Chun regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes. Wang Zhe, why have you strayed from Tiangshuanzong? Wang Zhe exclaimed, Chu Chun, how did you end up here? No, how do you still possess your cultivation? Witnessing the lifeless Baiyu City and the ground strewn with bones left Wang Zhe deeply shaken. Did you orchestrate all of this? His complexion paled as he spoke. No. It cannot be. Baiyu City is under the protection of a 5th level spirit gathering cultivator. Even if you regained your powers, you could not accomplish such a feat yet. Upon seeing the specters surrounding Chu Chen, his eyes widened in terror. How can this be? How could elderly Wei perish here? Chu Chen waved his hand lightly, and countless souls surged forth from the Wanhun banner, their faces twisted in rage as they floated behind him. Are you referring to these souls? Do you wish to join them? Wang Zhe was nearly paralyzed with fright at the sight of the countless souls. The sheer magnitude of them indicated that Chu Chen had indeed slaughtered Baiyu City. Trembling, Wang Zhe felt cold sweat trickling down his back, desperately wanting to flee, yet his limbs refused to obey, leaving him standing in place, dazed. Today, I shall spare your life. Return and inform Dan Shangti will not be long before I. Chu Chen, return to Tiangshuanzong, and when that time comes, ensure you have cleaned your neck for me. With that, Chu Chen departed with the multitude of souls, heading towards the horizon. Once Chu Chen had vanished completely, Wang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief, his heart rate returning to normal. His limbs regained their sensation, and he hurriedly made his way back to Tiangshuanzong with all haste. 2 months later, Chu Chen had firmly stabilized his cultivation. After consuming the Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill and absorbing the essence of the souls from Baiyu City, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of Spirit Gathering. Now, having completely solidified his 6th level cultivation, he was ready to venture forth once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving widespread renown, drawing the attention of the cultivation sects, and earning the title of Great Demon Cultivator. Reward: 1 Supreme Adamantine Armor. Had I stumbled upon yet another treasure? Donning this adamantine armor, even with my cultivation at the 6th level of Spirit Gathering, I would remain invincible within this realm. Upon reaching the Spirit Gathering stage, one begins to cultivate the soul and can perceive all around them. At the 1st level of Spirit Gathering, one can sense everything within a radius of 100 meters. At the 2nd level, 200 meters, and so forth. Upon reaching the 9th level, one can perceive a radius of 900 meters. Now that I am free to roam, perhaps by sacrificing 2 more cities, I could break through to the transcending realm. Ding! The system has issued a task. As a vengeful demon cultivator, the way Tiangshuanzong has treated the host necessitates that this grudge be repaid. Obliterate Tiangshuanzong to resolve the host's inner turmoil and receive rewards. The ability to shrink the distance, 3 Supreme Spirit Gathering Pills, and 10 Supreme Spirit Convergence Pills. Another treasure awaits. The ability to shrink distances is something I have only seen in ancient texts. Who would have thought that annihilating Tiangshuanzong would grant me such power? Moreover, even without the system's reward, I would eventually need to return to Tiangshuanzong for reckoning. Quaidu City. Chu Chen donned a purple robe and a white jade mask, striding towards the gates of Quaidu City. The massacre in Baiyu City had stirred great commotion among the major sects, solidifying Chu Chen's reputation as a demon cultivator. Halt! If you wish to enter Quaidu City, remove your mask. Otherwise, you shall not be permitted entry. 2 soldiers blocked Chu Chen's path, their demeanor aggressive. However, Chu Chen casually produced 2 spirit stones, placing them in the soldiers' hands. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the soldiers' expressions shifted, and they said, "Considering your understanding, you may enter." Chapter 10. My sword path is unmatched. Chu Chen swaggered into Quaidu City, convinced that nothing is insurmountable when spirit stones are involved. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient spirit stones. As he walked, he encountered several cultivators at the Spirit Gathering stage, though they were all at the 1st level. Quaidu City and Baiyu City were of the same stature, both under the jurisdiction of Tiangshuanzong. However, Quaidu City held a peculiar reputation. It was rumored that a great demon lay sealed beneath it, and as it was under the control of Tiangshuanzong, it had far more cultivators stationed here than other major cities. Moreover, other sects had also dispatched cultivators to guard this place. However, the existence of a great demon beneath Quaidu City remained unverified, as these rumors dated back a millennium. As he walked along, a young attendant suddenly blocked Chu Chen's path. Grinning as he said, "Sir, do you require lodging? Our rates are far cheaper than other inns, only 5 spirit stones." Chu Chen replied, "Isn't that a bit steep? I recall it only costing 1 spirit stone." The attendant, taken aback, responded, "Sir, do you not know that in a month's time, the 5 sects will convene? Other inns have raised their prices to 10 spirit stones. We are merely charging 5, which is quite a bargain. Moreover, in 3 days, the annual auction will take place in Quaidu City. I hear that a ground-tier cultivation technique will be featured, and many influential figures are coming for it. Chu Chun was aware of the 5 sects gathering but had never participated. Lead the way, he instructed the young attendant. Certainly, this way, sir. To Chu Chun, 5 spirit stones are indeed a trifling matter. After the annihilation of the entire Bayou City, all treasures were thoroughly plundered. Presently, his bag contains a substantial 4,000 spirit stones, ample enough for him to indulge for a while. Soon, a young servant led Chu Chun to a dilapidated inn. Chu Chun showed no disdain, handing over 150 spirit stones to the servant, intending to secure a room for a month. Observing Chu Chun's lavishness, the servant greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, make yourself comfortable. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Bring me your finest food and drink, and ensure that the wine is the best your establishment has to offer." "Certainly, esteemed guest. Our finest wine is brewed from superior spirit rice, guaranteed to delight you." Though the inn was shabby, it was bustling with patrons. A glance at their attire revealed that they were disciples of various sects, likely gathered for the 5 sects conference. As Chu Chun savored the exquisite spirit rice wine, he overheard the discussions of these sect members regarding recent events. "Senior brother, do you think that the one who decimated Bayou City is truly Chu Chun? Rumor has it he was rendered powerless. How could he possibly annihilate an entire city? I do not know. But I heard from our master that it was indeed Chu Chun. You have no idea. He is exceedingly ruthless. Bayou City was littered with bones. There was not a single survivor. Senior brother, do not frighten me. Do you think that the great demon cultivator Chu Chun might appear in Koida City? Fear not, junior sister. Koida City is fortified with the strongest from each sect. If Chu Chun dares to come, he shall certainly meet his doom here. Besides, I will protect you." The young girl nestled her head shyly against the young man's shoulder, saying, "You are so kind to me, senior brother. I shall reward you tonight." "Hey, why are you sitting here alone? Drowning your sorrows?" A scruffy man with a massive sword on his back suddenly plopped down in front of Chu Chun, helping himself to the wine on the table. "Brother, let me tell you, drinking alone is quite dull. Since we seem to have a connection, allow me to join you for a few drinks." With that, the man took a large swig from the wine jug. "Ah, how refreshing. It has been ages since I drank with such abandon." Chu Chun found the man amusing, particularly since he could not discern his cultivation level. The possibilities were either that he was an ordinary person or that his cultivation surpassed Chu Chun's, rendering him undetectable. Chu Chun leaned toward the latter, considering that it was merely a few bottles of spirit wine, a loss of little consequence. "Drink as much as you like. Take your time," Chu Chun said to the man before him. Upon hearing the mention of wine, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he struck up a conversation with Chuck Hin. "By the way, brother, why are you wearing a mask? Do you have enemies? If so, I, Jian Wushuang, can help you deal with them here in Koidu City." Burp, the man belched. "Jian Wushuang? A fine name," Chu Chun responded. "Indeed. My swordsmanship is unparalleled, hence the name Jian Wushuang. I believe it suits me well. By the way, brother, I do not even know your name." Chu Chun chuckled lightly. "Knowing my name might frighten you. Are you certain you wish to hear it?" Jian Wushuang scoffed. "I bet I can guess it. You must have enemies. Hence the mask and your reluctance to reveal your name." Chu Chun. Upon hearing the name, Jian Wushuang seemed to awaken, shaking off his earlier drunkenness, and stared intently at Chu Chun. He then grinned, saying, "Ah, so you are brother Chu Chun. Worry not. Given that you have treated me to wine, I shall stand by you. If anyone dares to bully you, I, Jian Wushuang, will definitely come to your aid." With that, Jian Wushuang swaggered out of the inn, a jug of spirit wine in hand. In the following 3 days, Chu Chun cultivated Li Wei into a new soul worm using the Myriad Souls banner. Aside from Xiao He, all the souls were fed to Li Wei. After devouring all the souls from Bayou City, Li Wei had ascended from the 4th to the 9th level of spirit condensation. Since breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, as long as the distance did not exceed 1,000 meters, both Xiao He and Li Wei would autonomously execute Chu Chun's orders. If they exceeded the 1,000-meter mark, those souls would escape his control and indiscriminately attack others. Today marked an important day for the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce in Koidu City. As they held an auction, people streamed into the chamber, presenting invitations. Those without were barred from entry. Chu Chun casually stated, "I am here to consign a few treasures." The guard, upon hearing this, instructed, "Please follow me." He led Chu Chun before an imposing middle-aged man. Master, he wishes to consign some treasures. The middle-aged man nodded, and the guard stepped back. Young friend, I am the manager here, in charge of this auction. What items do you wish to consign? Chuchen handed him a jade vial and then laid out the plundered treasures from Bayou City. The manager gazed at the items, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he looked at Chuchen. Young friend, are you not the one who recently slaughtered Bayou City, Chuchen? As the words left his lips, the atmosphere grew tense. The manager, sensing the shift, quickly added, do not misunderstand. Our Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce does not inquire about the origins of items. I merely asked because I recognized something familiar. He then retrieved a spatial ring from the pile of items Chuchen had presented. Young friend, this spatial ring is indeed from our Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Not long ago, the Lord of Bayou City, Zhang Juhe, visited us to purchase 2 spatial rings. One has a volume of 1 cubic meter, and the other 3 cubic meters. Among your items, there happens to be 1 cubic meter spatial ring. If I am not mistaken, the other 3 cubic meter ring is in your possession. Bayou City was wiped out 2 months ago by a youth named Chuchen. Hence my conjecture. Chuchen replied indifferently, and if it is true, what then? And if it is not, what then? Rest assured, young friend, as I mentioned earlier, our Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce does not question the origins of items. I merely wish to befriend you. How about this? I will purchase all these items at their original price, and in addition, I shall provide you with a gold card for the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. In the future, you shall receive an automatic 20% discount on all purchases. Upon saying this, the manager opened the jade vial, and an aromatic scent of pills wafted out. Premium spirit-gathering pills? 4 of them? The manager thought to himself, astonished that anyone in the Eastern Xian Empire could concoct such pills. He then addressed Chuchen, young friend, these premium spirit-gathering pills are extremely rare. They can elevate a spirit-gathering realm cultivator by 1 level without any side effects. How about I acquire them from you at 3,000 spirit stones each? Do not worry. This price is truly fair for such pills. Although rare, the premium spirit-gathering pills were only beneficial to cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm. Chuchen realized he would not incur a loss at 3,000 spirit stones each. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, manager. 3,000 spirit stones each? Splendid. Since you have come to the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce, you must also be here for the auction. Allow me to arrange a VIP room for you, where you may bid on the items you desire. After deducting the cost of your purchases, any remaining spirit stones will be delivered to you. Or, if you prefer not to participate in the auction, I can have your spirit stones delivered to you within half a tea time. I will wait until the auction concludes to see if there is anything I need, Chuchen replied. Following the guard's lead, Chuchen arrived at the second-floor VIP room of the auction. At that moment, the manager contemplated the premium spirit-gathering pills in his possession. It seemed that the young girl, Shuangxue, had taken a liking to this boy, whose constitution was indeed peculiar, as he could not discern what type it was. However, his actions were somewhat ruthless. To be able to slaughter an entire city at such a young age was quite alarming. He truly wondered what Shuangxue saw in him. On the auction stage, a flamboyantly dressed woman stood at the center. Welcome to the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Today, our first auction item is a top-grade spirit-gathering pill, which has a 60% chance of allowing a spirit-gathering realm cultivator to break through to the next small realm. The starting price is 300 spirit stones, with a minimum bidding increment of 10 spirit stones. I bid 600, I bid 1,000. No one else can compete with me. Hemph, 1,000 is impressive? I bid 1,001. In the end, the top-grade spirit-gathering pill was sold for 1,200 spirit stones to a patron in VIP Room 3. Congratulations to our VIP Room 3 for acquiring the spirit-gathering pill. Several more items were auctioned, but none caught Chuchen's interest. Next up was the 7-sword treasure box, containing 4 mid-grade spirit swords and 3 top-grade spirit swords, a must-have for sword cultivators. This is rather good. I could buy it to feed to the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. I have been so busy increasing my own cultivation that I nearly forgot about it. Chuchen had not possessed any spirit swords for the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword to consume, which was why it had remained unused. There is no denying that the initial state of the Wanma Shurxian sword is that of an ordinary blade, easily overshadowed by any random spiritual sword in terms of power. The prized 7-sword treasure box was ultimately auctioned off to Chu Chun for the sum of 1,000 spiritual stones. Subsequently, among the few items auctioned, Chu Chun managed to acquire a 10-cubic space ring, which cost him a substantial 5,000 spiritual stones, as these space rings are quite sought after. Dear guests, we now enter our countdown segment, where we shall auction a supreme-grade spirit-gathering pill, which guarantees a complete assurance of ascending one minor realm within the spirit-gathering stage. There are a total of 4 pills available, each starting at an initial price of 1,500 spiritual stones, with a minimum bid increment of 100 spiritual stones. The announcement immediately incited a flurry of excitement. Did I hear correctly? A supreme-grade spirit-gathering pill, one that is said to exist solely in legends. Even the superior-grade spirit-gathering pill is a rare treasure, let alone those classified as perfect and supreme. I never imagined I would witness a supreme-grade pill in my lifetime. What an extraordinary experience! Having been stuck at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering stage for years, if I could acquire even one of those pills, I could potentially break through to the 9th level and might even be accepted as a direct disciple. Stop dreaming. With your meager amount of spiritual stones, you can barely manage to bid for a few tattered garments, and yet you dare to aspire for a supreme-grade spirit-gathering pill. Such delusions. In the end, the 4 supreme-grade spirit-gathering pills were sold for 3,200 spiritual stones each, claimed by 3 individuals in the VIP rooms on the 2nd floor, while the remaining pill was won by a young maiden on the 1st floor. However, upon acquiring the pill, she found herself the target of many greedy gazes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the final item of our auction, which many have likely come to witness. This last item is a low-tier combat-focused technique known as Thunder Dao technique. Starting at a price of 3,000 spiritual stones, with increments no less than 500 stones. As soon as this was announced, the auction house buzzed with excitement. I bid 3,500 spiritual stones. I am Chu Fan, the young master of the Shimming sect. Please grant me this favor. However, before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by someone from the 2nd floor VIP room. What nonsense! Just because you claim to be the young master of the Shimming sect, you expect us to treat you with respect. Call your superior to speak. You, a mere child, think you can leverage your background to obtain this earth-tier technique? Even if the sect master of the Shimming sect were present, it would not suffice. Chu Fan was publicly humiliated, his face flushed with indignation. Who are you to insult the Shimming sect? You may find it difficult to leave Kita City if you continue this insolence. Chapter 12. Another foolish rich man, you little brat, dare to threaten me? A powerful wave emanated from the 2nd floor, instantly locking onto Chu Fan. In that moment, he felt as though a great mountain were pressing down upon him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his desperate attempts to hold himself up, he soon found himself kneeling, unable to move. How dare you treat me this way? When my master arrives, you will pay dearly for this. Chu Chun observed this scene and shook his head. This Chu Fan's intelligence hardly befits the surname he bears. He was fully aware that the man before him was indifferent to his background. Yet, Chu Fan continued to provoke him. Were it not for the auction house's rule against fighting, he would likely have been subdued on the spot. How dare you threaten me? If it weren't for the consideration of your Shimming sect, I would not merely teach you a lesson. I would eliminate you right here. With those words, the oppressive force bearing down on Chu Fan vanished. At that moment, even he understood that the individual in the VIP room held a status comparable to that of his own master. The enchanting voice of the auctioneer broke the tension. All right, everyone, let us proceed with the auction. I bid 4,000 spiritual stones. I bid 6,000. No one paid heed to the recent incident involving Chu Fan. And before long, the Thunder Dao technique was sold for a staggering 10,000 spiritual stones, with bids continuing to rise. However, after the initial 10,000, the increments were merely 500 stones at a time. 10,000 spiritual stones were essentially equivalent to the annual expenditures of a sect. 11,200. Esteemed friends on the 2nd floor, I am Dan Xuanzai of the Tianqian sect. Grant me this small favor. And should you require my assistance in the future, the Tianqian sect will undoubtedly offer its full support. Dan Xuanzai, are you jesting? Do not presume that Kita City is your Tianqian sect's domain. My Kaoshan sect will not be intimidated by you. We are prepared to bid 15,000 spiritual stones for this Thunder Dao technique. With a snort, Dan Xuanzai remained silent upon hearing the name of the Kaoshan sect. Tianqian sect, 18,000 spiritual stones. Dan Xuanzai raised his bid, reaching his limit. He had hoped to acquire the Thunder Dao technique at a lower price, but the emergence of the Kaoshan sect had completely thwarted his plans. 25,000 spiritual stones, Chu Chun called out from his room. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. It seemed that following the appearance of the Tianxian sect's master, the bids had accelerated even further. You know nothing. Most participants in today's auction are here specifically for the Thunder Dao technique. Dan Xuanzai's title as the master of the Tianxian sect holds no sway here. At that moment, Dan Xuanzai's face turned a shade of green with anger. First, the Kaoshan sect had emerged, and now another was competing for the Thunder Dao technique. Did they not realize they were in the Tianxian sect's territory? Sir, you dare to bid 25,000 spiritual stones without the means to back it up? If you cannot produce the stones, you may find it difficult to leave the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Dan Xuanzai threatened Chu Chen's room. This key to city is the domain of my Tianxian sect. So think carefully before you act. Unfazed by Dan Xuanzai's threats, Chu Chen lowered his voice. Pray tell, does the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce fall under the jurisdiction of your Tianxian sect? Are you implying that only your sect is permitted to bid, while others must refrain? If that is the case, I shall refrain from bidding on the Thunder Dao technique. After all, it will merely be seized by your Tianxian sect once it is in my possession. His words immediately thrust the Tianxian sect into the spotlight. The Kaoshan sect's master chimed in. This friend speaks wisely. If that is the case, we shall refrain from attending future auctions at the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. For whatever is obtained will merely belong to your Tianxian sect. With this statement, a wave of agreement rippled through the crowd. Indeed, this is the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. How can your Tianxian sect act so tyrannically? Ha! You think I owe you a favor, Dan Xuanzai? What can your influence do? If you have the ability, come at me. In an instant, the crowd began to denounce the Tianxian sect. Inside the VIP room, Dan Xuanzai's face darkened. Were it not for the presence of the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce, these individuals would have to pay a heavy price for their insolence. As the criticism intensified, the alluring auctioneer at the center of the stage spoke. Everyone, fret not. Any item auctioned here will be safely escorted out of Kita City by the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. This is the reputation of our chamber and a rule we uphold. I trust no one would dare to violate this rule, correct, Sect Master Dan? At this moment, Dan Xuanzai could only force a smile. Of course, the rules of the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce are to be respected by the Tianxian sect. You have all heard it. Anyone who defies the rules of the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce is essentially opposing my Tianxian sect. This statement elicited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Silently condemning the Tianxian sect's audacity, Dan Xuanzai then addressed Chu Chun. You possess considerable wealth. Therefore, I shall not compete with you any longer. 25,000 spiritual stones for the first time. 25,000 spiritual stones for the second time. I bid 30,000. Just as it seemed the item would be secured, another voice from a different VIP room announced a bid of 30,000 spiritual stones. This individual was none other than the one who had quarreled with Chu Fan earlier. 30,000 spiritual stones exceeded Chu Chen's financial capacity. After all, he had amassed around 25,000 spiritual stones from looting treasures in Bayou City, combined with the 4 supreme-grade spirit-gathering pills. Adding his 4,000 spiritual stones left him with a total of approximately 30,000. However, after accounting for the 10-cubic space ring and the 7-sword treasure box, he had merely about 20,000 left. His earlier bid of 25,000 had been made out of spite towards Dan Xuanzai, not anticipating another foolishly rich bidder to raise the stakes to 30,000. 30,000 for the first time. 30,000 for the second time. 30,000 for the third time. Congratulations to the VIP Room 6 for acquiring the Thunder Dao technique. Thus, our auction at the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce comes to a close. We look forward to your presence at our next event. Backstage at the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce, Chu Chun, clad in a purple robe and adorned with an exquisite mask, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Young sir, your total comes to 25,000 spiritual stones. After deducting your purchases, you have a remaining balance of 19,000 spiritual stones. The 7-sword treasure box and the remaining balance of 19,000 spiritual stones have all been placed within your purchase space ring. Thank you, shopkeeper. Chu Chen donned the space ring and departed from the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Once he left, the shopkeeper spoke. Shuangxue, that young man has already departed. Why do you still linger in the shadows? As the words fell, Lu Shuangxue emerged from behind. Uncle, is he truly senior brother Chu? But that day, I distinctly felt that his spiritual roots were destroyed, and his cultivation was lost, though not dwell on it. Shuangxue, perhaps this young man has encountered some fortuitous event. Moreover, if we are to believe your assertion, my dear girl, that this lad has been wronged, then it stands to reason that his visit this time is undoubtedly motivated by a desire for vengeance against the Tianxian sect. His true identity shall soon be revealed. Chapter 13. The secret realm of the primordial demons. The more we fight, the more they come. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Chun retrieved the WAM sh11N sword. He then took out the Qibao sword box and extracted the spiritual swords contained within it. As the WAM sh11N sword drew near these spiritual blades, it emitted a series of melodious sword cries. The 7 spiritual swords, as if responding to an unseen force, began to levitate autonomously, encircling the WAM sh11N sword. In the next moment, these 7 swords transformed into a liquid form and flowed into the WAM sh11N sword. After absorbing these 7 spiritual swords, the WAM sh11N sword ascended from being an ordinary sword to a high-grade spiritual sword. The blade emanated wisps of demonic energy, signifying the sword's burgeoning power. Chu Chun gently caressed the WAM sh11N sword in his grasp. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me in a lifetime of battles, carving out a resounding name in this grand world. The sword seemed to comprehend his words, responding with a resonant hum. Over the course of the following month, Chu Chun diligently practiced the demonic god visualization technique, leading to a breakthrough in his realm. Now reaching the 7th level of concentration, he needed to exert himself further to advance to the transformation realm. Only upon reaching this stage would his demonic god body fully awaken. The transformation realm signifies the shedding of the mortal form, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. Upon achieving this transformation, those with exceptional talents will awaken their unique physique. Individuals with awakened physiques possess combat prowess that surpasses that of ordinary transformation realm cultivators. Some may even awaken an extraordinary physique, enabling them to defeat foes across a major realm. Chu Chun had already integrated the system into his demonic god body. He merely needed to reach the transformation realm for the awakening to occur automatically. As time passed, the 5 sects debate was fast approaching. The 5 sects in question are the Tianxian sect, the Kaishan sect, the Xianin sect, the Yinshan sect, and the Qian sect. Today, the city of Quaidu was abuzz with excitement, as the commencement of the 5 sects debate attracted a crowd several times larger than usual. To participate in the 5 sects debate, one must possess a trial token from the 5 sections. Hey, don't miss out, passers-by. The trial token for the 5 sects debate is available for just 5,000 spirit stones. Only one token left, first come, first served. Chu Chun approached the shouting attendant. Upon seeing Chu Chun, the attendant wasted no time introducing the token. My good sir, this token is a genuine trial token for the 5 sects debate. With just 5,000 spirit stones, you can enter the trials. Should you manage to secure a spot in the top 10, congratulations. You will receive a drop of dragon transformation blood and a chance to enter the Dongxian sect, the foremost sect of the Dongxian Empire. Surpassing all others, Chu Chun did not engage in lengthy negotiations with the attendant. He first used his spiritual sense to ascertain the authenticity of the token in hand. Although Chu Chun had never participated in the 5 sects debate, he had seen this token before and could easily discern its authenticity. Sensing a certain aura emanating from the token, he confirmed it was indeed genuine. 3,000. Chu Chun declared. Come now, my good sir. Where is the room for bargaining? 2,500. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. Deal. No takebacks on 2,500. The attendant hurriedly agreed, fearing Chu Chun would further negotiate. Chu Chun tossed 2,500 spirit stones to the attendant, successfully acquiring the trial token for the 5 sects debate. Once Chu Chun had walked away, the attendant smugly remarked, another gullible fool, believing he can secure a top 10 position. The attendant resumed his shouting. Passers-by, do not miss out. The trial token for the 5 sects debate is now down to the last one, available at a low price of just 5,000 spirit stones, in the heart of Quaidu City. A grand martial stage had been erected, upon which the leaders of the 5 sects stood. The first to speak was Dan Xuanzu, who addressed the gathered crowd. Esteemed participants, you are all the elite of your respective sects, representing each faction in this 5 sects debate. The objective is to venture into the secret realm of the primordial demons and slay the demons within. Each primordial demon bears a drop of pure demonic blood upon its forehead, which can aid in your body tempering. Should anyone break through to the transformation realm during this time, They may even awaken the demonic overlord body. You will have 10 days. The individual who slays the most primordial demons will receive 3 drops of dragon transformation blood, while the top 10 will each receive 1 drop. Additionally, you will gain entry into the Dongxian sect, which is your fortune. With that, the 5 sect leaders produced bronze tokens, which radiated a brilliant azure light that coalesced and shot skyward. In an instant, all those present with the trial tokens for the 5 sects debate transformed into azure beams of light and were teleported into the secret realm of the primordial demons. Inside the secret realm, Chu Chun felt increasingly uneasy. Logically, the sect leaders should be aware of how many participants from their sect were entering the 5 sects debate. It was perplexing that none had emerged to address the presence of outsiders. Something felt awry, yet he could not pinpoint the underlying intention. Deciding to refrain from overthinking, he opted to observe his surroundings. Chu Chun soon spotted a stone tablet standing a short distance away, inscribed with 3 resplendent golden characters. Wang Sha Hai, gaze upon the sea of sand. His brow furrowed as he realized this place was indeed called Wang Sha Hai. However, aside from the endless expanse of sand, he had yet to encounter a single living creature. Just as he thought this, a sudden unease washed over him, sensing something rapidly approaching from below. With his 7th level of concentration, his spiritual sense could envelop a radius of 700 meters, including the ground beneath him. Through his spiritual perception, Chu Chun detected a colossal creature closing in swiftly. Bang! Chu Chun leaped decisively into the air, and the ground erupted beneath him, a monstrous being resembling a snake. Yet with 2 large pincers, opened its gaping maw to bite at Chu Chun. Swish! The black sword light cleaved through the air, bisecting the massive creature. As he struck its brow, a drop of its essence blood floated forth, which Chu Chun promptly captured in a jade vial. This creature was likely a primordial demon, and the essence blood it bore was indeed demonic blood. Rumbling, moments later, the ground began to tremble violently. In an instant, countless primordial demons burst forth from the earth, lunging toward Chu Chun. Though they appeared numerous, the majority were at the 5th level of spirit gathering, posing no threat to Chu Chun whatsoever. With a few strokes of black sword light, these primordial demons lay scattered across the ground. However, it seemed as though these primordial demons were inexhaustible. For every batch that fell, another would emerge. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fled in panic, for these primordial demons appeared never-ending, capable of wearing down even those at the concentration realm. Yet to Chu Chun, they were merely nourishing supplements for his cultivation. Without hesitation, he summoned the Wanhun banner. Centered around Chu Chun, bloodlight spread outward. Any primordial demon daring to attack him under the bloodlight would be devoured by the Wanhun banner. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. The souls of the primordial demons consumed by the Wanhun banner were summoned by Chu Chun to fight alongside him. As for concerns of insufficient spiritual energy, that was non-existent. Chu Chun simultaneously absorbed energy to replenish his strength while commanding the souls of the primordial demons to battle for him. In summary, the more Chu Chun fought, the more he gained, all while enhancing his own cultivation. Chapter 14. Fellow Cultivator, I possess a secret treasure named the Wanhun Banner. As time passed, the number of primordial demons dwindled. From their initial fearless charge toward Chu Chun, they now lingered at the edges of the Wanhun Banner's domain. These primordial demons exhibited a modicum of intelligence, no longer recklessly rushing at him. But did you think that staying outside would spare you? Chu Chun scoffed. In the next moment, the Wanhun Banner actively advanced toward these primordial demons. Wherever the Wanhun Banner cast its shadow, the demons were swiftly consumed. After half a day, not a single primordial demon remained in the vast expanse of Wang Sha Hai. Even if one were to occasionally encounter a primordial demon, upon seeing Chu Chun's visage, they would frantically burrow into the ground. How swiftly they flee! I had thought with such overwhelming numbers, perhaps I could break through to the 9th level of concentration. Though he had not consumed every primordial demon in Wang Sha Hai, he had at least devoured half. He had successfully advanced from the 7th to the 8th level of concentration. With that, Chu Chun decided against lingering in Wang Sha Hai any longer and resolved to explore other areas, hoping to discover more treasures. Heading eastward, Chu Chun encountered and dispatched numerous primordial demons along the way, though they were all low tier. Thus far, he had yet to see a single primordial demon above the 6th level of spirit gathering. However, he did stumble upon a group of individuals, and as he approached within a few hundred meters, he extended his spiritual sense toward them. Among this group, the highest cultivation level was merely at the first level of concentration, rendering them weaklings in Chu Chen's eyes. Yet, that first-level concentration cultivator was a leader among them. Swish, dressed in a purple robe, Chu Chen descended from the sky, wielding the Wam Sh11N sword in his right hand and the Wanhun banner in his left. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed the crowd. Esteemed fellow cultivators, there are many primordial demons in this area. I possess a secret treasure known as the Wanhun banner. If you enter its domain, I assure you your safety. An evil cultivator? The leader among the crowd, a first-level concentration cultivator, unsheathed his spiritual sword, eyeing Chu Chen warily. Chu Chen responded with a chuckle. Is it that obvious? The first-level cultivator's expression grew grave as he scrutinized Chu Chen, realizing he could not discern the latter's cultivation level. Moreover, he noted, "What do you mean obvious? It is your demonic sword emitting a palpable aura that gives you away. It would be difficult not to notice." Alas, I had initially sought to find some amusement, but since you have discovered my presence, I must regrettably invite you all to your demise, Chu Chen declared with an innocent expression. As his words fell, a change flickered in his gaze, and the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword transformed into countless sword shadows, swiftly slashing through all present, leaving none alive. He subsequently summoned the 10,000 souls banner, consuming their flesh and souls. Ha ha ha, what a ruthless demon cultivator. You are indeed worthy of becoming my servant. From a distance, a young man with crimson hair was seen walking toward Chu Chen, seemingly treading upon the air itself. Remarkably, he was able to walk in the sky without the aid of any external force, undoubtedly a great practitioner of the transcendence realm, for only those who had transcended could traverse the void unaided by artifacts or treasures. Who are you? Chu Chen inquired with a serious countenance. If you agree to become my servant, I shall reveal my identity to you. The crimson-haired youth replied disdainfully. You must understand, becoming my servant is a privilege. In my era, you would not even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Ding! The system has issued a task. As a great demon cultivator, one must remain calm in the face of danger. How can one allow others to flaunt their prowess before them? Do not falter. Annihilate this individual's spiritual phantom once, and you shall be rewarded with the 1,000 Annihilation Thunder technique and 3 concentration pills. Ding! A friendly reminder. This individual's current state is merely an illusion of their spiritual phantom, entirely intended to deceive. Do not be afraid, host. What if I refuse? Chu Chen retorted, his 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword poised for action. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired youth replied coolly, Then there is but a single path for you, death. With the system's response, Chu Chen understood that the display before him was nothing but a facade. Moreover, he was quite enticed by the system's rewards. He then plunged the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword into the ground. Do not merely speak without action. If you have the capability, come forth and slay me now. You truly fear not for your life? I shall grant you another opportunity for choice. Should you become my servant, you may avoid death in return. I shall bestow upon you many techniques and treasures to aid your cultivation. Come to kill me? Yet all I can offer you is this single reply, Chu Chen stated resolutely. Very well, if you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. The crimson-haired youth emanated a terrifying aura. Yet Chu Chen remained unfazed, knowing it to be a mere illusion. Tell me, does it truly take this long to gather your strength for a grand move? Should I assist you? The crimson-haired youth, unable to maintain his composure, exclaimed, Kid, let us both take a step back. You lead me out, and I will let you choose from any technique or treasure you desire. However, facing the crimson-haired youth's enticement, Chu Chen remained silent, preparing to depart this place. Observing Chu Chen's movement, the crimson-haired youth hastily added, I beseech you. If you can lead me out, I will procure anything you desire from this secret realm. Hearing this, Chu Chen paused his steps. First, show me your sincerity. Otherwise, how can I trust you? This is not my true form. All the treasures are beside my true self. If you can help me lift the seal on my true body, I will offer you everything. The crimson-haired youth pleaded. So, you wish to have me labor for you without recompense, do you? Seek another. I shall not accept any empty promises, Chu Chen replied, exasperated. Wait. I can first lead you to find other treasures within this Yuanshan demon's secret realm. And since you are a demon cultivator, I can even offer the entire Yuanshan demon's secret realm to you. If you sacrifice the entire realm, you will surely break through to the Transcendence realm. This proposition indeed stirred Chu Chen's interest. Yet, given the mysterious origins of the crimson-haired youth, he knew that should the latter's true self awaken, he would be the first to perish. Thus, Chu Chen resolved to extract some benefits from him before departing the Yuanshan demon's secret realm, ensuring that the crimson-haired youth, no matter how formidable his cultivation, would be unable to locate him afterward. By the way, before that, I have a condition, Chu Chen stated. What condition? Let me slay your spiritual phantom once. Chu Chen said nonchalantly. Kid, what do you mean? I kindly offer to guide you to treasures, and you are contemplating killing my spiritual phantom. If you allow me to slay your spiritual phantom once, I promise to lead you out of the Yuanshan demon's secret realm. Very well, but be gentle. While my spiritual phantom can be reconstructed, it still feels pain, the crimson-haired youth said pitifully. However, his heart harbored a different sentiment. This wretched kid. Once the seal is lifted, I shall ensure you suffer greatly. Were it not for the fact that my spiritual phantom can only manifest before you, I would not endure this torment. All my sacrifices are for the sake of freedom. Chapter 15. Binding of the Void, Abyss of Darkness. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying the spiritual phantom once. You have received the 1000 Annihilation Thunder Technique and 3 premium concentration pills as rewards. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chu Chen felt a surge of elation. However, the crimson-haired youth, reconstituted once more, wore a sorrowful expression. You have killed me once. You must take responsibility. Fear not. I, Chu Chen, am a man of my word. Now, lead me to obtain those treasures, and I shall surely bring you out of the Yuanshan demon's secret realm. Chu Chen glanced at the trial token in his hand, which displayed a count of 31,888, indicating that he had single-handedly slain 31,888 Yuanshan demons. 5 days had passed, and Chu Chen had traversed most of the Yuanshan demon's secret realm. Yet he had yet to encounter a Yuanshan demon of the concentration realm. Under the guidance of the crimson-haired youth, Chu Chen acquired numerous precious treasures, such as fire spirit grass, spirit blaze herb, and triflower leaf, rare spiritual medicines seldom found outside. Next, I will take you to the final location, where treasures abound far beyond what you have thus far acquired. The crimson-haired youth informed Chu Chen. The two swiftly arrived at their destination, known as the Demon Sea, the very heart of the Yuanshan demon's secret realm, teeming with countless treasures. If luck were on their side, they might even stumble upon a great opportunity. However, at that moment, the Demon Sea was not devoid of others. Dozens of figures were present. Senior brother, that soaring pillar of light just erupted from this sea. It likely heralds the emergence of some unparalleled treasure. Junior sister, we must retreat at once. Even if an unparalleled treasure appears, it is beyond our reach. Countless cultivators will surely contend for it. Moreover, we remain unaware of the threats lurking within this sea. Very well, senior brother Changsho. We shall heed your counsel and seek treasures elsewhere. The light pillar has drawn many cultivators, and perhaps we can scavenge some artifacts. Little did they know that heeding senior brother Changsho's advice was indeed the wisest choice. Boom! A golden pillar of light shot toward the heavens, causing the entire Demon Sea to boil with fervor. I in the center of the Demon Sea. It appeared as if an extraordinary celestial sword had cleaved the waters apart, revealing a landmass. Let us go. The barrier of the Demon Sea has been breached. Entering now will surely yield bountiful rewards. Consider it a boon for you. The crimson-haired youth called out to Chu Chen. Cultivators from various sects surged towards the depths of the Demon Sea, vying for supremacy. Quickly, the opportunity lies before us. Should we seize this fortune, we may be accepted as disciples by the Dongxian sect. Ha ha ha! This opportunity is mine. None shall dare contest it. Chu Chen soared through the air on his sword, following suit. Yet the crimson-haired youth bore a shadowy smile upon his face. Deep within the Demon Sea, a colossal, ancient palace emerged. Chu Chen gazed at the crimson-haired youth. This sea's depths house such a magnificent palace. Naturally, this is my place of slumber. After millennia, I shall finally depart from here, the crimson-haired youth declared with pride. However, I owe much to your assistance in weakening the seal of the Yuanshan demon's secret realm. Otherwise, I would not have known how to draw you all to the depths of the demon sea. Seal. Chu Chun recalled that each treasure he had gathered bore a small protective array, which he had inadvertently shattered. Could this be what he referred to as a seal, with a gaze filled with murderous intent? Chu Chan turned to the crimson-haired youth. Did you deceive me? Deceive you? It was merely a mutual arrangement. You obtained treasures while I successfully attracted these individuals to the depths of the demon sea by exploiting the weakened seal. Blame your own avarice for this predicament. Ding! How could a grand demon cultivator be threatened by a mere spiritual phantom? The system has automatically issued rewards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Binding of the Void. Note, the Binding of the Void can seal any spiritual entity. In this critical moment, the system proved invaluable. However, Chu Chun refrained from immediately activating the Binding of the Void. He intended to wait for the crimson-haired youth to lower his guard before launching a surprise attack. While also eager to discern the youth's intentions, very well, prepare to welcome my resurgence with your lives. After countless years, I, the abyss of darkness, shall once again return. As the words fell, the ancient palace standing deep within the sea began to tremble. As if responding to a summons, a terrifying aura surged forth from the palace, suggesting that some great demon was about to emerge. Darkness enveloped the sky, casting a pall over the hearts of those present, who began to sense something amiss. What is that black mist? Why does it instill such dread within me? Yet, in the next instant, a cultivator found themselves ensnared by the black mist. In an instant, their entire being exploded into a cloud of blood, merging with the darkness. Run swiftly. This dark mist can devour everything. The so-called treasure emerging is merely a ruse. It is possible that the high-ranking have lured us here to ensnare us all at once. No, wait. Why has the trial token become ineffective? Mine too. What should I do? I cannot exit the secret realm. Damn it. How could this token fail at such a critical moment? Mingyuan watches everything with delight. As if it were all under his control, I can feel my body starting to revive. Soon I shall break free from this seal. Aren't you afraid, boy? It will soon be your turn. Mingyuan menacingly gazes at the expressionless Chu Chun, hoping to find fear in his countenance. You are so certain you can consume me, yet the fact that you have chosen me from amongst so many practitioners indicates that I still hold some value for you. Tell me, if you lose this to control externally, will your true self still revive? Upon hearing this, Mingyuan is taken aback. What do you mean? However, in the next moment, a chain radiating golden light swiftly ensnares Mingyuan. The binding? You, a mere ant who hasn't even broken through to the realm, how could you possess the binding? Quite simply, for I have a system, and you do not, Chu Chun said nonchalantly. Now, it is my turn to ask you. Answer honestly, or I shall use this binding to seal you for eternity, and you will truly never escape. How infuriating! I have plotted for 1,000 years only to fall into the hands of this little brat. No, it is the binding that has ensnared me. A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. If you wish to know, then ask, but I shall soften, as long as you do not seal my. Chu Chun, looking exasperated, gazes at Mingyuan, who in the previous moment had cast aside life and death, now kneeling and pleading for mercy. Then divulge all the secrets you possess. Yes, yes, I shall certainly reveal every secret of mine. Yet inwardly he scoffs, thinking, a mere child. How dare he seek to know my secrets? However, this lad is quite cunning. Perhaps I should reveal a little information to him, then mix in some falsehoods to ensnare him. Chapter 16. Once you enter we shall be a loving family. I hail from the chaotic ancient era, where I was one of the most outstanding geniuses. Unfortunately, the rules of that time were incomplete. The great world was weak, and the imperial throne was not prominent, so I sealed myself within the divine source, awaiting future generations. Little did I know, upon awakening, I would find myself trapped in this secret realm. Chu Chun looked at Mingyuan with disdain. You consider yourself the most outstanding genius? I cannot help but feel that the term genius has no association with you. Hey, boy, if you had been born in the chaotic ancient era, amidst the incomplete rules, you would undoubtedly not be my adversary. How well do you understand this secret realm? Chu Chun continued to inquire. Mingyuan, aware of Chu Chun's intent, replied, The treasures of the secret realm are all near my true body. I can bestow these heavenly materials upon you, my brother. As he finished speaking, the previously restless ancient palace fell silent, and the dark mist vanished. However, the practitioners who had come here had already been consumed by the black mist for the most part. Swish! Inside the ancient palace, clusters of light began to emerge. This is and at the dot am I seeing things? My heavens! These divine herbs, which are only recorded in ancient texts, are actually appearing before me. One practitioner rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I understand now. It must be that we are being tested here, so these divine herbs are rewards for us. Ha ha ha, I am glad I persevered. From now on, I shall be utterly prosperous. The remaining surviving practitioners gazed enviously at the clusters of divine herbs. Seeing this, Chu Chun coldly addressed Ming Yuan. You orchestrated this, yet do you truly believe these trifles can hinder me? Chu Chun regarded Ming Yuan with disdain, then stepped forward, his aura surging as he slowly approached the opposing practitioners. Fellow Taoists, my apologies, but these things belong to me, Chu Chun. None of you may lay a finger on them. However, the overwhelming desire for these divine herbs blinded their eyes, and they paid no heed to Chu Chun's words. A figure shot towards Chu Chun like lightning. You dare obstruct me from obtaining the divine herbs? Then you shall die. In the next moment, that person was cleaved in two by Chu Chun, blood splattering into the air. Some practitioners even went wild, exclaiming, Ha ha, splendid. With one less person, we can divide the spoils further. Enough. What reason does a demonic practitioner have to explain anything to you? As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Chu Chun's body, the rising behind him, an overwhelming demonic energy enveloping him, resembling an unparalleled demon king. Long before, when he annihilated Ming Yuan's, Chu Chun had already used an exceptional to break through to. At this moment, Chu Chun grinned wickedly. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, once you enter you shall no longer engage in slaughter, but instead become a loving family. I recognize who he is now. He is the demonic practitioner, Chu Chun, who slaughtered Bayou City. No, he is the demon king. The black sword light sliced through the air, and the man who had just been speaking found his head severed from his body. All were thoroughly slaughtered by Chu Chun. Seeing this, Ming Yuan realized his opportunity had come. If he could absorb this blood energy, his true self could break through the seal, and then this boy would be at his mercy. However, just as he was about to act, he saw an eerie flag emitting a sinister red light, which in an instant began to devour the blood and flesh scattered across the ground. Realizing there was no hope, Ming Yuan ceased his movements, reassuring himself, there is still one chance. If I seize it, I can still escape. However, every move he made was under Chu Chun's watchful eye. Just as Chu Chun was about to teach Ming Yuan a lesson, the entire sea began to tremble. A serpent, stretching hundreds of feet long, emerged from the ocean, its crimson eyes fixated on the divine herbs floating in the air. Is this your last resort? It seems I have overestimated you. Chu Chun gazed at Ming Yuan with a malicious glint. It's not me. I truly had no idea these divine herbs would attract the... Ming Yuan feigned innocence, saying, You must believe me. Otherwise, first, unbind the binding from me, and I can assist you. Seeing that Chu Chun remained unmoved, Ming Yuan resolved not to sit idly by. Although he was sealed by the binding, being so close to his true self still allowed him to communicate with it. He glanced at Chu Chun, who was engaged in battle with the fight, and when you both are severely wounded, that shall be my moment to ensnare you. Immediately, he began communicating with his true self. With numerous magical treasures nearby, and the seal of this secret realm weakening, he could use those treasures to gather enough power for a single strike at the realm. Waiting for this boy and the two exhaust each other, on the other side, Chu Chun wielded the black sword energy coalescing into a crescent shape as it slashed towards the however. These attacks struck without inflicting even the slightest harm, leaving no trace behind. This was also, although he had not exerted his full strength, it was impossible for him to leave no mark at all. Could it be that this physical body has already ascended into the realm? Yet its realm remains at? A column of blue flame erupted from the swiftly heading towards Chu Chun. Chu Chun slashed down with his sword, splitting the blue flame column in two. Ascending into? Even if you merely have your physical form at that level, I, Chu Chun, am not afraid, even if a true expert were present. a fierce battle intent radiated from within Chu Chun. The next soul shall be you. With a powerful step forward, he unleashed a torrent of energy, his entire being soaring towards the like a shooting star. Boom. The massive form of the was cleaved into the river by Chu Chen's sword. In the next moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the sea. The was furious, charging recklessly towards Chu Chun. Shatter mountain finger. Chu Chun shouted. Boom. In the next instant, an immensely powerful giant finger descended from the sky, imbued with terrifying strength, causing the to waver. However, it was too late. As the finger pressed down, the entire sea surface seemed to evaporate. This massive head was pierced through by the finger, its entire body floating on the sea's surface. Chu Chun approached the head of the and immediately summoned the to devour it entirely. System. I have sealed Mingyuan S with the binding. Can the consume him? If I leave him behind, I cannot shake off this unease. Ding. Not yet possible. This person's true self is of a realm significantly higher than the host's, and this is merely a manifestation of his true self. Should the host attempt to consume it with he can still reassemble. Only the binding can seal him permanently. Ding. However, the host can form a contract with him using thus he will be unable to harm the host, provided he willingly agrees to the contract. Chapter 17. Forming a contract, lifting the seal. The possesses such a function. Ding. The host's cultivation is quite low. There is much you do not know. So, if I form a contract with Mingyuan, he will obey my commands? Wouldn't he that give me a formidable ally? Ding. The host is thinking too optimistically. Even if a contract is formed, the host's cultivation is far beneath his to command him. The host must surpass his realm, or Mingyuan must willingly submit. However, should the host find himself in a life-or-death situation, he will not stand idly by. If the host perishes, Mingyuan cannot escape demise either. On the other side, Mingyuan watched in fury as Chu Chen effortlessly dispatched the demonic spirit snake. How could this snake be so pathetic? Its physical form had already reached the transcendence realm, yet it was annihilated by this brat with a mere gesture. At the very least, there should have been mutual destruction. With this thought, Mingyuan turned his gaze towards Chu Chun, only to see him smirking wickedly, which sent a shiver down his spine. Could it be that this young man intends to strike against me? No, I cannot remain passive. If worst comes to worst, I will perish along with him. The communication artifact was already gathering power for a decisive blow. You brat, perish! Mingyuan roared at Chu Chen. Boom! The ancient palace trembled as a terrifying beam of light shot towards Chu Chun. The speed was so swift that Chu Chen realized he had no time to evade and could only brace himself against this horrific light. A thunderous explosion echoed through the depths of the ocean, painting the surface crimson. You didn't see this coming, did you? This is my trump card. Though this attack may not be overwhelmingly powerful, it possesses the might of the 9th level of transcendence. You, at the 9th level of concentration, will surely be obliterated to dust. However, a chilling voice interrupted him. Is that so? Unfortunately for you, you have failed to kill me. Now, I present you with two choices. First, pledge your allegiance to me by forming a contract. Second, be eternally sealed by my binding chains. Mingyuan's expression turned to one of disbelief. How is that possible? You are not dead. How could a 9th level concentration cultivator withstand a full force strike from the 9th level of transcendence? At this moment, Chu Chen was enveloped in a murderous aura. Had it not been for the indestructible armor he wore, capable of withstanding a full force attack from the transcendence realm, he might have truly perished here. Yet, it had left his armor utterly shattered, and he had scarcely used it before, only to find it ruined upon its first use. Seeing that Chu Chen remained unharmed, Mingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. If I say I had no idea why he attacked you just now, would you believe me? Chu Chen produced the Wandering Souls banner and regarded Mingyuan with a shadowy expression. Now, form a contract with me and become a member of my Wandering Souls banner. Or be eternally sealed. Have you made your decision? Chu Chen's voice was as frigid as ice, resonating in Mingyuan's ears. If I were to form a contract with you, would you be able to lead me out of this primordial demon's secret realm? Do not attempt to bargain with me. The binding chains began to constrict slowly, and Mingyuan struggled in agony. All right, I am willing to form a contract with you. Upon his words, the chains ceased their tightening. Remember not to resist. Otherwise, you shall remain in this wretched place for eternity. Chu Chun remarked indifferently. A black flame-marked token slowly floated into Mingyuan's forehead. In that instant, Chu Chun felt a new connection with the Wandering Soul's banner. To be cautious, he even inquired the system whether this counted as a successful contract. Receiving a positive response from the system, he finally withdrew the binding chains. Well then, I have now formed a contract with you. You ought to trust me now. Chu Chun chose to ignore Mingyuan's words, instead collecting the divine herbs that floated in the air. Hey, I have formed a contract with you. You won't leave me here, right? Honestly, I did not mean to attack you earlier. I was just desperate to escape after being trapped for so long. Hearing this, Chu Chun finally spoke up. What must be done to lift the seal? Mingyuan's eyes lit up with joy. You see the patterns on that ancient palace. You merely need to destroy those patterns to break the seal here. Why do I feel as though you were sealed by someone else? Rather than sealing yourself? Mingyuan sensed Chu Chun's doubtful gaze and awkwardly chuckled. Do not concern yourself with such details in any case. As long as those patterns are destroyed, I, Mingyuan, shall be reborn. Since those patterns can contain you, there is no way I could destroy them with my current strength, Chu Chun questioned. Rest assured, those patterns have existed for eons, and their divine essence has nearly faded. Originally, I planned to lure cultivators here to devour them, gaining a surge of power to break the seal from within. Who could have anticipated your speed would leave me no opportunity? Moreover, only those with formidable physiques can perceive my ethereal form. After all these years, you are the only one with such a powerful physique to appear. As for me, being sealed, the ethereal form could only manifest this palace. It holds no other utility. The attack I just launched was only possible due to the loosening of the seal and the fact that my true body resides within this palace. Chu Chun leaped into the air, the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword transforming into a rain of swords that descended upon the ancient palace. Whoosh! A golden barrier emanated from within the ancient palace, blocking the torrential sword rain. However, it only held for a brief moment before shattering. The patterns upon the ancient palace were eroded and obliterated by the sword rain. In an instant, Mingyuan seemed to sense something and laughed heartily. It's broken? It's broken. With the destruction of the patterns on the ancient palace, the entire primordial demon secret realm began to collapse at an alarming rate. Mountains crumbled, oceans boiled, and even the ancient palace swayed precariously. Boom! A brilliant light shot forth from the ancient palace, illuminating the heavens. When the light finally faded, a figure stood aloft, exuding an aura of terror. I have finally escaped this place. Your time has come? Brat? Mingyuan extended a hand, a massive azure hand coalescing in the void, reaching for Chu Chun. However, in the next moment, Mingyuan appeared to be in excruciating torment, clutching his head and plummeting from the air. This cursed contract. Why must I perish along with this brat? It's so unfair. You brat, quickly dissolve this contract, or I will surely kill you. Beg me, or surrender your techniques and treasures. Perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might lift the contract. Mingyuan fumed. You dare toy with me? Chapter 18. Master Lu San. Lu Ling. Mingyuan glanced at the rapidly collapsing primordial demon secret realm. Forget it. Consider it a favor to you. He then transformed the ancient palace into a palm-sized object and tossed it to Chu Chun. Hold on to this. The ancient palace has great significance and contains the techniques of ancient powers. Had I not wished to see these techniques buried, I wouldn't have given it to you. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light enveloped Chu Chun, and the two vanished from the primordial demon's secret realm. Upon Chu Chun's emergence, the exit of the primordial demon's secret realm sealed shut. However, several figures had already exited before him, individuals Chu Chun had not encountered within the realm. Yet, given the vastness of the primordial demon secret realm, it was hardly surprising that not everyone would meet. Standing atop the martial platform, Dan Xuanzi's face was ashen. What happened? Why have only you few returned? Reporting to the sect master, we are unsure why. But the primordial demon's secret realm suddenly began to collapse, and we shattered our trial tokens to escape. Fenger, explain what transpired. The head of the Xinming sect addressed Chu Fan below. Master, what this junior brother says is true. The primordial demon's secret realm indeed collapsed, and we shattered our trial tokens to escape. Very well, we shall leave it at that for now. With such a sudden change in the primordial demon's secret realm, we will discuss rewards once the people of the Eastern Xian Empire arrive to investigate. By the way, Hand over your trial tokens so I can rank you, Dan Xuanzi instructed. The disciples below promptly handed their trial tokens to Dan Xuanzi. Upon receiving Chu Qin's trial token, Dan Xuanzi's demeanor shifted as he clearly sensed a potent spiritual force probing him. Hold on, my young friend. Your visage greatly resembles that of one of my disciples. Might you remove your mask so I may see your true face? A chill crept down Chu Qin's spine. This was bad. He realized his mask was not a magical artifact. Any cultivator at the concentration realm could discern his true appearance with their spiritual sense. Chu Qin immediately prepared to leave, but in the next instant, a powerful pressure locked onto him. Dan Xuanzi's eyes gleamed with avarice. My dear disciple, how have you restored your cultivation? Could it be that you truly obtained an unparalleled opportunity during the Nine Dragons trial? Come, return to the Tianxian sect with me. I must conduct a thorough examination to ensure you have not fallen into demonic practices. Bah, old monster Dan, everyone deserves a share. You wish to monopolize this brat's fortune? Just see if I let you. Indeed, old monster Dan, this Chu Chun colluded with the demonic spirit sect to harm the righteous sections. I shall capture him and bring him back to the Kaoshan sect, where he will suffer. Within the independent space of the Wandering Souls banner, Mingyuan transmitted, Brat, would you like my assistance? Just agree to dissolve this contract, and I will help you swiftly eliminate these fools. If you do not act, I will perish, and so shall you. Mingyuan's anger flared. Brat, are you threatening me? I can very well wait until they have you on the brink of death before saving you. Chu Chun chose to ignore Mingyuan. Hey, don't you all want to know what opportunities one have obtained? Indeed, I have encountered an unparalleled opportunity within the trials of Julong. Yet this boon can only be passed on to a singular individual. So, have you all contemplated whom I shall bestow it upon? Chu Chun remarked with a mischievous grin as he gazed upon the 5 individuals before him. Dan Xuanzi spoke softly, My dear disciple, do you truly believe that such provocation could incite enmity among us? Suddenly, a figure darted towards Chu Qin with great speed. The opportunity from the Julong trials is mine alone. None shall dare to claim it from me. A colossal hammer descended from the heavens, shielding the leader of the Xianming sect. Old Xianming, do you presume to monopolize this supreme opportunity by yourself? In an instant, a fierce confrontation erupted among the 4. Excluding Dan Xuanzi, the clash of cultivators in the Transcendence realm could effortlessly lay waste to an entire city. Enough, Dan Xuanzi bellowed. Are you 4 devoid of reason? How could you fall for such an obvious bait? Do not forget that should you fail to capture Chu Chun, you risk demolishing Kuaido City, which belongs to none other than me. Until that esteemed individual arrives, I shall oversee Chu Chun. As his words fell, numerous powerful auras erupted within Kuaido City. These were elders concealed within Kuaido, some possessing the aura of the Transcendence realm, indicating that even the weakest among them had attained the spirit-gathering realm. Very well, you of the Tianxian sect rely on your numbers. Let us inquire if the other 4 sects concur. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a gentle voice accompanied by a slowly advancing figure emerged. Esteemed colleagues, young Chu Chun is a distinguished guest of our Xian Huang Merchants Association. Might I request that you grant us a favor and cease this matter? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Chun pondered. The manager of the Xian Huang Merchants Association? I have had no significant dealings with him, merely a seller-buyer relationship. What could possibly compel him to intervene now? Seeing the individual, Dan Xuanzi's tone shifted to one of courtesy. Lord Lu, you jest, your reputation precedes you. Not just us, even the Dongxian Empire would hesitate to disregard your esteemed presence. However, Lord Lu must be aware that the individual you wish to protect is the one sought after by young Master Zhang. Should young Master Zhang desire him, Lord Lu should tread carefully. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs, Dan Xuanzi? In that instant, Dan Xuanzi felt an overwhelming weight upon him, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. He quickly murmured, I would not dare. I merely wish to remind you, Lord Lu. Dan Xuanzi appeared troubled. Remind me? What gives you the right? While I am in good spirits, you should vacate at once. Dan Xuanzi gritted his teeth. Lord Lu, take heed with that. He took flight, departing Kuaido City. The remaining 4 echoed in agreement. I nearly forgot. There are still pills to refine in my alchemy furnace. I must return at once. I wondered why today felt so unfortunate. It seems my attire was ill-suited. I must return to the sect and changed. It was no jest. Even the Lord of Kuaido City, the Tianxian sect, had been rebuffed by Lord Lu. Thus they would not dare to incur misfortune themselves. Come with me, Lu Ling commanded Chu Chan. Although unaware of Lu Ling's intentions, it appeared that, for the time being, he bore no hostility. You are fortunate? Young man, someone has come to your aid, sparing me from expending a source to rescue you. The voice of Ming Yuan echoed in Chu Chen's ear. However, had you achieved the Transcendence Realm, awakening the latent potential within you would be as effortless as drinking water. The Transcendence Realm, you say? I shall reach it soon enough. Dan Xuanzi, the Tianxian sect, and those behind the scenes, I shall not spare a single one. Chapter 19. By Xiaoya's Rebirth, Before the Rise of the Demon God. At the Xian Huang Merchants Association, Manager Liu, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. I owe you a favor, Chu Chen expressed sincerely. Oh, hold on, young Chu. If you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards that girl, Shuang Shui. Had I not promised her, I would have been disinclined to intervene. Manager Liu, are you referring to junior sister Lu Shuang Shui? Who else could it be? Yet, I truly do not understand why that girl has taken a liking to a brat like you. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun softly replied, Manager Liu, may I have the honor of meeting junior sister Shuang Shui? Do not hold your breath, boy. Shuang Shui possesses extraordinary talent. Had it not been for her clan's trials, you would likely never have crossed paths with her. Moreover, she carries the blood of the divine within her. Upon reaching the Transcendence Realm, her divine body will awaken, unlocking her full potential. The distance between you two shall only grow. Seeing Chu Chun fall silent, Lu Ling assumed his words had struck a chord, and thus he offered consolation. Young Chu, of course, should you manage to rise against all odds, there remains a possibility for you and Shuang Shui. Thank you, Manager Liu. Even without the protection of my predecessors or any divine blood within me, I firmly believe that I can traverse my own path to greatness. I am the Q's Snake Mountains. Arcs of lightning danced across Chu Chen's form, crackling with energy. The sound of thunder resonated around him as he successfully grasped the Kaimi Thunder Dao technique. This technique comprises 3 divine abilities: Thunder Battle Armor, Thunder Essence, and Thunder Domain. The Thunder Battle Armor envelopes the user in the power of thunder, forming a protective shell. The Thunder Essence, embodying the ultimate principle of thunder, renders one immune to all soul attacks. And, should it breach an enemy's defenses, it delivers a lethal strike to their soul. The Thunder Domain, once activated, weighs down all who enter, suppressing their strength. The Kaimi Thunder Dao technique consists of 3 tiers, all of which Chu Qian has perfected. Half a year has elapsed since the trials of the 5 sects, and many unfamiliar cultivators have arrived in Kuaido City, each brimming with arrogance and disdain for the city's native inhabitants. Rumors abound regarding the existence of the Julong Heavenly Heart Seal within this seemingly insignificant city. Senior brother, I have heard that the Julong Heavenly Heart Seal was seized by a youth named Chu Chan. A mere nobody from this tiny place dares to possess the Julong Heavenly Heart Seal. Once I locate him, I shall reduce him to ashes. I am the Q's Snake Mountains. The entire range is shrouded in the 10,000 Souls banner. For the past 6 months, he has devoted himself to mastering the Kaimi Thunder Dao technique and battling the beasts within these mountains. The heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. And today, I shall harness the lives of these creatures to break through to the Transcendence Realm. Boom. The Q's Snake Mountains are engulfed in a crimson light, casting the horizon in shades of blood red. Chu Chan sits atop the peak. The essence of the creatures, refined by the 10,000 Souls banner, flows back into him. Boom. His mind erupts with visions, floating amidst the myriad realms, feeling as insignificant as a grain of sand. Perhaps even more so. After an unknown duration, he encounters a youth who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself. The young man seems to notice Chu Qian, a flicker of ancient wisdom appearing in his profound gaze. Before he gestures, causing an entire galaxy to explode in an instant, Chu Qian awakens, realizing that this identical youth is also a manifestation of the demon God. This the true awakening of the demon god physique? After the system integrated the demon god physique into him, aside from an enhancement in talent, Chu Qian had yet to discover any additional effects. Little did he know, the true awakening would only occur upon reaching the Transcendence Realm. The terrifying power of the demonic path surged from Chu Qian, reaching for the heavens, altering the skies, and stirring the winds. Celestial and demonic beings bowed. The phantom of the demon god loomed. The 4 sacred beasts roared. The celestial king descended from the heavens, and a brilliant moon illuminated the chaos seed golden lotus. What exactly have you awakened, boy? In my era, I have never witnessed someone awaken such a plethora of phenomena. Are you a reincarnated emperor? No, even the emperors of old did not manifest such a multitude of phenomena before attaining enlightenment. Could it be this lad surpasses even the emperors? Enough, enough, if I do not intervene. And a powerful being comes seeking this anomaly, you will undoubtedly perish, and I too shall face extinction. Subsequently, Ming Yuan appeared beside Chu Chun, observing the still awakening young man. A black stone floated in Ming Yuan's hand, which then transformed into a beam of darkness, shooting towards the heavens. In that instant, the entire Dongxian Empire became illusory, as if it did not exist within this realm. Powerful beings attempted to divine the source of this awakening, only to conclude that it originated from the Dongxian Empire, yet they could not discern who it was, not even the surname. The Tianji Pavilion. An elderly man with white hair and vacant eyes gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, "Who possesses the ability to disrupt the heavenly secrets? In the Hao-Yu ancient kingdom, master, I have made up my mind. I must journey to the Dongxian Empire." A young girl adorned in a flowing white dress softly declared. Her beauty was like jade, breathtaking and unparalleled, with eyes as deep as water and an unwavering resolve, radiating an aura of both cold elegance and pride. Xiaoyu, the Dongxian Empire is but a trivial place on the Jiuzhou continent, lacking in spiritual energy. Even if you seek a venue for cultivation, there is no need to venture to such a barren land. Under the moonlight, she donned a pristine robe, which draped elegantly, cinched at the waist with a wide belt adorned with cloud patterns, from which hung a piece of exquisite jade. Simply standing there, she exuded an air of authority, and she was none other than one of the most formidable beings on the Jiuzhou continent. Qian Mu Shui, master, despite the Dongxian Empire's lack of spiritual energy, I sense that there lies an opportunity meant for me. If I do not pursue it, it may give rise to inner demons that could jeopardize my path. Since there exists an opportunity belonging to Xiaoye, master shall refrain from saying more. Xiaoye, you may proceed. Whatever transpires, master shall bear the burden, master. Bai Xiaoye gazed at the figure before her, her heart brimming with gratitude. Had she not once provoked him, perhaps the Hao-Yue ancient kingdom would not have met its demise. Bai Xiaoye had been reborn, reincarnated in an era prior to the rise of the demon god. In her previous life, within the celestial secret realm, before the demon god Chu Chun had fully matured, he had already unleashed a torrent of bloodshed, and by a twist of fate, she had received his aid. Through their brief acquaintance, Bai Xiaoye gradually developed feelings for him, and it was evident that he harbored affection for her as well. Had their story ended there, it could have been a beautiful tale. Perhaps under Chu Chen's guidance, the Hao-Yue ancient kingdom could have ascended to become the most formidable power in the 9 provinces. However, after the conclusion of the celestial secret realm, upon hearing that Chu Chun was a ruthless killer who could slay millions without hesitation, Bai Xiaoye chose to align herself with the forces of justice. Though she did not personally pursue Chu Chun, she had scolded him for his deeds. This confrontation was inevitable. Aside from herself, Chu Chun had massacred all the other prodigies present. It was only when an elder intervened that his rampage was curtailed, yet he still managed to escape. 500 years later, he defied the heavens and ascended to the throne, systematically exacting vengeance on all who had opposed him, imprisoning them within the ominous soul banner. Bai Xiaoye was filled with regret, lamenting why she hadn't stood by Chu Chen's side. Why would a heartless demon cultivator come to her aid? She finally understood that in her previous life, it was the greed of others for the divine abilities and treasures Chu Chun obtained in the celestial secret realm that led them to label him a demon cultivator. Oh, Bai Xiaoye, how foolish you were in your last life. Now that I have the chance to live again, I shall not leave any regrets. Chu Chun, await me. In this lifetime, I shall devote everything to rectify my past mistakes. Chapter 20. Transcending the mortal realm, achieving the indestructible sword body capable of battling ancient emperors in the withered Serpent Mountain range. A voice murmured, "This young man awakens a physique so formidable. If he does not perish, he may very well attain the imperial throne. Fortunately, I still possess a chaos stone, which can temporarily obscure the secrets of this realm, within the small world of the soul banner." Mingyuan muttered to himself, "If this lad remembers my kindness, he should release this contract after awakening." A torrent of violent energy surged forth from Chu Chen's body, reminiscent of crashing waves. At this moment, Chu Chun had reached the first realm of transcending the mortal state, and the demon god body had fully awakened. Moreover, it seemed another type of physique had also stirred within him, albeit suppressed by the demon god body. He decided to test whether he could activate this other physique. In the next instant, the heavens shifted dramatically, and an extreme sword intent erupted from Chu Chun. Soaring towards the sky, a phantom of a sacred celestial sword coalesced. Standing atop countless golden chains, a white celestial sword that exuded an aura of terror, as if it could cleave all beneath it at any moment. Ming Yuan observed this scene, his envy transforming into jealousy. Chu Chun opened his eyes, and the celestial sword in the heavens dissipated. Is this my other physique? He pondered. You little rascal, do you not allow anyone else to live? You have awakened such a powerful physique. And now you have also awakened the indestructible sword body. What is the indestructible sword body? Chu Chun inquired of Ming Yuan. You truly do not know of the indestructible sword body? It is a physique renowned for its ability to contend with emperors. Ming Yuan replied, in ancient times, there was a fully realized indestructible sword body that battled a newly ascended emperor for 3 days and nights. Many believe this indestructible sword body could shatter the emperor's invincible reputation. Did he defeat that contemporary emperor? Chu Chun asked. Ming Yuan sighed. The indestructible sword body was defeated and admitted that if the newly ascended emperor were given time to stabilize his throne, he would not be a match for him within 3 moves. Later, this indestructible sword body underwent tremendous enhancement during the dark turmoil, single-handedly slaying 3 supreme beings within the forbidden zones. What is the dark turmoil? Chu Chun questioned in confusion. The dark turmoil? Forget it. With your low cultivation, even if you understood, what would it matter? Besides, you are a demon cultivator. If it came to that, you might even become one of the supreme beings in the forbidden zones. Ming Yuan retorted. Seeing Ming Yuan's reluctance to elaborate, Chu Chun ceased his inquiries. Regardless of what the dark turmoil was, anyone who obstructed his path would be collected into the soul banner. Ming Yuan scoffed, do you think you alone can withstand the dark turmoil? You should focus on escaping the Eastern Xian Empire first. By the way, do you know how precious my resources were when you awakened your physique? That item is worth more than a holy artifact. Comparable to quasi-imperial treasures. If you release me from this contract, we will be even. What do you say? Absolutely not. Chu Chun flatly refused. I am still weak. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I shall naturally free you. When Chu Chun awakened his physique, he could sense the external circumstances and was aware that Ming Yuan had concealed the heavenly secrets for him. However, he knew that he could not entirely suppress Ming Yuan before his own cultivation reached a certain level. Given Ming Yuan's current power, he could easily kill him. Hearing Chu Chen's response, Ming Yuan seethed, You ungrateful wretch. I saved you, and this is how you repay me. Chu Chun coldly retorted, I have promised you. Once I surpass your realm, I will release you. Besides, if you hadn't saved me, we would both be dead. You little rascal. After barely escaping the Yuanma's secret realm, I have now fallen into your hands. Why must my life be so wretched? In the following days, Chu Chun discovered he could switch between the demon god body and the indestructible sword body at will. When he assumed the indestructible sword body, he was the king of the sword path, and all sword cultivators bowed before him, as if his understanding of the sword was innate, granting him the feeling that as long as he wielded a sword, he was invincible. Conversely, when he switched to the demon god body, he felt he was teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, his physical form became indomitable, and he could even burn his demon blood to elevate his cultivation by an entire realm. This effect could only last for half an hour. And once that time passed, Chu Chun would be left in a state of depletion. Fortunately, the demon god body continuously generated demon blood, so he did not need to worry about running out. As for the manifestation of any anomalies, Chu Chun was completely unaware. Ming Yuan discerned Chu Chen's confusion and spoke, Your first physique may not have awakened any anomalies due to its overwhelming strength. It is normal for that to happen. As for the indestructible sword body, it inherently does not manifest anomalies. A sword cultivator cultivates the sword heart. With a single sword, one can shatter myriad laws, rendering any anomaly defenseless against it. You truly are remarkable to possess these 2 extraordinary physiques. Even the ancient emperors in their youth may not have surpassed you. However, simultaneously nurturing such two unparalleled physiques requires an astronomical amount of resources. Just the indestructible sword body alone demands the entirety of an ancient sect's resources, not to mention the other one, which is many times stronger. Resources? If I lack them, do others not? Chu Qian said nonchalantly. Even if all the heavenly treasures are exhausted, are there not still countless living beings? Upon hearing this, Mingyuan inhaled sharply. You truly are born to be a demon cultivator, Dio as you wish, but I hope you don't forget your promise to me. In Kidu City, this time, Chu Chun did not don a mask but boldly walked toward the city. Stop! Two soldiers blocked Chu Chen's path, but upon seeing his face, their voices trembled with fear. Chu Chun. Quickly inform the city lord. As soon as the words left their lips, blood spattered as the soldiers' heads rolled to the ground. Chu Qian effortlessly entered Kidu City. In an instant, a spiritual sword sliced through the air, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Just as the sword approached within a meter of Chu Qian, it seemed to freeze, then shattered into fragments. Chu Qian, oh Chu Qian, you refuse to take the path to heaven. Yet you insist on entering hell itsu. Chu Qian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gazed at the golden-haired youth. Indeed, it is I. I did not expect you to remember me. I was nearby when you were expelled from the Tianxian sect, but unfortunately, I could not kill you and allowed you to regain your powers. And no matter, today Kidu City shall be your resting place. Oh, I forgot. You wouldn't think Lu Ling would come to save you, would you? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, Lu Ling has been reassigned from the Xinhuang Merchant Association. Now, no one can come to your aid. If you are wise, kneel and surrender the 9 Dragons' Heart Seal, and I may spare your life. Chapter 21. 9 Dragons' Heart Seal, slaying Zhang Xian the 9 Dragons' Heart Seal. So you crippled my cultivation and destroyed my spiritual roots just to obtain this item. Chu Chun coldly inquired. That's right, and what of it? You are merely a disciple of a lower sect, yet you dare covet this supreme opportunity. Truly, you are fortunate. Die. With that, Chu Chun unleashed a bolt of thunderous intent that pierced through the golden-haired youth with incredible speed. Realizing he was no match for Chu Chun, the golden-haired youth immediately cried out, Old Huang, save me. Alas, the thunderous intent targeted the soul, and with the golden-haired youth's mere cultivation at the 8th level of spirit gathering, his head was obliterated in an instant, collapsing to the ground without a trace of injury. The old man named Huang had never before witnessed such a method of attack. Before he could even make a move, he saw the lifeless body of the golden-haired youth. Enraged, he bellowed, Youngster, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He is a young master from the Eastern Xian Empire. By slaying him, you have rendered yourself without refuge in the entire Eastern Xian Empire. Chu Chun replied indifferently, If I have killed him, then so be it. Should the Eastern Xian Empire refuse to harbor me, I shall bring about its destruction. As these words left his lips, the heavens erupted with thunderous roars. Huang unleashed his 9th level cultivation, charging towards Chu Chun. A chilling glint emanated from Chu Chin's eyes. 9th level. If that is your source of pride, then you may as well perish. With a casual motion, Chu Chun unleashed a punch, and Huang's entire body was as if it had been pierced through by a powerful blow to the chest. Chu Chun wiped his hands disdainfully and discarded Huang's body onto the ground. Such formidable prowess displayed by Chu Chun, who single-handedly annihilated Baiyu City, left even that old man, with his 9th level cultivation, feeling as if he were merely chopping vegetables in comparison. Did he intend to bring about the annihilation of Quaidu City as well? What should I do? I am not ready to die yet. Not necessarily. The commotion would surely attract other cultivators. Quaidu City has seen an influx of unfamiliar yet potent practitioners recently. Chu Chun scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? If no one can halt my advance, I foresee that after today, not a single soul will remain in Quaidu City. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in chaos. I told you, this Chu Chan is here to slaughter the city. If we run now, we might still have time. Run? With so many cultivators in Quaidu City, do you truly believe there is no one who can stop him? Suddenly, a sound of slicing air echoed. A silver spear, like a bolt of lightning, hurtled towards Chu Chun. Yet, as the spear entered a meter of Chu Chan, though it was not shattered, it was deflected and flew back into the hands of its youthful wielder. The young man stepped forward, declaring, "Do not presume that just because you have gained some notoriety in this small realm, you can look down upon all others. Tiomi, you are but a slippery eel crawling beneath my feet. Thinking yourself a true dragon?" With a thunderous roar, the young man unleashed a tremendous force, crashing against Chu Chun like relentless waves. "You are but a frog in a well. Have you finally come to terms with reality? You have merely entered the transformation stage, while I stand at the 5th level of transformation. If you obediently hand over the 9-dragon heavenly heart seal, I may spare your life." Chu Chun scoffed. "I expected something formidable, yet you are no different from me, merely a practitioner of the transformation stage. Well then, you may now face your demise." As the words left his mouth, a realm of thunder erupted, and the young man's expression shifted drastically. How is this possible? The flash of lightning struck, cleaving the young man in two. "I thought you were strong. Turns out this is all you amount to." Panic ensued among the inhabitants of Quedu City. Is there anyone who can stop him? I do not wish to die. If Huang's death was a stroke of luck for Chu Chun, then this young man was a genuine 5th-level transformation practitioner, capable of establishing his own sect in lesser sections. "Junior sister, we must flee. I recognize the one Chu Chun just killed. He is the first prince of the Eastern Xian Empire, Zhang Xian, ranked 100 on the Xianzhou talents list. It is said he possesses the fire spirit body, yet before he could unleash his potential, Chu Chun dispatched him in an instant. Remaining here is perilous." Alas, it was too late. Chu Chun coldly declared, "No one shall leave today." With that, the myriad souls surged into the air, enveloping Quedu City within a blood-red barrier. At this moment, countless cultivators within Quedu City hurled curses at Chu Chun. "You ruthless fiend! Once, you were a righteous cultivator. Do you not fear divine retribution for the countless innocents you threaten?" Chu Chun surveyed the multitude of cultivators with indifference. "Innocent? There are countless injustices in this world. It is inherently unfair. Fellow practitioners, if you seek someone to blame, blame the hardships you faced on your path. You merely encountered me along your journey. Righteousness and evil, what do they matter? I, Chu Chun, adhere to a singular principle, to become the mightiest." The cries of despair, curses, and laments flooded Chu Chun's mind. Yet, he remained unmoved, dismissing such trivial thoughts. After a day and night, not a single soul remained alive in Quedu City, their life essence absorbed into the myriad souls banner. "You, so young yet so ruthless, rivaling even the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, should your cultivation reach sufficient heights, there would be nothing you would not dare to sacrifice," spoke Ming Yuan, astonished by Chu Chun's decisiveness. "Quedu City is governed by Tianxian sect. If I do not eradicate it now, another Tianxian sect will inevitably arise. As for the innocents, they can only blame their misfortune. The pursuit of the great Tao rarely follows an easy path. Should I find myself in such a predicament one day, I would merely lament my misfortune. Indeed, had I lived with your breadth of mind back then, perhaps I would not have faced such calamities." Ming Yuan mused. After the slaughter of Quedu City, Chu Chun soared directly towards Tianxian sect. While it may be termed a massacre, he had not entirely annihilated Quedu City. At least, he spared the members of the Xinhuang Merchant Association. As Chu Chun sped through the sky, a dark mass trailed behind him, comprised of countless souls. Those who witnessed this sight were struck with dread. Many mortals fainted, and even cultivators stood frozen in shock. At the entrance of Tianxian sect, Chu Chun hovered in the air, followed by a multitude of souls. Before Chu Chun's arrival, Dan Xuanzi sensed an overwhelming force of grievance rapidly converging upon their location. He commanded the entire sect to be on high alert. As soon as Chu Chun reached the sect's entrance, the bells of Tianxian sect tolled. In an instant, numerous sect members emerged to confront him. However, upon seeing Chu Chun and the countless souls behind him, they were overcome with terror, some female disciples even fainting in fright. Dan Xuanzi stared in shock at the horde of souls trailing Chu Chun. "Chu Chun, what have you done? Have you once again slaughtered an entire city? Allowing you to live was a grave mistake." "Old fool, you are correct. Quedu City now lies devoid of life," Chu Chun retorted. "And did you truly think you spared me? You merely acted out of fear of other sects, unwilling to monopolize the opportunity. Do you remember what I said? Whatever I, Chu Chun, have lost, I shall reclaim." With a swirl of grievance surrounding him, His gaze bore a murderous intent directed at Dan Xuanzi. I never expected you to truly descend into the path of darkness. Had I known this would happen, I would have never spared your life. However, do you think that merely entering the transformation stage grants you the right to wreak havoc in Tianqian sect? I was able to cripple you before, and I can do so again today, Dan Xuanzi growled, his aura surging with formidable strength. You are mistaken, for you should not have appeared so soon. Allow me to see how you fare against my might. Dan Xuanzi declared, summoning a massive sword that cleaved towards Chu Chen. With a thunderous crash, the gigantic sword struck the earth, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Yet, Chu Chen, enveloped in crackling lightning, emerged unscathed. Is that so? I believe it will take far less time to kill you. With a flash, a bolt of lightning shot towards Dan Xuanzi, landing a devastating punch that sent him crashing to the ground like a falling star. Sect Master. The remaining elders rushed towards Chu Chen. Oh, you think numbers matter? I have my own forces, though they are not human. As Chu Chen spoke, the multitude of souls behind him began to stir restlessly. The elders, upon witnessing the sheer number of souls, felt a swell of fear. This is untenable. Chu Chen is far too powerful now. Charging at him would be akin to seeking death. We should assess the sect master's condition first. Dan Xuanzi, seeing the elders approach him, turned pale. Why are you not surrounding Chu Chen? Why come to me? Sect master, Chu Chen's strength is formidable. He has undoubtedly obtained an unparalleled opportunity. We must join forces if we hope to subdue him. Humph, a bunch of useless fools, too cowardly to engage. I question what purpose it serves to keep you around. The elders were rendered speechless by his rebuke. Fine, you all join me. We shall subdue Chu Chen first. Dan Xuanzi commanded. Yes, the elders replied in unison. 1 at the 6th level of transformation, 2 at the 3rd level, plus a dozen or so trifling practitioners at the 9th level? You underestimate me, Chu Chen scoffed. Now I present you with a choice. I will count to 10. Those who voluntarily withdraw from Tianqian sect shall be spared. Those who remain after 10 counts shall perish alongside the sect. In that moment, as the disciples beheld the fierce glint in Chu Chen's eyes, a chill ran down their spines. I voluntarily withdraw from Tianqian sect. The first voice broke the silence, followed swiftly by a chorus of agreement. I too wish to withdraw. I have yet to live enough. I pursue the Tao to rise above, not to die in a foreign land. I wish to return home. In an instant, over half of Tianqian sect's disciples declared their intention to leave. Dan Xuanzi, witnessing this scene, was consumed with rage. Kill him. Ensure that Chu Chen is slain. As for those who flee, once this matter settles, their cultivation shall be stripped, and they will be expelled from Tianqian sect. Chu Chen gazed at the rapidly approaching Dan Xuanzi and his companions, closing his eyes to activate the undying sword body. In an instant, an inexplicable chill enveloped those around him. That moment, Dan Xuanzi sensed something amiss about the person before him, yet he thought little of it and gathered his strength to unleash his most formidable strike, aimed at Chu Chen with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming and piercing sword intent erupted from Chu Chen, soaring skyward. As he opened his eyes, he raised a finger, and in that fleeting moment, a terrifying sword intent pierced through Dan Xuanzi and the others. How could this be? Dan Xuanzi's eyes widened in horror, only to be reduced to ashes in the next breath. The undying sword body is truly formidable. Just the sword intent alone could render him invincible among those of the same realm. However, it also consumed a great deal of energy, and given that Chu Chen was currently at the 1st level of the Transcendence realm, he could only wield the undying sword intent a maximum of 2 times before entering a state of depletion. One strike, he had effortlessly eliminated both the sect leader and the elders. Just how powerful is Chu Chen? Chu Chen turned his gaze toward the disciples below. Fear not, those of you who did not retreat from the Tianqian sect. I, Chu, shall send you down to reunite with that old wretch. Upon reaching the Transcendence realm, Chu Chen's spiritual power could cover a distance of several thousand meters. He meticulously marked each individual, whether they stayed or fled. The 10,000 souls banner was summoned from behind him, instantly shrouding the entire Tianqian sect, with countless red beams piercing through those he had marked. Chu Demon King, you shall meet a terrible end. Your wanton slaughter of innocent lives will bring you retribution. One cultivator shouted furiously at Chu Chen. 2.5 hours later, only half of the disciples of the sect remained alive. These survivors were those who had voluntarily withdrawn from the Tianxian sect earlier. This is strange. According to your character, Chu, you should not have spared anyone, a voice remarked. However, having witnessed the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of their brothers and sisters before their eyes, those who survived likely had already severed their aspirations for cultivation. Do you think any of them might become the next you? The word seemed to strike a chord with Chu Chan. Then I shall eradicate them all. Upon hearing this, the voice chuckled. Chu, you jest. Though I am heartless, I do not possess your bloodthirstiness. After eliminating the marked disciples, Chu Chun thundered, Are you not leaving? Do you wish to follow in their footsteps? Upon hearing this, the remaining disciples of the Tianxian sect hurriedly fled on their swords. And to those who attacked me in Kuei-do City, I have taken note of each of you. I shall certainly pay you a visit one day. If you wish to avoid a fate akin to that of the Tianxian sect, you had better present your treasures. After this proclamation, Chu Chun transformed into a streak of light and soared toward the inner sanctum of the Tianxian sect. At that moment, the leaders of the Kuaishan sect, Xinming sect, Qian sect, and Yinshan sect convened to discuss the matter of Chu Chun. The leader of the Yinshan sect spoke first. What should we do? My Yinshan sect is even weaker than the Tianxian sect. If this Chu Demon King were to come to our sect, we would surely meet the same fate. What is there to fear? I have already reported this matter to the Dongxian sect. Reinforcements will be arriving shortly. A mere Chu Chun has frightened you all to this extent? The leader of the Kuaishan sect scoffed. What I fear is that before the reinforcements arrive, this Chu Demon King may strike first. Since you all have no good ideas, I shall return to prepare some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, Chu Demon King will not show mercy. The leader of the Xinming sect declared before departing. I am the Tianxian sect. Chu Chan first ransacked all the treasures, techniques, and spiritual artifacts, which piled up before him like a small mountain. Every spiritual artifact was tossed to the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword, satisfying its hunger in one go. As for the remaining treasures beneficial for cultivation, such as spiritual herbs and elixirs, he stored them in his spatial ring. The ring was nearly full, and the independent small world of the 10,000 souls banner, accessible only to those bound by contract with Mingyuan, could not accommodate any other items. The system insisted that it would only unlock the small world of the 10,000 souls banner once he achieved greater heights. With no other option, Chu Chen planned to pack up what he could not store and take it all to the Xinhuang Merchant Association to sell for spirit stones. After all, spatial rings were exceedingly rare. Any that exceeded 10 cubic meters at auction would be claimed by major factions, and such rings would never end up in the hands of lower sections. Ding! Congratulations, host, on annihilating the Tianxian sect and resolving your inner turmoil. You are rewarded with the earth-shattering divine ability, 3 supreme spirit-gathering pills, and 10 supreme spirit-condensing pills. At the border of the Dongxian Empire, a stunning young woman delicately tossed her hair and nibbled her lip. At last, I have arrived. Chu Chun, in this lifetime, I shall remain by your side. Chapter 23. Rules are made for the weak. The strong need only a strong fist. Inside the imperial palace of the Dongxian Empire, Empress Hua Xian exhibited an air of regal elegance, her charm captivating all who beheld her. However, upon receiving news from below, her body trembled, and her complexion changed drastically, nearly causing her to faint. What did you say? Xin'er is dead. Who? Who killed Xin'er? No matter who they are, they shall pay for my son's life. Hua Xian's brows furrowed in fury. It was a discarded disciple from a lower sect who killed the crown prince. This individual, after being stripped of their cultivation, defied the odds and rose to power in just a few months. Moreover, he has obliterated the Tianxian sect. His name is Chu Chen, a woman clad in black, her face concealed by a ghostly mask, knelt respectfully before Hua Xian. Chu Chun. I recall hearing Xin'er mention that this Chu Chun obtained some supreme opportunity in the Zhulong trial's secret realm. Xin'er spoke of retrieving that opportunity. However, I am curious. What could possibly compel Xin'er to go to such lengths to kill him, especially considering that Xin'er orchestrated his fall from grace? Now, I understand that Xin'er was right. Chu Chun must possess some unparalleled chance. This time, not only shall I avenge Xin'er, but I also wish to uncover what fortune could enable a discarded individual to awaken against all odds in mere months. Empress, we have received new intelligence. The Dongxian sect has dispatched 2 Transcendence Realm experts to the lower sect's territory, likely to avenge the Crown Prince. Hua Xian was well aware of the machinations at play. The Dongxian sect, while ostensibly a part of the Dongxian Empire, was effectively controlled by one person, Zhang Qian, the emperor of the Dongxian Empire. The fact that they dispatched only 2 Transcendence Realm experts after Chu Qian annihilated the Tianxian sect was a warning to her. This empress shall personally seek vengeance for Xianer. Upon hearing this, the woman in the ghostly mask immediately countered, Empress, as the empress of the entire Dongxian Empire, is it truly wise for you to go in person? If the emperor finds out, I fear. What? Am I not allowed to avenge my own son? Or are you defying my command? A powerful aura emanated from Hua Xian. The woman in the ghostly mask quickly lowered her head. Replying respectfully, I would not dare to. Once the woman in the ghostly mask departed, Hua Xian revealed a charming expression, gently biting her fingertip. You, Chu Qian, dare to disrupt my plans for my pawn. Should I catch you? I shall ensure you learn to meow. Meanwhile, Chu Qian had consumed the essence of those sacrificed in Kuei-do City in the Tianxian sect, thereby advancing from the 1st to the 4th level of the Transcendence Realm. This was in addition to the numerous divine herbs he had acquired in the Yuan Mo secret realm, along with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures pillaged from Baiyu City and the Tianxian sect that enabled his breakthrough to the 4th level. Just as Mingyuan had stated, possessing 2 extraordinary constitutions rendered him nearly invincible at the same level, allowing him to slay foes of higher realms as easily as drinking water or eating. However, the resources required to elevate even a small realm were equivalent to what an ordinary cultivator would need over several decades. Relying solely on himself was exhausting. Although he was a demon cultivator, it was not feasible to devour every living being he encountered. While occasionally annihilating a sect or slaughtering a few cities might go unnoticed, persistently engaging in such acts would inevitably attract the attention of powerful factions. As the saying goes, a tree that is taller than the forest will be blown down by the wind. Chu Qian had already devised a plan. After completing each task, he would flee to another location. He refused to believe that beyond the Dongxian Empire, there were no other places to go to. The Xinhuang Merchant Association. A distinguished guest arrived. Chu Qian grinned widely. Why have you moved to such a remote city? By the way, I found this on the way. Will you accept it? Chu Qian tossed a pile of spiritual artifacts, forming a small mountain on the ground, which created a massive dent in the earth. These were all low-grade spiritual artifacts that he had initially intended to feed to the 10,000 demons devouring Immortal Sword. Ever since the sword devoured all the high-grade spiritual swords from the Tianxian sect, its appetite had become quite discerning. It could no longer consume low-grade spiritual swords, and rather than waste them, he thought it better to bring them to the Xinhuang Merchant Association for a profit. After Lu Ling was reassigned, a new manager named Yang Yuan took over. Upon seeing the mountain of spiritual artifacts, he immediately recognized their origin. However, due to Chu Qian's notorious reputation, and the fact that the Xinhuang Merchant Association accepted items without questioning their origins, Yang Yuan could only muster the courage to engage in conversation with Chu Qian. Nonetheless, he inwardly thought, what do you mean by moving to this remote city? If it weren't for you slaughtering the entire Kuei-do City, would we have had to relocate? Chu Demon King. No, Chu Gongzi, you have brought far too many items. Please, come to my office for some tea. I will prepare a quote for you shortly, Yang Yuan said with a forced smile. His voice trembling slightly. As a first-level Transcendence Realm cultivator, standing before him was a merciless Demon King. He feared that if Chu Qian were to take offense, he might kill him on a whim. Unlike Lu Ling, he was merely an ordinary worker. Chu Qian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, indeed, with so many treasures, you cannot possibly count them all at once. Let us take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea while you organize everything. After surveying his surroundings, it became clear to him that Lu Ling had not simply been reassigned. Rather, all the personnel had been replaced with new faces. It seemed that his annihilation of Kuei-do City had cast a significant shadow over the previous occupants, prompting the Xinhuang Trading Association to entirely renew its staff. The newcomers, having heard tales of Chu Qian's exploits yet never having witnessed him in person, immediately turned to Yang Yuan and inquired, Manager Yang, is it not possible that this individual is a demonic cultivator? There are still traces of blood on these items. Perhaps they were just recently stolen. Should we not apprehend him? There might be a bounty on his head. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan was instantly drenched in cold sweat, swiftly covering the newcomer's mouth with his hand. Trembling, he cautioned, O my ancestors, if you remain silent, No one will mistake you for a mute. Should you continue to speak, I shall deduct your entire month's salary." After the newcomer nodded in agreement, Yang Yuan released him, turning his gaze toward the back to see Chu Chun savoring the spirit tea, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, nothing could escape Chu Chin's perception. He was not angered by this scene. Instead, he found it amusing. This time, he had come to the Xianhuang Trading Association without a mask, revealing his true identity. After all, the only entities that posed a threat to him were the Dongxian sect and the Dongxian Empire. He regarded everyone else as inconsequential. Even unmasked, what could these people do? Even if one were a demonic cultivator of immense notoriety, one's strength could overshadow all. The so-called righteousness, evil, rules, systems, and treaties were merely constructs for the weak. The strong needed only to wield their might. The very fact that he could sit here peacefully in the Xianhuang Trading Association, enjoying tea, served as the best testament to his strength. Chapter 24. How can ants disturb a sky-high giant tree? Yang Yuan approached Chu Chun cautiously. Speaking with care, young Master Chu, we have completed the inventory of these low-grade spirit artifacts. There are a total of 20,000 low-grade spirit artifacts. Normally, each should yield 20 spirit stones for you. But, Chu Chun raised his eyes to Yang Yuan. But what? Why the hesitation in your speech? Upon meeting Chu Chin's cold gaze, Yang Yuan quickly clarified, however, these spirit artifacts show signs of depreciation, so I can only offer you 10 spirit stones each. Hearing this, Chu Chun smiled faintly, saying, I thought it was something significant. 10 stones it is. After all, they are merely leftovers from the Wanamo Shurxian sword. Yang Yuan produced a storage ring, and with a flash of blue light, 20,000 spirit stones appeared before Chu Chun. Young Master Chu, 20,000 spirit stones, not a single one less. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chun stored the 20,000 spirit stones in his spatial ring. I trust the Xianhuang Trading Association's reputation. He then inquired, by the way, do you have spatial rings exceeding 10 cubic meters? Yang Yuan shook his head, replying, Young Master Chu, the spiritual energy here is scarce. Typically, spatial rings larger than 10 cubic meters are monopolized by the major powers. You might wish to check at the Dongxian Empire's Xianhuang Trading Association. Perhaps they have some. All right, thank you. With that, Chu Chun departed from the Xianhuang Trading Association and returned to the Tianxian sect. There was no longer any reason to linger here. He intended to plunder the resources of the four sects before heading to the Dongxian Empire. Eager to explore a broader world, with his two extraordinary physiques, if he did not leave a formidable reputation, would his journey in this world not be in vain? Yet before that, he needed to successfully cultivate the shrinking earth to an inch technique. Meanwhile, at Yinshan sect, Xianming sect, Kuashan sect, and Qiyin sect, the sect leaders gathered at the upper stream entrance. Today marked the day of reinforcement from the Dongxian sect. They had received orders to wait at the junction of the upper and lower streams. The entire Dongxian Empire resembled a colossal dragon, divided in the middle as if cleaved by a massive axe, with an endless river separating the two halves. The upper stream was approximately 10 times more abundant in spiritual energy than the lower stream, frequently referred to as a barren land by those from above. The Tianxian sect, Yinshan sect, Kuashan sect, Xianming sect, and Qiyin sect jointly managed the lower stream. Suddenly, a violent wave surged above the sea, creating a swirling vortex several dozen feet high. They're coming, the sect leader of Xianming proclaimed. Indeed, the next moment, as the giant wave receded, the vortex dissipated, revealing two figures, one clad in black and the other in white. The two figures swiftly appeared before them. Even without uttering a word, an inexplicable pressure emanated from them, a palpable force of dominance from the strong. The leader of Xianming's sect noted the duo's contrasting attire and pondered. Could they possibly be Xian and Fan Yuan from the Dongxian sect, known as the Black and White Impermanents? The one in black was Xian, while the one in white was Fan Yuan. It was rumored that before they joined the Dongxian sect, they were notorious in the upper stream, often ambushing other cultivators at night to seize their treasures. They were later encountered by the Dongxian sect's leader, who reformed them into the Black and White Guardians. You are the overseers of this lower stream, Xian stated. The leader of Xianming bowed respectfully, replying, Yes, Lord Xie. Oh, you are aware of my identity? Xian responded. Even though we reside in the lower stream, we have heard of the illustrious reputation of Lord Xie and Lord Fan. The leader of Yinshan sect thought to himself, this fellow is quite adept at flattering. I cannot afford to fall behind. He promptly added, the renown of Lord Xie and Lord Fan is indeed thunderous. It is a great fortune to meet both of you today. Fan Yuan's icy demeanor interrupted, his voice chilling as it reached the ears of the gathered. Spare me your flattery. Were it not for the orders of the sect master, how would we find ourselves in this barren land? Just lead the way obediently. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to replace you. Upon hearing this, the leader of Xianming sect smiled and replied, of course, we shall escort you immediately. He cast a sidelong glance at the leader of Yinshan sect, seemingly conveying a silent message to those who do not know how to flatter should refrain from attempting it. Unbeknownst to them, Xie and Fan Yuan had another figure trailing behind them. At the Tianxian sect, Chu Chun had begun to grasp the shrinking earth to an inch technique, a method of folding space to bring distant places near, delving into the power of space. He stood and stretched lazily. Well, my cultivation is complete. It's time to gather treasures. I wonder what they have prepared for me. He pondered which sect to visit first and decided to start with Kuashan sect. In the next moment, Chu Chun seemed to sense something, his eyes glinting with coldness. Ming Yuan, I have already given them a chance. It is their own fault for not cherishing it. Since that is the case, let them reside in my 10,000 souls banner. Ming Yuan responded helplessly. Some individuals, until the final moment, believe they can win. Yet they are already doomed from the start. Such people deserve no second chances. With a whoosh, a sound of breaking air echoed. The leaders of Xianming sect and 3 others, accompanied by Xian and Fan Yuan, arrived at the main hall of Tianxian sect. Lord Xie, Lord Fan, that Chu Chun is right inside. I shall bring him out momentarily. With both of you joining forces, we will surely be able to eliminate this brat, the leader of Yinshan sect said respectfully. No need, came the voice of Chu Chin. As the words fell, Chu Chin's figure appeared without warning behind the leader of Yinshan sect. Xian and Fan Yuan reacted first, but it was too late. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from behind. Retreat! Xian shouted urgently. However, it was too late. The leader of Yinshan sect had already been pierced through the body by the Wanamo Shixian sword. Dead beyond revival, at that moment, a chill swept over Xian, and he turned to face Chu Chun, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. When had this youth appeared behind them? Had that sword been aimed at him? He too might have met the same fate. Xian glanced at Fan Yuan, who now wore a pale expression, eyeing Chu Chin with trepidation. Even though that sword had not been directed at him, he could sense the looming threat of death. Yet, upon perceiving Chu Chin's cultivation level, both Xian and Fan Yuan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Xian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. You are Chu Chun? To think that you, at the 4th level of the transforming ordinary realm, could unleash such terrifying secret arts. It must have taken a heavy toll on your body. Can you perform it a second time? Had that sword been aimed at me, perhaps you would have had a slim chance of survival today. But now, you have no opportunity whatsoever. The death of the leader of Yinshan sect struck a heavy blow to the other 3 sect leaders. The leader of Qi Yin sect exclaimed in panic, It's over, it's over. This Chu demon king has grown even stronger. We are all doomed. Silence. Fan Yuan slapped the leader of Qi Yin sect across the face. With my brother and I here, this child is undoubtedly doomed. Why the panic? Chu Chin's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Does a mere ant believe it can shake a towering tree merely by seeking out another slightly larger ant? How laughable, truly laughable. Chapter 25. Greetings, I am your future Tao companion. Young man, you truly are brazen. How dare a 4th level transforming ordinary cultivator presume to comment on a 9th level one? Fan Yuan scoffed. Do you think that terrifying display of power earlier could intimidate us? With that, Fan Yuan's aura surged, revealing his 9th level transforming ordinary realm, and a black sickle was summoned into his grasp. Prepare to die, brat, today. No one can save you. Yet, before Fan Yuan could take a single step, a white jade sword pierced through his chest. Before him stood a maiden clad in a pure and flawless white gown, moving gracefully. With a flick of her wrist, she withdrew the white jade sword. A sword pierced through his chest, yet the white jade sword remained untouched by blood, as the sword was withdrawn. Fan Yuan's entire being crumbled to ash, vanishing from existence like a blank sheet of paper consumed by flames. The girl's lips parted slightly, and a voice like a clear spring rang out. He speaks the truth. In his eyes, you are nothing more than insignificant ants, thus he need not intervene. Upon encountering the girl, Xia and instinctively retreated in haste. A sense of imminent danger gripped him, urging him to flee. Fan Yuan was an established practitioner at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, and typically, such a master would not last more than 3 moves in his presence. Yet, this stunning girl had effortlessly dispatched Fan Yuan without a trace, leading Xian to surmise that she must be at least above the Transcendence realm. He had inquired about every being above that level in the Eastern Xian Empire, even paying handsomely for their portraits, all to avoid incurring the wrath of such formidable entities. Unless she were not from the Eastern Xian Empire, but how could she have arrived in the lower realms otherwise? Esteemed lady, we are affiliated with the Eastern Xian sect. If we have offended you in any way, I implore you, spare my life for the sake of the Eastern Xian sect and empire. The girl, however, did not regard Xian but continued to fixate on Chu Chun. The Eastern Xian Empire and the Eastern Xian sect are, to me, no more significant than a mere fingernail, Chu Chun. Noticing the girl's unwavering gaze upon him, queried in astonishment, "Hey, who are you? Do you even realize the magnitude of the loss your actions have caused me?" Internally, he seethed. After all, that was an expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. He had just encountered the highest level practitioner, and she had simply killed him, leaving no body behind for the myriad souls banner to consume. Every bit counts, no matter how small, the girl pointed to herself. "Are you referring to me?" Chu Chun shook his head in disbelief. "Am I supposed to interrogate them?" "Hee, greetings, Chu Chun. I am your future Dao companion, and I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Chu Chun furrowed his brow. While the girl was undeniably beautiful, she appeared quite foolish. He decided to ignore her for the time being. To prevent her from unleashing further devastation upon others, he resolved to act first. Meanwhile, upon realizing the girl seemed indifferent to him, Xian plotted his escape. However, in the next instant, a chilling glint radiated from the girl's eyes. "Thinking of fleeing? Angering my husband means you cannot escape." Be it heaven or earth. It was too late for Chu Chan to intervene. In midair, a radiant moon appeared, casting down a beam of white divine light that instantly turned Xia into ashes. Chu Chun felt on the verge of collapse. This woman had truly lost her mind, snatching kills from him upon her arrival. After executing her deed, Bai Xiaoya's icy demeanor transformed into one of shyness as she turned to Chu Chan and asked, "Husband, how did I perform?" Ignoring the girl before him, Chu Chun employed the spatial shrinkage technique, instantly appearing beside the head of the Xianming sect. He promptly declared, "Enough. I will handle these 3. There is no need for you to intervene." "Understood, husband," Bai Xiaoya responded sweetly. Chu Demon King," stuttered the leader of the Kaoshan sect. Spare my life. I have already given you an opportunity," Chu Chun replied coldly. With a swift stroke of his sword, the leader of the Kaoshan sect fell. 2 remain. Clang. The leader of the Xianming sect knelt heavily on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he trembled in fear of impending death. Master Chu, could you spare my life? I shall return to the Xianming sect and bring forth all treasures to present to you." Swish. Chu Chan did not respond, delivering a swift stroke that severed the head of the leader of the Qian sect. "Where is the Eastern Xian Empire?" he inquired softly. "Master Chu, if you wish to go to the Eastern Xian Empire, I can escort you. Just spare my life." The leader of the Xianming sect immediately replied. "Are you negotiating with me?" Chu Chun asked in a chilling tone. In the next moment, a grotesque spirit lunged at him, incessantly licking his body. No, Master Chu, I dare not. I can take you there right now." As soon as the words left his lips, the spirit atop the Xianming sect leader vanished. Swish. A glowing orb struck the leader's abdomen, dissipating hundreds of years of cultivation in mere moments. He was utterly reduced to a mere mortal, and a dying one at that. Observing this, Chu Chun fed him a precious herb, ensuring he would not perish within the month. He then prepared to scour the resources of the 4 sects, readying himself to depart for the Eastern Xian Empire. Upon seeing Chu Chen's intent to leave, Bai Xiaoya hurriedly followed. "Husband, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. I traveled countless miles to find you. Don't you feel a twinge of pity for me?" Chu Chan, exasperated, retorted, "Could you please stop with the theatrics? This is our first meeting, and you are already calling me husband. Is it not known that I, Chu Chun, am a ruthless demon cultivator, merciless and devouring?" In response, Bai Xiaoya, her expression earnest, declared, "This time, Whether you are a demon or a righteous cultivator, I shall remain by your side. Goodness, this woman is truly committed. Were it not for the reminder from Mingyuan that this girl is an exceptionally formidable prodigy, I would not be able to defeat her, and her physique rivals even the indestructible sword body. If we were of equal realms, it would be one thing, but she has already stepped into the dragon transformation realm, surpassing me by 2 levels. Otherwise, with my nature, I would not have been so cordial with her. Merely failing to invite her into the Myriad Souls banner is already a stroke of great fortune. Moreover, she has been nothing but kind to me from the very start. Stay by my side? Chu Chen chuckled. As a demon cultivator, being near me will only earn you the scorn of all cultivators, and it offers you no benefits. No, this time, I will not leave you unless you kill me. Otherwise, I will not part ways with you. Chu Chen, irritated, replied, Suit yourself. I cannot defeat you. So do as you please. Seeing that Chu Chen had acquiesced to her staying by his side, Bai Xiaoya joyfully grasped his hand. I knew my husband was the best. Where are you going? Xiaoya wishes to accompany you. Do as you wish. Chapter 26. The demon god body devours the indestructible sword body, power of the dark moon following the annihilation of the Tianxian sect by the demon king Chu. The remaining leaders of the 4 sects met their demise, and news of this spread rapidly. Countless cultivators in the lower realms were left in shock, with some even claiming that the entire lower realm would fall to the wrath of the demon king Chu. Yet, rumors remain rumors. With the resources from the 4 sects in hand, Chu Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. The myriad demons devouring immortal sword had evolved from a spiritual grade weapon to a mysterious grade 1. However, ever since awakening the demon god body and the indestructible sword body, Chu Chen had been experiencing intermittent bouts of heat and discomfort, as the demon god body seemed to reject the indestructible sword body. He sensed that the demon god body was gradually devouring the essence of the indestructible sword intent. Though he had inquired with Mingyuan, even Mingyuan was unaware of the cause. Deciding to disregard the matter, Chu Chen prepared to sell off his surplus spiritual artifacts at the Xian Huang Chamber of Commerce. Husband, what are you doing? I want to go too. Chu Chen felt a headache coming on at the sight of this woman. No matter what he did, she insisted on following. Do as you wish, he replied curtly before employing the spatial shrinkage technique, vanishing from sight in an instant. Bai Xiaoya, witnessing this, smirked, as expected of my husband. Even mastering the spatial shrinkage technique. However, you cannot escape me. In the next moment, Bai Xiaoya's figure became ethereal, and within mere moments, she caught up to Chu Chen. Noticing her matching his pace, he asked, What technique is that? How are you able to keep up with me? Delighted that he had initiated conversation, Bai Xiaoya beamed. Husband, this is the how you have pursuit step, though it pales in comparison to your spatial shrinkage technique. If you were to fully comprehend the spatial shrinkage technique, even with my 2 levels of superiority, I would not be able to catch up to you. Bai Xiaoya playfully blinked. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. Chu Chen, astonished, replied, You would teach me? Of course. Not only this trivial how you have pursuit step, but if my husband desires me, I would have no objections. Bai Xiaoya's face flushed, her gaze toward Chu Chen brimming with allure. Unable to meet her intense gaze, Chu Chen acknowledged that Bai Xiaoya was indeed the most beautiful woman he had encountered, perhaps even a celestial descending from the heavens. However, he was not the type to be ensnared by beauty. The more stunning a woman, the more deceitful she could be. I say, young man, this woman has a physique that rivals yours, and she is remarkably beautiful. In my era, she would surpass even the disciples of ancient sects and the holy maidens of sacred lands. I say, Chu, what harm is there in yielding to her? Her identity must be extraordinary. If you can leverage her resources, your early cultivation would not face insurmountable challenges. Mingyuan communicated telepathically. Chu Chen, require no assistance from anyone. I too can reach the pinnacle of the Tao without relying on external forces. Mingyuan, hearing this, responded with a hint of resignation. You must understand, wantonly slaughtering living beings carries karmic repercussions. Inevitably, one day, this karma will find you. Whether you can bear it or not, you must shoulder the burden. Chu Chen chose not to reply further and soon arrived at the Xian Huang Chamber of Commerce, exchanging all unnecessary spiritual artifacts for spirit stones before returning to the Tianxian sect. In the stillness of the night, as Chu Chen immersed himself in the practice of the demon god visualization technique, a tumultuous energy surged through his body, akin to two opposing forces colliding. It felt as though his very being was being dismantled. Clang. Chu, what is wrong with you? A voice filled with urgency echoed from the Wan Hun fan. As Ming Yuan materialized, his expression etched with concern. I sense two formidable powers clashing within you, and it seems one is on the verge of triumph. Yes, my constitution. Chu Chen grimaced, his complexion turning a shade of crimson. The demon god body is devouring the indestructible sword body. A sinister aura emanated from him, rising to the heavens. In the next moment, a powerful sword intent erupted from within, and the two terrifying energies continued to clash violently. Bai Xiaoye, sensing the anomaly, rushed to Chu Chen's side. Yet, it was Ming Yuan who was more anxious. Damn it, Chu, you must hold on. I've never witnessed such a phenomenon before. This other constitution of yours is exceedingly domineering. Even the indestructible sword body cannot coexist within the same vessel. If you cannot endure, I shall meet my end as well. Bai Xiaoye arrived swiftly at Chu Chen's side, but before her arrival, Ming Yuan had already retreated to the Wan Hun fan. The indestructible sword body? Could it be that my husband's demon god body has consumed it? She pondered. No, that cannot be. At this moment, my husband hasn't even left the Eastern Xian Empire. How could he possibly consume another's indestructible sword body? Could it be that the upheaval that shook the 9 provinces was instigated by him? To awaken both the demon god body and the indestructible sword body simultaneously. How extraordinary, however, upon reflecting on this. Bai Xiaoye felt a sense of relief. This was merely a sign of the demon god body consuming the indestructible sword body. In the future, her husband would harness the demon god body to devour the extraordinary physiques of various prodigies, gaining their attributes and even evolving other bodily manifestations. Yet, such a fearsome constitution would undoubtedly attract the pursuit of the utmost powers in the 9 provinces. At that time, her husband would be at odds with the world yet still rise to prominence, ultimately establishing an imperial throne to reckon with all forces. With this thought, Bai Xiaoye couldn't help but smile, grateful that fate had granted her a second chance at life, vowing to cherish him deeply. As anticipated, not long after, that overwhelming sword intent was entirely consumed by the malevolent energy. Chu Chen's complexion eased, and he found he could move once more, yet the raging power within him remained unyielding. Just then, a gentle force surged into his body, aiding him in calming the turbulent energy. After a long while, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to feel a softness in his embrace. Frowning, he wondered, what is going on? How did Bai Xiaoye end up in my arms? Chu, you ought to be immensely grateful to her. If it weren't for her continuous use of the Taiyin power to harmonize the chaotic energy within you, you wouldn't have awakened so swiftly. Yet, your constitution is exceedingly overbearing. Even though this girl is a Taiyin sacred body, she nearly got drained by you. Ming Yuan teased. If you were to be together, it would indeed be a remarkable tale. Shut up, Chu Chen retorted. Gently lifting Bai Xiaoye, he placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket before stepping back. Phew. Chu Chen sighed. He was treading the path of a demon cultivator. How could he allow himself to be ensnared by emotions? After the ordeal at Tianxian sect, he had thought his heart would remain unperturbed. Why, then, had he felt a fleeting moment of affection? Nonetheless, he was certain of one thing. Bai Xiaoye was not here to harm him, at least. For the time being, it appeared she genuinely cared for him. Chu, can you still sense the indestructible sword body? Ming Yuan inquired. Chu Chen shook his head. The indestructible sword body has indeed been consumed by the demon god body, yet it seems to exist in another form. That incredibly domineering constitution is called the demon god body? Why have I never heard of it before? Ming Yuan questioned, perplexed. Even in my era, there were no such abilities to devour another's constitution. It's simply unparalleled. In the next moment, a terrifying sword intent erupted from within Chu Chen, coalescing into an extraordinary demonic sword. I clearly didn't sense the indestructible sword body. How can you materialize the indestructible sword intent? Ming Yuan was astounded. Chu Chen, devoid of any semblance of the indestructible sword body, was nevertheless able to condense the indestructible sword intent. Chu Chen explained, the indestructible sword body has indeed been consumed by the demon god body, yet it exists in another form. Ding, congratulations to the host for developing the devouring function of the demon god body. As the supreme constitution of the myriad realms, It not only possesses unparalleled talent, but also the ability to devour the constitutions of others for oneself. In simpler terms, it can transfer the innate talents and manifestations of others to oneself. How impressive! Does this mean I can embody countless constitutions? Chu Chen exclaimed. Chu, what are you babbling about? Ming Yuan queried. Nothing. You will find out in due time, Chu Chen replied mysteriously. Ming Yuan, exasperated, retorted. Teach, are you trying to play coy with me? It only makes me more curious. The downstream entrance. Hua Xian, what of your submission to me? Do you know how much it torments me to see you in such an elevated position? I am the king of the Eastern Xian Empire. Such a mere trifle does not befit you. Why do you flaunt that lofty demeanor before others? You dream on, Zhang Long. Do you really think this toad is worthy of me? If it weren't for my carelessness, how could you have ensnared me with your despicable tactics? Hua Xian trembled, her face flushed, the swell of her bosom rising and falling, leaving one parched and breathless. Ha ha ha, Hua Xian, you have fallen victim to my burning flame incense. If we do not unite within 3 hours, you shall surely perish. If you refuse to submit to me, you shall meet your end here. With a mighty force akin to a tidal wave, Hua Xian burst forth from her confines, rapidly heading towards the downstream entrance. Zhang Long's expression shifted dramatically. No. However, no matter how he exerted himself, he could not catch up to Hua Xian, who vanished into the downstream entrance before his very eyes. This woman would rather plunge into the filthy depths than submit to me. Let her perish downstream. Does she think I am unaware of her intentions? Zhang Long's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded those behind him. Kill anyone who comes from downstream without exception. A figure clad in black robes knelt before him, a sharp voice responding, Yes, your majesty. Young Master Chu, this is the downstream entrance. The Lord of Shiming rasped, his appearance gaunt, his skin cracked. Had he refrained from speaking, one might mistake him for a long-dead corpse. This place. Chu Chun surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the boundless ocean, there appeared to be no upstream entrance. Young Master Chu, you merely need to hold this token and infuse it with spiritual energy to enter the upstream. The Lord of Shiming presented a black token to Chu Chun. As he examined the black token, Chu Chun sensed an intriguing script embedded within it, surmising it to be the key to entering the upstream. Lord of Shiming, my task is complete. May I take my leave? He requested with resignation. Chu Chun nodded. You have little time left. Find a place to rest. It is time to ascend to the upstream. As for Bai Xiaoya, she awakened yesterday but has since been in seclusion, likely recovering from the depletion of her Taiyin energy. With a resounding crash, a storm surged upon the sea, and Hua Xian was cast forth from its depths. Damn you, Zhang Long. I never imagined you would use the burning flame incense against me. Hua Xian's face was flushed, her gaze dazed, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire for a man. Chu Chun looked at the woman before him with confusion. She exuded an air of mature allure. Yet her current state felt akin to the arrival of spring. Emerging from this ocean, was she not descending from upstream? He prepared to inquire further. Hua Xian, feeling increasingly out of control, thought to herself, Oh no, oh no. If I continue like this, will I truly perish here? It seemed the effects of the drug were taking hold, and she envisioned a striking young man before her. As the burning flame incense reached its peak, Hua Xian disregarded everything else, lunging at the man before her, frantically tearing at his clothes. As Chu Chan approached the woman, he barely had time to speak before a fragrant aroma enveloped him. And suddenly, a soft, delicate form pressed against him, fervently tugging at his garments. Damn it, this woman has been drugged. I am not one to indulge so easily, but if I do not rescue her, she will likely perish here. Chu, if you do not take action, I shall. I have taken a liking to this woman, Ming Yuan declared. Get lost. Do not even think about peeking. Otherwise, you shall remain in the Wan Hun fan for eternity. Chu Chen retorted, speechless. In the next instant, a soft, red warmth pressed against his lips, and then the two figures became entwined in a whirlwind of passion. This section omits 1,000 words. Later that night, Hua Xian slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that aside from a single garment draped over her, she was devoid of anything else. In an instant, clarity returned, and she beheld a strikingly handsome youth. Imbued with a hint of mischief, seated nearby, roasting fish. Why do my legs feel a bit numb? She mused, recalling the youth beside her and realizing she was still alive. A rush of intense embarrassment washed over her as she struggled to comprehend the depths of her previous indiscretion. Awake? Chu Qian inquired. Hua Xian's face turned crimson. You turn away and must not peek. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. I haven't looked. You may change, Chu Chen murmured. It's not as though I haven't seen before. However, Hua Xian still heard it and immediately retorted. What did you say? Believe it or not, I. What do you mean I? It wasn't my initiative. You approached me willingly. Besides, you should be grateful to me. If it weren't for me, you might very well have perished. Chu Chen replied. Oh, you have any idea that was my first time? Hua Xian was on the verge of tears from anger. Yet, Chu Chen remained unfazed. It was my first time too? And you aren't at a loss here. Oh, please don't cry. I'm not shirking responsibility, and honestly, this wasn't entirely my fault. The situation was quite urgent, Chu Chen explained helplessly. Who asked you to take responsibility in the first place? What do you have to offer in terms of accountability? Fine, I'll just pretend I never met you. Chapter 28. The husband is no longer a little chick. Subsequently, Hua Xian prepared to leave the area. Chu Chen had no intention of stopping her. After all, it was merely an accident, and if this woman didn't want to assume any responsibility, that was even better. However, not long after, Hua Xian returned, her expression somewhat awkward as she said, Letcher, do you happen to have a recovery spirit pill? I need one. Damn Zhonglong. This burning fragrance not only incites confusion, but also temporarily suppresses one's cultivation, rendering them as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Chu Chen questioned, what do you need that for? Don't mind the Letcher, just give it to me if you have it. I don't have it. Chu Chen flatly refused. He only possessed top-grade spirit condensing pills and top-grade spirit gathering pills, both of which were for elevating cultivation levels. Must you be so stingy, not even offering me a single pill? Hua Xian was clearly infuriated. After all, they had shared that kind of relationship. The man before her was actually withholding a pill from her. Fine, if you don't believe me. Chu Chen busied himself with the grilled fish in his hands. All right, you win this round. Hua Xian initially intended to leave, but then recalled that she was merely an ordinary person in the wilderness. If she encountered a beast, it would spell disaster. Damn it, this is infuriating. I have plenty of pills, but the problem is I lack spiritual energy to even open my spatial ring. Forget it. I'll just stay here for the night and wait until my cultivation recovers tomorrow before seeking out that Chu Chen. After all, the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Heart Seal is in his possession, and everything I did was essentially to make him a benefactor. Go be bullied by this man is utterly maddening. What is that delightful aroma? In the next moment, a grilled fish appeared before her. Care to try? My cooking isn't half bad, Chu Chen said gently. Humph. At least you have a semblance of conscience. Hua Xian accepted the grilled fish and began to eat. Although cultivators do not typically require sustenance, the grilled fish before her was simply too enticing. By the way, are you from the upper stream? Chu Chen asked as he sat beside Hua Xian. So what if I am? Do you wish to go to the upper stream? Hua Xian replied while eating, indeed. Chu Chen nodded, yes, my enemies are still in the upper stream. How can I take my revenge without going there? Upon hearing this, Hua Xian mocked, you, going to the upper stream for revenge. Are you out of your mind, a cultivator from the barren lower stream, daring to speak of vengeance in the upper stream? Then do tell, who is your enemy? If you plead with me, perhaps I could assist you in avenging it. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, I will take care of my own grievances. Those who offend me never meet a good end. Who do you think you are? You haven't met a good end yet. You should know about Chu Chen. They say he kills without blinking and devours bones whole in your lower stream. However, Chu Chen could only reign in the lower stream. If it weren't for this desolate land, the Dongxian Empire wouldn't want to involve themselves here, and Chu Chen would have long been dead. I know him, Chu Chen acknowledged, but he's not as terrible as you say, at least in this lower stream. He is invincible. Invincible? Who in this world dares to claim invincibility? Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Oh, Chu Chen responded. Hua Xian gazed at the man before her, unable to help but think that he wasn't so bad after all. Ultimately, he didn't set the burning fragrance. Having that kind of relationship was also a matter of saving her life. Forget it, once I finish my business, I will leave, and he shall remain forever in this barren lower stream. With our affair buried here in the night. A white beam streaked across the sky, swiftly approaching Chu Chen. Without needing to think, Chu Chen already knew who it was. Whoosh! That beam soon arrived above Chu Chun, disappearing in the next moment. Then a melodious voice rang out, "Husband, how did you end up here?" Bai Xiaoya appeared before Chu Chun, but upon seeing Hua Xian, a sense of crisis made her alert. This woman's beauty was merely a shade less than hers. Bai Xiaoya walked straight up to Chu Chun, taking his hand with a look of grievance as she said, "Husband, why would you do this? I was gone for just a moment, and you found yourself a sister." Chu Chun looked at Bai Xiaoya, knowing she had misunderstood, yet he offered no explanation, as the saying goes. With two women in the mix, the more one explains, the more muddled it becomes. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian naturally became furious. "Who are you referring to?" "I have no relationship with him whatsoever," she rebutted. "I see you can't even manage your own husband. Otherwise, why would he sneak off to me?" Seeing the situation escalating, Chu Chun interjected, "All right, both of you, be quiet." With Chu Chen's words, the two women ceased their quarrel. Then Bai Xiaoya seemed to notice something, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Husband, did you happen to have something happen with her?" Hearing this, Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. "What could possibly happen between me and her?" Bai Xiaoya pressed on. "Then why isn't my husband? Not that. Not that. Not a little chick anymore." Upon saying this, Bai Xiaoya's face turned as red as an apple. Hua Xian also blushed, looking at Bai Xiaoya, thinking, why does she say everything? Chu Chun understood what Bai Xiaoya was implying but felt awkward addressing the subject. He could only cough awkwardly a couple of times. "Well, I didn't have anything with her. Let's change the topic." However, Bai Xiaoya wore an expression of understanding and then pretended to be angry. "Really? I was the one who was closest to my husband first. Yet this woman came and stole my place. I don't care, husband. You must give me the same treatment you give her." "Yaya wants it too." At that moment, Hua Xian dared not speak, her eyes directed at Bai Xiaoya with a hint of anger. Such shameless words should not come from a woman's mouth. Bai Xiaoya, unfazed, retorted as if to say that she was taking advantage, yet acting innocent. "By the way, husband, are you planning to head to the upper stream?" Bai Xiaoya inquired. Chu Chen nodded. "Yes, I plan to set off early tomorrow. I've stayed here long enough. Is husband going to seek revenge on the Dongxian sect? I want to accompany you." Bai Xiaoya pressed closely against Chu Chen, her ample bosom occasionally brushing against him. "What about her? Does she want to come with us to the upper stream?" Bai Xiaoya pointed at Hua Xian and asked. "I have no intention of going to the upper stream. I need to find someone," Hua Xian replied. "The fact that you're not going is even better. My husband belongs to me alone." Bai Xiaoya smiled at Chu Chun, her eyes filled with affection. She understood that her husband, a peerless prodigy destined to become a great emperor, would only attract more women in the future. She merely hoped to hold a more significant place in his heart, at the very least. To be the one who stands above all others. "Who are you looking for? Perhaps I could assist you." Chu Chen looked at Hua Xian. After all, she was his first woman. If he couldn't keep her by his side, he could at least offer some help, as he might never see her again after today. Chapter 29. Su Qingwan, the source of chaos. "You help me? Forget it. The person I'm looking for is beyond your reach. If you don't speak, how will you know I can't find them? Besides, I'm from the lower stream, and I understand better than you, don't I?" Chu Chun continued. "I'm afraid that if I tell you, it might scare you. But since you're asking, I won't hold back. That person is Chu Chun from the lower stream, the one who single-handedly annihilated 5 top sects in your lower stream. So, are you feeling intimidated?" After saying this, Hua Xian looked at Chu Chun, yet she found no trace of fear on his face. Even the woman beside him was looking at her with a peculiar gaze. "What's wrong? Aren't you afraid? He's a notorious demon cultivator in your lower stream, killing without a second thought and devouring bones whole." Hua Xian continued. Seeing that Chu Chun remained silent, Hua Xian assumed he was afraid and smugly said, "So, do you still want to help me find him? If you're looking for him, I could indeed help you. If you're looking for him, I could indeed help you find him," Chu Chen replied. Bai Xiaoya, on the side, scoffed. "I say, sister, before you go looking for someone, shouldn't you at least check what this person looks like? You just came out here." Upon hearing this, Hua Xian looked confused. "What do you mean? Could it be that Chu Chun is right here?" Bai Xiaoya sighed. "What a big-breasted but empty-headed woman. I've hinted at this, and you still don't realize who it is. Could it be this fair and delicate pretty boy?" Hua Xian pointed at Chu Chun in bewilderment. Chu Chen's expression darkened. "What do you mean, pretty boy? How could he possibly look like a pretty boy? If the Chu Chen you speak of is the one who annihilated 5 sects, Then that's me? You, Hua Xian said incredulously. You look so fair and harmless. How can you claim to be that heartless demon cultivator? Hua Xian assumed the youth before her was concerned for her. Thus she explained. Let it be, you need not worry about me. I am quite formidable. That Chu Chun cannot contend with me. Had it not been for treachery, I could have easily dispatched him with a mere finger. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoye chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. My husband, I told you. She is nothing more than a woman of ample bosom, yet lacking in intellect. Even when it was plainly stated. She still did not believe it. Let us depart, my dear husband, and see if she can find him alone downriver. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian regarded the young man before her earnestly. Are you truly Chu Chun? Indeed, without a doubt. Chu Chun responded. He is Chu Chun, and I have shared a certain relationship with him. The Nine Dragons' heavenly heart seal is also upon him. Realizing this, Hua Xian felt utterly despondent. As her efforts had been in vain, I shall return upstream with you. Since you are Chu Chun, there is no reason for me to linger here. Noticing Hua Xian's troubled demeanor, Chu Chun spoke. If there is anything on your mind, feel free to share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Hearing this, Hua Xian replied, Very well. If you wish to aid me, then you must obliterate the Dongxian sect and the Dongxian Empire, helping me to acquire the dragon vein energy of the Dongxian Empire. Hua Xian said, agitated. After plotting for so long, only to discover the Nine Dragons' heavenly heart seal on him, and losing an important pawn to him, not to mention having lost herself to him, who wouldn't be furious? All right, Chu Chun nodded. After all, the Dongxian sect and the Dongxian Empire are destined for destruction. I had planned to eradicate them to eliminate future threats. Seeing Chu Chun easily acquiesce, Hua Xian retorted, Very well, then I shall accompany you upstream to witness how you accomplish this, though not boast later, lest you trip over your own words. I in the realm of Jiuzhou. Within the Tianzhou, at the Tianji Pavilion, an elderly man appeared serene, with hair and beard as white as snow, emanating an ethereal aura of transcendence. Particularly, his eyes seemed to contain the vastness of countless stars. In his hand, he held a stone emitting a faint, ethereal glow, upon which were inscribed two characters. Chu Chan, grandfather, how did your divination of the heavenly mechanism go the other day? Su Qingwan inquired. The elder did not respond. Suddenly, the glowing stone slipped from his grasp, and he spat a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Su Qingwan cried out in concern. Hastily supporting the frail elder, the elder waved his hand, picking up the stone that shimmered with a faint glow. Child, I am fine, but you must listen closely to what I am about to say. Grandfather, let me tend to your wounds first. I will fetch the immortal herb for you. We can discuss matters once you are healed. I am fully aware of my condition, dear child. Do not waste your efforts. This body is already depleted. It will not be long before I dissolve into this world. What weighs most heavily on my heart is you. Grandfather, that cannot be. The immortal herb will surely save you. I shall fetch it immediately. Tears streamed down Su Qingwan's face. The elder grasped her withered hand, saying, Child, listen to me. This era is an unprecedented golden age, where the great principles will be perfected. However, despite this golden age, it is also a time of great tragedy. One will emerge as the source of chaos in this golden era. He will bring this age to an end, yet the great principles will be completed. Revealing the three imperial thrones. This individual will consume all the fortunes of this era, merging the three thrones into one, ultimately achieving the imperial seat and reckoning with all forces across Jiuzhou. Finishing his words, the elder handed the glowing stone to Su Qingwan to honor. This is the name of that person. Beware his notable trait. He can devour the essences of others and transform them into his own. He is currently still weak. You must find him and eliminate him before he has a chance to grow. Su Qingwan nodded, though tears continued to flow. Grandfather, I understand. I will certainly find the source of chaos and destroy him. You will be safe. The immortal herb will save you. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression softened. Wanner, the backlash from divining the source of chaos is too great. Even the immortal herb would be futile. Convey this message to Jiuzhou. From now on, the Tianji Pavilion will rely on you. With that, the elder's gaze dimmed, and his form began to disperse until he vanished from sight. Grandfather, Su Qingwan cried in sorrow. After some time, Su Qingwan's expression grew resolute. Grandfather, rest assured, I will find the source of chaos and eliminate him. Subsequently, a message spread from the Tianji pavilion, sending shockwaves throughout Jiuzhou. The source of chaos? Chu Qian? Qian Muxue observed the latest announcement from the Tianji pavilion. Seemingly lost in thought. It is time for Xiaoye to return and receive the final inheritance of the Haoyue ancient nation. If what the Tianji pavilion claims is true, the golden age has arrived, and the great principles will be perfected, revealing the three imperial thrones. Throughout history, it has never been said that one could achieve the Tao of three emperors in succession. This throne is one that our Haoyue ancient nation must seize. If Xiaoye can ascend to the throne, perhaps our Haoyue ancient nation could dominate Jiuzhou. As the message from the Tianji pavilion spread, all major forces in Jiuzhou began to stir restlessly. Congratulations, host, for achieving the initial level of the Demon Lord titled in the eyes of cultivators. You are a wicked demon cultivator. You have received a reward, Demon God Seed. Demon God Seed, originating from the supreme powers of the Demon God, those implanted with the Demon God Seed will remain eternally loyal to the host, becoming the host's demonic servant. This reward is quite advantageous, as it prevents others from betraying me. Chu Chun infused spiritual energy into the token, causing a storm to erupt above the sea. Soon after, the three of them vanished from the ocean. Upstream, the three figures were teleported in, and as soon as they entered this place, Chu Chun felt an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is dozens of times that of the downstream. No wonder the downstream is deemed a desolate land, and of course, who would dwell in the downstream? It is a place where not even birds would defecate. Hua Xin remarked. In the next moment, a wave of energy emanated from Chu Chen, and the spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius was instantly drained, all surging into Chu Chen's body. Transcendence Level 7, Breakthrough. The vision of the demon god also advanced to the second level. Truly impressive. My husband, you have broken through as soon as you arrived upstream. By Xiaoye teased, I believe it won't be long before you catch up to me. At that time, you must not disdain me. Hua Xin looked at Chu Qian with astonishment. His talent was evidently beyond her expectations, having made a breakthrough just after leaving the desolate downstream. Chu Qian gently shook his head. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and the abundant spiritual energy upstream facilitated his progression naturally. In the shadows, a figure cloaked in black silently observed all of this, preparing to take action. Hua Xin actually returned alive from the downstream, accompanied by a young man. This news must be relayed to His Majesty. However, in the next moment, Chu Chun appeared before him, his expression darkening. Friend, it is not wise to spy on others. Consider this a warning. Learn your lesson for next time. With a flash, a blade of light swept through, severing the head of the cloaked figure, who could not even muster a defense. With a single strike, he had slain a Transcendence Level 9 cultivator with his own Transcendence Level 7 prowess. Such combat power is considered exceptional in Xianzhou. No wonder he was so confident in seeking revenge upstream. Hua Xin remarked, however, to annihilate the Dongxian Empire, even if you are an unparalleled prodigy, it cannot be accomplished overnight. I must take my leave. To destroy the Dongxian Empire is merely a jest I made with you. With your talent, you have a long way to go. There is no need to risk everything for my words. Let our matter be but a dream. Forget me. With that, Hua Xin turned to depart. Throughout, Chu Qian had said not a word, allowing the gentle breeze to billow his garments. He did not refute Hua Xin. Chu Qian preferred not to engage in verbal disputes. Since this woman did not believe in him, he would merely prove it through his actions. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoye could not help but smile inwardly, thinking, this woman truly does not realize what she has cast aside. If she knew the person before her would one day be renowned throughout Jiuzhou and ascend to the imperial throne, she would surely regret her behavior today. Noticing that Chu Chun seemed a bit downcast, Bai Xiaoye promptly took hold of his wrist. Husband, shall we directly head to annihilate the Dongxian sect, or shall we strike at the Dongxian Empire's capital? I have heard that the sect master of the Dongxian sect is a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Cave Heaven realm. However, with me here, my husband need only sit back and watch the show. Leave it to me, Xiaoye. I will handle my own affairs, Chu Chun gently replied. Seeing Chu Chun affectionately address her, Bai Xiaoye thought she had misheard. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she asked, husband, what did you just call me? Chu Chun looked at Bai Xiaoye, who was blushing, and said softly, What? Do you not like me addressing you this way? I do. Bai Xiaoye exclaimed excitedly, then threw herself around Chu Chun, saying, "Husband, do you know how much I truly like you? The Dongxian sect is certainly to be destroyed. However, before that, Chu Qian must make some preparations, at the very least, to understand the overall strength of the Dongxian sect. Oh, annihilate the Dongxian Empire. It essentially involves dismantling two forces. The first is the Dongxian Imperial City, home to the rulers of the Dongxian Empire. The current Emperor Zhonglong II is the Dongxian sect, led by Zhang Qian, who possesses the cultivation of the third level of the Cave Heaven realm. With disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, the entirety of the upstream is governed by these two major forces, while the two who ambushed him in the downstream hailed from the Dongxian sect. As for the Eastern Xian Empire, it first executed a young prince of the Eastern Xian royal family, and subsequently, the crown prince of the Eastern Xian Empire met the same fate. This enmity has already been established. Chu Qin's pursuit of his ideals is to eradicate all threats at their roots, leaving no potential dangers in the Eastern Xian Imperial City. Zhang Long, in a fit of rage, declared, "Who dares to harm my people? Investigate this matter immediately. I shall see that person torn to shreds." "Your Majesty," came the response, "the assailant who struck the Grand Chancellor is likely extraordinarily powerful, capable of dispatching him in an instant. Given that the Grand Chancellor is at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, only those above that level, such as those in the Celestial realm, could achieve such a feat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long suppressed his fury. Could it be that that woman, Hua Xian, has returned? If she has been poisoned by the burning flame incense, she would need to find a man for a yin-yang union to resolve the toxicity. As he pondered this, Zhang Long's gaze turned dark. Could it be that this wretched woman has found another? Zhao Hua, investigate which forces in the lower regions have activated the runes that have ascended to the upper realms. No matter who it is, capture them all for interrogation. "Yes, Your Majesty," Zhao Hua replied respectfully. At this moment, Hua Xian had already arrived at the Eastern Xian Imperial City, her eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Long had dared to use the burning flame incense against her. She would undoubtedly exact revenge, even if it meant unleashing her sealed powers and exposing herself. However, before that, she needed to retrieve something in the Eastern Ling mountain range. Chu Chun casually opened a cave dwelling to reside in temporarily. Since he intended to obliterate the Eastern Xian sect, he must be thoroughly prepared. Currently, within his 10,000 souls banner, countless souls resided, allowing him to cultivate a formidable soul insect for battle. After much deliberation, Chu Qin decided to designate Xiao He as the primary soul insect and focus on nurturing it. All souls within the 10,000 souls banner, except for Li Wei, were fed to Xiao He, who greedily devoured these souls, rapidly ascending in power. Under the moonlight, a white spirit crane landed in by Xiaoye's hand. Observing the crane, she mused, "Is this a message from my master?" She then read the contents of the crane. "How can it be? How could my husband be discovered so quickly? The source of chaos. Even the signs of his ability to devour his own physique have been marked in my previous life. This secret was only exposed after my husband reached the Saint Realm. Why is it that in this life, he is discovered so swiftly? Could it be that my rebirth has altered the trajectory of this world, hastening its pace? If so, my husband is in danger. At this stage, he stands no chance against those ancient sects and sacred places." Chapter 31. All things exist under the heavenly Tao. The ancient sees through all illusions. After devouring all the souls, Xiao He exuded an aura of malevolence, having reached the first level of the Transcendence realm. "Master." Xiao He knelt before Chu Chun, respectfully addressing him. "Ding, congratulations to the host for cultivating the first soul insect with consciousness. Reward, 10,000-year blood ginseng. 10,000-year blood ginseng can be consumed to enhance cultivation level or used as a vessel to contain souls, granting them physical form, just as Xiao He attained consciousness. The system rewarded him with this. Truly, it was a case of a timely gift. Ding. Does the host wish to fuse Xiao He with the 10,000-year blood ginseng? Yes, Chu Chen replied. In the next moment, Xiao He's soul was drawn into the 10,000-year blood ginseng. Ding. Please choose Xiao He's appearance. The system will fabricate it based on the host's mental image. The next second, a young man with a sword on his chest and a hat on his head materialized, perfectly resembling Chu Chen's imagined figure, a true swordsman. Though still somewhat weak at the first level of transcendence. Once the Eastern Xian sect was vanquished, all souls would be fed to Xiao He. However, After Xiao He gained a physical form, could he still return to the 10,000 Souls banner? Contemplating this, Chu Chen decided to conduct an experiment, only to discover that Xiao He seamlessly entered the small world within the 10,000 Souls banner. System, can Xiao He enter the small world of the 10,000 Souls banner? Ding! Once the souls refined by the 10,000 Souls banner take on a physical form, they can enter the independent small world. Refined souls become products of the 10,000 Souls banner and can enter its independent world. Ding! Once the host achieves the intermediate Demon King level, the 10,000 Souls banner will unlock, allowing both living and dead beings to be collected within it. So that's how it is. Chu Chun was quite eager about the independent small world within the 10,000 Souls banner. Is my husband there? Bai Xiaoya's voice called from outside. Come in, Chu Chun responded. Bai Xiaoya approached with graceful steps, her figure alluring as she made her way toward Chu Chun. What is it? Do you have something to discuss? Chu Chun inquired, looking at Bai Xiaoya. Nothing, I just missed you, so I thought I would come and see you. Chu Chun seemed to sense Bai Xiaoya's hidden thoughts. Dio, you have something you wish to say? Bai Xiaoya gazed at Chu Chun, her heart a tumult of emotions as she looked upon the face she had longed for. She then produced 2 jars of spirit wine from her spatial ring. I remember you love to drink, so I thought we could share a few cups today. How did you know I like drinking? I don't recall having drunk in front of you. Bai Xiaoya took a sip, then sat beside Chu Chun, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at him. In our previous life, we encountered each other, but I missed my chance with you. Thankfully, heaven granted me a second chance, and this time I do not wish to miss you again. With that, Bai Xiaoya took another hearty sip. What nonsense are you speaking? Chu Chun remarked, picking up a jar of wine to clink with hers. As the saying goes, wine does not intoxicate, but one can be intoxicated by the company, my husband. Wait for me. I will surely return to find you. Right now, I still lack the strength to protect you. Are you leaving? Chu Chen asked, realizing why she had come to drink with him late at night. Yes, Bai Xiaoya bit her lip. She then looked at Chu Chun with utmost seriousness. Can I give myself to you? Chu Chun paused for a moment, finishing the wine in his jar in one gulp. Have you thought this through? Before he could receive an answer, a fragrant scent enveloped him. A pair of delicate, rosy lips pressed against his, their bodies entwined in an instant, garments strewn across the floor. In the ebb and flow of their movements, spring's light burst forth. 10,000 words omitted. The next day, upon waking, he found the beauty by his side had vanished, leaving behind only a spirit crane and a spatial ring. As Chu Chen touched the spirit crane, it instantly dissolved into a series of characters. My husband, Xiaoya must leave for certain matters, but I promise to return to find you soon. By the way, please do not demonstrate your ability to devour one's physique in crowded places. Yours lovingly, Xiaoya. He picked up the nearby spatial ring and probed with his spiritual power, discovering it was filled with an abundance of cultivation resources. With a mountain of spirit stones numbering in the hundreds of thousands, at times, Chu Chun genuinely could not comprehend why this girl treated him so well. Chu boy, I told you before that his identity is not simple. With so many cultivation resources, at least you need not worry about resources when you break through to the celestial realm. In the next moment, a hurried voice from Ming Yuan echoed. Not good? Chu boy, an immensely powerful aura is rapidly approaching this way. Stay still. I will conceal your presence. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared outside Chu Chen's cave dwelling. Strange, I clearly sensed that aura nearby. Why has it suddenly vanished? Did it flee? The middle-aged man in the golden robe snorted coldly, an invisible aura emanating from his body. In an instant, all living beings within the mountain range ceased their movements. Whether flying in the sky or running on the ground, they all froze in place. After a few breaths, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed, and he then vanished from sight, while the mountain range returned to its previous state. A full half-hour later, Ming Yuan finally spoke. Chu boy, fortunately, I acted swiftly. Otherwise, you would have been discovered. That person was so powerful. Could it be that he came looking for me? Chu Chun inquired. Probably not. At your current level, how could you provoke such a strong individual? It seems he was likely pursuing someone and happened to pass through this area. However, that person's strength is likely at the Saint Realm. If I hadn't used my secret method to conceal your presence, you might have been discovered. You, a demon cultivator, that person exudes righteous energy. If discovered, he might casually eliminate you. Hearing this, Chu Chen questioned, But my aura is normal. How could he determine I am a demon cultivator? The more people you kill, the more karma you bear. At his level, he can see the karma on a person. For instance, I now see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind you, littered with countless bones. So, you are also at the Saint Realm? Ming Yuan denied it. In the past, I achieved more than just the Saint Realm, but now I have long since fallen from grace. And I am not much stronger than you. I can see it all thanks to my eyes. Chu Chen, perplexed, asked, Your eyes? Have you heard of the ancient? It can see through all illusions, and naturally, it can also perceive the karma you carry. I initially intended to remind you because I noticed the accumulation of your karma was increasing. However, you have your own path. How you proceed is your choice. That so-called karma is merely a shackle imposed by the heavenly Tao. If my strength were to surpass that of the heavenly Tao, karma would mean nothing to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, striking outside Chu Chen's cave dwelling. Chu boy, do not utter such words. All things exist under the heavenly Tao. Your words have already attracted the attention of the heavens, and this thunderous warning is bestowed upon you. Chapter 32. Awakening the Chaotic Seed Golden Lotus. Outside the gate of Dongxian sect, Chu Chan strides forward, moving at a leisurely pace. Who are you? Only disciples of Dongxian sect are permitted to enter. Chu Chen replies with a faint smile. I come today not for any other reason, but to annihilate Dongxian sect. As soon as he finishes speaking, a shadow flashes by, and the disciple of Dongxian sect who had just spoken is immediately showered in blood, his head severed. Nearby, another disciple of Dongxian sect witnesses this scene and cries out, Help! We are under attack. Soon, several disciples of Dongxian sect rush over. Xiaohe, eliminate them all. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohe moves like a blade through the crowd, reaping the heads of the Dongxian sect disciples. With each kill, Xiaohe devours their souls. This sight leaves the remaining disciples pale with terror. Monster, a monster. Quickly summon the elders. Swiftly, several figures dart through the air, arriving at great speed. These individuals are the elders of Dongxian sect. And upon seeing Xiaohe slaughtering their disciples, they immediately shout, You dare to massacre our disciples? Today, heaven and earth shall not spare you. Hey, old man, your opponent is me. Do not disturb my Xiaohe's meal. Chu Chen interjects. Utilizing the shrinking earth technique, he appears before the elders in an instant. The Wan Moa Xian sword sweeps through, scattering a terrifying sword intent. The elders have no chance to retaliate before they fall into a pool of blood. Boom! A dreadful aura erupts from deep within Dongxian sect, and a figure enveloped in flames, wielding a long spear, charges at Chu Chen. Crackle! The power of thunder and lightning swirls around Chu Chen, forming a battle armor. While the black demonic energy flows over the Wan Moa Xian sword, Chu Chen's gaze turns frigid as he engages in combat with the fiery figure. Crash! After several rounds of combat, the two figures separate. The fiery figure, incredulous, asks, Who are you? Dongxian sect has no enmity with you. Why do you slaughter our disciples without restraint? Chu Chen sneers, No enmity. Have you forgotten so soon that you sent people to ambush me downstream? Zhang Qian, hearing this, is taken aback. You are that downstream demon cultivator, Chu Chen. So now you remember me. Is it only permissible for you to send people to ambush me while I am forbidden from retaliating? Observing the black-robed swordsman continuously reaping the lives of his disciples, Zhang Qian growls, seeking death. A blue water dragon condenses from the spear, launching toward Xiaohe. You dare strike my Xiaohe without my permission? In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying sword intent pierces through everything, instantly obliterating the water dragon. Chu Chen, do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Boom! Behind Zhang Qian, 6 Dongtian appear, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, conjuring 6 water dragons dozens of feet long. Roar! The next moment, they all charge at Chu Chen. This damn Chu Chen! If it weren't for the important matters at the emperor's side, all the Dongxian sect experts would have been mobilized. Otherwise, this mere first layer of the transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to slaughter our disciples at will. Seeing Chu Chen ensnared by the 6 water dragons, Zhang Qian swiftly approaches Xiaohe. Thrusting his spear with a thunderous crack, severing Xiaohe's right arm. Then, with a kick imbued with terrifying force, Xiaohe is sent flying dozens of feet away. Had it not been for his body being formed from a millennium-old blood ginseng, Zhang Qian's kick would have likely obliterated him. Chu Qian, witnessing this, roars like thunder. The supreme sword intent surges into the sky, causing the entire space to distort under its terrifying pressure. Boom! A flash of sword light passes, and all 6 water dragons are cleaved apart. In the next instant, Chu Qian appears before Zhang Qian, performing the shattered mountain finger. A single finger breaks through space, bearing down on Zhang Qian with overwhelming force. Zhang Qian, gazing at this terrifying finger, feels a rush of life-threatening danger. Instantly, the Dongtian behind him frantically absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy, merging it into himself. The flames around him form a fiery red barrier in an attempt to withstand the finger. But in mere moments, this barrier shatters. The colossal finger crashes down upon him. After a violent tremor, a thunderous explosion resounds. Zhang Qian, gasping for breath, lies on the ground, incredulously staring at Chu Qian. How is this possible? You are merely at the 7th layer of the transformation realm. How can you unleash such formidable power? Who exactly are you? Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you are about to die. With the Wanmoa Xian sword descending, Zhang Qian's head rolls to the ground. Chu Qian tosses Zhang Qian's soul to Xiao He, who swiftly devours it, his injuries healing rapidly. The disciples of Dongxian's sect exclaim in astonishment. The sect master is dead. How could this be? The sect master is a great cultivator of the Dongtian realm. How could he be defeated by this youth? Brothers, as disciples of Dongxian sect, now that our sect master has perished in battle, we shall avenge him and slay this man. However, apart from the speaker, none of the others dare to move. What nonsense! The sect master is dead. Our cultivation is weak. You are clearly sending us to our deaths. Not avenging anything. You are unworthy of being a disciple of Dongxian sect. Chu Qian observes the farcical scene before him. It seems you are quite brave. Then let us start with you. In the next moment, a soul leaps from behind Chu Qian, instantly devouring this individual whole. The Wanhun banner soars into the sky above Dongxian sect, its crimson light enveloping the entire sect. You may blame your sect master for sending people to assassinate me. This karma must be repaid by you. With that, a massacre ensues. Half a day later, there are no survivors left in the Dongxian sect. After plundering the resources of Dongxian sect, Chu Qian departs. Not long after his departure, a disciple returning from afar arrives at the sect, horrified to find the ground littered with bones, nearly fainting from shock. Soon, news of the annihilation of Dongxian sect spreads throughout the Dongxian Empire. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Chu Qian, refines the Wanhun banner to restore his essence a year later. Boom! A powerful wave of energy surges from Chu Qian, marking a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. He has now reached the 9th layer of the transformation realm, a mere breath away from the Dongtian realm. However, this has consumed about half of all his cultivation resources. The good news is that he has successfully awakened the first manifestation of the demon god body, the chaotic seed golden lotus. Once this manifestation materializes, everything around it will transform into chaos, with chaotic energy overwhelming all. Furthermore, the golden lotus harbors a life force that can elevate Chu Qian to an extraordinary state. Not bad, young Chu. Awakening the chaotic seed golden lotus, it is likely that no prodigy within the same realm can defeat you, unless someone possesses a manifestation even more powerful than your chaotic seed golden lotus. But throughout history, the chaotic seed golden lotus has been among the mightiest manifestations. Let alone encountering something stronger than the chaotic seed golden lotus, it is difficult even to find manifestations that can rival it. At this moment, a cold and domineering light flickers in Chu Qian's eyes, instilling fear and trepidation in others. This is merely the beginning. It is time to head to Dongxian Empire. Chapter 33. Do not speak. I will take you away from here to in Dongxian Imperial City. Have you heard? A great demon cultivator has arrived in our Dongxian Empire. Within just half a day, not a single soul remains in Dongxian sect. I know about this. My cousin is an inner disciple of Dongxian sect. That day, he just happened to be away. Otherwise, he would have likely met the same fate among the mountain of bones. I heard from my cousin that the ground of Dongxian sect is littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Moreover, I also heard that the Great Hall bore the inscription Chu Demon King in large characters. Chu Demon King? I haven't heard of him, but after this incident, I wonder if the Emperor will take action. At this moment, Chu Chan has already blended into Dongxian Imperial City, where the entire city is abuzz with discussions about the destruction of Dongxian sect. Ah, don't mention it. The Dongxian royal family is also not at peace lately. I heard that it has infiltrated the dragon vein, and the emperor is fully engaged in capturing this person, leaving no time to attend to this matter. This seems to be called Hua Xian or something. Oh right, Hua Xian. Hua Xian. Chu Chun recalls Hua Xian mentioning her intent to seize the dragon vein of Dongxian Empire. It seems the person being hunted is undoubtedly her. This foolish woman, she claimed she would help me destroy the Dongxian Empire, and now she acts alone and gets discovered. Within the dragon vein of the Dongxian royal family, Hua Xian, do not resist any longer. You have played with other men, why not play with me? What difference does it make? Zhang Long's greedy gaze sweeps over Hua Xian's delicate form. Zhang Long, if I survive this, I will surely kill you. Hua Xian replies, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Hua Xian returned to retrieve the sealing demon stone, unaware that Zhang Long had anticipated her return and taken the stone in advance, now cornering her into a desperate situation. When you returned upstream to eliminate me, I suspected you had come back. Thus, I set up an ambush and unexpectedly, I truly caught you. So, that Chu Chan did not come with you. Or did he play with you and then cast you aside? Zhang Long boasts with a smug smile. Rest assured, Hua Xian, I will not despise you. I will cherish you well. Do you know how much I adore you? Even in my dreams, I often see you and me engaging in delightful activities. Zhang Long leers, grinning wickedly. Hua Xian's eyes brim with disdain as she retorts, bah, despicable, shameless, disgusting. Even if I die, I will not allow you to touch me. Zhang Long remains unfazed. No matter. Even a corpse will do. Awaiting the consumption of your spiritual power by the sea of fire demons, I shall undoubtedly cherish you dearly when the time comes. Hua Xian's countenance darkened. Without the sealing stone, the seals within her body could not be undone. And now, this sea of fire demons was gradually devouring her spiritual essence. It would not be long before she would likely plunge into the sea of fire demons due to the depletion of her powers. If death were the only consequence, it could be accepted. However, the thought of falling into Zhang Long's hands was utterly unthinkable in a daze. Hua Xian's mind conjured an image of Chu Chun, and she promptly shook her head. Why would I think of him? Even if he were to come, it would only be to accompany me to the grave. With that thought, Hua Xian self-deprecatingly remarked, well then, if I must die, let me die with dignity. Slowly, she closed her eyes, ceasing to resist the encroachment of the sea of fire demons, her protective barrier dissipating alongside it. However, a familiar voice rang in her ears, foolish woman, why despair? It's merely a dragon vein. I shall procure it for you. Hua Xian felt herself being lifted, and upon hearing that familiar voice, she opened her eyes. The visage she recognized appeared before her. Chu Chun, do not speak. I will take you away from here. Chu Chun spoke gently. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Chu Chun, Hua Xian felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Yes, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the youth thwarting his plans, Zhang Long immediately erupted in fury. Who are you, boy? Hand over the woman in your arms, and I may spare your life. Chu Chun, cradling Hua Xian, advanced step by step towards Zhang Long, his formidable aura compelling Zhang Long to retreat 2 steps. Regaining his composure, Zhang Long felt a wave of humiliation. How could he, the emperor of the Eastern Xian Empire, be intimidated by this youth? If word of this spread, he would be the laughingstock of the world. Boy, you seek death, Zhang Long bellowed, unleashing his cultivation at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, manifesting 6 caves behind him. Note: opening 6 caves and below is considered an ordinary person. 7 caves signify a genius, 8 caves denote a top-tier prodigy, and 9 caves represent an unparalleled genius. Chu Chun, be careful. If it becomes too much, just run and leave me be, Hua Xian warned. Knowing that while Chu Chun's talent surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he was not yet among the top prodigies. Fighting above his level was nearly impossible, especially against Zhang Long at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm. Yet, Chu Chun seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on Zhang Long. Surrender the dragon vein, and I may allow your bloodline to endure. With a whoosh, the sound of splitting air echoed as dozens of figures surrounded Chu Chun. Among them, the weakest were at the Transcendence realm, with many at the Cave Heaven realm, primarily at the 1st and 2nd levels. You cannot be serious. This is the Eastern Xian royal family. Not only does His Majesty stand at the 5th level of the cave heaven realm, but we can easily kill you, one of them sneered. Have you made your decision? Chu Chun's eyes radiated a crimson glow. I granted you an opportunity. I do not strike unless provoked, but once I do, I will eradicate you completely. The realm of thunder unfurled, and in an instant, everyone present felt their cultivation suppressed. Thunderous intent? A blue light shot forth from Chu Chen's brow, darting through the crowd. Moments later, the blue light returned to his brow, leaving behind the lifeless shells of those who had mocked him, plummeting to the ground. Zhang Long, witnessing this, was rendered speechless in the blink of an eye. A group of Transcendence Realm practitioners, including several at the 1st and 2nd levels of the cave heaven realm, had been annihilated. Zhang Long realized he could never achieve such a feat. Who was this youth before him? Similarly, Hua Xian, who harbored feelings for Chu Chun, was enveloped in astonishment. When did you become so powerful? Chu Chun looked down at Hua Xian. I have always been this powerful. It's just that you never noticed. Zhang Long's eyes narrowed, warily observing Chu Chun. Who are you, truly? Such prowess cannot belong to an unknown individual. When did the Eastern Xian Empire offend a powerhouse like you? Chu Chun. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Long's brows furrowed deeply. He was all too familiar with it, as the Eastern Xian sect had been annihilated by Chu Chun. He had planned to seek out Chu Chun after his ancestor emerged from seclusion. But now this Chu Chun had come to him first. So, you are Chu Chun, that vile woman's former lover? Surrender the dragon vein and the sealing stone you hold, or I shall not hesitate to act. Chu Chen's eyes turned icy. Zhang Long scoffed, having initially thought the figure before him was an ancient monster who had returned to youth, only to realize he was merely a demon cultivator from a lower realm. He presumed Chu Chun possessed a secret treasure. Otherwise, how could a cultivator from such a desolate place advance so rapidly? With this thought, Zhang Long regained his haughty demeanor. I shall offer you a choice as well. Release the woman in your arms and take your own life. Chapter 35. Elevating Realms. Not only you can Chu Chun gently set Hua Xian down, his gaze icy as he regarded Zhang Long. If this is the case, then I shall retrieve it myself. The 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword floated in the air, exuding an aura of terrifying demonic energy. Zhang Long, upon seeing this, dismissed it with disdain. Do you think this is the lower realm? The Eastern Xian royal family is not a place for scum like you to flaunt your power. Did he believe that relying on a secret treasure would allow him to run rampant here? Behind Zhang Long, 6 cave heaven realms frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of this land. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a practitioner of the cave heaven realm. A colossal azure blade materialized behind Zhang Long, cleaving down towards Chu Chen. Be careful, Hua Xian shouted nervously, her eyes fixed on Chu Chun. Fear not. He is not worthy of injuring me. Chu Chen stepped forward, unleashing a tempestuous energy from within, as the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword radiated an unparalleled sword aura. In an instant, a black sword light sliced through the entire Eastern Xian imperial city. Boom! The entire dragon vein was cleaved open, creating a massive chasm, and Zhang Long's body was split in two. His visage horrifying, as his entire form was rent asunder. Yet, in the next moment, the ground beneath the dragon vein trembled, and streams of golden energy began to rise, flowing towards Zhang Long. This is the energy of the dragon path. Chu Chen, quickly stop him! Hua Xian urged anxiously. As Chu Chun prepared to intervene, he witnessed Zhang Long's body slowly levitating. The two halves of his body began to heal, radiating a brilliant golden light as a massive golden dragon coiled around him. The golden dragon hovered above the entire dragon vein, its immense form emanating a formidable pressure. Zhang Long's cultivation surged, ascending to the 9th level of the cave heaven realm. Chu Chen's expression turned grave as he observed the golden dragon before him. Feeling an arcane force suppressing him, Zhang Long's eyes snapped open, an overwhelming power cascading from him like a waterfall. Chu Chen, today you shall die. Chu Chen, run. Hua Xian urged, her face pale. This was the energy of the dragon vein, consolidating the fate of a nation. Within this sphere, not only would Zhang Long's strength be augmented, but any injuries he sustained would heal within a short time. Hua Xian looked at Chu Chen with guilt. If you hadn't come to save me, you wouldn't be facing this calamity. I will try to hold him off. You must find a way to escape." As she spoke, a surge of power erupted within her. Revealing her cultivation at the second level of the cave heaven realm, she was prepared to die in battle. Perhaps it was fate. All her efforts over the years would come to naught. Rather than return to that place as a mere tool, it was better to perish here. However, a gentle yet powerful arm rested on her shoulder. "What, you still do not believe in me?" Chu Chen's voice was soothing. "You are my woman. I promised I would take you out today." Chu Chen turned to Zhang Long. "You wish to elevate your realm? You are not the only one capable of that." As Hua Xian gazed at him in astonishment. Chu Chen's cultivation soared from the 7th level of the Transcendence realm to the 7th level of the Cave Heaven realm. A terrifying demonic energy radiated from him, and the mark between his brows glowed a vivid crimson. Zhang Long, observing this, laughed heartily. "I did not expect you to possess so many secret techniques. Killing you will grant me all of it." Zhang Long was brimming with confidence. Even if Chu Chen had attained the Cave Heaven realm, he felt no fear. The energy of the dragon vein was a manifestation of a nation's fate, incomparable to any secret technique. In the next moment, the golden dragon lunged at Chu Chen, crushing Mountain Finger. Chu Chen declared. A massive black finger shattered the space, entwined in thunder, pressing down upon the golden dragon. Upon contact, a tempest of energy erupted like blades, sweeping through the area. Boom! The golden dragon was crushed to pieces. The energy of the dragon vein that had coalesced into the golden dragon was obliterated. Hua Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Chen. Her perception of him transformed. Had he been concealing his strength? This was a cultivator who had emerged from a lower realm, effortlessly dismantling the fate of an empire. "Boy, your secret treasure is astonishing. It can shatter my dragon vein energy. Today, I will kill you. Such a treasure should not be in your hands," Zhang Long declared fervently. The energy of the dragon vein began to coalesce once more, and in an instant, a golden holy sword materialized. Zhang Long bellowed, spitting a mouthful of blood. "I am the current emperor of the Eastern Xian Empire, willing to sacrifice half the nation's fate to slay this child." As his words fell, the entire ground beneath the dragon vein began to tremble violently, a mass of golden energy floating forth, merging into the golden holy sword. Zhang Long was willing to expend half of the accumulated dragon vein energy of generations of emperors to eliminate Chu Chen. His expression turned frenzied. "As long as I kill you, all that you possess will be mine, including that woman, Hua Xian. Chu Chen, you should leave. You have done enough." "You cannot withstand this sword," Hua Xian interjected. Positioning herself protectively before him, I remarked upon the foolishness of women, questioning why you would not believe me. In this world, there may indeed be forces capable of taking my life, yet he is certainly not among them. "The Chaos Seed Golden Lotus," Chu Chen spoke softly to Ian. The next moment, the surrounding environment began to transform, manifesting into a realm of chaotic void. A towering golden lotus took root within this chaos. The Chaos Seed Golden Lotus. Could it be that you, Chu Chen, are truly a person of such lowly stature? Hua Xian exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chu Chen possessed such an extraordinary constitution. Awakening the manifestation of the Chaos Seed Golden Lotus, one of the most powerful physiques throughout history, Zhang Long instantly sensed the peril and immediately directed his attack towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen gazed at the terrifying golden holy sword with indifference and remarked, "Perhaps in the past, I would not have been able to withstand your strike. But now, this is my domain." With a swift motion, a towering golden lotus obstructed the path of the golden holy sword. The moment of contact. Waves of chaotic energy erupted from within the lotus, instantly crushing the golden sword to smithereens. Simultaneously, Zhang Long suffered severe injury, spitting blood as his body cracked and fell heavily to the ground. The manifestation surrounding Chu Chen also dissipated, and Hua Xian retrieved the demon sealing stone. "I assured you I would lead you out, and I shall indeed fulfill that promise." He then turned to Zhang Long, who lay like a defeated dog, stating that had you chosen to take your own life, I would have allowed your bloodline to continue. However, I have now changed my mind. From this moment forth, no one from the Eastern Su royal family shall survive, and the Eastern Su Empire shall be eradicated. The Myriad Souls banner transformed into a beam of black light, soaring into the heavens. In the next instant, a scarlet glow enveloped the entire Eastern Su royal family. Chu Chen, Do you truly intend to slaughter my Eastern Sioux royal family? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Should you proceed, there will be no place for you to stand in this world. My ancestors of the Eastern Sioux Empire still exist. Should you massacre the royal family, I assure you that no matter where you flee, you will be pursued to the ends of the earth. You dare to threaten me? Chu Chun replied with a calm smile. I fear nothing more than threats, and thus, let it commence with you. Just as Chu Chun was about to take action, an ancient voice echoed. Alas, young friend, grant mercy where it is due, and spare him. Chapter 35. The ancestor of the Eastern Lin Empire, seizing the body, an emaciated elder strolled forth from the distance. Young friend, you have fought enough. How about we conclude this farce? The elder spoke with deep and serene eyes. Chu Chun regarded the elder with caution. Though his words were unassuming, he emanated an aura suggestive of concealed power. Akin to a ferocious beast ready to unleash its fangs at the slightest misstep. Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Long was elated. Ancestor, you have emerged from seclusion. He then cast a fierce glare at Chu Chen. This is the one who not only wreaked havoc upon the Eastern Sioux royal family, but also annihilated my powerful subordinates. I implore you, ancestor, to take vengeance for me. However, the elder shot a glare at Zhang Long, reprimanding him. Will you not hush? Have I not enough troubles without you adding to them? Despite the frustration bubbling within, Zhang Long fell silent. The pill was tossed into his arms. This medicine would aid in restoring his injuries. Zhang Long hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, and began to recuperate his wounds. Only then did the elder turn his gaze to Chu Chun, remarking, truly remarkable, to possess such strength at such a young age. It would not be an exaggeration to call you an unparalleled genius. Chu Chun scrutinized the elder, his brow furrowed. Did I ever say I would spare him? The elder responded with a dry voice. Young friend? You jest. That was merely a minor skirmish. Why escalate it to life and death? How about I have him compensate you for your troubles? Chu Chen's eyes turned cold. Very well. I demand the essence of the dragon vein beneath the earth. Zhang Long, still recuperating, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Fearing his ancestor would acquiesce, he quickly interjected. Do not push your luck, young man. The elder's expression soured slightly, as if struck by a thought. Then let us proceed as you wish, and I shall offer the remaining essence of the dragon vein as compensation. At this, Chu Chun felt a sense of foreboding. The elder so readily relinquishing the dragon vein essence suggested a more sinister plot. You are giving it to me so easily? Zhang Long exclaimed, agitated. Ancestor, you must not. The essence of the dragon vein is the foundation of the Eastern Sioux Empire. How can it be given to this boy? I said be quiet, the elder retorted angrily. He then turned to Chu Chen with a smile. Naturally, I hold the authority over the essence of the dragon vein. Soon, the elder unleashed a terrifying aura. Extending a hand, the entire dragon vein began to tremble, and a larger golden source orb than before erupted from the earth, floating before Chu Chun. Young friend, this is the essence of the dragon vein. Chu Chun wasted no time in accepting it. Very well, I shall grant you this favor today. Hua Xian, let us depart. Chu Chun grasped Hua Xian's hand and prepared to leave. The elder before him radiated a sense of dread, suggesting he was a formidable being beyond the realm of cave heavens. Young friend, wait a moment. I have an unusual request, and I hope you will acquiesce in an instant. A terrifying pressure locked onto Chu Chun. Should he attempt to leave, the elder would undoubtedly strike. Hua Xian sensed the tension as well, gripping the demon sealing stone tightly, prepared to unleash its seal at any moment. Chu Chun turned back, asking, Is there something more, perhaps some rare treasure you wish to offer as compensation? The elder gazed at him with the hunger of a bloodthirsty beast, greedily fixated on Chu Chun. Young friend? You jest. I merely wish to have you help me comprehend a secret technique I have studied for many years without success. Given your extraordinary talent, you might grasp it in no time. And I shall reward you with treasures in return. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun could not help but curse inwardly. Old fox, I knew you would not let me go so easily. This so-called secret technique is likely a trap as well. Yet, if I refuse him, escaping here may prove difficult. What secret technique? Your cultivation level exceeds mine. If you cannot comprehend it, how could I? Young friend, such reasoning is misguided. talent and cultivation cannot be compared. My achievements are merely a result of my longer lifespan, while your talent is such that it will soon surpass mine." With that, a black scripture fell into Chu Chen's hands. "Young friend, this is the secret technique. Should you comprehend it, you may select any treasures you desire." "But what if I cannot comprehend it?" Chu Chen countered. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "I am certain you will comprehend it. You old fox, how dare you threaten me? I will surely refine you into the myriad souls banner if given the chance." "Very well, I shall agree to your terms, but you too must acquiesce to one condition," Chu Chen stated. "Speak, and within my capacity, I shall certainly assist you." Chu Chen glanced at Hua Xian. "Let her go first," the elder nodded at Hua Xian. "As long as you remain here to comprehend the secret technique, your companion shall naturally be free to leave. I will not impede her." "Chu Chen, I will not leave. If one goes, we all go," Hua Xian replied. "Foolish woman, cannot you see this old fox harbors ill intentions? Your presence here will only distract me," Chu Chen communicated telepathically. After a moment of hesitation, Hua Xian replied, "There is indeed another way. I could simply unseal the demon sealing stone." "Enough, foolish woman, why do you not trust me? If you leave, I will find a way to reunite with you." Seeing Chu Chen so resolute, Hua Xian ceased her protests. "Very well, be cautious. I shall await you in the eastern Lin Mountains." Their telepathic exchange concluded. Chu Chen turned to the elder, threatening, "Do not entertain thoughts of capturing her along the way. I possess the means to stay connected with her. Should she encounter misfortune, I will sense it, and I fear I will be unable to comprehend this secret technique." The elder, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "Truly a cunning little fox. However, my ambitions lie elsewhere, and letting go of that young girl is no concern. Naturally, at my age, I would not resort to harming a mere girl. You need not worry, young friend." Subsequently, Chu Chen handed the essence of the dragon vein to Hua Xian. "You go ahead, I will find you soon." Hua Xian nodded, turning to Chu Chen to say, "I will wait for you." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and departed. She had already resolved that should Chu Chen face any peril, she would unseal the stone and ensure that the elder and the entire Eastern Su royal family paid in blood. "Young friend, your companion has departed. May we begin to comprehend the secret technique?" Chu Chen remained silent, merely unfurling the black scripture in his hand. The elder, witnessing this, allowed a sinister smile to creep upon his withered lips. Moments later, Chu Chen finished reading the scripture but did not begin to grasp its profound meanings. "Chu, the young lad, you are finished. This technique is but an incomplete one, and the old man has not given you the full version. Furthermore, it appears to be a technique for seizing bodies. Should you successfully comprehend it, the elder will likely attempt to take over your body." Ming Yuan transmitted this warning to Chu Chen. Chapter 36. The Devouring of Ming Yuan's Intervention, the Divine Fire Realm. This old fox. I knew he had ulterior motives, however. This old fox's power surpasses the cave heaven realm. If I oppose him, I risk a fatal outcome. Chu, my boy, this elder's strength not only exceeds that of the cave heavens, but he has also ignited the divine fire, qualifying him as a formidable being. However, should he be at his peak, a divine fire master, you would indeed need to flee. Yet, this elder is merely a shadow of his former self, his vitality waning as he stands on the precipice of death. I can still manage it, just enough to devour the source within him to restore my injuries. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You should have acted from the very beginning. Then all the treasures and resources here would have belonged to me. That elder's source belongs to you. Why the hurry? Wait until he attempts to devour you. When you relax, then I shall strike decisively. This is the most prudent approach. Ming Yuan, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Given my current state, I am only slightly stronger than him, hence I must choose the most insidious method to eliminate him." "Very well, in that case, I shall begin to comprehend the contents of this technique," replied Chu Chen. Naturally, he trusted Ming Yuan's words. If he were to perish, Ming Yuan would follow him into oblivion. Chu Chen commenced his understanding of the black scriptures, as streams of purple-black energy converged from all directions. Not far away, the elder watched this spectacle with a greedy gleam in his eyes. "Boy, soon your body will belong to me. Such terrifying talent. If I succeed in seizing it, let alone mere divine fire, I might even have a chance to tread upon the legendary sacred realm. Zhang Long, overhearing his ancestor's words, finally reacted. Ancestor, are you planning to seize this boy's body? Truly, the ancestor is more far-sighted than I imagined. Zhang Long flattered. The elder gazed at his inept great-grandson, whose talent was lacking, destined to remain in the cave realm for his entire life, and had even squandered the dragon vein energy accumulated by the emperors of the Eastern Su Empire for a woman. Had it not been for his poor aptitude, he would have been the first to seize him. As time passed, more and more purple-black energy entered Chu Chen's body. At this moment, Chu Chun finally understood the essence of this technique. However, it required both parties to cultivate it simultaneously for effectiveness if mastered. One could seize the body of another who practiced this technique, inheriting their cultivation while also absorbing their original power. This would not only grant him that person's body, but also allow his own cultivation to swiftly return to its peak. As a demonic cultivator, Chu Chun was genuinely intrigued by this technique. If he could obtain the complete version from this elder, his cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. At that point, disseminating this technique would be akin to raising a goo. If bestowed upon 100 spirit-gathering cultivators, they would be ensnared in an endless cycle of devouring, leaving only one survivor among them, who would absorb the combined cultivation of the previous 99. After all, few can resist the allure of becoming stronger. In this harsh world, the weak are devoured by the strong by any means necessary. To absorb others is to grow stronger, and I believe few can refuse such an opportunity. Eventually, I could sacrifice them, feeding the essence back to myself. How splendid that would be! Beyond that, there are the realms of concentration, transcending the mundane, and the transformation brought by quantitative changes. Even a spirit-gathering cultivator could be swiftly nurtured. Akin to raising pigs, fattening them before slaughter. Chu, you've nearly finished your cultivation. I estimate the elder will soon attempt to seize your body. Mingyuan warned, as expected. No sooner had Mingyuan spoken than the elder approached Chu Chan. Young friend, how goes your comprehension? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Chu Chan replied coldly. Why does this technique feel so strange? My body cannot move at all. Upon hearing Chu Chen's response, the elder ceased his pretense. Fear not, young friend. This is a normal occurrence. Only one final step remains. I will seize your body. Seize my body? Chu Chen feigned surprise. Did you not claim it was a secret technique? Are you deceiving me? Ha ha ha. The elder laughed. Young friend, I will make good use of your body. Your talent will not be wasted. I will use your body to seek out your destined partner. Rest assured, I will treat that little beauty with great care. In the next moment, the elder emanated the same purple-black energy, intertwining with Chu Chen's. Chu Chun instantly felt as if his soul were being torn apart, as if being expelled from his own body. However, the golden lotus within him seemed to sense something, blooming forth to absorb the purple-black energy. Instantly, that sensation of soul-rending pain vanished, and the golden lotus seemed unsatisfied, voraciously absorbing the purple-black energy. Once the purple-black energy within Chu Qian was fully absorbed, he began to draw upon the energy from the elder. The elder furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his soul had not vacated his body. No, this boy is devouring my cultivation. Seeing the situation turn against him, the elder intended to strike at Chu Chun. If he could not seize the boy, he would eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Yet a voice echoed in the elder's ears. Your source is mine. Ming Yuan's figure materialized, followed by a mysterious rune that bound the elder's body. The elder's eyes widened in suspicion. Who are you? As a divine fire realm cultivator, he had sensed none of this person's approach. I am someone you need not know. Merely understand that I have come to claim your source. Ming Yuan commanded, devouring technique of Tao Tai. With that, a colossal, fearsome beast's phantom appeared behind Ming Yuan, resembling a ram-bodied, human-faced creature with eyes under its armpits, fangs like a tiger, and claws like a human. Indeed, it was the ancient beast Tao Tai, Roar, the phantom of Tao Tai. Upon sighting the elder, lunged forth as if presented with a delectable feast, swallowing him whole before transforming into a sphere of light and returning to Ming Yuan's body. Ming Yuan seated himself upon the ground, commencing the refinement of the elder. After the golden lotus absorbed the purple-black energy, Chu Chun recovered. You truly can consume. Such a large person was swallowed in one bite, and you didn't leave me anything. Do not digest his spatial ring. I still need the techniques within, Chu Chan directed at Ming Yuan. Understood, Chu, do not disturb my refinement of him. Zhang Long, observing the commotion, saw his ancestor devoured by that savage beast and felt his legs turn to jelly. It's over, it's over. My ancestor is doomed. I must quickly flee this place. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhang Long's chest was pierced by the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. His eyes bulged like copper bells. His face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Chu Chun withdrew the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword and soared out of the dragon vein, hovering above the entire Eastern Su royal family. This Eastern Su royal family must be eradicated. At that time, I shall have Little Black devour these souls, thus elevating Little Black's realm further. In an instant, the entire Eastern Su royal family was enveloped in a crimson bloodlight. Such a commotion quickly catching the attention of other cultivators. Chapter 37. The Legacy of the Nine Dragons Emperor, Brother Chu, I desire it. Heavens, what on earth has transpired in the Eastern Su royal family? That crimson bloodlight fills me with an overwhelming sense of dread. Though you think the Demon King Chu has made a move against the Eastern Su royal family? In an instant, those witnessing this scene began to discuss amongst themselves. Hua Xian was also mingling in the crowd, gazing at the crimson bloodlight with concern. Chu Chun, you must not come to harm. Such a great disturbance naturally attracted many cultivators to investigate. However, none who ventured forth returned. Night soon passed, and the crimson bloodlight vanished without a trace. Once the bloodlight disappeared, more cultivators mustered their courage to approach the Eastern Su royal family, but this time, all returned, albeit with grim expressions. Some even returned trembling, their faces pale, retching several times. What on earth happened in the Eastern Su royal family? Why are you all so fearful? Finally, one cultivator gathered his courage to speak. Everyone in the Eastern Su royal family has died, leaving behind a sea of white bones. The scene is identical to that of the Eastern Su sect. It must be the work of that Demon King Chu. Everyone, flee quickly. With both the Eastern Su royal family and the Eastern Su sect having been annihilated, the Eastern Su Empire is now but an empty shell, no different from being destroyed. And I fear that the Demon King Chu has gone mad. Perhaps it will soon be our turn. Everyone, do not linger any longer. In the Donglin mountain range, Hua Xian was constantly attentive to news regarding the Eastern Su royal family. Upon hearing of their demise, she felt elated. She immediately returned to the Donglin mountain range, waiting for Chu Chun. However, a day and a night passed without a trace of him, which inexplicably worried her. Could it be that the one who annihilated the Eastern Su royal family was not Chu Chun but someone else? And that even Chu Chun had become one of those scattered bones? Just as she was lost in such thoughts, a voice broke through her reverie. Hey, foolish woman, how are you? Did I not say I would return? Upon hearing the voice she had longed for, Hua Xian knew Chu Chun had come back. The moment she saw him, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She dashed into Chu Chun's embrace. You scoundrel, I thought you were dead. If you are alive, why did you not come to find me immediately? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Hua Xian spoke, clinging tightly to Chu Chun, feeling the warmth of the person in his arms. Chu Chun raised his hands to rest on Hua Xian's back. All right, foolish woman, do not cry. I was merely delayed by circumstances. If you continue to cry, you will become ugly, and you know I prefer you looking beautiful. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian ceased her tears. Looking into Chu Chun's eyes, love surged within her. She realized she had fallen for this man before her. Perhaps it was when he promised to annihilate the Eastern Su Empire. Or perhaps it was when she was about to be engulfed by the sea of fire demons, when he urged her to go first, remaining behind to bear the burden of the Eastern Su Empire alone. Hua Xian found that she had truly fallen in love with the man before her, Chu Chun. What is it? Chu Chun looked down at the woman in his arms. Do you like me? You are my first woman, and regardless of what happens in the future, I, Chu Chun, shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing this response, Hua Xian understood that the man before her also held affection for her. That night, within the cave, a pig demon was being scorched by fierce flames, sizzling and exuding fragrant oil. This was the catch that Chu Chun had procured from the mountains, intended for their dinner. Chu Chun, actually, I possess another identity. I hail from the Xian Prefecture's Huayuan Sacred Land, and my true name is not Hua Xian, but Chu Lingxian. Suddenly, Hua Xian spoke to Chu Chun. Huayuan Sacred Land? Foolish woman, what is your status in the Huayuan Sacred Land? And what brings you here? Chu Lu inquired calmly. I am the holy maiden of the Huayuan sacred land. But the sacred land wishes to arrange a marriage between me and the holy sons of other sacred lands. I disagreed and fled, sealing my cultivation and physique with a demon sealing stone to avoid detection. Later, I inadvertently discovered the 9 Dragons' Heart Seal and made my way to the Eastern Xian Empire. Who would have thought that you would seize the 9 Dragons' Heart Seal? Chu Chen replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether you are Hua Xian or Chu Ling Xian, I recognize you as a person, not merely by name. Besides, you are my woman. Whoever dares to coerce you into a marriage shall face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian did not perceive Chu Chen's words as mere bravado. Given his potential, if granted time, he could undoubtedly rise to obliterate the sacred land. Those who awaken the chaotic seed golden lotus phenomenon have historically become titans of the 9 prefectures, some even achieving the status of emperor. Very well, I believe in you. From now on, you may call me Xianer. For a moment, Hua Xian's sudden address took Chu Chen aback. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, Xianer, what exactly is this 9 Dragons' Heart Seal? And why can I not sense it? In response, Hua Xian patiently explained. The 9 Dragons' Heart Seal is a legacy mark left behind by the 9 Dragons' Emperor during the Middle Ages. Ancient texts state that whoever possesses the 9 Dragons' Heart Seal shall inherit the Emperor's legacy when it manifests in the world. Chu Chen remarked, You are giving me the Emperor's legacy just like that. In the past, I would certainly have sought ways to reclaim it, but now I think it is quite fitting to remain with you. Xianer, when the time comes, if I obtain the Emperor's legacy and become an unparalleled powerhouse, I shall be able to protect you even better. Chu Chen chuckled, Truly, you are a foolish woman, willing to relinquish the Emperor's legacy to another. Hua Xian playfully replied, Chu Chen, I still want it. What do you desire? Chu Chen asked, perplexed, just as it was the first time. Chu Chen seemed to recall something, but before he could respond, Hua Xian had already lunged at him. Her eyes misty as she gazed at him. Chu Chen, be gentle. Xianer fears pain. Chu Chen's gaze fell upon her luscious red lips and the enticing curves before him, which incessantly beckoned him to surrender to temptation. No longer able to restrain himself, he pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf, fervently tearing at her garments. Soon, their forms entwined, rising and falling, as soft moans echoed in the air. 1,000,000 words omitted here. The following day, upon awakening, Chu Chen noticed that the person beside him remained soundly asleep, so he chose not to disturb her and quietly rose. However, a delicate hand grasped him, with a sweet and tender voice. She inquired, Chu Chen, where are you going? Xianer does not wish to part from you. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, Chu Chen mused, what a little enchantress. He soon succumbed once more to the embrace of passion. Initiating another fervent battle. In the ancient Moon Kingdom, within a room adorned with antiquity, Bai Xiaoya leaned against a table, sighing, Husband, Xiaoya misses you dearly. Chapter 38. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor, the peerless immortal sword in Xian Prefecture. A golden divine pillar pierced the heavens, capturing the attention of all major factions. Xian Prefecture's talented individuals list. Everyone, the Xian Prefecture talented individuals list has been updated. Quickly check if your name has made it onto the list. Being listed here guarantees favor from the various factions, and one could soar to great heights. Forget it. I think you should stop daydreaming. If you could make it onto this talented individuals list, how could you possibly remain by my side? Boom. A commanding voice echoed from the golden light pillar. The Xian Prefecture talented individuals list has been updated. All cultivators under 300 years of age may enter. Ranked first. Nangong Qiushui, human race, 5-element sacred spirit body, 9th layer of Dongtian. Recent achievement, effortlessly defeating a 5th layer of transformation dragon cultivator. Second, Chu Chen, human race, unknown physique, 7th layer of transformation. Awakened the chaotic seed golden lotus phenomenon, recent achievement, effortlessly defeating a 5th layer of Dongtian cultivator. Third, Yi Yang, 9 flame sacred body, human race, 9th layer of Dongtian, recent achievement, evenly matched against a 5th layer of transformation dragon cultivator. Fourth, Huang Tianhua, yellow spring nether body, human race, 9th layer of Dongtian, recent achievement, decisively defeating a 2nd layer of transformation dragon cultivator. 10th, Zhangyu, celestial demon body, demon race, 9th layer of Dongtian. Recent achievement, effortlessly defeating a 2nd layer of transformation dragon cultivator. 30th, Shiryu, Human race, eternal star body, 9th layer of transformation, recent achievement, decisively defeating a 7th layer of Dongtian cultivator. 100th, Wang Tao. Human race, 3 spirit treasure body, 7th layer of transformation, recent achievement, evenly matched against a 1st layer of Dongtian cultivator. I knew it. The one ranked first is still our Dao Immortal Palace's goddess. Nangong Chiozui.to, annihilate a 5th layer of transformation dragon cultivator, while at the 9th layer of Dongtian. Such achievements are indeed dazzling. Not only is she the foremost figure of our Dao Immortal Palace, but she is also one of the most beautiful women in Xian Prefecture. Wait, who is this Chu Chun? To be ranked second on the Xian Prefecture talented individuals list at the 7th layer of transformation is astonishing. The chaotic seed golden lotus phenomenon, one of the most formidable manifestations throughout history. No wonder he ranks second. Tio effortlessly defeat a 9th layer of Dongtian cultivator at the 7th layer of transformation. If his cultivation were to rise, he might very well claim the first position. In an instant, countless prodigies in Xian Prefecture were observing the newly released talented individuals list. In the Dao Immortal Palace, Nangong Chiushui was also scrutinizing this updated list. Chu Chen, the chaotic seed golden lotus, I truly look forward to our meeting. Meanwhile, Chu Chan remained unaware that he had become a topic of fervent discussion among the prodigies of Xian Prefecture. Chu Chun, where do you plan to go next? Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Chu Chun felt that he had been thoroughly worn out by her antics over the past few days. As for me, I shall naturally venture beyond the Eastern Xian Empire to pursue my own path. Chu Chun spoke with righteous conviction. However, in truth, he intended to seize the resources of other cultivators. For how else could he elevate his cultivation? Shinner, do you have any plans? Chu Chun inquired. I currently have no specific objectives, but the time for the demon sealing stone is drawing near, and I fear I will be captured and returned to the Huayuan sacred land. Upon mentioning this, Hua Xian's expression dimmed. Chu Chun, once the seal is lifted, separation is inevitable. Yet I shall never accept the sacred land's arrangement for marriage. In my heart, there is only you. I await your rise. Chu Chun, so that you may come to the Huayuan sacred land and take me away. Chu Chun held the beauty in his embrace tightly, remaining silent for the moment. He knew he could not offer Hua Xian any promises just yet, but he was determined to rise swiftly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate Demon King title. The host's reputation has spread to the ears of various factions in Xian Prefecture, granting the reward of the Wandering Souls banner and unlocking an independent world. Wandering Souls banner independent world, capable of accommodating all things in the world, with an initial space of 10,000 cubic meters. The host must construct to expand it. When did my reputation spread to Xian Prefecture? I haven't even left the Eastern Xian Empire. Chu boy, what kind of divine ability is this, that such a phenomenon can be termed another world? Inside the Wandering Souls banner, Mingyuan expressed his astonishment. Chu Chun paid him no heed, preparing to depart from the Eastern Xian Empire. By the way, Shinner, how much longer can this demon sealing stone hold? It can last for another month. After that, the power within the demon sealing stone will be depleted, and my seal will be lifted, Hua Xin explained. Where can we find such a demon sealing stone? Hua Xin pondered for a moment. The demon sealing stones are mainly controlled by the major factions. Only the sacred land possesses them. These stones can conceal one's aura and seal one's physique. And all major sacred lands distribute some to cultivate their disciples for practical training. In the next moment, Hua Xian realized what Chu Chan was contemplating. Chu Chan, you don't intend to seize the demon sealing stones from the disciples of the major factions, do you? Smart. Let us depart from the Eastern Xian Empire, Xianer, and venture into the broader Xian Prefecture to seek out the demon sealing stones. All right, I shall follow your lead. Chu Chun. In Xian Prefecture's Night City. After several days, Chu Chan and Hua Xian arrived at Night City. Chu Chan surveyed the bustling crowd. The cultivators here were not to be compared with those from the Eastern Xian Empire. Having wandered through Night City for quite some time, Chu Chan had yet to spot even a single ordinary person. Even the innkeeper possessed cultivation at the Gathering Spirit Realm. Even the Transformation Realm was not uncommon here. And Chu Chun had encountered several powerful cultivators at the Dongtian Realm. Chu Chun, I want to eat that, Hua Xian pointed at a candied hawthorn. Indeed, women have a penchant for indulging. A stroll through the streets inevitably leads to shopping. Very well, today you may eat whatever you desire. I shall treat you, Chu Chun chuckled. He was currently quite affluent, having plundered all resources after annihilating the Eastern Xian sect and the Eastern Xian royal family, leaving him with mountains of spirit stones. Chu Chen is so wonderful. Hua Xian stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek, though their outing appeared to be a casual stroll. In truth, Chu Chen had marked all the cultivators of higher realms he encountered along the way at that time. It may be convenient to commit murder and seize treasures, a practice that could be deemed disgraceful. However, for a demonic cultivator like him, should he not seize opportunities and instead resort to borrowing from others in a righteous manner? Ding. The system has issued a task. Although the host has reached the intermediate level of demonic cultivation, the path to becoming a demon god is still far away. Please, host, seize all the celestial swords at the Celestial Sword Conference, and you will be rewarded with a sapling of the Enlightenment Tree. Enlightenment Tree. Evolved from the roots of the World Tree, meditating beside it grants a 100-fold increase in comprehension. The Enlightenment Tree is indeed a precious item that I must acquire. Come, innkeeper, Chu Chen inquired of the inn attendant. Are you aware of the Celestial Sword Conference? The Celestial Sword Conference? The attendant pondered for a moment before responding. Sir, it is clear that you have traveled from afar. In 3 days, the Celestial Sword Conference will indeed take place, organized by the foremost power in Night City, the Celestial Sword Manor. Every year, the manor presents a celestial sword as a reward for the conference. Moreover, anyone who can communicate with the celestial sword through their sword intent may take it away. Surely, you have come for this event, haven't you? Chu Chen nodded. Indeed. The attendant continued. How fortunate for you, sir. This year's rewards are even more abundant. The Celestial Sword Manor will offer 10 celestial swords as prizes, and there will also be a peerless celestial sword crafted over the span of a century. It is rumored that the one who can communicate with this extraordinary sword will not only gain all the rewards, but may also take the treasure jewel of the Celestial Sword Manor's master and be welcomed into the manor. Chu Chen nodded, then tossed a large bag of spirit stones to the attendant. This is your tip. Please arrange 2 of the finest rooms for me. Thank you, sir. I will take care of it immediately. However, before the attendant could walk far, Hua Xian, her face flushed, spoke up. Just 1 room is sufficient, innkeeper. Certainly, right away. Xianer, are you yearning for my company? Chu Chen teased. Stop it, brother Chu, who is yearning for you? I'm merely afraid of the cold sleeping alone at night and wish to hold you for warmth. By the way, brother Chu, why are you participating in this Celestial Sword Conference? Do you wish to meet the treasure jewel of the Celestial Sword Manor? Oh, Xianer, daring to tease your brother Chu. Just wait and see how I will deal with you later. Hee I'm not afraid. As night fell, Chu Chen prepared to take action. He had marked his targets during the day and awaited his opportunity. Before long, he zeroed in on his first target, a young man in white. Accompanied by a portly fellow, Brother Liang, as the 79th ranked genius on the Xian province list, how could the Celestial Sword Manor be so blind? They refused to grant you even a single celestial sword, insisting you wait until the conference to communicate with it yourself. The young man in white said nothing, merely sipping his fine wine. The portly fellow, seeing his companion's silence, changed the subject. Brother Liang, how about we go relax? My treat. The ladies of Night City are quite enchanting at this. The young man in white paused his drinking. Very well. My mood is rather foul. I could use some relaxation. Lead the way. Certainly, Brother Liang. Just as the two prepared to depart, a figure cloaked in black obstructed their path. A sharp sword whizzed through the air, embedding itself directly beneath the young man's legs. Who the hell are you? Do you realize your sword almost rendered me unable to bear offspring? Liang Zhang, what did you say to my father today? Do you believe I won't cut off that little bird of yours? A woman's voice emerged from beneath the black cloak. Upon hearing this voice, the young man in white exclaimed in surprise, Wang Chuanwu, what are you doing here? As the cloak fell away, Wang Chuanwu, clad in form-fitting battle attire, perfectly accentuated her tall figure, resembling a rose on the battlefield. Poised and striking. Face my sword. Without offering an explanation, she wielded her profound grade sword to strike at Liang Zhang. Observing her fierce demeanor, Liang Zhang chose to evade rather than confront her directly. Wang Chuanwu, have you gone mad? I merely sought to speak with the manor master about marrying you. Why must you escalate things? Is it wrong for me to like you? You're so beautiful. Am I not allowed to pursue you? Liang Zhang retorted while dodging her attacks. The profound grade sword cleaved the tea house in twain. Seeing Wang Chuanwu's aggressive approach, Liang Zhang resolved not to remain passive any longer. Thousand illusions technique, he called out, his eyes shifting to a brownish HUE.in. The next moment, Wang Chuanwu's gaze became vacant, her consciousness dulled, and she froze in place. Brother Liang, is she truly the treasured jewel of the Celestial Sword Manor? Wang Chuanwu? Indeed. Then why not take advantage of the situation and claim her? Once you consummate the deed, you'll surely be welcomed into the Celestial Sword Manor. What need is there for peerless celestial swords when they will all be within your grasp? The portly fellow smirked. However, this remark seemed to ignite Liang Zhang's fury, and he glared at the portly man with malice. If you utter such words again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The portly fellow, sensing Liang Zhang's rage, quickly apologized. Brother Liang, I was wrong. I won't speak such things again. Enough. Return Wang Chuanwu to where she belongs. Then we shall head to that place of revelry. The portly fellow was baffled. With the beauty right before them, why was Liang Zhang still playing the gentleman? Meanwhile, Chu Chun observed the unfolding events from the shadows, surprised to discover that this woman was the treasured jewel of the Celestial Sword Manor. She must possess many valuable items. With this thought, a wicked smile crept across Chu Chin's face. It was time for him to make his entrance. Fellow cultivator, surrender your belongings, and I may spare your life. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, startling Liang Zhang and the portly fellow. Who goes there? Show yourself, Liang Zhang demanded. In the next moment, another figure cloaked in black stepped forward. What a stroke of bad luck today. First, I was chased by Wang Chuanwu, and now another cloaked figure appears. Liang Zhang's anger flared as he regarded the newcomer with hostility. In the dead of night, lurking about, you'd best explain yourself. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Unfazed by Liang Zhang's threat, Chu Chan smiled nonchalantly. Fellow cultivator, you wouldn't want the Celestial Sword Manor to learn of this, would you? Chu Chun produced a recording stone, saying, this stone not only captures your recent actions but also your conversation with that fat fellow. Liang Zhang's eyes narrowed. What do you want? Simple. Hand over your spatial ring, and also give me hers. Then, I shall return this recording stone to you. I can give you my spatial ring, but I cannot decide for hers. Liang Zhang replied. Hearing this, Chu Chun remained calm. I believe you have no choice. This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. You shameless, a dignified cultivator resorting to such despicable means to threaten another. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed? Liang Zhang fumed. Then perhaps you wish for me to leave. With that, Chu Chun turned to depart. Wait, Liang Zhang called out, quickly removing his spatial ring and then Wang Chuanwu's, tossing them both to Chu Chun. Upon receiving the rings, Chu Chun crushed the recording stone. Fellow cultivator, I was deceiving you. There was never any recording. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liang Zhang had yet to process the situation when Chu Chun vanished from sight, leaving Liang Zhang bewildered. Brother Liang, it seems you have been played, and Wang Chuanwu's spatial ring has been taken as well. She may truly seek your demise now. The portly fellow chimed in. That damned swindler. If I ever encounter you again, I shall dig up your ancestors. Liang Zhang seethed with rage. At that moment, Wang Chuanwu regained her senses and realized her spatial ring was missing. Enraged, she declared, Liang Zhang, return my spatial ring or I shall cleave you in two today. Liang Zhang found himself at a loss for words. Wang Chuanwu, it wasn't me, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain. Liang Zhang, emulating Chu Chun, fled the scene in a hurry. This night was destined to be sleepless. Subsequently, Chu Chun targeted several more victims, using force to subdue them and seize their spatial rings. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Chun began to tally his spoils, immersing himself in the cultivation of Thunder's essence. The spatial rings bore soul imprints, which he easily shattered, a dazzling array of spirit stones piled high, yet none contained the coveted sealing stones. Over the next 3 days, Chu Chun marked high-ranking cultivators during the day, and at night, he commenced his treasure hunts. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no sealing stones, leading him to suspect that only treasures from the Sacred Land's disciples might hold such items. Today marked the day of the Celestial Sword Conference hosted by the Celestial Sword Manor. Have you heard? Recently, a black-cloaked thief has been spotted, specifically robbing cultivators of their spatial rings. It is said that this thief practices an unknown technique. making them incredibly fast and impossible to catch. Is that true? I dare not venture out at night. What if I were to be robbed? Come now, that thief wouldn't even bother with your meager possessions. Only the prominent geniuses of the major powers are at risk. Even if those few spiritual stones were offered to me as a gift, I would refuse them, let alone accept them from the black-robed thief. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian cast a suspicious glance at Chu Chun. Brother Chu, you've been sneaking out every night these past few days. Could it be that the black-robed thief is actually you? Chu Chun chuckled. What black-robed thief? It's merely someone stronger than them. If they were robbed, they can only blame their own lack of strength. While this was indeed a valid point, it still felt somewhat peculiar to Hua Xian. Observing Chu Chen's demeanor, she suspected that he was likely involved. All right, the Divine Sword Conference is about to commence. Let us join in the festivities. Chu Chen, unfamiliar with the rules, followed behind the other cultivators and made his way to the Divine Sword Manor. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed above, obscuring the crowd below. Looking up, they beheld a colossal wine gourd floating in the sky. The gourd swiftly diminished in size, and several figures leaped down from it. Chapter 40. Once the Divine Sword Conference concludes, I shall ensure he enters the 10,000 Souls banner. Make way, do not obstruct the path. The figures, a mix of men and women, were led by an arrogant young man who barked at the crowd. Upon spotting Hua Xian beside Chu Chun, his gaze was filled with avarice as it swept hungrily over her delicate form. Only then did he stride towards the Divine Sword Manor. Chu Chun took note of this scene, but rather than act impulsively, he committed the young man's appearance to memory, resolving to ensure that regardless of who he was, he would enter his 10,000 Souls banner after the conference concluded. Once these individuals departed, whispers arose among the crowd. Who is that person? Why is he so arrogant? A cultivator immediately chimed in. You don't even know him. That's Lu Yi, the son of the Night City Lord. He is notoriously arrogant and always accompanied by formidable bodyguards. Shh, keep your voice down. If he hears you, your life may be forfeit. Chu Chen and Hua Xian soon found themselves amidst the throngs entering the Divine Sword Manor. Inside, the place was teeming with people, all gathered for the legendary immortal sword. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the air as a peak radiating divine light floated above. In the distance, a figure approached. The master of the Divine Sword Manor, Wang Quan Wuxin. Amidst the crowd, Chu Chen and Hua Xian observed the floating peak, which, though modest in size, bore 10 immortal swords, with the most extraordinary one perched at its pinnacle. The term immortal sword was merely a title bestowed upon the weapons crafted by the Divine Sword Manor. Wang Quan Wuxin spoke. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Divine Sword Manor. I am Wang Quan Wuxin, the master here. This Divine Sword Conference differs from those of the past, as you may have heard rumors regarding it. Our manor has spent a century forging this unparalleled immortal sword, which will serve as the reward for this conference. Its rank has reached the heavenly grade, just a step away from the sacred grade. Whoever can communicate with this sword will not only claim it, but will also have the opportunity to marry my daughter and join the Divine Sword Manor. His words stirred a wave of excitement through the crowd. Heavenly grade? Surely, I must have misheard. Just one step away from the sacred grade? The Divine Sword Manor has truly invested heavily this time. Scoffed one onlooker. Hemph, I thought it was a sacred grade. How presumptuous to call a mere heavenly grade an immortal sword. Yet, this remark was quickly met with retorts from others. A cultivator at the condensing spirit realm? You have nothing to worry about. Go have fun. Ha ha ha, this kid knows nothing about swords. Do you even understand what a sacred grade entails? To nurture a sacred grade weapon, one must have a saint's cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional the forging materials, it is impossible to create a sacred grade weapon. The condensing spirit realm cultivator's face flushed red as he exited the Divine Sword Manor. All right, everyone, you may begin. Simply release your divine soul power and attempt to communicate with this sword. Wang Quan Wuxin declared. As his words fell, numerous cultivators seated themselves in meditation, releasing their divine soul power toward the immortal sword atop the peak. However, Chu Chen did not attempt to communicate with the extraordinary sword. Instead, he quietly observed. Although the body of the indestructible sword had been consumed by the demon god's form, the essence of the indestructible sword still resided within him. By merely releasing a hint of the indestructible sword's will, it was not only the immortal sword that would respond. Most likely, every weapon in the divine sword manor would resonate and acknowledge him as their master. Moreover, Chu Chen noticed that he was not alone in his quiet observation. Several others were similarly refraining from engaging with the sword. Yet, among the multitude of cultivators, none could elicit even the slightest response from the immortal sword. Chu Chen also observed Wang Quan Wuxin scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for something. "Brother Chu, do you not sense something amiss? So many individuals are attempting to communicate with a single sword. Even if this sword is of heavenly grade, it cannot possibly withstand such a surge of divine soul power. While I may lack talent in swordsmanship, I understand that a weapon so close to the sacred grade cannot be communicated with using divine soul power." Hua Xian whispered. "Xianer, if you can perceive this, how could the master of the divine sword manor be oblivious? Let us remain patient. I believe the truth will soon come to light." Nightfall approached swiftly, and as some cultivators departed after trying for hours, others persisted until darkness enveloped the sky. Countless cultivators came and went, yet none stirred even the slightest response from the immortal sword atop the peak. Chu Chan, however, observed that the sword's body was becoming increasingly radiant. Meanwhile, Lu Ye's covetous gaze remained fixated on Hua Xian from afar. "What a beautiful woman! I desire to possess her immediately." Lu Yi licked his lips. "Young master, would you like me to bring that woman to you right now?" A man behind Lu Yi inquired. "Let us wait until the divine soul forging technique concludes. There are too many people at the divine sword manor right now. If I were to snatch her away, it would tarnish the dignity of my lord's estate. As you wish, young master." Wang Quan Wuxin observed everything quietly, murmuring to himself, "Soon, it will be complete. When the time comes, I, Wang Quan Wuxin, shall be the first to create a sacred sword without the need for a saint." With this thought, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Another night passed, yet the immortal sword remained unresponsive. However, the radiance upon its blade had spread to envelop its entire form. Wang Quan Wuxin then stood and addressed the crowd. "Regrettably, none among you have managed to communicate with this sword. The Divine Sword Conference is drawing to a close. Beep, the host is about to miss a mission. Failure to communicate with the immortal sword during the Divine Sword Conference. How could I have forgotten this?" Chu Chun suddenly recalled the system's mission. "That is the Tree of Enlightenment. I cannot afford to miss it. Even if Wang Quan Wuxin is plotting something, I shall not concern myself with it. Wait, I believe I can give it a try," Chu Chun declared. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Who is this person? After so many have failed to communicate with the immortal sword, does he truly believe he can succeed? Indeed, he probably heard Wang Zhu's announcement of the impending conclusion and cannot bear to let it go. Yet, no matter how unwilling he might be, it would be futile. Chu Chun paid no mind to the murmurs around him. Instead, he turned to Wang Quan Wuxin and asked, "Master Wang, may I be permitted to attempt communication once more?" Wang Quan Wuxin, seeing this, did not intervene. Since the young friend wishes to try again, let him do so. However, it will only be a single opportunity. Once you have finished, the Divine Sword Conference shall conclude. Though he spoke thus, Wang Quan Wuxin held no fear that Chu Chun would succeed in communicating with the sword. This sword had long been refined by him, and all his actions were merely aimed at elevating its rank to sacred. Lu Yi watched the scene with keen interest, though his gaze was primarily fixed on Hua Xian, utterly captivated by her beauty. "Master, if I manage to communicate with this sword, the unparalleled immortal sword and those 10 profound-grade weapons will belong to me. Correct?" Chu Chan stood, hands clasped behind his back, allowing the breeze to tousle his hair. Wang Quan Wuxin, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Chun intently. "Of course. The Divine Sword Manor stands by its word. If you truly manage to communicate with this sword, you are free to take it." "Excellent," Chu Chen replied resolutely. In the next moment, his body radiated sword intent, soaring through the heavens. The indestructible sword's essence surged from him, enveloping the entire Divine Sword Manor in a chilling aura. This sword intent felt like a blade, causing everyone present to experience a sharp sting upon their skin. As if they were being seethed in an uproar, the immortal sword atop the peak began to tremble. And not only that, but all the weapons within the Divine Sword Manor also emitted a resonant hum. "This is the sword's heart. It must be the sword's heart," a cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Such a powerful sword intent could only belong to an extraordinary genius who has comprehended the sword's heart. Only such an individual could elicit a resonance from all the weapons in the divine sword manor. At this moment, Wang Quan Wuxin's brow furrowed deeply as he sensed the immortal sword resisting him, attempting to escape his control. A surge of fury ignited within him. How could this sword, which he considered his possession, dare to rebel against him? Without hesitation, he unleashed his sword intent to suppress it. However, as his sword intent made contact with the immortal sword, the overwhelming sword energy deflected it away in an instant. The immortal sword broke free from the peak, and the other 10 weapons followed suit, all flying toward Chu Chun, encircling him. Master, this is not good. The weapons of the divine sword manor are all resonating, and they are about to break free from their seals and come this way. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan Wuxin's expression darkened as he spoke. Young friend, let's put an end to this. Chu Chun understood that he must not overstep his bounds. If he were to truly provoke all the weapons of the divine sword manor, it would likely incite Wang Quan Wuxin's resentment. He then retracted the indomitable sword intent. Master Wang, I have resonated with this sword. I shall take this heavenly grade weapon along with these 10 profound grade weapons, Chu Chun declared. Wang Quan Wuxin, with a grim countenance, replied, Young friend, this sword cannot be given to you just yet holds a special significance for me. How about this? If you return the sword to me, I shall provide you with another heavenly grade weapon. Hearing this, Chu Chun mused to himself, as expected, Wang Quan Wuxin is merely leveraging these individuals. With the indomitable sword intent in his possession, he undoubtedly recognized that this heavenly grade weapon had already acknowledged him as its master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward, the Enlightenment Tree, has been issued. Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Chun realized the Enlightenment Tree was now in his grasp. Master Wang, how can you go back on your word? After all, Divine Sword Manor is one of the foremost powers in Night City. How could you possibly renege on your promise? Chu Chun continued. Now that the item was in his possession, there was no reason to return it. Countless cultivators were present at Divine Sword Manor. Chu Chun did not believe that Wang Quan Wuxin would dare to act against him in front of so many witnesses. If he were to do so, the reputation of Divine Sword Manor would be utterly tarnished, and it would provide ample fodder for gossip in the future. The cultivators present began to murmur among themselves upon hearing Chu Chun's remarks. Wasn't the master of the manor saying that whoever could resonate with the sword could take it away? Why did it seem like he was about to go back on his word? Surely that couldn't be the case. After all, Divine Sword Manor was a first-rate power, not one to speak lightly. Wang Quan Wuxin, overhearing the discussions, wore an expression of deep displeasure. He had initially intended to borrow their soul power to forge this sword, yet unexpectedly, this rebellious youth had emerged. Now he found himself in a quandary, whether to give or withhold. After a moment, Wang Quan Wuxin finally spoke. Haha, I was merely jesting with you, young friend. Divine Sword Manor stands by its word. Since you can resonate with this sword, it rightfully belongs to you. Thank you. Master Wang, Chu Chun replied with a smile. Lu Yi, observing this scene, recognized that it was time for him to make his appearance. If he could eliminate this youth, perhaps he could further strengthen the relationship between the City Lord's mansion and Divine Sword Manor. He stepped forward and addressed Chu Chun. Where does this country bumpkin come from? Hand over that sword, or don't blame me for ensuring you cannot leave Night City. At this, Chu Chun's eyes turned icy as he retorted. What dog dares to bark here? It would be prudent to consider the consequences of your reckless biting. My word, this youth is audacious enough to insult Lu Yi. Does he not know that Lu Yi is a little tyrant in Night City? Lu Yi's eyes brimmed with killing intent. You dare to call me a dog? Lu Yi seethed. Didn't you just refer to yourself as one? Chu Chun feigned innocence, waving his hand dismissively. He, Brother Chu certainly knows how to speak. Hua Xian giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Wang Quan Wuxin chose to ignore this exchange, aware that Lu Yi was attempting to ingratiate himself with Divine Sword Manor. However, if he could reclaim the sword, it might also facilitate closer ties with the City Lord's mansion. You dare to insult me? Today you shall not leave here unscathed, Lu Yi declared fiercely. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun's eyes radiated with hostility as he glared at Lu Yi. Are you threatening me? Lu Yi laughed heartily. Country bumpkin. In this Night City, I, Lu Yi, am akin to a prince. Who do you think you are? You can threaten me, yet if I desire, You will vanish from this night city forever. Of course, I can offer you a chance. If you surrender that celestial sword and lend me the young lady beside you for a few days, I shall grant you a reprieve. Lu Ye's eyes glinted with desire as they roamed over Hua Xian. Alas, it is unfortunate that this young man possesses such an extraordinary celestial sword. He must surely be a prodigy. However, now that Lu Yi has set his sights on him, this youth is in peril in Night City. Who does not know that Lu Yi is a little tyrant? Anything he covets is within his grasp. Such beauty beside this youth will surely be ruined. Several local cultivators in Night City whispered among themselves. Hua Xian looked at Lu Yi with disgust. Brother Chu, this person is repulsive. Let us leave quickly. Silly girl, he has already spoken. If we do not act, I will not be able to maintain my composure. Chu Chen's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty intensity as he stared unblinkingly at Lu Yi. It had been a while since he had taken a life. He cared not for who Lu Yi was or what status he held. At this moment, Lu Yi had paved his own path to death. Suddenly, Lu Yi noticed the bloodthirsty gaze of Chu Chen and instinctively took a step back, feeling a flush of embarrassment at being intimidated by a mere country bumpkin. He quickly dismissed his hesitation and shouted angrily, "Seize him, but do not kill him. I want him to witness how I toy with his woman." Understood. Two figures, one male and one female, behind Lu Yi, upon hearing his command, revealed fierce glints in their eyes. They dashed toward Chu Chen like lightning, their first-level cave heaven realm powers on full display. Chapter 42. If I do not kill him, my thoughts will not be clear. The body of the great sun. Chu Chen stepped forward slowly, and in the next instant, a bolt of thunderous intent erupted from his brow. In an instant, the two figures came to a halt, crashing heavily to the ground. With these misfits, you cannot safeguard your life. Chu Chen spoke coldly. Lu Yi scoffed. So that's why you dared to confront me. It seems you possess a modicum of power, yet it is inconsequential before me. Country bumpkin, I am ranked 49th on the celestial prodigy list. Killing you is akin to slaughtering a chicken or a dog'd. As he spoke, scorching flames erupted from Lu Yi's body, and a colossal flame giant materialized behind him. The body of the great sun. It is said that Lu Yi ranks 49th on the celestial prodigy list. One might have thought it mere reputation, yet he indeed possesses the body of the great sun. What is so surprising about that? The list clearly states Lu Yi is of the great sun body. Indeed, but Lu Yi always travels with bodyguards and rarely fights himself. Who would have thought he would take action today? Some remarked, although this brother is also a prodigy, compared to those on the celestial prodigy list of Xinzhou, the rest are but jokes. Country bumpkin, even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I will not spare you, Lu Yi declared, his entire body ablaze, warping the surrounding space with heat. Chu Chen did not respond but turned to Wang Quan Wuxin. Master Wang, will you not intervene while he causes a ruckus at Divine Sword Manor? Wang Quan Wuxin, with a playful expression, replied, Young friend, this is merely a contest among the younger generation. It hardly constitutes a disturbance. With a chilling gaze, Chu Chen retorted, Is that so? Then, Master Wang, if I were to kill him, would there be no repercussions? Upon hearing this, Wang Quan Wuxin laughed heartily. Young friend, feel free to compete. However, should you inadvertently become crippled, do not blame this manor master. Wang Quan Wuxin regarded Chu Chen with a sneer. Seeing him as a wild lad from the mountains, who, emboldened by a modicum of swordsmanship, believed himself invincible, it would be convenient for Lu Yi to eliminate him and retrieve the treasured sword. Very well, this is what Master Wang has said. Life and death are irrelevant. So many cultivators from Divine Sword Manor bear witness. Country bumpkin, cease your prattle and come to your end, Lu Yi bellowed. The flame giant surged toward Chu Chen, the terrifying power of the flames seemingly poised to incinerate everything in its path. With a resounding cry of sword song, Chu Chen wielded the heavenly grade celestial sword, unleashing a streak of white sword light. The flame giant was instantly extinguished in the brilliance of the sword light. Yet, before the sword light dissipated, it sliced toward Lu Yi, emanating a chilling sword intent that sent shivers down spines. Lu Yi remained unfazed. Another flame giant appeared to intercept the white sword light. Great sun burning flame, Lu Yi roared, his figure shooting into the air like a cannonball. In the next moment, a vast sea of flames descended upon Chu Chen. Chu Chen's body crackled with thunder, the thunder battle armor enveloping him as he plunged directly into the terrifying sea of fire. Lu Yi mocked, "Indeed a country bumpkin. The great sun's sea of fire can incinerate all. How dare you enter alone? Yet, shortly, you will be reduced to ashes." However, a faint voice echoed, "Is that so? I feel it is just so. What great sun sea of fire? It is no different from my usual cold water bath." Within the sea of flames, Chu Chun was enveloped in crackling lightning, and in a moment, he burst forth from the inferno. Lu Ye's brow furrowed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "You actually passed through my great sun sea of fire. Note, I do not believe you are merely a country bumpkin. How could you traverse my great sun sea of fire unless you possess some extraordinary treasure?" Chu Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, hair billowing in the wind. Dressed in a purple robe that hummed with power, he exuded an aura of dominance, a frog at the bottom of a well. That so-called Xianzhou celestial prodigy list is mere drivel, allowing even trash like you to earn a spot. Fuming at Chu Chin's taunt, Lu Yi seethed, "You brat, prepare to die." In an instant, the entire sea of flames began to roil boom. The next moment, the sea of flames coalesced into a fire dragon. Swirling above Lu Ye's entire body melded into the fire dragon. "Country bumpkin, let me show you what the body of the great sun is. It is beyond the reach of an ordinary person like you." Chu Chun cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yi, unperturbed by his bravado. "Shatter mountain finger," he exclaimed softly. Above the fire dragon, the space trembled as a colossal finger imbued with terrifying power bore down upon Lu Yi. After a dazzling flash of light, the massive fire dragon that had soared hundreds of feet in the air had already transformed into scattered sparks, dissipating into the ether. A colossal pit emerged on the ground, within which lay the body of Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Ye's garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds. "Impossible, impossible. How could I be defeated by a mere country bumpkin? This must be an illusion. There is no way I could be vanquished by such a rustic." Lu Yi, in his derangement, felt his long-held pride and confidence utterly shattered under the weight of that single finger as oppression. Yet, Chu Chun had no intention of sparing him, slowly advancing toward Lu Yi with determined steps. "Young master." Lu Yi's bodyguards rushed towards him at their utmost speed, eager to rescue him. Swiftly, as the remaining bodyguards approached within 100 meters of Lu Yi, they were all struck down by Chu Chun's thunderous intent. "No one could save him today," Chu Chun declared coldly. Witnessing this battle, other cultivators were filled with dread. This youth was terrifyingly powerful. Having defeated Lu Yi, ranked 49th on the talented youth list, that was the great sun flame body, a physique with the potential to ascend to the sacred realm. This audacious youth dared to eliminate Lu Yi, the son of the Night City Lord, an individual who stood above all others. Should Lu Yi be slain, it would be a certainty that this youth could never leave the Night City alive. In his madness, Lu Yi, upon seeing Chu Chun approach, was gripped by fear. "No, don't come closer. Please, young friend, stop. You cannot kill him. Otherwise, you and your companion shall perish here as well." Wang Quan Wuxin's voice echoed. Astonished by the youth's talent, he never anticipated that Lu Yi could truly be defeated. If that were not enough, this youth had driven Lu Yi to madness. How could he explain this to Lu Yao? Given that the incident occurred under his watch at the Divine Sword Manor, Chu Chun appeared to be unperturbed, lifting Lu Yi effortlessly. "Young friend, I said you cannot kill him. Do you not comprehend?" Wang Quan Wuxin exclaimed in anger. In the next instant, he made his move, yet a terrifying sword aura slashed forth from the youth's hand, momentarily holding him at bay. However, that single second was sufficient for Chu Chun to extinguish Lu Yi's life. With a resounding crack, Lu Yi's head exploded like a watermelon under Chu Chun's single-handed grip, blood splattering across the ground. "Brat, how dare you?" Wang Quan Wuxin roared in fury. He had already warned this youth not to kill Lu Yi. Yet he did so brazenly before his very eyes, a blatant slap to his face. Chapter 43. Heroes of the world are like fish crossing a river. Why should I not? He was intent on killing me. Am I not allowed to strike back? A wicked smile curled at the corner of Chu Chun's mouth. Isn't he at a splendid opportunity? Wouldn't you agree, Lord Wang? Wang Quan Wuxin's eyes blazed with fury. You cannot compare yourself to him. Even if I do not kill you today, you will still meet your demise. Chu Chun's gaze was sharp, and he laughed heartily. Chu Chun, have never feared others on my path. Heroes of the world are as numerous as fish crossing a river. What does it matter? Many have sought to take my life. Yet each and every one has been vanquished by me. If Lord Wang wishes to kill me, he is more than welcome to try. In that moment, Chu Chun exuded an aura of invincibility. Wang Quan Wuxin, witnessing the unyielding Chu Chun, was shaken. Could this lad possibly possess hidden strengths? Having slain the great sun flame body Lu Yi, he must have powerful allies behind him. Immediately, Wang Quan Wuxin suppressed his fury. Young friend Chu, I merely wish to remind you that he is the son of the Night City Lord. Perhaps you are unaware of who the Night City Lord is. He is a formidable being at the immortal stage, on the brink of entering the sacred realm. I advise you to call forth your benefactor swiftly, for time may soon run out. The Night City Lord, Lu Yao, is infamous for his violent temper and has but one son. Having just been slain, he will undoubtedly spare no effort in seeking your life. Wang Quan Wuxin explained, yet he discerned no change in Chu Chun's demeanor. Not even a hint of fear. This only further convinced him that Chu Chun had powerful backing. Thank you for your warning, Lord Wang. I shall take my leave now. With that, Chu Chun departed the divine sword manor with Hua Xian. As Wang Quan Wuxin observed Chu Chun's retreating figure, he murmured softly, the skies over Night City are about to change. Wait, did he just say his name is Chu Chun? Could he be the one ranked second on the talented youth list from Xian Prefecture? Wang Quan Wuxin thought, his brows furrowing. If this were indeed the case, the weight of his backing would be unfathomable. After all, one does not simply produce such extraordinary talents from an ordinary faction. Chu Chun. Why does this name sound so familiar? Fool, are you referring to the one who surged forth and occupies the second spot on the talented youth list? I know of him. No, the one I just encountered is also named Chu Chun, and he effortlessly defeated the great sun flame body Lu Yi. Could it be that he is the same Chu Chun? In an instant, cultivators began to fervently discuss the matter of Chu Chun's slaying of Lu Yi, akin to a deep-sea explosion stirring up monumental waves. Brother Chu, perhaps we should leave Night City and find another place. After all, the Night City Lord is a being of the immortal stage. Only a sacred land faction could possibly subdue him. Hua Xian voiced her concerns. Very well, let us depart at once. Chu Chun gently caressed Hua Xian's head. Young man, I fear you shall not escape. You have already been marked by a powerful aura, likely that of the immortal stage being. The voice of Ming Yuan resounded. Sigh, you truly know how to bring me trouble. Should you perish, I shall vanish alongside you. Very well, I shall owe you one. At that time, I shall lend you the remainder of my essence. Use your indestructible sword intent to communicate with all the weapons of the divine sword manor. Perhaps you may contend against that immortal stage being. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun replied, Very well, I, Chu Chun, owe you a favor. Why are you telling me all this? Helping you is also in my interest. Ming Yuan chuckled. Then, Chu Chun turned to Hua Xian, saying, Xianer, you should wait for me outside Night City. If I do not come to find you within a day, you must keep your distance from Night City. Understand, Brother Chu? Do you intend to stay behind to confront that immortal stage being? Xianer, you staying here will only distract me. Besides, your brother Chu is quite formidable. An immortal stage being is nothing I cannot handle. Upon hearing this, Hua Xian's eyes glistened with tears. No, I wish to stay with brother Chu. If you do not leave, I shall not go either. Foolish girl. It is far too dangerous for you to remain here. Yet Hua Xian refused to listen, gripping Chu Chun's hand tightly. I do not care. If brother Chu does not leave, I shall not go. Very well, then let us stay together. Hua Xian beamed in response. I knew brother Chu would never abandon Xianer. However, in the next moment, Chu Chun pointed a finger at the center of Hua Xian's forehead, causing her to feel a wave of dizziness as her vision darkened, and she collapsed into Chu Chun's embrace. Little Black, Chu Chun called out. Young master, I am here. Little Black's voice emerged respectfully. Take her far from Night City. The farther the better. Understood, young master. Little Black shall fulfill this task. Thus, Chu Chun entrusted Hua Xian to Little Black. After devouring the entire Eastern Xian royal family, Little Black's realm had risen to the 9th stage of transformation. Though merely an ordinary 9th stage, he possessed sufficient strength to protect himself. Had it not been for sheer bad luck, Chu Chun believed Little Black would safeguard Hua Xian well. I must say, Chu, you are starting to resemble a human more and more, Ming Yuan remarked. I told you, if you cannot speak wisely, do not speak at all. Was I not human before? Chu Chen replied, exasperated. Ha ha ha, the old you could hardly be called human. You were but a heartless demon, yet now? You actually show concern for others. This is not your usual style. What happened to the cold-blooded killer who would slaughter cities at a whim? Ming Yuan teased. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's gaze deepened and steadied, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he replied, I have not changed. I simply have someone I care for and do not wish to appear excessively bloodthirsty before her. As his words fell, Chu Chan made his way to the Divine Sword Manor. On the other side, Wang Quan Wuxin was conversing with a formidable man of authority. The one who killed my son is right before us. Lord Wang, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for turning against you. The speaker was none other than Lu Yao, the Night City Lord. Wang Quan Wuxin patiently explained, Lord Lu? Please listen to me. The one who killed Lu Yi is Chu Chun, ranked second on the talented youth list from Xian Prefecture. And so what? Whether he is second or first on the list, he has slain my son, and I shall make him pay with his life. Wang Quan Wuxin sighed in resignation. Lord Lu, you are blinded by revenge. Think about it. Someone who ranks second on the talented youth list surely has powerful allies behind him. Do you truly wish to establish a formidable enemy for yourself? Lord Wang, I care not who stands behind him. He must pay with his life for killing my son, regardless of his backing. With that, Lu Yao's figure vanished into thin air before Wang Quan Wuxin's eyes. Chapter 44. With the city's swords, I shall cut you down from the immortal stage above Night City. The heavens shifted ominously, dark clouds cloaked the sky, casting a shadow over the entire city. A voice thundered as if a clap of lightning had erupted. You audacious wretch, how dare you slay my son? Today, there will be no escape for you, whether you ascend to the heavens or delve into the earth. At this moment, every cultivator within the Night City felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered them breathless. It is Lu Yao, the lord of the city. I have heard that his son was killed by a young prodigy at the Divine Sword Manor. He must have come seeking vengeance. No, his son sought out that youth after being slain. What use is it to vent our anger on us? With a resounding bang, the cultivator who had just complained exploded into a mist of blood, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. At the Divine Sword Manor, Wang Quanqing gazed at the young man before him, perplexed. Chu, my young friend, why have you not departed from Night City? Lord Wang, do you truly believe that I could hide from a celestial-level powerhouse seeking me? Chu Chun retorted. Suddenly, a column of white light descended from the heavens, piercing the earth. Lu Yao's figure materialized, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Chun. Wretch, you shall pay for my son's life. The space shattered as a colossal golden hand, imbued with terrifying power, descended upon Chu Chun. Wang Quanqing shouted, Lu Yao, strike as you will, but do not decimate my Divine Sword Manor. Then he turned to Chu Chen. My young friend, why must you escalate matters here at my manor? Yet neither paid him heed. Chu, I shall impart my primal power to you. The golden hand shattered the fabric of space. If Chu Chen did not counter it, he would surely perish in that instant. Chu Chen's cultivation began to surge, ascending to the realm of divine fire. Chaotic Seed Golden Lotus. The surroundings shifted dramatically as a magnificent golden lotus emerged, deflecting the golden hand with ease. The potent chaotic energy radiating from the golden lotus shattered the colossal hand in an instant. Lu Yao's eyes narrowed, revealing a glacial demeanor. Oh, it is the chaotic seed golden lotus. It is understandable that my son met his demise at your hands. However, even if you awaken the most formidable anomaly of old, you shall still perish today. No, Chu Chen retorted. Your son was weak. He is unworthy of my chaotic seed golden lotus. At these words, Lu Yao's expression darkened. You insolent child, today you shall die. With that, a serpent-like bird coalesced behind Lu Yao. Yet, it did not end there. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed as a massive azure dragon entwined around the serpent bird. In the next moment, both surged towards Chu Chun. Enveloped in chaotic energy, Chu Chun summoned the golden lotus before him. A deafening explosion ensued as the golden lotus shattered, causing Chu Chen's anomaly to dissipate and the surroundings to revert to their original state. Chu, this individual is already a formidable presence within the celestial realm. I fear he is but a step away from becoming a sage. And you, relying on my primal power to elevate your cultivation. can only barely reach the divine fire realm. This battle appears grim, Mingyuan cautioned. Chu Chun wiped away a trace of blood from his lips, and the indomitable sword intent emanated from his body. Soaring into the heavens above, a white celestial sword materialized. Chu Chun declared with a booming voice, "I shall borrow the sword wielded by the Night City's sword cultivators." With a resounding roar, every sword in the Night City trembled before flying towards Chu Chun. Lu Yao scoffed, "Wretch, do you truly believe that borrowing these worthless blades can halt my advance? Preposterous." Wang Quansheng, sensing the impending calamity, felt a deep foreboding. Chu Chun did not respond but instead shouted once more, "I shall borrow all the celestial swords from the divine sword manor." The indomitable sword intent enveloped the manor, and in the next moment, every sword emitted a resonant cry. With an increasing chorus of swords, all celestial blades took flight, breaking through the manor's seals and soaring towards Chu Chun. An incredibly sharp sword energy surged from the depths of the divine sword manor, carrying a hint of sanctity. Wang Quansheng cursed, "Blast it! This cursed child. I knew choosing my divine sword manor would lead to no good. He has even summoned our hidden sanctified swords." Lu Yao's brow furrowed. If these worthless weapons were one thing, it was unexpected for this child to summon the sacred swords of the divine sword manor. Lu Yao immediately turned to Wang Quansheng, who looked innocently at Lu Yao. "It was not I who did this. I cannot control that sacred sword." The sacred sword hovered above Chu Chun, while other swords filled the sky. Chu Chun coldly proclaimed, "Lu Yao, today I shall wield all the celestial swords of this city to bring you down from your celestial pedestal." "Ha ha ha! You boast so boldly, yet you, a mere cultivator at the divine fire realm, think that even possessing a sacred sword will allow you to unleash its full potential. We shall see who falls today." With a thunderous shout, Lu Yao summoned blood clouds that obscured the sun. "Behold my blood blade trislash." Countless blood-colored blades coalesced within the blood clouds, swiftly forming a terrifying blood demon blade that sliced through the clouds towards Chu Chun. Chu Chun was not idle either. He combined the sacred sword with the other weapons, forging an unparalleled celestial sword. Under the influence of the indomitable sword intent, a trace of sanctified might emanated from it. Similarly striking towards Lu Yao, the blood demon blade and the unparalleled celestial sword collided, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that engulfed the entire Night City. The space shattered, and the collision birthed a spatial storm that swept across the gathering. In an instant, countless cultivators within the Night City were caught in the tempest. Wang Quansheng bellowed, "If you two continue this battle, the entire Night City shall be annihilated. Cease this at once." Yet, neither Chu Chun nor Lu Yao halted their assault. A resolution for victory, or perhaps a reckoning of life and death, was inevitable. "Chu, cease this at once. Your body cannot withstand such overwhelming consumption. If this continues, you will perish from exhaustion," Mingyuan urged in desperation. Lu Yao was not faring any better. A dignified celestial-level powerhouse was actually matching blows with a mere child, and he felt the risk of being suppressed. Chu Chun, his eyes ablaze with madness, bellowed, "Die!" The indomitable sword intent crystallized, piercing directly into the heart of the sacred sword. In an instant, the sacred sword trembled, unleashing a wave of sanctified might. Lu Yao was severely wounded, blood spewing from his mouth as his body plummeted like a shooting star into the earth. With the release of this final indomitable sword intent, Chu Chun's body cracked, black blood oozing forth. The gigantic sacred sword shattered, transforming into countless smaller swords that rained down from the heavens. As the battle raged, nearly half of the Night City's populace had perished, even with Wang Quansheng exerting his utmost to shield them from the energy storm. The casualties were indeed grievous. Chu Chun, battered and unable to move, found himself in a similar state to Lu Yao, who was also gravely injured and teetering on the brink of death. Unbeknownst to them, the 10,000 Souls banner soared into the skies above Night City. Chapter 45. Blood Summoning Curse. Had I been stronger, I would not have burdened you. The 10,000 Souls banner loomed over Night City, exuding thick black mist, with crimson light radiating outward. The life force of those who had been slain by the energy storm was drawn into the 10,000 Souls banner. In the next moment, primal power surged into Chu Chun's body, and his injuries began to mend. His body lifted off the ground, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, all his wounds had healed completely. Even his cultivation began to ascend. Was this a blessing born from disaster? The devastation wrought by the residual energies of his and Lu Yao's attacks had allowed the 10,000 Souls banner to absorb the life force, replenishing him and propelling his cultivation to the 9th layer of transcendence. Why, young friend Chu, how can you harbor such dense demonic energy? Wang Quanqing regarded Chu Qian with wariness, astonished at how he had absorbed the life force of the deceased cultivators. Chu Qian did not respond to Wang Quanqing, but instead strode towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao struggled to rise from the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Gazing at the demonic aura radiating from Chu Qian, he sneered, "I did not expect you to practice the demonic path. And what of it? You shall die today." Ha ha ha. To think that a dignified celestial-level powerhouse would fall to your hands. Yet, even if I die, I will take you down with me. With that, Lu Yao's eyes glinted with resolve, and a surge of blood light erupted from within him. A powerful aura sent Chu Qian flying. Lu Yao's eyes gleamed with madness as he bellowed, "I offer my entire cultivation as a price. Blood shall lead you to your doom. Within 100 days, those who slay you shall inherit my full power." As the words left his lips, Lu Yao's body disintegrated, his blood transforming into crimson threads that wove into Chu Qian's form. A colossal blood-red character for kill materialized above Chu Qian. "Chu, you are truly unfortunate. A celestial-level powerhouse has planted a blood-summoning curse upon you, ensuring that you find no peace within 100 days. What is the blood-summoning curse?" Chu Qian inquired. "The blood-summoning curse is exceedingly sinister. It seeks to thrust you into the eye of the storm. All cultivators within 100 miles can sense the curse upon you, and if they successfully kill you, they shall gain your celestial-level power. Conversely, if you survive past 100 days, that power will belong to you." Ming Yuan explained. However, a celestial-level powerhouse's blood-summoning curse may awaken many ancient beings to hunt you down. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Qian's eyes. It was both a calamity and an opportunity. If they sought to kill him, they must be prepared for the consequences. Wang Quanqing looked at the blood-red character above Chu Qian's head, a flicker of greed crossing his gaze. "Why, young friend Chu, you are truly an unparalleled prodigy, forcing Lu Yao to place a blood-summoning curse upon you at the cost of his life." Wang Quanqing moved closer to Chu Qian. However, in an instant, Chu Qian felt a murderous intent locking onto him. Before the king's heartless rule, the allure of the blood-binding spell from the immortal platform was indeed irresistible. "Master Wang, I, Chu, have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." "Wait, young friend Chu. You have slain Lu Yao and caused the demise of so many cultivators in Night City. I fear you will not be able to depart unscathed," Wang Chuanong greedily remarked. "I initially believed you had powerful allies, but witnessing your battle with Lu Yao, even as you neared death, no one came to your aid. Thus, I am convinced you are alone. Since that is the case, I shall claim the immortal platform's cultivation for myself." Wang Chuanong licked his lips, gazing at Chu Qian like a predator eyeing its prey. Master Wang also wished to test his strength. Chu was more than willing to engage. Yet should he wish to take Chu's life, he ought to consider his own fate. Chu Qian, unafraid, met Wang Chuanong's gaze, though his bravado was merely a facade. Wang Chuanong hesitated upon hearing this and then chuckled. "Young friend Chu, your ability to force Lu Yao to his demise truly astonishes me. Fear not, for I shall not strike at you now. However, I will keep a vigilant eye on you. You best hope I do not catch you at a moment of weakness." Chu Qian calmly replied, "The same goes for you, Master Wang. Do not let me find an opening, or I shall ensure you meet the same fate as Lu Yao." With that, Chu Qian prepared to depart. "Young friend Chu, you may leave, but leave the sacred sword with me." Wang Chuanong barked angrily. The audacity of this youth to attempt to take the sacred sword of the divine sword manor was infuriating. "Master Wang, this sacred sword is merely borrowed by me. If I choose not to return it, what can you do?" Chu Qian retorted, swiftly storing the entire city of swords within his spatial ring and vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, Wang Chuanong did not rush to pursue him, his gaze darkening as he murmured, "Chu Qian, you cannot escape." Even if he were to intercept Chu Qian now, he could not reclaim the sacred sword. For that sword did not truly belong to the divine sword manor. It merely existed within its confines. In mere moments, Chu Qian had exited Night City. At that instant, he unleashed his full speed. Employing the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch as he raced towards Xiao He, Who are you? At this moment, Hua Xian had awakened, finding herself in an unfamiliar place beside a stranger, and immediately asked warily, "You need not fear. I mean you no harm. It is the Master's command for me to escort you out of Night City." Xiao He replied. "You speak of a master. Is it Brother Chu?" Hua Xian inquired. Indeed. Upon hearing this response, Hua Xian grew anxious. "Then let us hurry back. Brother Chu must be in great danger alone in Night City. I am sorry, but I cannot disobey the master's orders." Xiao He responded coldly. Seeing this, Hua Xian resolved to head to Night City alone. She could not allow Chu Chun to face everything by himself. Yet, at that very moment, Chu Chin's voice rang out. "Xianer, I am fine." "Brother Chu," Hua Xian exclaimed, rushing towards him and embracing him tightly. "You deceived me. You promised we would stay in Night City together." Chu Chun gently caressed the girl's cheek, saying, "But see, I am unscathed, am I not?" "Xianer, the situation is urgent. You must follow Xiao He and hide for a while. Once I resolve this matter, I shall come find you." At his words, Hua Xian noticed something amiss and looked up, seeing a massive blood-red character for kill looming above Chu Chun. "This is the blood-binding spell, Brother Chu. You have been afflicted by the blood-binding spell, and it was cast upon you by a powerful being from the immortal platform." Chu Chun nodded, responding, "It is nothing to worry about. Merely a trivial blood-binding spell." Hua Xian's eyes reddened. The fact that a powerful being from the immortal platform had placed a blood-binding spell on Chu Chun at the cost of death made it clear what he must have endured in Night City. "Brother Chu, I am sorry that each time danger arises, I cannot assist you. If only I were stronger, I would not be a burden to you." Chu Chun looked at Hua Xian tenderly and said, "Silly girl, what are you saying? I do not feel that you are a burden. Do not think such thoughts." Chapter 46, The Fusion of the Nine Great Caverns. But Hua Xian wanted to say more. But Chu Chun gestured for silence. "All right, Xianer, I must enter seclusion for a time. This blood-binding spell will surely attract countless cultivators vying for it. I must expedite my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Hua Xian nodded. "Very well, Brother Chu. I shall guard you." Simultaneously, news of Chu Chen's appearance in Night City spread rapidly. Meanwhile, Hua Xian gazed at the sealing stone in her hand, vowing, "Brother Chu, I shall no longer be a hindrance to you." Chu Chun laid out all his spirit stones, preparing to break through to the cave heaven realm in one fell swoop. "You have just ascended to the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. Your foundation is not yet stable. Hastening your breakthrough to the cave heaven realm could harm your roots," Ming Yuan cautioned. "There is little time left. Who knows how many cultivators this blood-binding spell will attract?" He lamented, "Chu, the temptation of your immortal platform cultivation is far too great. Even saints would be tempted. My source power has been depleted by you, and now I can offer you little assistance. Do not blame me for being unable to intervene. Should I act, it would trigger certain forbidden responses. 3 days passed quietly, and Chu Chun had consumed all the spirit stones, successfully breaking through to the 1st level of cave heaven. 9 caverns stood behind him, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, countless cultivators rushed toward him. Among them were several prodigies on the Xian Prefecture's prodigy rankings. Boom! A surge of blood-red divine light erupted from Chu Chen. And in the next moment, the 9 great caverns fused instantaneously, leaving behind a single massive black cavern hovering behind him. "Chu, you possessed the audacity to merge the 9 great caverns into one. Breaking and then reconstituting," Ming Yuan praised. In the next moment, Chu Chun opened his eyes, a divine light shooting forth from them. "They're coming." On the plain, countless figures raced toward him. The blood-binding spell from the immortal platform. "If I can obtain it, I shall surely make it into the top 10 of the Xian Prefecture's prodigy rankings, perhaps even claim the 1st position. Ha ha ha, who would dispute that? I heard this Chu Chen is merely a cultivator of the Transcendence realm, relying solely on the Chaos Seed and the Golden Lotus phenomenon to enter the Xian Prefecture's prodigy rankings. Should we gain the opportunity to obtain this immortal platform cultivation, we too could become a formidable force in the Xian Prefecture. But I heard that this Chu Chen fought against a being of the immortal platform, and it was that being who cast the blood-binding spell upon him. Ha ha ha, you believe such tales? A Transcendence realm cultivator battling an immortal platform being is simply a far-fetched fantasy." In the distance, a massive blood-red character for kill appeared in the sky. "They have arrived," one cultivator exclaimed. "Everyone, the blood-binding spell is up for grabs." Chu Chun stood suspended in midair, observing the throngs of cultivators rushing toward him. Just as he lamented his lack of resources for advancement, these potential prey were delivered right to his doorstep. "You are Chu Chen," one cultivator shouted. Chu Chun regarded him with a detached gaze, remaining silent. Seeing that Chu Chen ignored him, the cultivator continued, "Be sensible and come over so I can take the blood-binding spell from you. Otherwise, I shall make you wish you were dead." Swish, swish, swish. Countless whooshing sounds filled the air as tens of thousands of cultivators surrounded Chu Chun. Standing at the center of this throng, he calmly stated, "Is everyone here? Since you all desire the blood-binding spell from me, I can treat you as my nourishment for cultivation. That seems fair, does it not?" Boom! Chu Chun exuded an aura that sent shivers down spines. The immense power surged forth like a tumultuous wave, sweeping outward. Behind him, a massive cavern radiating black demonic energy silently emerged, an unending flow of demonic energy cascading from it as if limitless. At this moment, Chu Chun resembled a descending demonic deity, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring, as he gazed imperiously at each individual present. His eyes were cold and profound, emanating an irresistible pressure. "Ha ha ha, I thought you were something exceptional. Turns out you are merely a waste with a single cavern. Watch me take your life." However, before the words left his mouth, Chu Chun abruptly raised his arm, lightly flicking his finger in an instant. The cultivator charging at Chu Chun exploded, blood and flesh scattering in a horrific display. "All of you shall serve as nourishment on my path of cultivation." Chu Chun's icy voice rang out, laced with unmasked murderous intent. "Kill." As his words fell, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy erupted, converging like a torrent, swiftly morphing into countless pitch-black swords, raining down upon the crowd. "You wish to kill us?" "Such delusions," another cultivator shouted defiantly, his eyes gleaming with determination. "The blood-binding spell shall fall into my hands and become my possession." The other cultivators also unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in fierce combat against the dark swords. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in a dazzling array of magical lights. Yet, before the surging and fiercely potent demonic energy, those attempting to resist were swiftly annihilated by the dark blades born from the demonic energy. Observing the carnage before him, Chu Chun knew the moment had arrived. Without hesitation, he threw forth the 10,000 Souls banner. The banner shot forth like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the high and deep firmament. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a dazzling scarlet radiance erupted violently from the Soul banner, surging forth like a crimson deluge, tumultuously expanding in all directions. Great pillars of red light descended from the heavens, ruthlessly piercing through their very beings. Neither the formidable armor nor the potent defensive spells could withstand this blood-red onslaught. In that moment, the entire scene transformed into a horrific tableau. The cultivators screamed in agony, blood splattering everywhere. The intertwining of the scarlet glow with the sanguinary spectacle wove a ghastly tapestry that sent chills down one's spine. "Why is Chu Chun so terrifying? I do not wish to die. Spare me, Chu Chun. Let me go, and I shall retreat immediately, never again to be ensnared by this blood-guiding curse. It is too late. From the moment you sought to seize the blood-guiding curse, you were destined to become the vengeful spirit of my soul banner," Chu Chun stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Countless cultivators were reduced to mere skeletal remains, cascading from the sky onto the vast, boundless plains below. These bones intertwined and piled upon one another, resembling a chilling sea of white, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation and dread. Chapter 47. The Mysterious Youth Chu Gu. Hua Xian approached Chu Chun, gazing at the sea of bones below, inexplicably feeling a chill. "Xianer, protect me. These are merely the appetizers. There are many more cultivators vying for the blood-guiding curse." Chu Chun prepared to refine the Soul Banner's essence. However, unbeknownst to him, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, silently observing his every move. Hua Xian gently raised her jade hand, deftly executing a spell, and in an instant, a barrier of azure light emerged. This luminescence formed a transparent shield, tightly enclosing both her and Chu Chun within. Subsequently, Chu Chun devoted himself entirely to the process of refining the essence of the Soul Banner. As time passed, an unceasing stream of primal energy flowed from the Soul Banner, coalescing into a formidable torrent of power that Chu Qin gradually absorbed and refined. Boom! Chu Qin's cultivation realm began to break through, swiftly elevating from the first to the third level of the cave heaven realm. Suddenly, the surrounding space seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, rippling and vibrating. At that moment, a chilling light surged forth. A sword radiance of unparalleled sharpness, racing towards Chu Qin's vital points like a bolt of lightning. Hua Xian, ever vigilant, sensed the impending danger at once. Without hesitation, she invoked a mysterious and potent secret technique, channeling all her strength into her palms and striking fiercely towards the sword. A mighty and overwhelming aura erupted, colliding with the sword light in a thunderous clash that resonated through the air, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Who dares to show themselves? Hua Xian called softly. Chu Chun opened his eyes, his voice cold as he remarked, a sneaky rat, hiding in the shadows to launch a surprise attack. Ha ha ha, I am no mere rodent. I merely wish to see the caliber of the so-called second-ranked on the talented ones list. The result is a coward hiding behind a woman. A young man emerged from the void, disdainfully addressing Chu Chun. Are you here to seize the blood-guiding curse as well? Chu Chin's eyes gleamed with determination. The youth scoffed, No, no, no. I merely believe that the blood-guiding curse is not safe in your hands. Why not hand it over to me? I could utilize it far more effectively, don't you think, Chu Chen? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen retorted dismissively, If you desire it, come and take it. I am curious to see if you possess the ability to do so. Is that so? Then I shall demonstrate the legendary phenomenon known as the chaotic seed golden lotus, the youth declared, and behind him appeared 9 cave heavens, an overwhelming power surging forth. Chu Chun slowly rose to his feet, a deep, dark void of a gigantic cave heaven materializing behind him. This cave heaven resembled an endless abyss of darkness, exuding a chilling aura. The youth's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld this sight, incredulously exclaiming, I never expected you to achieve such a feat of merging the 9 cave heavens. This battle today will surely be extraordinary. I can finally engage in a proper fight. Ha ha ha, come forth, Chu Chun, and let me witness one of the strongest phenomena of all time, the chaotic seed golden lotus. As Chu Chun stood, the atmosphere around them grew palpably tense. He radiated an unparalleled pressure, instilling a profound sense of awe. The youth, undeterred, displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, seemingly eager for the confrontation to come. The two faced each other, their violent auras colliding. The youth emanated a terrifying aura of destruction, crackling with arcs of lightning. Strands of purple lightning danced around him, forming a dazzling shield of thunder. These bolts flickered like serpents, occasionally crackling with energy, showcasing their formidable power. With a mere thought, the youth summoned the lightning into a colossal sphere, hovering above his head and emanating an overwhelming pressure. Sensing this, Chu Chun ignited with flames, summoning a giant of fire behind him. This was the manifestation of his power after slaying Lu Yi, the demon god body having devoured Lu Ye's solar flame body. Now, he possessed a semblance of the solar flame body. Under Chu Chen's command, the fiery giant, ablaze with roaring flames, surged forward like a moving volcano, exuding an intense pressure and heat as it charged at the youth. Faced with such a terrifying force, the youth merely snorted coldly. With a swift motion of his arm, a blindingly bright sphere of lightning was unleashed, hurtling towards the fiery giant at astonishing speed. The fearsome purple lightning instantly shattered the flame giant. Observing this, Chu Chen's massive black cave heaven behind him whirled violently. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly drained, and in an instant, an endless sea of flames erupted, extinguishing countless purple lightning spheres. The solar flame body. Your physique is actually the solar flame body. If that is the case, how could you possibly rank second on the talented ones list? Could it be you possess more than one physique? The youth inquired, looking at Chu Chun with confusion. What type of physique I possess is of no concern to you. You only need to know this. You are destined to die. In the next moment, the endless sea of flames surged towards the youth. Yet the youth smiled lightly, saying, Though the solar flame body is esteemed as one of the 3,000 physiques, to me, it is nothing of significance. In the next instant, the environment began to shift rapidly, thunder filling the air. Purple sky, divine thunder, the youth proclaimed. Instantly, a heart-stopping violet lightning erupted from the void. as if it aimed to rend the very heavens apart. This purple lightning roared like a dragon, wielding boundless destructive power, piercing through the inferno. In an instant, the flames were violently torn apart, countless embers scattering. The once seething and fierce sea of flames was shattered by this overwhelming force, reduced to mere ashes drifting in the air. Yet the purple divine lightning did not cease its rampage, continuing its relentless advance, obliterating everything in its path. Chu Qian gazed at the approaching purple divine lightning. Sighing, the immortal solar body, in the face of this youth, ultimately falls short. Chaotic seed golden lotus. Chu Qian exclaimed softly. A golden lotus blossomed before him, countering the onslaught of the purple divine lightning. In the next moment, a torrent of chaotic energy erupted from the lotus, effortlessly shattering the purple divine lightning. However, it was not over. The chaotic energy surged towards the youth. The youth's expression changed as the purple divine lightning coalesced into a barrier to fend off the chaotic energy. Crack! The barrier of purple divine lightning shattered. The youth, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Chapter 48. Unseal the imprisonment, Chu Gu. Allow me to assist you. Boom. The youth's figure was sent flying, spitting blood. As Chu Qian's phenomenon dissipated, he stepped into the void, approaching the youth. "You must die," Chu Qian declared. "Ha ha ha, truly, the strongest phenomenon of all time. I have no regrets in my defeat. However, today, it seems you shall not kill me. Elder Yang, it is time to act." The youth spoke calmly. In the next moment, Chu Qian sensed a fatal threat. He swiftly retreated. Boom! The space tore open, and a five-colored divine mountain pressed down upon Chu Qian. Without hesitation, he retrieved the holy sword from the divine sword mountain manor. His cultivation soared in an instant to the third level of the dragon transformation realm. The indestructible sword intent surged like a torrential flood into the holy sword, causing its blade to emit a heart-stopping radiance. With a wave of his arm, this sword light, imbued with unfathomable might, sliced towards the five-colored divine mountain with tremendous force. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, the winds and clouds surged. As if the entire world trembled at the might of this astonishing strike. The towering five-colored divine mountain quivered slightly under the weight of the cataclysmic blow, yet it was but a tremor, having no substantial effect. "Youngster, that sword of yours is indeed impressive, but your cultivation is too weak. You stand no chance against me," an ancient voice resonated from the void, as a stooped figure slowly emerged. The youth's brow furrowed slightly, realizing he had underestimated Chu Qian's hidden strength during their battle. "It's over. It's over. Chu boy, you are doomed." Ming Yuan spoke anxiously, contemplating whether to intervene. Even if those who were forbidden discovered this, it would be no worse than dying here. Boom! In the next instant, a colossal golden wheel appeared above Chu Qian, blocking the five-colored divine mountain from descending. The resplendent golden wheel suddenly unleashed a terrifying force that sent shivers down the spine. With the ferocity of a thunderclap, it struck the five-colored mountain with unrelenting might. In that instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as if the very fabric of the world was about to be torn asunder. The five-colored mountain, not one to be easily subdued, retaliated fiercely, shimmering with radiant hues. Yet, the overwhelming power emanating from the golden wheel proved too formidable, ultimately forcing the five-colored mountain to retreat. The elder, witnessing this, bellowed, "Who dares to obstruct me? Step forth." At that moment, Hua Xian appeared, her silhouette akin to a brilliant flash of light streaking across the sky, gracefully landing beside Chu Qian. Concern etched on her beautiful visage. Her gaze fixed intently on him as she softly inquired, "Chu Gu, are you unhurt?" Her voice brimmed with urgency and worry. With a gentle wave of her hand, the golden wheel, which had been floating in midair, seemed to be drawn back to her by some mysterious force, swiftly returning to her grasp. "Xianer, you?" Chu Qian gazed at Hua Xian, perplexed. "Chu Gu, I have unsealed the binding. The five-colored mountain is immensely powerful, and I fear at this." Hua Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she fell silent. "Foolish girl, Chu Gui shall be just fine." He reassured her affectionately. "Little one, I did not expect you to possess the Qingquan disc of the Huayuan sacred land." "What is your status within the Huayuan sacred land?" the elder inquired, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Hua Xian. Ignoring him, Hua Xian turned to Chu Qian, her voice tender. "Chu Gu, I will not be a burden this time. Allow me to assist you. Die in the next moment. An immense power erupted from within Hua Xian. Her eyes sharpened with determination, radiating an aura that sent chills through the air. Simultaneously, the mystical Qinkuan disc re-emerged in her hands, shimmering with otherworldly light. This sudden surge of power caused the very air around them to quiver, with Hua Xian standing at the center of this might, like a dazzling star, luminous and captivating. You dare to harm my Chu Gu? Today, I shall make you pay. The elder, sensing the terrifying energy from the Qinkuan disc, trembled slightly. Little girl, I was unaware this junior was under your protection. How about we each take a step back? I'll withdraw. And you may take him with you? Not a chance. Since you have made your move, I shall eliminate any future threats. The Qinkuan disc expanded exponentially, pressing toward the elder. Furious, the elder retorted, You little brat. Do you wish for a fight to the death? I have already offered you a concession. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. He too summoned the five-colored mountain. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, causing the space around them to collapse. Hua Xian deftly gestured, a white divine light swiftly infusing into the Qinkuan disc. Instantly, arcane runes surged forth from the disc, encircling the five-colored mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The five-colored mountain erupted with a resounding roar, shattering in an instant. You little girl, how dare you destroy my treasure? The elder exclaimed. Even if you are from the Huayuan sacred land, I shall slay you here. Feel free to try, Hua Xian retorted fearlessly. Continuing to channel the Qinkuan disc toward the elder, I am a formidable being of the immortal platform. You are merely a junior of the cave heaven realm. Even with the Qinkuan disc, you cannot hope to match me. The elder raised his arm, a dark crystal materializing in his grasp. In an instant, the black crystal transformed into a net, ensnaring the Qinkuan disc. Hua Xian's brows knitted in concern as she lost her connection with the disc. Little girl, you have forced my hand. The elder's figure appeared behind her, striking out with a palm. Chu Chun reacted swiftly, employing the art of spatial contraction to place himself before Hua Xian just in time. The blow struck Chu Chan directly, and in that moment, he felt the annihilating force ravaging the life within him. Boom! The overwhelming power hurled Chu Chen 100 feet away, crashing into a mountain. Chu Gu! Hua Xian cried out, rushing towards him. However, the elder was not about to let her escape. Little girl, you shall not leave. Today, I will kill you and seize the Qinkuan disc. Just as the elder prepared to strike, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens. You scoundrel! How dare you harm the saintess of the Huayuan sacred land? A golden streak shot across the sky, arriving before the elder in an instant. As the golden radiance dissipated, a dignified middle-aged man emerged, exuding an aura of unfathomable power that surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the elder. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the elder was sent flying as if struck by a hammer. Blood gushing from his mouth, the overwhelming force bore down upon him like a mountain crushing an egg. The elder trembled, his bones creaking under the immense strain, struggling futilely against the power that bound him. Grand Elder! Hua Xian exclaimed. She then rushed towards Chu Chun. The middle-aged man turned to Hua Xian. Saintess, I have finally found you. He then cast a cold glare at the elder. You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to slay the saintess of the Huayuan sacred land? You are seeking death. At this moment, the elder stared in disbelief at the middle-aged man. Though they were both of the immortal platform realm, why was this man so powerful? I did not know this little girl was the saintess of the Huayuan sacred land. Had I known, I would never have laid a finger on her. The middle-aged man's icy eyes fixed on the elder. Since you have attacked the saintess, you shall pay with your life. As the middle-aged man prepared to strike, a youth interjected, Hold it! Even the Huayuan sacred land should not be so tyrannical. I am Xiaji, the young master of the Qinglong sect. I hope you will spare the elder for my sake. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man showed a flicker of interest. Qinglong sect, you are a branch of the Qinglong sacred land. Xiaji replied, Indeed, elder, my brother is the son of the Qinglong sacred land. Who is your brother? The middle-aged man queried further. My brother is Xia Changluo. The moment these words left his lips, the middle-aged man scrutinized the youth closely. Xia Changluo of the Qinglong sacred land. Is he not the one betrothed to the saintess? I am the grand elder of the Huayuan sacred land, Fu Sanhua. If your brother Xia Changluo were here, I would certainly grant him this favor. But you are still lacking. With a flip of his wrist, he struck out Ian. The next moment, the space above the elder shattered, a gigantic golden palm descending. No, please, no! Xiaji screamed, helplessly watching as the elder's form was obliterated beneath the golden hand. His eyes reddened as he glared at Fu Sanyuan. What a tyrannical Huayuan sacred land! What a Fu Sanyuan! I will remember you. I will report this to my brother upon my return. He will surely come to visit the Huayuan sacred land. Xiaji's gaze was ferocious as he spoke. Fu Sanyuan, unfazed, replied, If it were not for your brother Xia Chongluo, I would not have spared you today. Now be gone. Xiaji shot a venomous look at Fu Sanyuan before transforming into a streak of light, fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, Huaxian turned to Chu Chun with concern. Chu Ge, are you okay? Chu Chun shook his head. I am fine. I just need to recuperate. After Xiaji departed, Fu Sanyuan approached Huaxian. Saintess, we must take our leave. At this, Huaxian gazed at Chu Chun with reluctance. Grand Elder, I do not wish to return. However, Fu Sanyuan merely shook his head. Saintess, this matter is beyond my control. Moreover, since your disappearance, the Holy Master has been furious. The sacred land has been searching for you. If you do not return soon, it may lead to greater trouble. Huaxian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. But I truly do not want to go back. Fu Sanyuan sighed, speaking earnestly. Saintess, your status is unique. Some matters cannot be dictated by your desires. I understand your suffering, but I cannot defy the sect rules and the Holy Master's orders. Chu Chun looked at Fu Sanyuan. I have heard from Xin'er that you merely wish to use her as a tool for a political marriage. Upon hearing this, Fu Sanyuan scoffed. Youngster, what do you know? Since the Saintess enjoys the benefits of the sacred land, she must also contribute to it. While you concern yourself with the Saintess, you should first worry about your own fate. With the blood-summoning curse of the immortal platform, you likely do not have much time left. Turning to Huaxian, Fu Sanyuan asserted, Saintess, we must return. You cannot take her, Chu Chen declared, positioning himself resolutely before Huaxian, his gaze unwavering as he communicated with the Abyss. The Abyss sighed softly. Chu, I will not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death for you. If I do, it will attract unwanted attention from those who should remain undisturbed. And you will only meet your demise more swiftly. Huaxian stood before Chu Chen, her heart a tempest of emotions. She did not wish to leave, but if she did not, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly target Chu Ge. As expected, Fu Sanyuan's eyes narrowed coldly as he regarded Chu Chun. Junior, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for being ruthless. No. Huaxian interjected. Grand Elder, I will return with you. Do not lay a hand on Brother Chu. Subsequently, Huaxian gazed tenderly at Chu Chun. Brother Chu, I must return, but I shall await your visit. Is that agreeable? Xin'er, rest assured, I will not allow him to take you away. Yet, Huaxian strode directly towards Fu Sanyuan's side. Brother Chu, I have decided to return to the Huayuan sacred land. Take care of yourself in my absence. Xin'er. Chu Chen wished to say more, but he saw Huaxian turn her back, with a quivering voice. She said, Elder, let us depart. Very well, Holy Maiden, Fu Sanyuan replied. He then cast a warning glance at Chu Chun, declaring, Youngster, do not harbor any illusions. Even if the Holy Maiden has developed feelings for you, it is utterly impossible for you two to be together. The Holy Maiden is already betrothed to the Holy Son of the Qinglong sacred land, and the chasm between you is one that cannot be bridged in this lifetime. A flash of rainbow light passed, and Fu Sanyuan took Huaxian away from that place. Chu Chun watched Huaxian recede into the distance, feeling a twinge of despondency. While anyone may look down upon him, he must not allow himself to do the same. Huayuan's sacred land, I, Chu Chun, shall pay you a visit soon. Chu lad, do not lose heart. With your constitution, it will not be long before you can rival an entire sacred land alone. Why then? Reclaiming that little girl will be effortless. However, the pressing matter now is to find a place to conceal himself. After 100 days, you shall refine your cultivation in the immortal platform realm. Your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly, and I will then take you to a place brimming with treasures. Not only will it aid your cultivation, but it will also allow me to restore my essence. Agreed, Chu Chen nodded. Indeed, the immediate priority is to enhance his cultivation. Fear not, Xin'er, I shall come to Huayuan's sacred land to find you before long. Ding! The system has issued a quest. As a formidable demon lord, how can one woman be taken away by another? Please head to Huayuan Sacred Land and retrieve Huaxian. Reward. Xingtian Battle Armor. Chapter 50. The Misty Forest Sea, Battle of the Beast Kings in the Misty Forest Sea. In recent days, cultivators have sporadically attempted to ambush Chu Chun, seeking to obtain the blood-summoning spell. However, they have all become mere souls within the 10,000 souls banner. Furthermore, he acquired a map of Xianzhou from a cultivator at the Transcendent stage. Following the route indicated on the map, he arrived at the Misty Forest Sea. This so-called Misty Forest Sea is a chaotic region in Xianzhou, also known as the Land of Turmoil. Anyone residing here is notorious for their heinous deeds in Xianzhou. The reason Chu Chun chose to come here is simple. He possesses the blood-summoning spell, which will undoubtedly attract more cultivators vying for it. The Misty Forest Sea is perpetually shrouded in mist. With demonic beasts roaming freely, a moment's carelessness could lead to an attack by these beasts, and the area is vast and boundless. Should he enter this Misty Forest Sea, even if someone within 100 miles can sense the blood-summoning spell, the dual hindrance of the mist and the beasts would make it exceedingly difficult for them to locate him. At this moment, Chu Chun was racing through the mist-laden, perilous expanse of the forest. Moving with the grace of a swallow, swift and agile like a specter. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted not far ahead, as if the very heavens were trembling. The sound was extraordinarily robust, imbued with unparalleled pressure and dominance. Instilling fear within one's heart, Chu Chun's heart tightened. He discerned that this was not a solitary roar, but rather the combined growls of two powerful demonic beasts. Such momentum likely indicated a battle between two beast kings. The beast kings, being the sovereigns among demonic beasts, possess terrifying strength and authority. Their appearances invariably stir up tremendous upheaval, potentially affecting the ecological balance of the entire region. Chu Chun pondered, filled with curiosity, and approached the direction from whence the roars emanated. As he drew nearer, he finally glimpsed two fierce beast kings engaged in combat, a colorful devouring serpent and a colossal golden ape. They were of immense size, exuding a suffocating aura. Each of their attacks resonated like a cataclysm, warping the surrounding air with their might. However, the devouring serpent seemed to be at a disadvantage, being gradually beaten back by the golden ape. "Chu lad, it appears you may have stumbled upon a treasure," spoke Mingyuan. Battles among beast kings often arise from the contention over divine herbs and spiritual grasses. Observe the abdomen of that colorful devouring serpent. It glimmers with a green light, suggesting it has recently consumed some divine herb, provoking the golden ape's ire. Furthermore, when beast kings clash, they invariably fight to the death. At that moment, you can launch a surprise attack not only to seize the divine herb, but also to claim the beast king's body. "That is precisely my intention," Chu Chun replied. However, with such a commotion from these two beast kings, even in the Misty Forest Sea, it is highly likely to attract others' attention. As time passed, the aura of the colorful devouring serpent grew fainter. Its once vibrant and multicolored body began to dim. Clearly, after a prolonged battle, this formidable serpent had reached its limit. Meanwhile, the golden ape remained aggressive, its crimson eyes fixated on the devouring serpent, filled with murderous intent and greed. Suddenly, the golden ape roared thunderously, then lunged at the devouring serpent with astonishing speed. With a resounding roar, the massive body of the colorful devouring serpent was brutally torn asunder by the golden ape. Blood splattered and entrails littered the ground, rendering the scene gruesomely bloody. The golden ape effortlessly extracted the divine herb from the devouring serpent's abdomen. This divine herb radiated a dazzling glow, seemingly containing boundless vitality and mysterious power. Originally a treasure guarded by the colorful devouring serpent, it had now become the spoils of the golden ape. Observing the divine herb in its grasp, the golden ape's eyes gleamed with avarice. Aware of its immense value, filled with delight and satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, and Chu Chun emerged from the shadows. "Hey, big monkey, put that down, or you shall meet the same fate as the colorful devouring serpent." The golden ape turned at the sound. Seeing a diminutive human challenging it, with a roar, it struck its chest with its massive fists, charging towards Chu Chun, intending to devour the seemingly insignificant human in one gulp. Chu Chun remained aloof, disdainfully stating, "You are but a dying ember now. It would be wise for you to lie down quietly." With that, Chu Chun sprang into action, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Weaving through the mist, in the next moment, countless bolts of thunder converged upon his right hand, and the furious power of thunder was unleashed, striking the golden ape. Roar! A tremendous cry erupted from the golden ape, and with a resounding crash, its colossal body collapsed to the ground. Chu Chun absorbed the divine herb and prepared to store the bodies of the colorful devouring serpent and the golden ape within the 10,000 Souls Banner's miniature world. Suddenly, several streams of green liquid light shot towards Chu Chun. A chilling voice echoed, "Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck today. Not only can I acquire 2 Beast King bodies, but I also encounter one bearing the blood summoning spell." As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a green robe with eyes glowing with darkness emerged. The man gazed at Chu Chun, saying, "Kid, I am in a good mood today. I shall allow you to choose your method of demise. A mere dragon transformation realm, and you dare to think you can kill me?" Chu Chun retorted. Chu Chun did not acknowledge the middle-aged man's presence. Instead, he continued to collect the Beast King's bodies. Observing Chu Chun's demeanor, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed. "Kid, do you not comprehend my words? I instructed you not to touch those Beast King bodies." In the next moment, the middle-aged man performed a hand gesture, and the surroundings began to shift dramatically. A titanic figure emerged from the mist. "Mountain Demon, annihilate this brat!" the man commanded. In an instant, the enormous mountain demon swung a fist towards Chu Chun, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the very air. Chu Chun stood calmly in midair, making no attempt to evade. Just as the colossal fist approached him, a shadowy figure appeared before Chu Chun. With a flash of sword light, the massive fist was severed. Yet it was not over. Another sword strike cleaved the mountain demon in two. "Those who dare to harm my master shall perish." Chapter 51. The Puppet Demon Lord, just call me Xiao Huang So. This is why you possess such confidence. You have an underling at the Dragon Transformation Realm. However, before me, you are still inadequate, the middle-aged man scoffed. "Behold my puppet arts." As he spoke, dozens of colossal puppets burst forth from the ground. Clad in glimmering iron armor, these massive puppets resembled moving mountains, advancing towards Chu Chun with overwhelming force. These puppets, under my command, are ever-changing and possess incredible resilience. Each one is comparable to a dragon transformation cultivator. Today, the blood-summoning spell shall be mine. Chu Chun's eyes gleamed with cold light as he regarded the advancing puppets without a hint of concern. Having absorbed the souls of countless cultivators, Xiao He had already reached the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm. And no matter how many puppets there were, they were no match for him. In an instant, Xiao He transformed into a streak of black light, weaving through the puppets with ease. Wherever it passed, the puppet's body shattered into fragments. Its figure then surged towards the middle-aged man in the azure robe. The 9th transformation of the dragon? The middle-aged man in azure appeared noticeably taken aback. The 9th transformation of the dragon was indeed a significant figure even at the fringes of this sea of demonic mist. How could he possibly risk his life for a mere 3rd-level cave heaven cultivator? However, his response was swift, as he quickly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, a blood-colored puppet materialized before the azure-robed man. The puppet's hand was a weighing scale. As the blood-colored puppet's withered hand shook the scale, a violent explosion erupted. The small black figure was sent flying, crashing into the depths of the demonic mist. The terrifying force created a massive pit in the ground. "Ha ha ha, little brat. My blood-colored puppet is a supreme treasure that can weigh all things in the world. Even a 9th transformation of the dragon cultivator. Before my blood-colored puppet, you are but a trifle. I advise you not to struggle in vain." Upon seeing the small black figure lying on the ground, barely breathing, Chu Chun waved his hand to draw it into the banner of souls. He then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in azure. "That treasure of yours looks quite impressive. I offer you a chance to submit to me. You must be out of your mind. Can't you see the situation? I hold the upper hand now. You dare ask me to submit to you? I suppose you are eager to be weighed by my blood-colored puppet. Blood-colored puppet, advance," commanded the middle-aged man in azure. In the next moment, the blood-colored puppet's eyes glowed crimson, and the scale in its hand began to sway. Chu Chun felt a terrifying force enveloping his vicinity. As the scale ceased its motion, explosions erupted around Chu Chun, engulfing him in an instant. "Ha ha ha, the divine herbs and spiritual grasses belong to me. The body of the king beast is mine, and the blood-binding curse is also mine. Today, I am truly fortunate, using the body of the king beast to refine it into a puppet. Absorbing these divine herbs and the blood-binding curse I in this sea of demonic mist. I am the strongest, and even within the inner regions, I can secure a place. Just as the middle-aged man in azure was lost in his thoughts. A voice interrupted him. I say, are you really that confident in yourself? As the dust settled, Chu Chen's figure emerged, enveloped in thunderous battle armor. The middle-aged man in azure looked on in terror. How is this possible? You were weighed by my blood-colored puppet. How could you still be alive? Chu Chen employed the technique of shrinking the distance, instantly vanishing from the middle-aged man's sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind him. Speaking coldly, there are far too many who wish to kill me, but they are all dead. You think you will escape the same fate? A chill ran down the middle-aged man's spine as he felt a powerful force strike him. Boom! The middle-aged man's body shot into the ground like a cannonball, and the blood-colored puppet dissipated along with him. Moments later, he struggled to rise from the ground. I finally understand why a 9th transformation of the dragon cultivator would take orders from you. To possess such terrifying power at merely the cave heaven level, you must surely be among the top 10 prodigies of Xianzhou. Perhaps your name even graces the list of prodigies across the 9 provinces. I admit my defeat is not unjust. However, I am quite curious how such a prodigy could be ensnared by the blood-binding curse. Suddenly, Chu Chun appeared before the middle-aged man in azure. A dark aura coalescing in his hand, an overwhelming presence surging forth. Swallow this and submit to me, or face death. Chu Chun looked down upon the middle-aged man. The latter gazed at the dark aura in Chu Chen's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Yet, he knew he had no choice. To survive, he must submit to the youth before him. Having roamed the edges of the sea of demonic mist for countless years, earning the title of Puppet Demon Lord, he never expected to find himself in such a predicament. With a soft sigh, he conceded that serving such a powerful prodigy was not a disgrace. He promptly took the dark aura from Chu Chen's hand and swallowed it in that instant. Huang Tianyu felt his life completely grasped by the youth before him, and an instinctive urge arose within him to remain loyal to this person. Never to betray him for eternity. At that moment, Chu Chun sensed he could control the life and death of the middle-aged man in azure with a mere thought. Truly, the rewards of the system were remarkable. Chu Chun regarded the middle-aged man in azure. Puppet Demon Lord? It seems you have quite the reputation in this sea of demonic mist. Master, what Puppet Demon Lord? My name is Huang Tianyu. You may call me Xiao Huang. Huang Tianyu replied respectfully. Under the subtle influence of the magic seed, the middle-aged man's attitude towards Chu Chan gradually shifted. Even his manner of speaking became increasingly respectful. No need to call me master. It feels strange for a man to address me in such a way. Just call me young master from now on. Yes, young master. Chu Chen softly stated. Now, please tell me about the situation in the Sea of Demonic Mist. Yes, young master. Huang Tianyu responded. The Sea of Demonic Mist is divided into an outer and an inner region. The outer region is teeming with countless cultivators and various sects, but the strongest among them are merely 9th transformation of the dragon cultivators. The inner region, however, is a different matter altogether, being controlled by 4 major powers. These 4 major powers recruit demonic cultivators from all over, their strength rivaling that of sacred grounds. They are the extreme demon sect, blood spirit sect, corpse blood sect, and the underworld. Chu Chen frowned, speaking. The forces within the inner region are surprisingly formidable, rivaling those of sacred grounds. Young master, while these 4 major powers are strong, to claim they are on par with sacred grounds is merely a flattering title. When compared to the true legacy of a sacred ground that has been established for thousands of years, their foundations are far lacking. However, compared to the forces behind you, these powers are but fireflies competing against the brilliance of the full moon. In Huang Tianyu's eyes, the youth before him possessed such talent that he must surely be a son of a sacred ground in Xianzhou, or perhaps even a descendant of an ancient sect. Akin to a divine child of a Taoist palace, Chu Chen, observing Huang Tianyu's adoring gaze, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He immediately declared, "Take me to your residence." "Yes, young master, Xiao Huang will take you to my cave dwelling right away." Chu Chun stored the corpses of the giant ape king and the colorful devouring serpent, then followed Huang Tianyu toward the northern part of the Sea of Demonic Mist. Chapter 52. The Phoenix Clan. The Sage's Legacy. Young master, this is my residence, Huang Tianyu announced. Chu Chen looked around and saw stone tablets everywhere. Xiao Huang, your residence is quite unique, built upon a mass grave that suits your title of Puppet Demon Lord. Please do not blame me, young master. This place was originally a battlefield where the demon and human races clashed during ancient times, gradually falling into disrepair after countless wars. I chose this location for its treacherous terrain and remoteness. And after some tidying up, I made it my home. Huang Tianyu chuckled. Actually, there is another important reason for choosing this place. The abundance of corpses. For me, these remains are undoubtedly the best materials. After being refined through special methods, they can be transformed into powerful puppets to aid me in defense. Furthermore, it is difficult to find, making it the perfect spot for you to hide for 100 days with the blood-binding curse on you. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen found some merit in Huang Tianyu's reasoning. Your thoughts are indeed meticulous. The blood-binding curse on me is quite troublesome, so this place is indeed a good choice. You flatter me, young master. Huang Tianyu then took out a bone talisman. As he performed a series of hand seals, the ancient talisman emitted a black divine light. The stone tablet forest seemed to respond to the call. Beginning to shift, soon, a massive palace appeared, with 2 gigantic puppets guarding its entrance. Huang Tianyu respectfully said to Chu Chen, please follow me, young master. Tianzhou, Tianji Pavilion. A breathtaking figure gazed at the Xianzhou prodigy list. Contemplating. Chu Chen, the origin of the chaos, you have finally made your appearance. The next moment, a man clad in silver-white armor, tall and upright as a pine, entered. He knelt on one knee, his expression solemn and respectful as he addressed the figure before him. Divine Lady, I have received news that the Sage's Legacy has appeared in Xianzhou. The one referred to as the Divine Lady was Su Qingwan, dressed in a flowing white gown that danced with the wind, resembling a celestial being. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her snow-white skin. Her stunning beauty, devoid of makeup, was still captivating, making it difficult for one to gaze directly at her. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan's serene eyes flickered slightly, but the moment passed quickly. She parted her crimson lips and slowly inquired, is this matter true? Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a heavenly melody. The man quickly nodded in affirmation. Absolutely true. I have sent people to verify it multiple times without error. This Sage's Legacy will undoubtedly incite turmoil among various forces. Please, Divine Lady, decide whether to contend for this supreme opportunity. After speaking, the man lowered his head, awaiting Su Qingwan's directive. Hearing this, Su Qingwan replied, though the major forces have their foundations, the Sage's Legacy will surely draw their involvement. Xianzhou? Huh? The origin of the chaos is also in Xianzhou. By Wushan, I must personally go to Xianzhou this time. Since the Divine Lady intends to go in person, I shall prepare immediately, the man in silver-white armor responded. Luocha Prefecture. Atop a peak engulfed in raging flames, resembling a burning purgatory, stood a figure radiant as a flame. She was a woman clad in a fiery red gown, her figure graceful, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. She sat cross-legged atop the mountain, seemingly merging with the surrounding flames. Her long hair danced in the wind, akin to the flickering of burning fire, exuding a captivating allure that sent shivers down one's spine. With her eyes tightly closed and her expression as tranquil as still water, she appeared to be cultivating some arcane technique. Around her, flames surged and leaped, forming a blazing shield that isolated her from external disturbances. In her hand, she grasped a gem that glimmered with a crystalline clarity, its faint luminescence resonating with the surrounding inferno. In an instant, a phoenix's cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The next moment, a colossal phoenix apparition materialized behind her. Beads of sweat glistened on her brow as she remained with her eyes shut, murmuring fervently, Chu Chen, no, please, no. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes flung open, and she gasped for air. Droplets of sweat cascading down her body like dew. Observing her surroundings, she questioned in disbelief, am I still alive? Rising to her feet, she surveyed her environment and incredulously exclaimed, have I been reborn? It seemed that fate had granted her an opportunity to alter her destiny. She would never forget the horrific scene. The once prosperous Phoenix clan now lay in ruins, engulfed in endless sorrow. That ruthless individual had mercilessly slaughtered every phoenix, staining the sky with blood and filling the air with anguished cries. The mere thought of that figure sent tremors through her body, the grotesque visage, the aura of malevolence, and the cold, merciless gaze all etched deeply into her soul. Just envisioning that scene filled her with dread. Leaving her shivering in terror in this life, she vowed to change the fate of the Phoenix clan. That person had yet to rise, and she must crush him in his cradle. Chu Chun, I will find you. In the misty forest of demons, at this moment, Chu Chun unexpectedly sneezed. Puzzled, he wondered, how could I, a grand cultivator at the cave heaven realm, sneeze? Could it be that someone is thinking of me? Ding! The system has issued a mission. Establish a sect of your own in the misty forest of demons and recruit 10,000 disciples. Reward. Chongyang Sacred Body. As a demon cultivator, you should make your formidable reputation known in this realm of mist. Chongyang Sacred Body. Refreshes one Chongyang Sacred Source daily, not stackable. If the host is killed, the Chongyang Sacred Source can resurrect the host. Truly, the system never disappoints. Each reward is a treasure. With the Chongyang Sacred Body, it's as if I have gained an extra life. Though not stackable, the daily refresh is a significant advantage. An audacious idea sparked in his mind. When Mingyuan killed the patriarch of the Dongxian Empire, Chu Chun had obtained the complete soul-seizing technique known as the Swallowing Demon Sutra. By founding a sect, he could use this sutra as a method to impart to his disciples. In doing so, he could not only fulfill the mission but also consume them as nourishment to enhance his own cultivation. Without delay, Chu Chun summoned Huang Tianyu. Soon, Huang Tianyu stood before him. Young master, what do you require of me? Xiao Huang, you possess a certain reputation in the misty forest of demons. I wish to establish a sect using your name to recruit disciples. What do you think? Chu Chun inquired. Hearing this, Huang Tianyu's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. The person before him was an unparalleled genius with a terrifying background. Why would he want to establish a sect in this misty forest of demons? Yet, he refrained from questioning, knowing he merely needed to comply. Chapter 53. Establishing the Heavenly Court, the transmission of the Saint's legacy. Young master, since you wish to establish a sect in the misty forest of demons, have you thought of a name? Huang Tianyu asked. A name. This was something Chu Chun had yet to consider. Xiao Huang, since we are using your name to attract disciples, why don't you come up with one? Huang Tianyu pondered for a moment. Given that you are such an extraordinary genius, the name of the sect should indeed be imposing. Since there is a hell in the inner circle, how about we call it the Heavenly Court? It would certainly overshadow them. Heavenly Court, that name is quite fitting. Let it be so. Chu Chun replied. The black scripture materialized in Chu Chun's hand and floated towards Huang Tianyu. This technique was called the Swallowing Demon Sutra. Anyone who joined the Heavenly Court would be permitted to learn it. This technique contained the great transformations of heaven and earth, allowing those who mastered it to continuously seize the bodies of others to enhance their cultivation. Huang Tianyu's pupils dilated in shock, pondering, why would the young master, a member of such a powerful sect, bestow upon his disciples such a wicked technique? If this technique were known in other sects of Xianzhou, it would undoubtedly be classified as evil, and practitioners would be hunted down by various forces. However, within the misty forest of demons, it posed no issue. Understood. I shall spread the word throughout the outer reaches of the misty forest of demons to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Court. With that, Huang Tianyu promptly departed. Chu Chun had no intention of idling away these days. He prepared to solidify his cultivation and techniques, for only through strength could he assert his will. Currently, the demon god visualization had reached the second layer, and he was not far from the third. Furthermore, the first finger of the divine sky demon finger, the mountain-splitting finger, had been perfected, and he felt that with a little more time, he would surely comprehend the second finger. The earth finger. Deep within the misty forest of demons, a tremendous upheaval was underway. A violet light, imbued with a terrifying aura, swept across the heavens and earth. Instantly, anomalies erupted in the sky, and 3 withered golden lotuses materialized. A sacred aura enveloped the entire misty forest of demons. The ground trembled violently, and with a resounding crash, the earth split open, revealing countless dilapidated structures that had been buried for ages. The ancient aura emanating from these ruins testified to their age-old existence. From above, one would see that these crumbling edifices formed the remnants of a sect long eroded by time. Such phenomena naturally drew the attention of the entire misty forest of demons. This sacred yet terrifying aura led many cultivators to speculate whether a heavenly treasure had emerged. Within the misty forest of demons, whether in the outer or inner circles, cultivators hastened towards the depths. In the underworld, a middle-aged man with purple-gold eyes gazed at the 3 golden lotuses in the sky. The manifestation of the 3 flowers on the summit of a saint was an unexpected sign of a saint's legacy emerging in the misty forest of demons. It seemed this period would not bring peace to the realm. The middle-aged man's purple-gold eyes appeared to penetrate the void, and in an instant, the space before him shattered, transforming into a spatial tunnel. As he stepped through, the fractured space closed behind him. The masters of the Blood Spirit sect, Extreme Demon sect, and Corpse Blood sect also rushed towards the depths of the misty forest of demons. In the outer reaches, a heavy piece of news spread throughout the entire misty forest of demons. Have you heard? The puppet demon lord has established a sect on our periphery, inviting cultivators from the outer realms of the misty forest of demons to join. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? But the puppet demon lord is an 8th-level demon cultivator. Coupled with his treasured blood puppet, even a formidable being at the 1st level of divine fire would find it challenging to defeat him. One could say that the puppet demon lord is invincible at this level. If we could join his sect, it would provide a safeguard in this misty forest of demons. What is the name of the puppet demon lord sect? I wish to join. A demon cultivator exclaimed excitedly. What was it called again? Heavenly Court. Upon hearing this, the demon cultivator gasped in shock. Heavenly Court. What a domineering name. The inner circle has hell. How dare the puppet demon lord name his sect the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Court stands above, while hell lies below. Doesn't that clearly indicate the Heavenly Court's dominance over the underworld? Is the puppet demon lord not afraid of retribution from the underworld? What is there to fear? I've heard that anyone who joins the Heavenly Court will receive an unparalleled technique. I have nothing to rely on in this misty forest of demons. I might as well join the Heavenly Court and gain that technique. The news of the Heavenly Court's powerful technique rapidly spread within the inner circle, even reaching some inner disciples. In Chu Chin's cultivation area, he radiated an aura of profound mystery. His surroundings shimmered with celestial light. Resembling a transcendent being, holy and untouchable, boom! A transformation occurred in the heavens. Roars and cries echoed from above. In the next moment, the 4 great sacred beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, materialized in ethereal forms. A sacred aura enveloped a radius of 100 miles. Chu Chun opened his eyes, now gleaming with a golden hue. Congratulations, young Chu. You have successfully comprehended yet another manifestation, Mingyuan remarked. However, during your seclusion, a saint's legacy has emerged in the misty forest of demons. Saint's legacy? How long have I been in seclusion? Chu Chun inquired. All counted, it has been merely 3 months. In another 10 days, the blood curse on you will dissipate, and by then, your strength will soar to new heights. 3 months? Hasn't that saint's legacy already been claimed by someone else? Chu Chun furrowed his brow. Do you truly believe that a saint's legacy is so easily obtained? Do you understand what it means to be a saint? Once one reaches the saint level, they have completely transcended the realm of mere cultivators, capable of imprinting their great path upon the void. They are immortal and indestructible. Only time can erode them. And even among saints, one cannot easily slay another. The saint's legacy is a tremendous opportunity that cannot be seized without the intervention of another at the saint level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to unlock the restrictions they have laid. If one were to forcibly break the seal, it does not necessarily guarantee the acquisition of the sage's inheritance. Moreover, I perceive that the manifestation of the sage has yet to dissipate, indicating that this inheritance remains unopened. Since it has not been unlocked, does it not imply that the sage's legacy awaits my claim? Chu Chun spoke with a calm demeanor. Hey, Chu kid, you have far too much confidence in yourself. That is the sage's inheritance. Regardless of your unparalleled talent, without recognition, it is impossible to obtain the sage's legacy, Ming Yuan retorted with a scornful tone. Radiating celestial light, Chu Chun proclaimed with an air of authority. If I, Chu Chun, cannot acquire it, then who in this world possesses the qualification to obtain the sage's inheritance? Meanwhile, The major factions of Xianzhou sensed the emergence of the sage's legacy and hastily dispatched their disciples to seize it from the misty forest sea. Chapter 54. Foolishness. There are no resources to snatch, my lord. Over the past 3 months, over 1,000 individuals have joined the heavenly court. However, this small palace cannot accommodate so many, Huang Tianyu said awkwardly. Furthermore, the sect requires spirit stones to operate, and as more people join, my own supply of spirit stones is dwindling. Upon hearing this, Chu Qian smirked. Fool, little Huang, it matters not if we lack spirit stones or territory. We can seize them from others. At this declaration, Huang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? We are in the misty forest sea, the domain of demonic cultivators. We can take what is theirs. How could I forget this, my lord? I shall immediately raid the outer sects of the misty forest sea. Well done. You have the right mindset. Go ahead and seize what you can. Eliminate anyone who dares to obstruct you. Chu Chen commanded, tossing a jade cocoon to Huang Tianyu. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, shatter this jade cocoon, and I will come to your aid. Huang Tianyu clutched the jade cocoon and thought to himself, with my lord's assurance, there is nowhere in the misty forest sea that I cannot traverse. I have some old adversaries here, and it is the perfect opportunity to settle scores, especially with my lord's protection. I fear no one. Huang Tianyu respectfully responded. Rest assured, my lord, little Huang shall not let you down and will raid the entire outer region of the misty forest sea. Once Huang Tianyu departed, Chu Chun prepared to investigate the so-called sage's inheritance. Master, where are we headed? The newly joined disciples of the heavenly court, numbering in the thousands, inquired of Huang Tianyu with curiosity. Everyone, our heavenly court has just been established and naturally requires a substantial amount of resources. Hence, I have decided to lead you all in raiding the resources of other sections. What? Master, are you joking? We are but a handful, while other sects boast thousands of disciples. This is not a raid. It is a march to certain death. One disciple protested. Huang Tianyu snorted coldly. Since you have chosen to join the heavenly court, you must serve it, or else why would we have recruited you? Furthermore, when you follow this sect to conquer the world, once stability is achieved, you will be recognized as contributors to the heavenly court. Not only will you enjoy abundant resources, but you will also stand as elite disciples of the heavenly court. Just imagine how glorious that will be. Of course, you may withdraw from the heavenly court at any time, but I trust you have heard of my other identity, the puppet demon lord. Anyone who exits the heavenly court will not be spared from being refined into puppets. The choice is clear, to follow this sect and become elite disciples, or to be transformed into puppets, and I believe you all know the answer in your hearts. Damn it, let's go for broke. We have already joined the heavenly court. Besides, Master possesses the strength to rival the divine fire realm. We may not face danger. Soon, I will be an elite disciple of the heavenly court, enjoying its vast resources. One cultivator declared. One voice rose. More and more cultivators began to echo the sentiment. Indeed, the timid starve while the bold feast. We must follow our master to grow strong. Huang Tianyu observed the fervor of the crowd and immediately spoke again. Since you possess such resolve, allow me to reveal a top-secret piece of information. The heavenly court is merely under my management. The true creator of the heavenly court is someone else, a figure of unimaginable terror. Compared to the 4 major factions within, this person surpasses them all. You disciples have made an exceptionally wise decision. Under the guidance of this individual, the heavenly court could very well eclipse the 4 major factions. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. So, the master is leading us to raid other sects because the true ruler of the heavenly court is someone else. Given that this person has such a fearsome background, those of us who joined the heavenly court early on will surely reap the benefits. With this thought, everyone clamored, Master, I wish to be a pioneer of the heavenly court, following you to conquer other sects. Fight, fight, fight. In an instant, every disciple echoed the battle cry, their spirits ablaze. Excellent. Our first target shall be the soul-devouring sect. At this moment, Chu Chun was already delving deeper into the misty forest sea, with only 10 days remaining until the blood-summoning curse dissipated. The effect of the curse was gradually weakening, now only perceptible within a 10-mile radius. Yet, due to the emergence of the sage's inheritance, cultivators flocked to the depths of the misty forest sea like ants. Numerous cultivators encountered Chu Chun, their greed overwhelming as they surged towards him, only to become victims to the Wandering Soul's banner. Now, he had traversed from the outer to the inner regions of the misty forest sea, encountering an increasing number of cultivators. Countless greedy eyes scrutinized him. Yet these individuals were not foolish enough to act immediately. Anyone who could traverse the inner depths of the misty forest sea unscathed was undoubtedly formidable. Many coveted the blood-summoning curse. But no one wanted to be the first to strike. Chu Chun remained oblivious to the avaricious gazes, and should they dare to attack him, he would not mind adding more souls to the Wandering Soul's banner. However, he underestimated human greed. 7 individuals stepped forward from the crowd. The leader, a vigorous young man, sneered, "Hey kid, you claim to possess the blood-summoning curse and dare venture into the inner region of the misty forest sea? Are you seeking death? If so, my Tang family's 7 ghosts will gladly oblige." The Tang family's 7 ghosts? Upon hearing this, some in the crowd gasped in surprise. "So it is them. What a pity. The blood-summoning curse won't fall into our hands." The Tang family's 7 ghosts are notorious demonic cultivators in the misty forest sea, known for their ruthless killing of other cultivators to seize their unique treasures. They even extract the blood of the slain to refine blood pills to enhance their own power. Moreover, each member of the Tang family's 7 ghosts is at the 9th level of the Transformation Dragon realm, and it is said that together they have even caused the demise of a powerful figure at the 1st level of the Divine Fire realm, thus earning their fearsome reputation in the misty forest sea. The leader among them, the vigorous young man, was Tang Shan. Hearing the whispers of their notorious reputation, Tang Shan gazed at Chu Qian with pride. "Kid, if you come over obediently, I might leave you with a whole corpse. If you resist, I shall flay you alive and use your blood to concoct blood pills." Chu Qian's eyes remained indifferent, as if he were not even conversing with him. Seeing this, Tang Shan grinned maliciously. "If you wish to blame someone, blame your own arrogance for wandering about with the blood-summoning curse. You are just unfortunate to have encountered us. The Tang family's 7 ghosts, the misty forest sea is indeed a den of filth. Today, I will protect this person. No one dares harm him." In that instant, a crisp voice rang out, and a breathtaking woman clad in a white celestial gown descended gracefully on a flying sword before Chu Chun. Chapter 55. Tang family's 7 ghosts, fear not, my friend. The woman, veiled in white silk, slowly descended before Chu Chun. "The misty forest sea is indeed filled with scoundrels. 7 against 1, do you not have any shame?" She cast a disdainful glance at Tang Shan and the others, then turned to Chu Qian and said, "Do not be afraid, my friend. With me here today, no one shall harm you." Chu Chun regarded the woman before him with a look of disbelief. Where did this Na'vi girl come from? Is there truly a virtuous individual in the misty forest sea? Chu Chun surmised that this woman must hail from a major faction, a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. And yet she claimed to protect him despite her mere 1st level of the cave heaven realm. Chu Chun shook his head. Well, considering she had stood up for him, he would spare her life. Tang Shan, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the woman, first expressed astonishment, followed by mockery. "I thought it was some significant figure, but it turns out to be just a little girl of the 1st level of the cave heaven realm." Then, upon noticing the woman's alluring figure, Tang Shan's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed. "Brothers, today is our lucky day. Not only can we obtain the blood-summoning curse, but we can also savor the beauty before us. Thank you, Brother Shan. Following you, not only can we acquire rare treasures, but we can also enjoy this lovely lady. Truly, what a delightful prospect." The other 6 ghosts chimed in, their eyes reflecting their desire. However, the woman gazed fearlessly at the Tang family's 7 ghosts. "Is being at the 9th level of the Transformation Dragon realm so impressive? Let me tell you, my father could obliterate you with a wave of his hand, though he need not intervene." As she spoke, a fierce wind arose, and 4 swords of different colors materialized behind her. A chilling and formidable sword intent emanated from the 4 celestial swords, causing every onlooker to pale in fear. What kind of magical treasure is this, to possess such overwhelming sword intent? Merely gazing upon it sends a shiver of pain across my skin. I do not know. Yet the fact that this woman wields such an extraordinary artifact indicates that her backing is formidable. Despite her only being at the 1st level of the cave heaven realm, the 7 ghosts of the Tang family would likely think twice before confronting her. At the same time, Tang Shan sensed the extraordinary nature of the woman's artifact but felt no fear. He licked his lips, his eyes burning with intensity as he gazed at her. Good, good, good. Such a treasure shall surely belong to me. Even if you possess a celestial background, as long as I remain within this misty forest sea, your forces cannot touch me. With a flick of his fingers, the ground trembled, and countless blood vines burst forth from the soil, surging toward the woman. He then commanded his companions, "This woman's artifact is quite peculiar. I will handle her while you capture that young man for me." "Understood, Brother Sean." The 6 ghosts behind him immediately sprang into action. Chu Chen's cold gaze surveyed the unfolding scene, and just as he was about to intervene, a delicate hand shielded him from behind. "Do not fear, my friend. With me here, no one shall harm you today." Chu Chen looked at the woman who stood protectively behind him and said calmly, "Step aside. They are all at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm, and you cannot contend with them." The woman did not respond to Chu Chen in an instant. Her eyes turned as frigid as ice. Fixating on the aggressively advancing 7 ghosts of the Tang family and the crimson blood vines, she parted her red lips, uttering, "Fallen immortal sword, go!" With a swift motion, a resonant sword cry echoed, and a green celestial sword shot forth from behind her, rapidly multiplying into countless green swords, each radiating a terrifying sword aura. In mere moments, the blood-red vines were severed, and a torrential downpour of green swords rained down upon the 7 ghosts of the Tang family. Seeing this, Tang Shan bellowed in fury, blood binding. Countless blood-red vines erupted from the ground, weaving together to form a colossal blood net. Yet, as the blood net met the green swords, a crisp, tearing sound resonated. The seemingly indestructible blood net was easily shredded like paper. In the next instant, dazzling sword lights flashed across the air, slicing toward the 7 ghosts, each beam infused with a chilling and lethal sword intent. Tang Shan's pupils constricted as he realized the true terror of the artifact wielded by the woman. No longer concealing his intentions, he thundered, "I admit your artifact is indeed fearsome, but the 7 ghosts of the Tang family have roamed the misty forest sea for decades. How could we lack our own trump cards? Today, let me show you the signature skill of the 7 ghosts." A sinister grin spread across Tang Shan's face as he declared, 7 transmutations of divine light. Boom! As he spoke, the other 6 poured their strength into him, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that erupted from his body, a 7-colored divine light shooting forth. In mere moments, countless green celestial swords were extinguished within this 7-colored light, which then surged directly toward the woman. Unfazed by the approaching radiant pillar, the woman summoned another red celestial sword that appeared before her in an instant. Gripping the sword, she swung it, and a crimson glow transformed into a crescent shape, effortlessly obliterating the 7-colored divine light. The red and green swords intertwined, resembling 2 coiling dragons. However, in the blink of an eye, only Tang Shan remained. The other 6 ghosts had already fallen beneath the blade. Tang Shan stared at the 2 celestial swords hovering above him, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. He knelt and pleaded for mercy. "I, Tang Shan, have been blind to offend the young lady. Please spare my life, and I assure you I will mend my ways henceforth." The woman raised an eyebrow. "Your brothers have perished, and you do not seek revenge against me? Such a powerful lady, it was they who failed to recognize your might. If they are dead, then so be it. I only ask for your mercy." The woman, finding his pitiful display distasteful, replied, "Begone. I do not wish to see you again. Should you cross my path once more, I will not be so lenient." With that, she retracted the 4 celestial swords behind her. Thank you, young lady. I, Tang Shan, will undoubtedly reform and live an honest life." Yet a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, skillfully concealed but nonetheless perceived by Chu Chen. The woman remained oblivious to the impending danger, her expression prideful as she addressed Chu Chen. "So, my friend, what do you think? Am I not formidable? Were it not for me, you might have perished here. But who told me to be so kind-hearted? I cannot abide those who bully the weak and fear the strong." Chu Chen shook his head, recognizing that this naive girl truly did not understand the rules of the cultivation world. Granting mercy to others does not guarantee gratitude. On the contrary, one could easily find themselves betrayed. As expected, the next moment, Tang Shan's figure surged violently, roaring, "Die!" A silver needle tainted with black gas shot toward the woman like a bolt of lightning. Chu Chun had sensed the murderous intent in Tang Shan's eyes long before the woman spared him, and he was not surprised by the ambush. With a flicker of lightning at his fingertips, he deflected the black, gas-laden needle back at Tang Shan, who was caught off guard. Tang Shan screamed in agony as his body began to disintegrate into a pool of blood. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. A lesson he failed to grasp. What kind of force allows such a naive girl like you to walk freely? Do you not fear your demise? Chu Qian addressed the woman, who was now visibly shaken. Having sensed the imminent danger, if not for the man before her, she too would have become a mere puddle of blood. Regaining her composure, the woman said, "Thank you, my friend. I saved you once, and you saved me in turn. Let us consider it even." She smiled sweetly, seemingly having forgotten about the ambush. Hearing her words, Chu Qian did not rebut. Even without her intervention, dealing with a few at the 9th level of dragon transformation was merely a matter of stretching his muscles. If you say it is even, then it is. With that, Chu Chun used the inch of earth technique, vanishing from her sight in an instant. The woman, astonished at the sudden disappearance of the man, murmured, "What kind of technique is this? Such remarkable speed. Even without my presence, those few would struggle to catch him." Meanwhile, a figure in the void silently observed everything. Go think that the long-lost inch of earth technique would reappear in a youth at the cave heaven realm. How intriguing indeed! In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chu Qian had traversed deeper into the misty forest sea and occasionally encountered divine fire-level beasts. He mused, to encounter divine fire-level beasts merely at the periphery. Who knows what awaits deeper within? Rumors even suggest that a saint-level great demon sleeps in the depths of the misty forest sea from a bygone era. Though, rumors are merely that, rumors, no one has ever encountered such a saint-level demon. 10 days had also allowed the blood-binding curse on Chu Chun to completely dissipate. With the saint's inheritance yet to be activated, he sought a tranquil place to refine and absorb the blood-binding curse. After a day of exploration, he discovered a relatively quiet area where beast activity was minimal, ready to refine the curse. At the outer edge of the misty forest sea, a young boy was racing toward the depths. He was none other than Shiryu, the child who had fled from Shitsuan. Although still a child, he bore the visage of a youth. With a beaming smile, he murmured, "I never expected that after my rebirth as a saint, I would obtain another key to a saint's inheritance. It seems I am indeed a favored one. This life will surely allow me to vie for that supreme imperial position. However, once I acquire this saint's inheritance, I must settle the score with that young man. If it were not for him, how could I have escaped with half my essence upon awakening? This enmity cannot be forgiven. When I find you, I shall flay your skin, extract your bones, and refine your soul into a wick to burn in the flames of agony daily." At this moment, disciples from various major factions across the 9 provinces surged into the misty forest sea like a tidal wave, all drawn by the promise of the saint's inheritance. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded at the forest's periphery. A newly established force, known as the Heavenly Court, had risen to prominence. Under the leadership of the puppet Demon King, they had seized 1/3 of the outer sect's resources in just 10 days. The name of the Heavenly Court grew ever louder, becoming known not only within the inner circles but also among those who dared to enter the misty forest sea. "Congratulations, junior sister Lu," a young man clad in blue robes, his face radiant with a smile, spoke gently to the enchanting Lu Shuangxue. "With the awakening of your ice and snow sacred body, it will not be long before you become the heir of the Xinhuang Chamber of Commerce. Do not forget your senior brother when that time comes." However, Lu Shuangxue did not even spare him a glance, replying coolly, "Chen Xian, are we that familiar? Even if I become the heir of the Xinhuang Merchant Association, it has nothing to do with you. I advise you to conceal your cunning thoughts. Do you think I cannot perceive your intentions? I urge you not to make any reckless moves, or else you shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Upon hearing these words from Lu Shuangxue, Qian Xian's face turned ashen, and the disciples beside him exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Suppressing his inner fury, he forced a smile, saying, "Junior sister Lu, you jest. I was merely making a light-hearted joke. Please do not take it to heart." Lu Shuangxue did not respond. Her heart had already been claimed by another, leaving no room for anyone else in this world. Observing Lu Shuangxue's silence, Qian Xian seethed inwardly, thinking, "Who are you trying to impress with that icy demeanor? I will have you in the end." When that time comes, you shall sing my praises in bed. Just as Chen Xian's mind was lost in such fantasies, Lu Shuangshue's voice broke through. Chen Xian, you go confront the beasts ahead. I will lead the disciples to retreat first. At that moment, Chen Xian felt a torrent of frustration surge within him. So it seems that I am only called upon when you need a mere tool. Very well, junior sister, you may proceed. A mere early-stage cave beast is no challenge for me. I shall dispatch it with a flick of my fingers. However, by the time Chen Xian finished speaking, Lu Shuangxue had already taken the disciples deep into the misty forest. Meanwhile, after refining the blood-summoning spell for the celestial platform realm, Chu Chan felt his cultivation soar. He ascended from the 3rd to the 9th level of the cave realm in a single leap. Just a step away from entering the dragon transformation realm. Its not without reason. A powerful being of the celestial platform realm, on the verge of stepping into the sacred realm, could only elevate me to the 9th level of the cave realm. Chu Chen fumed, insisting that he should have been propelled into the dragon transformation realm, only to find himself stuck at the 9th level of the cave realm. Chu kid, you should be grateful. This blood-summoning spell is an external force, and given your unique physique, reaching the 9th level of the cave realm is already remarkable, Ming Yuan explained. Now, you can eliminate those of the same realm with ease, and even battle those above your level as if it were a mere stroll. What more do you desire? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen begrudgingly acknowledged the logic in Ming Yuan's words. After all, his demonic body required vast resources. For a being of the celestial platform realm to elevate him to the 9th level of the cave realm was indeed commendable. In the next moment, Chu Chen seemed to sense something. A familiar aura. He stepped out, ready to investigate. A group of cultivators found themselves targeted by a fire-enveloped demonic beast. As Chu Chen scanned the crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Junior Sister Lu, Chapter 57. The Demonic Flood Dragon. How I wish you truly were Brother Chu, Junior Sister Lu. What a surprise to encounter you here, Chu Chen thought, astonished that their meeting would occur in such a manner. He was equally taken aback by Lu Shuangshue's rapid advancement, having broken through to the cave realm in such a short span. Meanwhile, Lu Shuangxue, facing the formidable aura of the demonic flood dragon, felt her complexion pale. She had not anticipated her ill fortune. Upon entering the misty forest, she would encounter a fire-enveloped demonic beast. The beast's body was incredibly tough, and even with the ancestral treasure, the golden crow cauldron, she could only barely repel it. The backlash she suffered was terrifying. If she could not find a solution to the imminent threat, her entire party would perish here, junior sister. Hold on. I will go fetch reinforcements to save you all, Chen Xian said, his eyes filled with panic as he quickly summoned his flying sword and fled into the distance. How could Lu Shuangxue not recognize Chen Xian's intentions? He was merely afraid for his life and sought to escape alone. Yet, Lu Shuangxue could not abandon her elite disciples. Even in death, she was determined to protect their safety. Miss, we cannot contend with this demonic flood dragon. We will buy you time to escape. Miss, you cannot fall here. If you do, our lineage's hopes will be utterly dashed. Indeed, brothers, we are all of the Lu family. Today, for the sake of the Miss, we shall face death without fear. The disciples, protected behind Lu Shuangxue, all resolved to sacrifice themselves to create an opportunity for her escape. No. You are all of my Lu family's bloodline. I, Lu Shuangxue, will ensure your safety. With a spurt of essence blood from her mouth, she sent strands of crimson towards the golden crow cauldron suspended above. In an instant, the cauldron radiated a brilliant golden light, unleashing blazing sunfire upon the demonic flood dragon. However, this action only served to enrage the beast further, as its two chilling, piercing eyes bore down on Lu Shuangxue. Human insects, daring to trespass in my domain. Today, none of you shall escape. You shall all become my sustenance. The demonic flood dragon slowly opened its gaping maw, gathering a sphere of destructive energy that crackled ominously. With a whoosh, space trembled as the massive sphere collided with the golden crow cauldron. Already at the brink of exhaustion, Lu Shuangxue felt as if she had been struck heavily, her body flying backward. With no one to command it, the golden crow cauldron lost its brilliance and crashed heavily to the ground. Miss! The group cried out in anguish, charging toward the beast. However, without the cauldron to suppress it, the demonic flood dragon instantly crushed the charging disciples into a mist of blood. No! Lu Shuangxue screamed, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed her kin perish one by one. Her eyes reddened with fury, her breath ragged. A flicker of determination flashed in her gaze. Demonic flood dragon, you have slain my kin. Today, even if it costs me my essence blood, I shall strike you down, just as Lu Shuangxue prepared to act. A gentle yet powerful voice resonated beside her. You have done enough. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Shuangxue's body trembled slightly. She recognized it all too well. It belonged to him. Turning her gaze, she saw a figure clad in a purple robe, a black mask obscuring his face, surrounded by a celestial glow. Is it really you? Lu Shuangxue's voice quivered with emotion. Chu Chun did not respond but instead focused on the demonic flood dragon. You rest for now. I will handle it. The demonic flood dragon halted, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. The other members of the Lu clan quickly retreated to Lu Shuangxue's side, expressing their concern. Miss, are you all right? Lu Shuangxue shook her head. I am fine. But why did you all rush in knowing you could not contend with the demonic flood dragon? Miss, if our lives can ensure yours, it is worth it. However, is this person your friend? Though he possesses the 9th level of the cave realm, he may stand no chance against the demonic flood dragon. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuangxue, despite her heavy injuries, stepped forward. You all go find the ancestor. I will assist him. No, miss, we cannot allow you to take such a risk. Instantly, an aura of extreme cold emanated from Lu Shuangxue. I have made my decision. If you do not wish to see me die, go find the ancestor to save me. With that, Lu Shuangxue raced toward Chu Chen's side. The demonic flood dragon eyed Chu Chen warily. To it, he was merely a human insect at the 9th level of the cave realm, yet it felt a sense of unease. Did he possess some treasure that posed a threat to me? The demonic flood dragon pondered, then spoke. Human insect, I shall grant you an opportunity. Leave my domain now, and I may spare your life. Chu Chen scoffed. I too offer you a chance. Become my mount, and I shall spare you. What audacity, human insect! Since you have sought your own demise, I shall oblige. With that, the golden crow cauldron soared like the sun, pressing down upon the demonic flood dragon. Lu Shuangxue reached Chu Chen's side. I will not let you face this alone. I am here to assist you. The demonic flood dragon, covered in black scales, lashed out with its tail. The tremendous force created a sonic boom, effortlessly sending the golden crow cauldron flying. Chu Chen stepped forward, catching the cauldron with ease. Just watch from the sidelines. In your current state, you cannot aid me. In response, Lu Shuangxue said, be careful. I have relinquished control of the golden crow cauldron, so now it can provide you with additional protection. Chu Chen nodded. All right. I shall borrow this golden crow cauldron for the time being. The demonic flood dragon unleashed a colossal roar, its body cloaked in lightning as it charged at Chu Chen. Chu kid, don't get reckless. That is a being of the sacred fire realm, and it is a beast, stronger than a human. Ming Yuan's voice conveyed concern. Chu Chen chuckled lightly. Do not worry. It is not a saint. What is there to fear? Once I vanquish it, I will retrieve its essence for you to restore your source. In the next moment, Chu Chen infused his spiritual energy into the golden crow cauldron, which erupted in a dazzling light. The blazing golden crow emerged, its size expanding dramatically as it pounced upon the demonic flood dragon. As the golden crow and the demonic flood dragon clashed, the resulting force shook the very fabric of space, causing the ground to tremble and surrounding mountains to crumble. Lu Shuangxue watched in astonishment as Chu Chen summoned the blazing golden crow. She had always known her own exceptional talent but had not been able to summon the golden crow. The individual before her possessed a talent that surpassed hers. At that moment, a doubt crossed her mind. Does Chu Shixiang truly possess such strength? If only he were truly Chu Shixiang. Chapter 58. The Blood Demon Eye, the Demonic God Coffin. Chu kid, you are quite the charmer. That young girl trusts you so much, relinquishing control without fear of you fleeing. The Golden Crow Cauldron is indeed a sacred artifact, and it has already manifested a divine spirit. It is likely not far from becoming a quasi-emperor artifact, were it not for the restrictions placed upon it. Even if that little girl were to relinquish control to you, you would find it exceedingly difficult to master. However, it appears that this young girl is clearly familiar with you, yet you do not acknowledge her. Could it be that you have wronged this little girl? Mingyuan jested. I said, if you wish to obtain the essence of the demon flood dragon, you would do well to keep your silence. Chu Chun replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Mingyuan indeed ceased his prattle. At this moment, the demon flood dragon was being relentlessly repelled by the blazing golden crow, and it roared in anger. Human ant, I am enraged today. I shall capture you to become my pet. As the words fell, a crimson ferocity emanated from the demon flood dragon, causing its body to surge from several dozen zhang to several hundred zhang in size. Its immense form obscured the sky, and in a single gulp, it swallowed the blazing golden crow whole. Its deep, pool-like eyes fixed unblinkingly on Chu Chun. Human ant, prepare to die. In an instant, a vortex of darkness swirled around the demon flood dragon, and countless black chains shot forth from the vortex, rapidly advancing towards Chu Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of chains slicing through the air echoed, drawing near to Chu Chun. Be careful, Lu Shuangxue exclaimed with concern. In the face of the black chains, Chu Chun simultaneously wielded the golden crow cauldron to block the attack while drawing the sacred sword he had seized from the divine sword manor. Severing the black chains. At this moment, the demon flood dragon's composure began to unravel. A dignified expert of the divine fire realm, and yet after all this commotion, it could not contend with a mere human ant at the 9th level of the cave realm. The primary issue was that this human ant seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of spiritual energy, able to manipulate 2 sacred artifacts to battle against it, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Even as a being of the divine fire realm, it could do nothing against him. Ordinary individuals could not even hope to control 2 sacred artifacts. Unless one was a prodigious talent, it would be impossible to even communicate with a sacred artifact. This human ant was truly an anomaly. In a fit of rage, it declared, Human ant, if you possess any skill, cast aside your 2 sacred artifacts and face me in a fair duel. Huddling like a turtle in its shell is no different than being a coward. Lu Shuangxue, upon hearing the unabashed words of the demon flood dragon, felt her previously steady breath once again become erratic. Demon flood dragon, do you still have no shame? You, a dignified expert of the divine fire realm, demand a cultivator of the cave realm to put down their weapons? Yet the demon flood dragon seemed to pay no heed to Lu Shuangxue's words, continuing to address Chu Chun. Thus, let it be known that I am not bullying you. If you lay down your 2 sacred artifacts, I shall suppress my realm to match yours, and we can engage in battle once more. Chu, hasten to slay him. I have never encountered such unabashedness. No, such shamelessness. Mingyuan's voice was filled with exasperation. Were it not for my inability to intervene, I would crush him with a single slap. Ding! The system has issued a quest. As the Dark Overlord, fear not. The host must discard the sacred artifacts and battle the demon flood dragon. Reward: Eye of Blood Demon. Eye of Blood Demon. Upon activation, the Eye of Blood Demon allows insight into any entity for 3 seconds in the future. Note: effect diminishes against entities of a higher realm than the host. Such power. Why doesn't the system create a growth-type Eye of Blood Demon? Perhaps then I could glimpse the future. Chu Chun mused. Ding. Host, do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. This system does not possess such an item. Even if it did, you would not withstand the causal repercussions of witnessing the future. Seeing that Chu Chun had yet to respond, the demon flood dragon realized that this human ant would surely not acquiesce. It prepared to unleash its most powerful strike before fleeing, for a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. However, at that moment, Chu Chun finally spoke. Very well, I accept your challenge. With that, he cast the golden crow cauldron and sacred sword to the ground, an act that left Lu Shuangxue bewildered, struggling to comprehend his motivations. Mingyuan too was baffled. Chu, you are far too arrogant. Even if your physique is unparalleled and your talent extraordinary, such hubris is unwise. Should you fall, I too shall perish. At this moment, he could not fathom what Chu Chun intended. Ha ha ha, human ant, I never expected you to truly discard those 2 sacred artifacts. I thought you an unparalleled genius, but it seems you are merely a fool. With that declaration, the demon flood dragon's massive form suddenly shrank, transforming into a streak of black light that surged toward Chu Chun at breakneck speed. It sought to eliminate this human ant before he could retrieve his sacred artifacts once more. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the quest. Reward: Eye of Blood Demon. In an instant, Chu Chun activated the Eye of Blood Demon, and visions of the demon flood dragon's forthcoming actions materialized in his mind. Not 3 seconds, but 1.5 seconds. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Chu Chun to devise a countermeasure. Foolish human, do you truly believe I would lower my realm to engage you in battle? Such thoughts are utterly delusional. You humans have a saying, all's fair in war. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With that, a wave of terrifying power erupted around Chu Chin. Boom! The golden crow cauldron radiated a divine golden light, immediately shielding Lu Shuangxue and blocking the ensuing devastation. As the dust settled, the demon flood dragon boasted, "Human ant, opposing me has left you in tatters. Now those 2 sacred artifacts belong to me." Yet before it could revel in its triumph, Chu Chin's voice rang out from nearby. "I say, little mudfish, since you failed to kill me, it is now my turn." Boom! The golden crow cauldron and sacred sword responded to Chu Chin's call, and an indomitable sword intent surged into the heavens. He then summoned forth the blazing golden crow from the cauldron once more, feeling the overwhelming sword intent capable of obliterating it, along with the soaring golden crow. The demon flood dragon pleaded, "Human, I was wrong. I am willing to be your mount. I can revert my bloodline and evolve into the legendary celestial dragon." Imagine having a celestial dragon as a steed. All the cultivators of the 9 provinces would envy you. Ding! The system has issued a quest. As the Dark Overlord, one must possess a magnificent steed. Subjugate the bloodline-reverted demon flood dragon. Reward, Demon Goddess Mysterious Coffin. Demon Goddess Mysterious Coffin. A quasi-emperor grade treasure capable of burying heaven, earth, and all beings. Anyone entombed within will be refined into the host's puppet, retaining 100% of their combat power. This system has revealed 2 extraordinary rewards in a single day. This was Chu Chin's first encounter with such fortune. Moreover, it was a quasi-emperor artifact, one that would incite fierce competition among the major powers of the 9 provinces. At that moment, an incredibly powerful aura descended from the heavens, accompanied by a voice of imposing authority. "Shuangxue, my dear, your ancestor has come to save you." Chapter 59. Ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Jiaming, the ancient celestial dragon. A formidable pressure surged like a tidal wave. Even before the figure arrived, it instilled immense weight upon Chu Chan and the others. In a flash, an elderly man clad in gray robes appeared before Lu Shuangxue. He was Lu Jiaming, the ancestor of the Lu family. With a concerned expression, Lu Jiaming inquired, "Shuangxue, my dear, let your ancestor see if you are unharmed." Lu Shuangxue shook her head. "Ancestor, I am fine, but most of our Lu clan's disciples perished at the hands of that demon flood dragon while protecting me. Were it not for the appearance of that young man, I might not have even awaited your arrival." Boom! Lu Jiaming's aura began to swell as he turned to face the demon flood dragon. At this moment, the demon flood dragon found itself ensnared by a powerful force, rendering it immobile. "It hastily implored Chu Qian, "Human, save me. I can evolve into the ancient celestial dragon, the only one of my kind in the entire 9 provinces." The demon flood dragon had now shrunk to the size of a small snake, hiding behind Chu Chun. Chu Chun regarded Lu Jiaming. "Elder, shall I handle this creature?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaming halted his advance. His gaze piercing through Chu Qian as if assessing him, a powerful aura enveloped Chu Qian. Yet after a brief moment, this pressure dissipated. "This demon flood dragon has slain my clan's disciples. I ought to slay it on the spot. However, without your assistance, I fear my dear Shuangxue and the remaining Lu clan disciples would be in dire peril. Since you wish to deal with this demon flood dragon, I shall not interfere. But young friend, to subdue a great demon of the divine fire realm at the 9th level of the cave realm is truly a display of extraordinary talent. Are you from Tianzhou?" Lu Jiaming's voice was deep and resonant. Chu Chan shook his head. "I am not from Tianzhou. I am merely a wandering cultivator." Yet to Lu Jiaming's ears, this sounded like a reluctant admission of identity, a fabricated story to obscure his true origins. "Since you are unwilling to disclose your background, I shall not pry further." He then returned to Lu Shuangxue's side, producing a greenish-blue pill. "My dear Shuangxue, take this. It will aid in your recovery. Your ancestor shall guard you." Lu Shuangxue accepted the pill. "Thank you, ancestor." She glanced at the young man before swallowing the pill and beginning to recuperate her internal injuries. At that moment, Chu Chun had seized the now serpent-sized demon flood dragon. Manifesting the demon seed, black energy materialized. Upon seeing this black energy, the demon flood dragon trembled, instinctively rejecting it. Noticing this, Chu Chen's gaze remained indifferent as he said, "Do not resist, or I shall hand you over to the Lu family ancestor this very instant." Upon hearing this, the demon flood dragon ceased its struggles, and the black energy slowly seeped into its body. At this moment, the demon flood dragon glared at Chu Chen with its dark, hate-filled eyes, seething with rage as it thought, "What has this accursed human ant made me consume?" However, as the dark energy source completely merged with the body of the demon dragon, its thoughts began to transform. It became singularly focused on being loyal to the person before it. Subordinate, I pay my respects to my master. This phrase involuntarily escaped the demon dragon's lips. What exactly has this mere human done to me? The demon dragon seethed with anger, yet could not muster a single thought of retaliating against Chu Chun. Upon witnessing the demon dragon's state, Chu Chun realized that the demonic seed had taken effect. From that moment forth, the demon dragon's life was entirely at the mercy of Chu Chen's will. Chu Chun then drew the demon dragon into the independent realm of the Myriad Souls banner. Throughout this entire process, Lu Jiaming observed with astonishment. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the cave realm, he effortlessly controlled the demon dragon, and even managed to manipulate 2 sacred artifacts simultaneously, including the Jinwu Ding, which was exceedingly close to being a quasi-imperial artifact. It was known that Lu Shuangxue could wield the Jinwu Ding due to the bloodline of the Lu family flowing within her. Yet, here was an individual who was not of the Lu family and could also control the Jinwu Ding, leaving him in awe of such extraordinary talent. Lu Jiaming speculated that this person must have emerged from a powerful force in Tianzhou, perhaps a divine son or a Dao child. Seeing that matters were concluded, Chu Chun prepared to depart, opting not to reveal his identity to Lu Shuangxue at this moment. After all, his prowess as a formidable being at the immortal battle platform had already spread across various regions of Xianzhou. Everyone believed that he possessed an unparalleled treasure during his battle at the immortal battle platform and sought to acquire it. Should he expose his identity, there would inevitably be ill-intentioned individuals plotting against him. With the emergence of the sage's legacy and the presence of the Lu family's ancestors, the hearts of men were difficult to fathom, and it was not improbable that someone might set their sights on him. Furthermore, revealing his identity now would merely add to Lu Shuangxue's troubles. Chu Chun preferred to act independently without constraints. After returning the Jinwu Ding to Lu Jiaming, he stated, "Elder, with this matter resolved, I shall take my leave." Before Lu Jiaming could respond, Lu Shuangxue, who was recuperating from her injuries, abruptly halted her movements. With her eyes wide open, she gazed at Chu Chun with reluctance. "Are you truly not him?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chun gently shook his head. "Miss Lu, my assistance is merely out of consideration for our shared humanity. I am not the person you seek." Lu Shuangxue's hopeful expression instantly dimmed. "We met by chance. If you are not him, why would you risk your life to save me? If you are not him, how could your voice be identical?" At this point, Lu Shuangxue felt her emotions surging, her voice gradually softening. "Even your demeanor is strikingly similar. Why do you not acknowledge me? Is there some unspeakable reason?" Lu Jiaming, observing this scene, felt as if Lu Shuangxue's words conveyed a sense of unrequited love. Could it be that she had known this individual long before? He mused, yet, in the face of Lu Shuangxue's persistent inquiries, Chu Chun merely shook his head with composure. "Miss, do not forget that in this vast land of the 9 provinces, particularly here in Xianzhou, the territory stretches for countless miles. Not to mention identical voices and similar appearances, even the emergence of 2 identical flowers would hardly surprise me. My name is Luo Chun, and I am not the person you seek." Upon hearing this response, Lu Shuangxue's eyes fell completely dim. "Young master, I have an unsolicited request." Chu Chun replied, "No problem, please speak. Could you remove your mask so that I might finally lay this matter to rest?" She asked. Chu Chun declined, saying, "I apologize, miss, but my face bears natural scars that make it difficult to show myself. I hope you can understand. Is that so?" Lu Shuangxue murmured softly, "I apologize, young master. Perhaps I have truly mistaken you for someone else. Nonetheless, I must thank you for saving my life amidst the perilous demonic fog forest. Why not accompany me to the sage's legacy site? It would be safer that way. Furthermore, with my Lu family's ancestors present, they will surely protect you, which could serve as a means of repayment for your kindness. If you ever find yourself in need of rare treasures, my family will do everything in our power to procure them for you." "No need, Miss Lu. I am accustomed to solitude." Chu Chen replied, I truly must take my leave now. Until we meet again. With that, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the depths of the demonic fog forest. Disappearing from Lu Shuangshue's sight in the blink of an eye, Luo Chun, Lu Shuangshue suddenly seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with joy. I understand now. My ancestor is indeed Brother Chu. I once gifted the falling snow sword to Brother Chu, and the name Luo Chun also contains the character Ch. It must be him. My ancestor is certainly Brother Sengao. Yu Jiaming looked at the exuberant Lu Shuangshue, puzzled. Who exactly is this Brother Chu you speak of? Ancestor, Brother Chu's name is Chu Chun, and I met him in the eastern Xianzhou Empire, she replied. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she added, moreover, he is the one I admire. Seeing Lu Shuangshue's demeanor, Lu Jiaming could not help but realize that she had fallen in love. However, he had heard of the name Chu Chun, the second-rank prodigy on the Xianzhou talents list, known for single-handedly battling powerful beings at the immortal battle platform, forcing them to inscribe blood curses upon him at the cost of their lives. Such remarkable achievements had led many great forces to seek out this Chu Chun. Yet, after that battle, this unparalleled prodigy had seemingly vanished. Reflecting on this, Lu Jiaming recalled the youth named Luo Chun, who had effortlessly controlled 2 sacred artifacts while defeating the demon dragon at the Fire Realm. It seemed increasingly likely that Luo Chun was indeed Chu Chun. He surmised, if you truly like him, next time you encounter him, be sure to bring him back for me, Lu Jiaming said, patting his chest as he spoke to Lu Shuangshue. Meanwhile, Chu Chun continued to utilize his ability to traverse vast distances, making his way deeper into the demonic fog forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Demonic Goddess, Mysterious Coffin. Chu Chun extracted the demon dragon from the Myriad Souls banner and inquired, I say, demon dragon, having survived in this demonic fog forest for so long, you must know where there are rare treasures. Correct? Initially reluctant to answer, the demon dragon found itself compelled by a mysterious force to respond to Chu Chin's inquiry. Master, I have practiced in this demonic fog forest for hundreds of years, and aside from one location deep within that I have not ventured, I have explored all other places, even the lair of the powerful beasts at the immortal battle platform. This demonic fog forest is rife with rare treasures, and I can locate them. However, those precious divine herbs and spiritual grasses are always guarded by formidable beasts, at the very least at the dragon transformation realm, with some even at the level of the immortal battle platform. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Chu Chin's face. As long as those rare treasures are not guarded by immortal battle platform beasts, lead me to every location where such treasures can be found. As you command, Master, the demon dragon replied, and your name is rather unpleasant. I shall give you a new one. Since you are my mount, you shall take my surname. From now on, you shall be called Chu Long. By the way, you are already a great demon at the divine fire realm. You should be able to take on a human form now, right? Master, we demon beasts are born with incredibly robust and majestic bodies. Unlike the frail humans, maintaining this form is quite satisfactory. You will take on a human form when I command it. If you continue to chatter, I shall turn you into soup, Chu Chun retorted. A dark expression on his face. Though you see me as weak, I have successfully subdued you, have I not? In a low voice, Chu Long muttered, that was clearly cheating. Who in the 9 heavens can control 2 sacred artifacts at the 9th level of the cave realm? Soon, under Chu Long's guidance, they arrived at the first territory of the demon beasts. With a deafening roar, a gigantic figure collapsed. The dragon transformation 9th level great demon, the Black Flame Sparrow, was swiftly defeated by Chu Chun with a single strike. Chu Long, go and gather the rare treasures that this beast has been guarding. Yes, Master. Chu Long responded, swiftly flying into the Black Flame Sparrow's lair to collect its accumulated treasures. Chu Chun discarded the Black Flame Sparrow's corpse into the small world and spoke to Mingyuan. Devour its essence first. I will seek out more of these demon beasts in the coming days to help you restore your essence. Young master, you are truly kind. It was worth my exhausting my essence to assist you back then. Mingyuan replied. In the following days, with Chu Long leading the way, Chu Chun swept through these great demons. Even the great demons at the divine fire realm fell before their combined might. Meanwhile, Mingyuan's essence had already been fully restored, and the surplus essence was even aiding in the gradual recovery of his former cultivation. Young master, you have done well. Not only has my essence been restored, but my cultivation is also slowly recovering. Once this sage's legacy concludes, I will take you to a place and present you with a surprise, Mingyuan said, reclining in the small world, a joyful expression on his face. A surprise. Surely you cannot be referring to 10 or 8 sacred artifacts. Chu Chun replied skeptically, Humph, young master, the value of such items is incomparable. Let alone sacred artifacts, even imperial artifacts left behind by emperors do not measure up, Mingyuan retorted dismissively. However, Chu Chun found it hard to believe that anything could surpass the legendary imperial artifacts. He chose not to engage with Mingyuan further and prepared to seek out another demon beast as his next target. Suddenly, Chu Long's eyes brightened, and he took a deep sniff of the air. As if detecting some unusual scent, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were trying to discern the information conveyed by this scent. Master, it seems I have caught the scent of a great demon at the immortal battle platform engaged in a fierce clash with other humans. Chu Long spoke softly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I wonder how the battle is faring over there. If we take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, we might just reap some rewards. He cast an eager glance at Chu Chun. The great demon of the immortal platform, could it be engaged in combat with other powerful ancestors? Upon this thought, Chu Chun promptly replied, I find your suggestion quite agreeable. If we head over now, we might indeed gain something of value. With that, the dragon and the man transformed into 2 streaks of light, swiftly making their way toward the battlefield. Simultaneously, the tumultuous waves of battle drew the attention not only of Chu Chun but also of other disciples from various factions, as well as renowned prodigies from across the continents. Boom! Human, you shall not take the earth immortal herb from me. Even if I fall here today, I will ensure you accompany me to the grave. Roared the purple flame tiger king, only desire the earth immortal herb if you can procure it for me. I, Ming Chang'e, vow before the heavens to assist you in breaking through to the immortal platform and entering the sacred realm. A silver-haired youth stood opposite the purple flame tiger king, his eyes seemingly containing the essence of grand principles, akin to a celestial sovereign descending to the mortal realm. However, to the purple flame tiger king, these words sounded like a grand joke. How could a mere transformation dragon realm cultivator claim to help him ascend to the sacred realm? Even if this youth's strength matched his own, he could not fathom that he could aid him in such a monumental leap. Humans are inherently boastful. Do you think this king would believe you? At these words, the youth's face, reminiscent of an otherworldly immortal, bore a hint of anger. Purple flame tiger king, I initially sought only the earth immortal herb. If you persist in your obstinacy, today shall mark your demise. The youth's demeanor remained calm, a surge of righteous aura emanating from him, manifesting as symbols of profound principles around his form. In an instant, the purple flame tiger king's peculiar eyes widened in shock. This aura was reminiscent of the might he felt during his own ascension. Yet there was a distinct difference. This human exuded both celestial authority and an overwhelming righteousness that seemed to gaze down upon all, rendering him insignificant as mere dust. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient human powerhouse? Human, who exactly are you? How can a mere transformation dragon cultivator emit such a terrifying presence? Me? The youth paused, as if lost in the memories of countless ages. It has been so long that I have nearly forgotten my own name. If I must be called something, then let it be Ming Chang'e, Purple Flame Tiger King. I come solely for the earth immortal herb. If you trust me, follow me, and I will aid you in breaking through to the sacred realm. The sacred realm? I have been at the immortal platform realm for hundreds of years, and have yet to grasp even a sliver of that sacred opportunity. You are merely a transformation dragon cultivator. No matter how exceptional, how dare you make such a promise? Ming Chang'e replied nonchalantly, Purple Flame Tiger King. I am not unreasonable. If I can make a promise, I can fulfill it. I will battle you at the immortal platform realm with my transformation dragon cultivation. If you defeat me, I shall leave. If I win, I will take the earth immortal herb. Moreover, I will still honor my promise to help you break through to the sacred realm. This declaration. The Purple Flame Tiger King was evidently taken aback by the audacity of the human before him. If you can merely draw a stalemate with me, not only will I grant you the earth immortal herb, but I shall also submit to you. Very well. In the next moment, symbols of profound principles enveloped the Purple Flame Tiger King, radiating with mysterious energy, encasing him entirely. The Purple Flame Tiger King roared, unleashing a ferocious aura akin to a volcanic eruption. The power of the immortal platform realm surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the very space behind him to tremble as if it were about to split apart. 3 beams of destructive energy shot toward Meng Chang'e. Human, behold. The might of an immortal platform master is not something a mere transformation dragon cultivator can shake. In response, Meng Chang'e's eyes gleamed with a blue light. He softly uttered, "Dissipate." In that instant, the symbols surrounding the purple flame tiger king emanated a golden radiance. The 3 beams of destructive energy transformed into countless twinkling stars, dissipating into the air. The purple flame tiger king stared, incredulous at the scene before him. How is this possible? What kind of divine power can dismantle my attack? Meng Chang'e's blue-tinged gaze remained fixed on the purple flame tiger king. You are about to lose. With those words, a surge of righteous aura erupted from Meng Chang'e, coalescing into a pale golden celestial sword that descended with overwhelming celestial might toward the purple flame tiger king. I concede. Human. Just as the golden sword was about to strike the purple flame tiger king, his surrender echoed in Meng Chang'e's ears. In an instant, the golden sword dissipated into threads of righteous aura, returning to Meng Chang'e, while the surrounding symbols also vanished. The purple flame tiger king sighed. I admit defeat. As agreed, the earth immortal herb is yours. With that, he opened his massive jaws, and a herb radiating life energy floated out, landing in Meng Chang'e's hands. This is the earth immortal herb. The purple flame tiger king continued, and his massive form rapidly diminished in size, shrinking to that of a cat within mere moments. I am willing to submit to you. Meng Chang'e nodded. Rest assured, I will not forget my promise to you. He then cast his gaze around. If you have seen enough, it is time to reveal yourselves. Hiding in the shadows, are you waiting for me to act? As expected, just after Meng Chang'e's words fell, several figures emerged, their presence marked by the sound of breaking air. Among them were cultivators of the cave heaven realm as well as transformation dragon cultivators. Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator, we stumbled upon this by chance, thinking it was some sort of hidden treasure. We had no idea it was you battling the great demon of the immortal platform. We did not mean to intrude. In response, Meng Chang'e remained silent, instead focusing his gaze on a particular direction. Are you not coming out? At this proclamation, Chu Qian, hiding in the shadows, inwardly lamented the situation. He had been discovered. Master, should we reveal ourselves? I never anticipated another human to be as powerful as you, and the purple flame tiger king has directly submitted. Chu Long spoke. Could it be that our demon race has truly fallen into such decline? With a swift motion, Chu Chun slapped Chu Long on the head. They've already discovered us. What is the point of hiding? If the situation seems off, we can address it then, employing the art of shrinking space. Chu Chen and Chu Long instantaneously appeared before Meng Chang'e. Fellow Taoist, I, too, thought it was a hidden treasure, which is why I came here, Chu Chen remarked, gesturing toward the other cultivators with a smile. At that moment, the purple flame tiger king roared, Demon Dragon, why are you running around with a human on my territory? What demon dragon? I now have a new name, Chu Long. You still have the audacity to speak? You have submitted to this human as well. Where I go is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, Chu Long retorted without reservation. Demon Dragon, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I will devour you right now, the purple flame tiger king bellowed. However, Meng Chang'e intervened, his blue eyes fixed on Chu Chen. In that moment, Chu Chen felt as though the man before him could see through his very soul. Behind you lies a mountain of corpses. Your bloodshed has transformed into a sea of blood. If I am not mistaken, you are a ruthless demon cultivator, one who kills without a second thought. At these words, Chu Qian swiftly pulled Chu Long back 1,000 meters. This man could perceive the bloodshed that burdened him, something even those of the immortal platform realm could not detect. Unless he were a saint or possessed an ancient divine eye like that of the underworld, it was unfathomable. Kid Chu, this man exudes a righteous aura. While you practice the demonic path, he is likely to become a formidable adversary on your journey. The underworld remarked. Yet I have not sensed the presence of a divine. I am curious how he discerned your bloodshed. The underworld continued, pondering. Chu Qian gazed warily at the figure before him. Whispering, Chu Long, prepare for battle. Meng Chang'e, noticing Chu Qian's vigilance, reassured him, do not worry. I will not make a move against you. The laws of cause and effect in this world are predetermined. You are not meant for me to kill, nor could I slay you. We will meet again many times in the future, Chu Chun." With those words, Meng Chang'e vanished along with the purple flame Tiger King. Chu Chun, witnessing their departure, did not lower his guard. This was his first encounter with the man, who not only could perceive his bloodshed but also knew his name, a fact that piqued his curiosity about Meng Chang'e's identity. Moreover, the revelation of his identity was not an advantageous situation for him. "Chu Chen?" In the next breath, a cultivator present spoke up. Could it be that this is the very person who single-handedly contended against the immortal platform realm, ranked second on the Xianzhou prodigy list? Instantly, the gazes of the crowd turned toward Chu Chen with greed. Yet, soon another voice arose from the throng, countering, "How could it possibly be Chu Chen? It is said that he bears the blood-guiding curse. Moreover, I have heard that this Chu Chen is an unrepentant demon cultivator, leaving naught but corpses in his wake. If he truly were Chu Chen, how could we still be alive? Furthermore, he possesses the bloodline of the and the, which certainly prevents him from making a hasty appearance. If he has not perished, he must have already arrived at the sacred site of the sage's inheritance. Indeed, a prodigy of Chu Chen's caliber seems ill-suited to associate with someone resembling a pug." Some cultivators looked disdainfully at Chu Long. Little did they know that this statement enraged Chu Long, who, despite being surrounded by mere trifles of the, could not tolerate being likened to a pug. "Today, I shall devour you all." Just as Chu Long prepared to turn these individuals into sustenance, 3 golden lotuses suddenly trembled high above in the heavens. Subsequently, the 3 golden lotuses began to converge, gradually merging into one. In an instant, they fully amalgamated into a singular, colossal and resplendent golden lotus. Each petal shimmered with intricate patterns and magnificent luster, silently suspended in the air, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty. A tremendous, saintly presence enveloped the entire sky. "This is the awakening of the sage's inheritance," one cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. "Quickly, we must flee. The sage's inheritance is opening, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us." In that moment, the cultivators soared into the air, racing at breakneck speed towards the site of the sage's inheritance. "Let us go. The sage's inheritance has commenced, and we too shall seize a share of the treasures," Chu Chun declared. Within the cultivators were continuously arriving in the air. "This place is indeed the sacred site of the sage's inheritance. Look, the protective barrier of the sage's inheritance is beginning to weaken." Even the illumination within the barrier was growing clearer. "Ha ha ha, the sage's inheritance. If I can just take a small portion, it will suffice for the latter half of my life." At this moment, everyone was lost in their fantasies of obtaining the opportunities left by the sage. Meanwhile, Shiryu concealed himself among the crowd, a shadow of darkness crossing his face. "A swarm of ants think they can compete with me for opportunities. Little do they know, the key to the inheritance lies in my hands. This sage's ultimate legacy will undoubtedly belong to me. Were it not for the grand spectacle of this sage's inheritance, I would have coveted it all for myself." Suddenly, a deafening roar of a Qilin echoed through the above. The sound, akin to a thunderclap, sliced through the air, reverberating across the sky. Immediately, all cultivators were taken aback as they beheld 3 snow-white Qilins galloping towards them, each exuding an unsettling aura, adorned with a singular purple horn that sparkled with enigmatic brilliance. Behind these 3 white Qilins was an immensely large grinding cart, crafted from an unknown material, shimmering with a faint silver light, intricately engraved with countless elaborate patterns. The rumbling of its wheels resonated with a heavy sound, as if the entire universe trembled in response. Who is this possessing such prowess to harness 3 white Qilins as a chariot? One of those Qilins even holds power. Who could be within this cart? In an instant, countless cultivators began to speculate on the identity of this significant figure. Suddenly, a voice boomed like rolling thunder. "Tianzhou, Tiangji Pavilion." As the words fell, a young man clad in silver-white armor descended from the heavens, landing before the grinding cart. This person was none other than Bai Wuxian, the protector of Su Qingwan. "You all, behold the master of Tiangji Pavilion. Kneel in reverence." Bai Wuxian's voice resonated with an overwhelming pressure, causing countless cultivators to bow in submission. "We pay our respects to the master of Tiangji Pavilion." However, a peculiar voice echoed from the distant sky. "Oh, Su sister, how is it that you, a person from Tianzhou, have come to Xianzhou and made such a grand entrance? Have you become so accustomed to your elevated status that you feel superior everywhere? In the next moment, all eyes were drawn to a stunning figure that appeared. It was a woman of enchanting grace, exuding an irresistible charm, akin to a beguiling sprite. She floated gracefully in midair, her every movement imbued with endless allure and elegance. "Xu Jiuer?" Bai Wuxian inquired. Xu Jiuer glanced at him flirtatiously. "Oh, is this not Bai Wuxian? How is it that a top-tier prodigy from Tianzhou, ranked among the first 10, is reduced to being a flower protector for Su Qingwan?" Xu Jiuer scoffed. "Impudence! Silence, you vixen! Do not presume to insult the young lady." Bai Wuxian was about to retaliate when a voice of celestial melody interrupted him. "Enough, Bai Wuxian, do not forget the purpose of our visit." Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxian respectfully replied, "Yes, young lady." He then cast a glance at Xu Jiuer. Choosing to disregard her, Xu Jiuer, understanding the situation, refrained from provoking further conflict. Subsequently, the younger generations from various major forces across the began to arrive, including the heirs of the of the, and the of the. Among others, among them were also though their entrance was far more subdued, appearing much like ordinary individuals. In an instant, the sky above them was engulfed in a brilliant crimson-hued, a clear, melodious, and soul-stirring phoenix cry reverberated through the heavens. Following this, a dazzling, fiery figure, slender and voluptuous, descended from the sky. This was the sovereign among beasts, the ancient. Immediately, human cultivators gasped in awe, while upon witnessing this fiery figure, knelt in reverence, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Phoenix Lady." The overwhelming spectacle underscored the formidable presence of the woman before them. At this moment, Chu Qian, riding the transformed Chu Long, arrived leisurely on the scene. "There are quite a few people here," Chu Qian remarked. "Which esteemed force does this young master hail from, riding of the?" "He is comparable to a top tier." Some even noted that certain fallen did not enjoy such treatment. Amidst the crowd, someone marveled. Chu Qian paid little heed to the gazes upon him, audaciously soaring above the crowd on his. Finding a vacant spot, he descended slowly, and the transformed back into human form. Chu Qian gazed at the towering golden barrier, softly murmuring, "Is this the sage's inheritance?" Yet, at that moment, an irate voice shattered his contemplation. "Hey, human! I, the Phoenix Lady of the, am here. Do you dare to act so brazenly?" A colossal demon beast, resembling a bull and cloaked in tough hide, glared with bulging eyes, emitting a thunderous roar of fury. "How tiresome! Why must insignificant characters like you constantly seek trouble?" Chu Qian's expression remained placid, devoid of any anger. He merely raised a fingertip nonchalantly. "When did you, such a minor demon, gain the audacity to speak so boldly before me?" In an instant, a powerful wave of energy shot forth from Chu Qian's fingertip, instantly crushing the massive bull demon. What just happened? That bull demon, despite being at the 7th level of the, was obliterated in an instant by this person, whose aura barely reaches the 9th level of. How is this even possible? The onlookers were struck with terror. You seem to be unaware that even among those at the same level, there exist prodigies. Just a glance reveals that this individual is a powerful prodigy, or perhaps a long-dormant ancient monster at the. For those at the, controlling such a realm is far beyond the capabilities of a mere bull demon. As I see it, this demon beast deserves to perish. Countless lives of my kind have been lost at the hands of demon beasts. However, as these words echoed, the present became indignant. You humans are merely fit to be our blood meals. Today, I shall feast upon you all. A three-headed golden lion emerged from the, radiating the aura of the. How dare mere scum act so arrogantly before my kind? Today, I shall stew your 3 lion heads. As the tension between the human and demon factions escalated. Swords drawn and arrows ready, a profound voice resonated, accompanied by a saintly presence. The inheritance is now open. All those below the Sage Realm may enter to seize opportunities, should any Sage Realm cultivators attempt to enter. The will self-destruct. As this declaration resounded, the golden barrier dissipated entirely. Human blood meals, should you dare to step into the, it shall be your grave. Suddenly, a powerful expert at the declared in response, a cold snort emanated from the humans. Another expert of the retorted, a bunch of feathered beasts. Should I encounter you within I will ensure that I slay every single one of you." Both factions surged with momentum, and even those who had not yet entered began to clash. Observing this, sure you reveled in the chaos. Let them fight. Everything within belongs to me. He transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly making his way towards the Chu Chun. Witnessing this, had no intention of intervening. Likewise, proceeding to the to him, humans and demons were fundamentally no different. Both could serve as nourishment for the. What about the Phoenix Lady? The humans and demons have already begun to clash. Given the current fortune of the human race, should a war break out, I will surely suffer a great loss. Long Qingfeng gazed at the scene before her, where a tenth of both the human and demon races had already begun to clash even before entering the Qinxian sacred land. Her purpose for this visit was not merely to obtain the sage's inheritance. Her primary objective was to seek out Chu Qian and eliminate him in her previous life, after acquiring the inheritance within this Qinxian sacred land. Chu Qian had unleashed his infamous reputation, ruthlessly refining all the demons present and sparing not even the humans. He was nothing short of a devil. No, even the term devil fell short of describing his malevolence. Only a few, including Mi Miao, managed to escape, and she was one of them. This time, Long Qingfeng was determined to eliminate Chu Chun before he could obtain the inheritance, thus preventing the Phoenix clan's tragic fate from repeating itself. She was ready to strike down those inciting chaos among the humans, leading the demons to seize the sage's inheritance before Chu Chun could. However, just as she prepared to act, an overwhelming sword intent suddenly locked onto her. The space shattered, and a disheveled young man slowly emerged. "What is this? Long Qingfeng, do you intend to strike against the humans in my presence? Do you believe you possess the capability?" Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of emotion crossed her beautiful eyes. "Jian Wushuang, how could you be here?" She recalled that in her previous life, Jian Wushuang had not appeared in this place. While the allure of the sage's inheritance was great, the top-tier forces of Tianzhou had not taken it lightly. The Jian Wushuang before her was the top contender on the Zhozhou talents list, heralded as the most promising candidate for emperorship in this era. Jian Wushuang, with a half-smirk on his cold, handsome face, looked at Long Qingfeng. "What's wrong? Am I truly that terrifying? No need to adopt that voracious demeanor upon seeing me, you, a dignified disciple of an immortal lineage. Actually covet a sage's inheritance," Long Qingfeng scoffed. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile, "Even if I were uninterested in the sage's inheritance, does that preclude me from enjoying a visit here?" He continued, "However, Long Qingfeng, with me, Jian Wushuang, present, you should abandon any thoughts of harming the human race, or I might just have to spank you." With that, a surge of exceptionally sharp sword energy transformed into a white sword chi dragon. Cleaving towards the demons in an instant, a third of their number was obliterated by his strike, instilling dread in both the demons and humans present. With a beaming smile, Jian Wushuang addressed the demons. "If you dare to attack the humans, I shall not merely slay this insignificant fraction. I will annihilate all of you right here." Subsequently, the space behind Jian Wushuang violently tore open, and he stepped in with deliberate slowness. As his figure vanished, the space closed behind him as if he had never existed. Only the countless corpses of the slain demons bore witness to his presence. "A spatial tunnel," Long Qingfeng exclaimed. "Isn't this a technique reserved for sages? Could it be that Jian Wushuang has truly stepped into the realm of sages? If this were the case, the term peerless prodigy would scarcely suffice to describe him." However, Jian Wushuang's arrival drew the attention of prodigies from various powerful factions, especially Su Qingwan, whose cold gaze flickered with intrigue. How could Jian Wushuang appear here? Could he also be here to investigate the source of chaos? Chapter 64, Blood Red Immortal Crystal, material for imperial artifacts within the Qinxian sacred land. A radiant arc flashed through the air. Chu Qin's figure descended as he had already captured Chu Long into his small world. Ding! The system has issued a task. As a great demonic cultivator, it is essential to stir up a bloodbath, offering the human and demon races within the Qinxian sacred land as sacrifices to unlock the 10,000 Souls Banner's divine ability and the Demon God Killing Array. A Demon God Killing Array. The system is about to unveil something extraordinary again, offering the human and demon races within the Qinxian sacred land as sacrifices. A fierce glimmer ignited in Chu Chen's eyes. However, for now, He needed to ascertain whether there were any treasures within the Qinxian sacred land. Swish, swish, swish. As beams of light flashed above him, it became evident that these individuals could hardly contain their eagerness, all flying toward the center. Yet, how could the sage's inheritance be so easily attained? Even if someone were to obtain it by chance, Chu Chun would ensure they relinquished it. Thus, he unleashed his divine soul power to begin probing the surrounding environment. After half a day's search, aside from the dilapidated structures, Chu Chun found no rare treasures. Not even a single blade of grass was in sight. All that remained was a barren wasteland, suffused with a rancid aura. Observing this desolation, he pondered whether the Qinxian sacred land had perished at the hands of others. Yet if it had indeed fallen to another's hand, how could an inheritance remain? Chu Chun contemplated. Days passed, and in the span of 3 days, he discovered nothing of value within the Qinxian sacred land. He had only encountered Miao and a few others, raising doubts within him about whether the individual who left behind the sage's inheritance had perished too swiftly, leaving only the inheritance and no other treasures. Suddenly, a white-clad woman fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, her chest was stained with blood, her life force dwindling to the brink of death. The white-clad woman, upon seeing Chu Chun, rasped, "Friend, flee quickly." As she spoke, several piercing sounds pierced the air, and a few grotesque demon beasts descended. "Human, I see you looking so pristine. You must be yearning for a taste of enjoyment. To think you would rather die than submit, and even take my treasure." The leading demon beast grinned lecherously. "Why go through all this trouble? If you had let me enjoy myself, perhaps I might have spared you. Yet even in death, I shall not let your corpse go unscathed." The white-clad woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face pallid, her life force waning. She turned to Chu Chun, handing him her spatial ring. "Friend, I will self-destruct to hold them off. You must flee. This storage bag contains my savings over the years and the opportunities one just acquired here. If you ever have the chance, please avenge me." With her gaze filled with murderous intent, she glared at the demon beasts. "You dare steal my treasures and slay my senior brother? Even in death, I will drag one of you down with me." The white-clad woman summoned her last ounce of strength, dashing forward with incredible speed, her skin swelling rapidly. She was preparing to self-destruct. However, a shadow fell swiftly from the sky, instantly reducing the white-clad woman to a mist of blood. "I say, how can you lot be so slow? You can't even handle a single human woman. Don't bother associating with me. It's too embarrassing." A demon beast with horns atop its head, resembling a humanoid yet sporting a face akin to a monkey, revealed its vicious fangs. Upon seeing this figure, the other demon beasts displayed clear signs of fear. "Big brother, I doubt I won't dare again. I only thought the human woman was somewhat beautiful, so I intended to toy with her." "Enough nonsense. Where is that treasure?" the monkey-faced demon beast inquired. "Big brother, that treasure was given to this human by the woman." Hearing this, the monkey-faced demon beast turned its gaze toward Chu Chun. "Human, hand over the treasure, and I may spare your corpse. Otherwise, I shall devour you piece by piece. The cycle of heaven is just. That woman and her senior brother perished at your hands, and you shall meet your demise at mine." Chu Chun replied indifferently, "Human, you." However, the monkey-faced demon beast's words were cut short as Chu Chun's figure instantly appeared before him, gripping his neck. "I dislike hearing idle chatter, so you might as well keep talking." With a snap, crimson blood splattered across the ground as Chu Chun effortlessly broke the monkey-faced demon beast's neck. The remaining demon beasts exhibited expressions of terror. Chu Chun calmly wiped the blood from his hands. "Little Black, these are for you." Little Black's figure emerged in an instant. These demon beasts were merely at the first stage of the transformation dragon realm, and for Little Black, it was a one-sided slaughter. Soon, he devoured all of them, leaving only a pile of white bones. Chu Chun glanced at the spatial ring the white-clad woman had given him. It contained only some spirit stones and a few spirit herbs, with merely a handful of magical artifacts. However, one item did catch his attention. Within the spatial ring lay a black iron block that actually resisted his divine soul's probing. Subsequently, Chu Chun held the black iron block in his hands, studying it intently. Yet, after a long examination, he could not discern its nature. "Chu boy, toss that thing over here for me to see. I sense a familiar aura." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you recognize this item? After speaking, Chu Chun tossed the black iron block into his small world. I don't know, but I feel a familiar aura. Perhaps I might recognize it. The dark abyss took hold of the black iron block, pondering deeply. The closer I get, the more I sense that familiar feeling. Strange, could it be that this black iron block is not in its original form? Hence, I cannot recognize it. With this thought, the dark abyss unleashed a devouring force, aiming at the black iron block. In an instant, the color of the black iron block began to rapidly fade. Moments later, the black iron block's hue completely vanished, radiating a brilliant red light. No wonder it felt so familiar. It turns out to be the blood-red immortal crystal. Chu boy, you truly have struck gold. This blood-red immortal crystal is one of the materials for crafting imperial artifacts, a treasure that even emperors would covet. If it were to be found in the outside world, various factions would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail to acquire it. It likely originated from countless ages ago, evolving the black substance to protect itself and deceive others. However, attempting to fool my retribution eyes was still insufficient. Upon hearing this, Chu Chan smiled. The blood-red immortal crystal. Material for imperial artifacts. Unexpectedly, upon my arrival in this place of inheritance, someone has graciously presented me with the crimson blood celestial crystal. It seems that I, Chu Chun, am indeed a fortunate individual, I must say. Young Chu, your luck is truly remarkable. Even I find myself a tad envious. This is the crimson blood celestial crystal, of which I have merely caught glimpses, never having possessed one myself. In that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated not far from Chu Chun. Itsu. What are you doing here? Chapter 65. The ancient Zhong family, the legacy of the semi-emperor. Turning to the source of the voice, Chu Chun furrowed his brows slightly. The individual before him was familiar. She was the one who had annihilated the 7 ghosts of the Tang family. Even with a mask obscuring his features, she still recognized him. How did you find me? Chu Chun inquired coldly. Upon hearing his voice, the girl smiled slightly and replied, You left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have the chance to ask for your name. She sheathed her sword and approached Chu Chun. I happened to pass by here and ran into you down below. Chu Chun, puzzled, responded, I'm wearing a mask. How could you still recognize me? I'm not identifying you by your face. I sense the aura around you, she said, her eyes gleaming with pride. I am Zhongli Shui, hailing from the ancient Zhong family of Lingzhou. What is your name? Lo Chun, Chu Chun replied. The girl's background was rather impressive. The ancient Zhong family of Lingzhou had endured since the ancient era, possessing profound heritage and a lineage that likely included a semi-emperor in its past. Lo Chun. Not bad at all. That name has a nice ring to it. We seem to be fated. How about I share an opportunity with you? Zhongli Shui proposed. An opportunity? Chu Chun replied nonchalantly. What kind of opportunity would you offer to an outsider? I merely snuck out. Besides, I've only met you here in this sea of demonic mist. You must be interested in this opportunity. Zhongli Shui feigned mystery. Oh? Please, enlighten me about this opportunity, Chu Chun urged. Zhongli Shui glanced around and leaned closer to Chu Chun's ear. Let me tell you, this so-called legacy of the saint is merely a facade. Buried within is the tomb of a semi-emperor. A semi-emperor. Are you suggesting that this legacy of the saint conceals a semi-emperor's inheritance? Zhongli Shui nodded. Indeed. I sensed this aura the moment I entered this Qing Xian sacred land. There's no mistaking it. Although it was just a trace, it nearly cost me my life. Had it not been for my protective artifact, I might have perished right there. At this moment, Chu Chun could indeed perceive a flicker of trepidation in Zhongli Shui's eyes, suggesting she spoke the truth. However, he was not so naive as to trust her on a whim. How did you discover this semi-emperor's inheritance? You mentioned that you merely sensed a trace of imperial energy. How can you be certain it is a semi-emperor's legacy? Zhongli Shui's hand sparkled with azure light, and a small white mouse appeared in her palm. It was all thanks to this little fellow. It guided me here. Chu Chun was at a loss for words. You mean to say that this is due to a mouse? Hey, don't look at me as if I'm a fool. Clearly, you've never seen one before. This is a treasure-seeking mouse, of which my Zhong family possesses only 3 in all of Zhuzhou. I acquired this one from my ancestor, Zhongli Shui explained. Young Chu, this girl is indeed not deceiving you. The creature in her hand is genuinely a treasure-seeking mouse. However, This species has been extinct since ancient times. It's astonishing that her clan still possesses three. It suggests that the ancient Zhong family has endured for at least 1,000,000 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen remarked, 1,000,000 years. You've not heard of the ancient Zhong family until now. Which era do you belong to? Heft. Don't concern yourself with my era. If what this girl says is true, there may indeed be a semi-emperor's inheritance hidden within this Qing Xian sacred land. Seeing that Chu Chen remained unresponsive for a while, Zhong Li Shui grew impatient. Hey, I'm extending a kind invitation to you. If you refuse, I'll go alone, and when I obtain the semi-emperor's inheritance, don't come crying to me. Where did you discover it? Chu Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Zhong Li Shui smiled. So you've come to your senses. I'll reluctantly forgive you. Stick close to me, and I'll lead you there. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, heading towards the heart of the Qing Xian sacred land. Along the way, Chu Chen and Zhong Li Shui frequently witnessed clashes between the demon clan and the human clan, driven not only by past grievances but also by the desire to seize the unique treasures within the Qing Xian sacred land. Their figures darted through the air like brilliant meteors, swiftly arriving at the central destination. Before them lay an endless expanse of barren land, scattered with remnants of walls and ruins, along with a colossal chasm that appeared to have been cleaved by an unparalleled celestial sword. This chasm stretched for 1,000 zhang and was several dozen zhang wide, its depth resembling an unfathomable abyss, evoking an instinctive fear. You sense the semi-emperor's aura beneath this chasm? Chu Chen inquired. Zhong Li Shui nodded. Indeed, that aura undoubtedly emanates from deep within this abyss. Let us descend together. Don't worry, I've learned my lesson this time and have activated the protective artifact given to me by my ancestor. Stay close to me. You should be safe, Donimim. Chu Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he leaped into the unfathomable chasm. Yet, as they descended, a grinding sound echoed that a beast, covered in numerous claws, leaped into the abyss, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Blood food, delicious blood food. As Chu Chen and Zhong Li Shui continued their descent, darkness enveloped them, rendering everything invisible. They lost track of time until finally, their feet touched solid ground. A golden light erupted from Chu Chen's palm, illuminating the surroundings, revealing a myriad of black crystalline blocks affixed to the rock walls, emitting a faint glow. This is black rock crystal, Chu Chen stated. Your eyesight is commendable. These are indeed high-quality materials for refining weapons. However, I have no idea what this wall is made of. I struggled greatly to extract just 2 pieces. It would take us ages to remove them all, Zhong Li Shui remarked. But let us put that aside. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Zhong Li Shui inadvertently took Chu Chen's hand, leading him toward another direction of the wall. Young Chu, be cautious. I sense a presence of life within. Moreover, this life force carries an unusual aura, the abyss reminded him. You mean there is something alive in here? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Indeed, not only is it alive, but its aura is quite strange. Young Chu, do exercise caution. The abyss warned. Understood, Chu Chen replied. At this moment, the treasure-seeking mouse on Zhong Li Shui's shoulder began to squeak insistently. They both halted, and Zhong Li Shui spoke. We arrived. It's right here. Chapter 66, a mere semi-emperor. How dare you provoke one of the demon gods? As the words fell, Chu Chen lifted his gaze to behold a massive ancient bronze door standing before them. This was the source of the imperial energy. Zhong Li Shui turned to Chu Chen, her brow furrowed. I'm somewhat puzzled. How could you deduce there is a semi-emperor's inheritance here based solely on a trace of imperial energy? Chu Chen replied. How did you ascertain this? Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhong Li Shui quickly explained, I am well aware. My Zhong clan possesses a semi-emperor artifact that emits an identical aura. Furthermore, if it isn't a semi-emperor, could it be a great emperor? If it were a great emperor's legacy, how could you still see me? Even the protective artifact bestowed by my ancestor wouldn't withstand the pressure of a great emperor. Even a trace of a fallen great emperor's aura could suppress the heavens and earth. Zhong Li Shui continued, the reason my protective artifact can withstand this trace of imperial energy is that my Zhong clan's ancestor was also a semi-emperor. This artifact contains a semblance of imperial energy. At this point, Zhong Li Shui looked at Chu Chen with a proud expression. So, what do you think? Isn't my Zhong clan impressive? After this matter concludes, I can extend an invitation for you to join us. Chu Chen declined. What you enjoy is merely the residual glory of your ancestors. Even without joining any faction, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with any of your clan in the future. Besides, you did not just happen to summon me. It was intentional, wasn't it? Ever since I approached this ancient bronze door, I sensed the mysterious runes upon it communicating with me. You deceived me. Chu Chen's eyes turned frigid as he swiftly approached Zhongli Shui. His fingers, as hard as steel, gripped her delicate neck tightly. In an instant, Zhongli Shui felt the immense pressure at his fingertips, as if her throat might shatter under the force. Breathing became a laborious task. I did not deceive you, nor do I harbor any ill will towards you. I sought you out because the treasure-seeking mouse indicated that your blood could unlock this door. We can split whatever we find, and you may choose first, Zhongli Shui asserted, her voice strained. Zhongli Shui unleashed a powerful surge of energy, sending Chu Chun stumbling backward. Gasping for air, she exclaimed, I am not lying. You deceived me first. You are clearly named Chu Chun, yet you claim to be Luo Chun. Moreover, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. It was I who discovered the legacy of the Quasi-Emperor first. Zhongli Shui's face flushed with indignation. Since I was able to open this door alone, what right do you have to claim a 50-50 share? Chu Chun replied coldly. Were it not for my apprehension of her Quasi-Emperor level protective treasure, I would have already subdued her. Hey, Chu Chun, can you be reasonable? Although your blood can unlock this bronze door without my treasure, how could you possibly withstand the imperial aura? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun softened his tone slightly. 90-10, you take 1. I take 9. Chu Chun, you are being too unreasonable. If this is how it's going to be, I would rather not unlock the Quasi-Emperor legacy at all. Let it go to waste. At this moment, Zhongli Shui was genuinely angry. She had kindly brought him to unlock the Quasi-Emperor legacy, only for him to attempt to monopolize 90% of the treasures. Seeing her reaction, Chu Chun turned to leave. He was not one to indulge anyone. When Zhongli Shui saw that he truly intended to depart, she immediately called out, at least a 60-40 split. Chu Chun responded with a calm voice. 70-30, and I will choose first from the items within the Quasi-Emperor legacy. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Zhongli Shui gritted her teeth. Fine. 70-30 it is. Chu Chun halted his steps and returned. You must swear an oath to the great Tao. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease. Zhongli Shui understood what he meant. He feared she would go back on her word and use her protective treasure against him. Without hesitation, she swore to the great Tao. I, Zhongli Shui, and Chu Chun shall obtain all within the Quasi-Emperor legacy. Chu Chun shall take 70%, and I, Zhongli Shui, shall take 30%. This is a fair agreement. Should I, Zhongli Shui, go back on my word or betray him, then I shall face heavenly retribution, the obliteration of the great Tao, and my path to immortality shall be severed for eternity. Zhongli Shui spoke solemnly, her eyes flashing with determination. She understood the weight of this oath, yet to demonstrate her sincerity and resolve, she made it without hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Chun said no more. He sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the mysterious runes on the ancient bronze door. In an instant, the previously dull bronze door glimmered with an eerie crimson light, as if it had been stained by countless blood, sending chills down one's spine. The runes seemed to writhe as if alive, gradually coalescing into a scarlet beam of light, akin to a grotesque, writhing worm, racing through the air at astonishing speed, aimed directly at Chu Chen's brow. Boom! At that moment, it felt as though thunder exploded within Chu Chen's mind, plunging his entire consciousness into darkness. He had no sense of time passing until his eyes slowly opened. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his gaze piercing as if he could see through to Chu Chen's very soul. Chu Chun felt an invisible pressure emanating from the man in black armor. After a long moment, the armored man withdrew his gaze, his voice tinged with a sigh. I did not expect that among the human race someone would awaken the chaotic seed Golden Lotus, the strongest anomaly since ancient times. This emperor's legacy should have been bestowed upon you. However, I have glimpsed into the future, and what I see fills me with dread. Soon, you will be enveloped in an endless stench of blood, and the entirety of the 9 provinces will be slaughtered by your hand, blood staining the earth and the heavens lamenting. Therefore, not only will I not grant you this legacy, I shall obliterate your soul to prevent future calamities. The man in black armor looked at Chu Chun and flicked his finger. Chu Chun barely had time to protest before his entire body was immobilized. a terrifying imperial might locking him in place. Under such imperial pressure, he felt as insignificant as an ant, knowing that a mere glance could obliterate him without effort. Yet, in the next moment, the demon goddess coffin appeared before Chu Chen. In an instant, it blocked the overwhelming imperial might, sending the man in black armor tumbling back. The armored man gazed in disbelief at the black coffin that had suddenly manifested before him. How is this possible? This form is that of a great calamity that has existed since the dawn of creation. This cannot be real. How could such a great calamity be associated with you? Boom! In an instant, unmatched imperial might swept forth from the man in black armor. Before this emperor, you dare to use this great calamity to deceive me. Today, I shall eradicate you. This sinner. Chu Chen scoffed. Sinner? You think you can take my life with just a word? I assure you, it is impossible. You are merely a quasi-emperor. Even if a great emperor were here, they could not take my life. The black-armored man's eyes pierced through the endless void, and a colossal black hand, capable of easily annihilating an entire province, descended upon Chu Chen. At this moment, the demon goddess coffin trembled violently beside him. A voice, as if from the depths of hell, emerged from within the coffin. Presumptuous! You, a mere quasi-emperor, dare to act against one of my demon goddess kin. Chapter 67. The bronze door and mysterious substance in an instant. The black-armored man felt an unprecedented terror. This was true imperial might. No. When I fought alongside the Golden Crow Emperor, I sensed the true aura of an emperor. Could it be that this is a realm beyond the great emperor? No, it cannot be. Since the records of the 9 provinces, the great emperor has been the strongest being. There cannot possibly be a realm beyond that. At this moment, fear was unmistakably etched in the black-armored man's eyes. The demon goddess coffin ceased its trembling, and then mysterious substances began to leak from it. A shadowy figure, indistinct yet humanoid, emerged. This shadow bore no life essence, as if it existed outside this realm entirely. However, the black-armored man was filled with dread upon seeing this figure. Others might perceive the shadow as lifeless, but he, possessing the quasi-emperor realm, could intuitively sense its terror. A quasi-emperor's remnant soul dares to touch one favored by this emperor. As he spoke, the black-armored man's body disintegrated, the space shattered, and the endless void revealed itself. A formidable force of devouring power instantly consuming him. After this was done, the shadow turned to face Chu Chen, revealing a featureless visage, devoid of any semblance. This quasi-emperor's remnant soul has been refined. Next, you need only to open that bronze door to acquire what he left behind. By the way, do not forget your promise to me. With that, the shadow transformed into mysterious substance, vanishing back into the demon goddess coffin. Chu Chen stored the coffin away. Were it not for its sudden awakening at such a critical moment and the transaction made with him, he might have truly perished here today. However, after this incident, Chu Chen found himself intrigued by the demon goddess coffin. It was clearly a reward from the system. Why then had such a peculiar being emerged from within, calling itself a demon god? With a flash of white light, sitting before the bronze door, Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Chen, are you all right? What just happened? You look drenched in cold sweat, and even your aura has become turbulent. Zhong Li Shui inquired, puzzled. Could it be that you encountered the remnant of this quasi-emperor's legacy? Mentioning this made Chu Chen furious. The so-called remnant soul had sought to annihilate him. He was determined to extract every last bit of the legacy left behind. No, I merely saw some strange visions, he replied, shaking his head. All right, it's time to open this bronze door. Yes. Zhong Li Shui nodded in agreement. A drop of blood materialized from Chu Chen's hand and flew toward the bronze door. The moment the blood touched the door, the mysterious runes engraved upon it seemed to come alive, radiating a scarlet glow. With a resounding crash, the bronze door slowly creaked open. Inside the bronze door was pitch darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. Instead, a sinister aura emanated from within. Chu Chen's gaze turned wary as he surveyed the interior of the bronze door. There was something amiss. Since we've come this far, the quasi-emperor legacy is right before us. Are we truly going to abandon it? Zhong Li Shui remarked nonchalantly. She then stepped into the inky blackness of the bronze door. Confident in her protective treasure from her ancestor, unafraid of whatever lay within, before long, Zhongli Shui's figure disappeared into the profound darkness of the bronze door. Chu Chun prepared to follow. But at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Chu, this ominous aura is growing stronger. I can distinctly sense that it is very active within the bronze door but has yet to emerge. I suspect that this bronze door can restrain whatever is inside. You should take it with you, as it may prove crucial later. Understood, Chu Chun replied. Approaching the bronze door, an immense power surged through his limbs. With all my might, open! Chu Chun shouted. In an instant, he uprooted the massive bronze door, stowing it away within his spatial ring. Chu, hurry inside. A powerful monster from the immortal platform realm has arrived, and it is almost on the verge of stepping into the sacred realm. All right, Chu Chun affirmed, swiftly entering the profound darkness. A rustling sound echoed as a monstrous beast, covered in numerous writhing tentacles, approached. Delicious, ha ha ha, blood feast, don't run. The tentacles, coated in a greenish, viscous substance, swayed towards the bronze door. A ball of flame erupted in Chu Chun's hand, illuminating only a meter around him. Within a range exceeding 1 meter, clarity fades, and the darkness conceals the very essence of what lurks within, rendering him as blind as an ordinary person. Chu Chun, save me. Suddenly, a piercing scream filled with terror erupted from Zhongli Shui, echoing through the depths of the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Her voice betrayed an indescribable horror, as if she had encountered an exceedingly terrifying entity or sight. Chu Chun's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not rush towards the source of Zhongli Shui's cries. Even Ming Yuan had spoken of bizarre creatures residing here. Recklessly charging in might lead to unforeseen peril. A hissing sound emerged, as if something was dragging along the ground. It seemed that something from the darkness was approaching him. This aura.it belongs to a beast of the celestial stage. Just as Ming Yuan's words faded, tendrils tainted with a greenish hue shot towards Chu Chun with alarming speed. Although Chu Chun could not see beyond a meter, his spiritual awareness detected the imminent danger. Employing the technique of spatial contraction, his figure vanished in an instant, causing the green tendrils to miss their target and strike air. A celestial stage beast was still a formidable challenge for someone of Chu Chun's caliber, especially with the presence of these bizarre entities. Engaging in combat with such a creature was out of the question. Yet, it seemed the celestial stage beast had locked onto Chu Chun, swiftly locating him once more. Human-blood food. You cannot escape in an instant. The tendrils, saturated with a viscous green liquid, appeared to possess life, writhing rapidly and intertwining with great speed, forming an impenetrable cage of flesh and blood that ensnared Chu Chun tightly, with a foul-smelling liquid dripping from its surface. Damn it, if you wish to fight, do so without using your disgusting tendrils to repulse me. The 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword was firmly gripped in Chu Chun's hand. And with the augmentation of the demon god body, his realm instantly soared to the 9th level of dragon transformation. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as waves of demonic energy emanated from him. Subsequently, an indomitable sword intent coalesced into an unparalleled demonic sword, augmenting the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword. With a look of disdain, Chu Chun declared, "Disgusting creature, watch as I cleave you asunder with a single strike." Chapter 68. Chu Chun, do not trust him. He is not the Golden Crow Emperor. As Chu Chun's words fell, an incomparably terrifying sword aura transformed into a crimson blade of light, seemingly annihilating not only the cage but the very fabric of space itself. In an instant, the vast cage of flesh shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Thud, thud, thud. A sound resonated from the darkness, a strange aura permeating the pitch-black surroundings. Chu boy, that thing is coming. Run. Upon hearing Ming Yuan's warning, Chu Chun swiftly employed the spatial contraction technique, vanishing from his original position. However, the celestial stage beast was not so fortunate. An ominous voice reverberated from the shadows. I heard you clamoring for blood food in my domain. Just in time. I'm also hungry, and you'll serve as an appetizer. Following this, a cry of agony pierced the air. Blood food. No. Chu Chun recognized the voice as that of the celestial stage beast in the darkness. He could not discern the scene, only hearing faint sounds of chewing, indicating that the bizarre creature was devouring the celestial stage beast. The appetizer has been served. Now it's time for the main course. The sinister voice echoed again, but this time it seemed to emanate from right beside Chu Chen. A cold sweat broke out on him. "Chu boy, I am here to rescue you," Ming Yuan spoke. However, at that moment, the spatial ring emitted a crimson glow, and the bronze ancient door detached itself autonomously, mysterious runes directing themselves towards the source of the eerie voice. "You wretched creature, you dare carry this thing with you. I have remembered your aura, I will surely devour you." The malevolent voice was laced with resentment. Soon, the bronze ancient door flew over, vanishing along with the sinister aura. The bronze ancient door rapidly shrank to the size of a palm, returning to Chu Chen's hand. Yet, it was not over. Rune floated from the door, boom. In that instant, the rune exploded, dispersing the impenetrable darkness. Before long, light illuminated the surroundings. Chu Chen surveyed the area, astonished. The space around him was extraordinarily vast, seemingly endless, evoking a profound sense of emptiness and confusion. However, even more shocking was the overwhelming stench of blood that pervaded the atmosphere, with the ground strewn with mountain-like piles of severed heads, forming a grotesque and terrifying path. Some of these skulls belonged to humans, while others were of the demon race, and there were even some Chu Chen had never seen before, unable to identify their species. "Chu boy, you have entered someone else's domain," Ming Yuan remarked. "These heads are evidently used by the master of this place to aid in cultivation, or they harbor other unknown secrets. However, you must leave here quickly, or you will be utterly ensnared." Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded. Although the darkness has dissipated, the bones on the ground still evoke a sense of eeriness, yet not as potent as that entity. Try taking out the bronze ancient door. It may prove useful. Had it not intervened to suppress that bizarre entity, I might have had to act, which would have attracted the attention of forbidden existences, and that would be the most terrifying outcome. Ming Yuan continued. Chu Chen did not inquire about the so-called forbidden existence, but merely retrieved the bronze ancient door. As expected, the moment the bronze ancient door appeared, it began to tremble violently. Once again, mysterious runes flew out from the door, but this time, there were 3 of them. However, as these 3 mysterious runes shot forth, cracks began to appear on the bronze ancient door, occupying a third of its body. Chu Chen estimated that after a few more uses, the door would shatter completely. He gazed at the 3 mysterious runes. They radiated a brilliant light, slowly merging together. Ultimately, they coalesced into an enormous golden character. This golden character seemed to embody boundless power and mystery, emitting a heart-stopping glow. "This is the Great Tao inscription," Ming Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Who possesses such might to imprint the Great Tao upon this bronze ancient door? Even the simplest Great Tao inscription should not exist here." Instantly, the entire road made of piled bones began to dissolve under the illumination of this character. Boom! The golden character shattered, vanishing into the void. The scene transformed into a resplendent hall. "Congratulations, Junior. You have obtained the legacy of this emperor." In that moment, a majestic voice resonated above Chu Chen. He looked up to see an imposing figure standing in midair, golden eyes seemingly piercing through the void. "Who are you?" Chu Chen inquired. The towering figure assessed him. "Junior, I am the external incarnation of the Golden Crow Emperor. You have passed my trial and thus, the legacy should rightfully belong to you. Are you prepared to receive it? But what of your true body? If you are not dead, why leave a legacy?" Chu Chen questioned, perplexed. "My true body is in the outer battlefield. The reason for leaving a legacy is to expedite the growth of you juniors. A great calamity is imminent, and I hope that after you receive the legacy, you can swiftly grow to aid me in the outer battlefield. Chu boy, there is something amiss. The Golden Crow Emperor has long perished. He cannot be in the outer battlefield," Ming Yuan communicated with Chu Chen. "I know. This entity is trying every means to compel me to accept his legacy, likely with ill intentions." Just then, Zhongli Shui appeared from an unknown location, her expression frantic as she spoke. "Chu Chen, do not trust him. He is not the Golden Crow Emperor. The true Golden Crow Emperor has perished. He is an impostor." "Zhongli Shui, how did you end up here?" Chu Chen asked, bewildered. "There is no time to explain, Chu Chen. My protective talisman has shattered, and I have never encountered this evil entity in the 9 provinces. We must escape." Silence. How could this emperor be false? The towering voice now bore a hint of agitation. However, Zhongli Shui remained unafraid, declaring, The Golden Crow Emperor suppressed an era, dominating the Forbidden Zones. Everyone in the 9 provinces knows that the Golden Crow Emperor has perished. Ha ha ha, I did not expect this little girl to be quite clever. Time has passed, and it seems the Golden Crow has indeed met his end. In that case, I shall keep you all here. It has been a long time since I feasted on living beings. Zhongli Shui urged urgently. Chu Chun, quickly use the bronze ancient door in your hand against him. Otherwise, we shall perish here. Yet, at that moment, Chu Chun wore a vigilant expression as he regarded Zhongli Shui. You are the true bizarre entity. I must say your acting skills are quite poor. Chapter 69. The Golden Crow Emperor. This emperor has never known defeat in a lifetime of battle. Chu Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? I am Zhongli Shui. Chu Chun coldly replied. This Golden Crow Emperor is also your disguise, aimed at utilizing the mysterious runes on the bronze door against him, isn't it? Since you so fervently desire the ancient bronze gate, I shall oblige you. Upon hearing these words, Zhongli Shui's gaze turned frigid, and a voice that did not seem to belong to her emanated from within her. Little one, we shall meet again. However, it is thanks to you that I can leave this place sooner than expected. Without your intervention, I might have remained here for thousands of years. With that, Zhongli Shui's figure tore through space and stepped inside. Chu lad, it appears that this girl has been possessed, Ming Yuan sighed. In the next instant, after Zhongli Shui departed, a towering figure slowly descended from the heavens. Chu Chun gripped the ancient bronze gate tightly. Since Zhongli Shui feared it, the false Jin Wu Emperor she had conjured should also be restrained by it. A melancholic sigh escaped the Jin Wu Emperor's form. Junior, thank you for helping me find liberation. Zhongli Shui, cease your pretense, Chu Chun retorted, utterly unconvinced, as he manipulated the ancient bronze gate and aimed it towards the Jin Wu Emperor's figure. However, upon contact, the ancient bronze gate inexplicably slipped from Chu Chun's control. With a crack, it shattered completely, releasing 8 mysterious characters that swirled around the Jin Wu Emperor. The Jin Wu Emperor raised his hands, and a golden divine light surged from his fingertips. The 8 characters began to merge together. Chu lad, I sense an imperial might within him, exuding an aura of invincibility that rivals that of a true emperor. Moreover, the mysterious runes on the ancient bronze gate seem to have no effect on him. This is quite perplexing. Chu Chun's eyes mirrored his confusion, yet he remained silent, his gaze vigilant and focused on the Jin Wu Emperor. Suddenly, the golden divine light expanded exponentially, flooding the vast chasm with its brilliance. Junior, this character of life can spare you 3 lives. Even if a quasi-emperor were to strike, you would be able to withstand it. Consider this a token of gratitude for aiding me in escaping my torment. The Jin Wu Emperor spoke, his tone laced with sorrow and resignation, as a character representing life floated from his palm towards Chu Chun. Standing before him, Chu lad, this Tao character inscribed with the essence of life can alter your destiny in times of crisis, allowing you to turn peril into safety. If this character is truly forged by the Jin Wu Emperor, it will enable you to escape even from the hands of a formidable emperor. Quickly, take it. I have already scanned it for danger, and I sense no threat. Furthermore, I believe the Jin Wu Emperor has changed in some way. Ming Yuan urged. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun prepared to accept the character, only for it to burrow directly into his brow. Junior, summon that individual from your small world. Perhaps I can assist him as well. Instantly, the realm around them became ethereal, and the Jin Wu Emperor's figure began to fade into transparency. I have isolated this realm, so his emergence will not attract the attention of those forbidden forces. Chu Chun's eyes widened in shock. How could he know of Ming Yuan's existence? Before he could speak, Ming Yuan stepped forward. You can perceive me and even sever the threads of fate. Are you truly the Jin Wu Emperor? Ming Yuan queried, bewildered. The Jin Wu Emperor replied, in my past battles against the Forbidden Zones, I uncovered a secret regarding the calamity of the 9 provinces. Alas, merely a trace of its aura left me gravely wounded. Upon witnessing my injuries, the Forbidden Zones united and dispatched 9 supreme beings to eliminate me. Though severely injured, I managed to slay 8 of them, perishing alongside the last, he sighed, continuing, before I attained the Tao. I was undefeated among my peers. After becoming an emperor, I quelled the Forbidden Zones and swept away their supremacy. Yet, who would have thought that a mere trace of aura could inflict such harm upon me? To my surprise, that very trace of aura begot life. Initially, I could suppress it with the Tao inscriptions, but as time passed, it grew ever stronger, eroding my imperial will. Ultimately, I inscribed the Tao runes onto the ancient bronze gate to prevent its escape. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, this junior managed to awaken the Tao inscriptions and unlock the ancient bronze gate. Now, he has become a force to be reckoned with, and this junior bears a unique aura that will soon attract her attention. The Jin Wu Emperor turned to Chu Chen, lamenting, regrettably, I cannot erase this aura. However, with my Tao character of life, you will be able to withstand her attacks at least 3 times. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen inquired, is there truly no way to eliminate her? The Jin Wu Emperor shook his head. It is virtually impossible. Unless you can enlist the aid of an emperor from this era. Once the 3 chances afforded by this character are exhausted, there will be no means to protect you. Alternatively, should you discover the Tao inscriptions, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, these inscriptions were acquired by chance in a mysterious region of the Forbidden Zones and do not belong to the 9 provinces. They originate from a higher realm. My time is short. This imperial will is on the verge of vanishing. Allow me to bestow upon you one final stroke of destiny. A fiery essence surged forth from the Jin Wu Emperor's brow, soaring towards Chu Chen. This is the Jin Wu Divine Fire, forged from the sun's sacred flame and my original power, capable of incinerating all. The Jin Wu Emperor then regarded Ming Yuan, saying, I shall divide this last vestige of my imperial will into 2 parts. One for you and one for this junior. In times of desperation, you may utilize this imperial will to temporarily enhance your strength and obscure the threads of fate. As for this young one, he can refine the imperial will to elevate his cultivation. Now I must fade away. In an instant, a voice both grand and sorrowful resonated throughout the cosmos. I have fought valiantly and never tasted defeat. Yet I am brought low by a mere trace of aura. Even an emperor is not invincible, junior. Should you have the opportunity, care for the descendants of my Jin Wu clan. As he spoke, the Jin Wu Emperor's form dissipated, coalescing into a golden light that split into 2, hovering before Chu Chen and Ming Yuan. Simultaneously, Ming Yuan returned to the small world, and as the Jin Wu Emperor's vestige of will faded, the barriers isolating this realm from the threads of fate would also vanish. Chapter 70. Jin Wu Divine Fire, Refinement. Whoosh. A radiant beam shot forth as Chu Chen emerged from the vast chasm. Chu lad, the Jin Wu Emperor was grievously wounded by that peculiar aura and subsequently hunted down by 9 supreme beings, leaving only a trace of his imperial will. It is only natural he lacks extraordinary treasures. However, the Jin Wu Divine Fire is unparalleled. If you refine it well, it will serve as a formidable trump card. Indeed. Chu Chen nodded, but first, it seems I must address the trouble at hand. A glance around revealed both human and demon cultivators crowding the area. Everyone, look, someone is emerging from the chasm. In an instant, both human and demon cultivators fixed their predatory gazes upon Chu Chen. It is he. With a mere thought, he annihilated the 3-layered demon beasts of the human cultivators. Someone spoke up. We just sensed an unparalleled imperial might emanating from this chasm. It is highly likely that an imperial treasure or an emperor's legacy has appeared, and this human has just emerged from it. Could it be that he has acquired the imperial treasure and legacy? Realizing the situation, Chu Chen understood that the Jin Wu Emperor must have inadvertently leaked a trace of his imperial might. Drawing these cultivators in, boom! A powerful aura erupted as a demon cultivator bellowed, Human, you dared to slay my kind, and now you have the audacity to claim this unparalleled legacy for yourself. In an instant, the demon cultivator unleashed his transformation into the dragon realm, and a colossal ancient tree materialized behind him. Humans, perish! With a furious roar, countless thick vines surged forth like swords, racing towards Chu Chen's vital points. Unfazed, Chu Chen observed the unfolding chaos, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The demon cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did he go? Just then, a muffled thud echoed as a bloodied arm pierced through the demon cultivator's chest. In that moment, the demon's eyes dulled, and his body stiffened, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Xiao He, come out and clean up the battlefield. Yes, young master. As he spoke, Xiao He's figure emerged, devouring the demon cultivator whole. Young master, Today, I shall let you feast to your heart's content." With a whoosh, the 10,000 Souls banner soared into the sky, radiating a crimson light that enveloped both human and demon cultivators present. The terrifying power of the demonic path surged forth, indiscriminately sweeping across the gathered throng. "Damn it, this human cultivator has lost his mind, attempting to confront us all alone. He truly does not know the meaning of death." In the next moment, both human and demon cultivators unleashed their respective powers. The higher-ranked cultivators were able to withstand the crimson beams momentarily, while those below the dragon realm had no means of resistance. A scene of tragic demise unfolded, where the renowned cultivator of the dragon transformation realm, Chu Chun, took matters into his own hands. The sinister figure known as Xiao He swiftly consumed the flesh and souls of the slain cultivators, his own power escalating at an alarming rate. Thus commenced a brutal massacre, replete with formidable beings from the divine fire realm. Enraged, one such elder confronted Chu Chun, exclaiming, "You, a distinguished human cultivator, may slay the demon kin. But to also harm your fellow human cultivators is unconscionable. I shall eradicate you, a disgrace to humankind." He commanded Chu Long to eliminate the threat. In an instant, a colossal figure appeared behind Chu Chun, Chu Long, revealing his true form as a 100-foot-long demonic serpent, exuding an aura that struck terror into the hearts of many. "Yes, master." At this sight, the elder from the divine fire realm scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Humph, merely a beast. How dare you boast? Watch as I slay you here today." This taunt ignited a fierce rage within Chu Long, who glared with his immense eyes and roared, "Old fool, do not be so arrogant. Offending my master seals your fate. I shall swallow you whole today, and you will experience a fate worse than death." With that, the serpent and the elder engaged in combat, unleashing devastating power in all directions. Meanwhile, Chu Chun summoned the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword and the sacred sword. Empowered by the demon goddess body, he ascended to the 9th level of dragon transformation in an instant. Simultaneously, an overwhelming indestructible sword intent erupted from him, as if aiming to tear the very fabric of the world apart. This sword intent swiftly coalesced into an unparalleled demonic sword, radiating an aura that instilled dread. Chu Chun wielded the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword and the sacred sword, merging them with the indomitable sword intent to form an extraordinary demonic sword. In the next moment, a massive black demonic sword cleaved through space, wielding an unmatched might as it struck forth. In an instant, countless cultivators from both the human and demon races were caught unawares, severed in two by the blinding sword light, blood gushing forth as cries of agony filled the air. The sheer power of this strike was astonishing, seemingly capable of slaying all beings in existence, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The figure responsible for this terrifying demonic sword stood tall as if a deity of destruction had descended upon the earth, commanding respect and fear. How is this possible? He cannot be this strong. It's inconceivable. A mere cultivator from the cave heaven realm had unleashed a blow that rivaled that of a celestial platform expert. In rapid succession, countless souls were drawn into the 10,000 souls banner for refinement. Mere moments later, these souls erupted from the banner, rushing toward the cultivators of both races. Chu Chun surveyed the scene, recognizing that these individuals had arrived promptly following the revelation of the Golden Crow Emperor's might. The true prodigies with extraordinary physiques were notably absent from this fray. Innumerable cultivators from both races perished. Their blood illuminated the sky in crimson hues, while more cultivators hastened to the scene. After consuming a multitude of cultivators, Xiao He had ascended from the dragon transformation realm to the divine fire realm. At this stage, he effortlessly dispatched any cultivator from either race, akin to slicing through vegetables. Below, some cultivators noted the imposing 10,000 souls banner hovering above. In fear, one exclaimed, "What kind of treasure is this? The souls on the opposing side, why are there more and more? I can't fight any longer. I must leave this place." Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than Xiao He pierced through his chest, swiftly devouring him whole. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao He surged toward his next target. Chu Chun observed the unfolding chaos, understanding that his actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of the cultivators from both races. Now resolved to devour them all into oblivion, he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. Ascending to the apex of the 10,000 Souls banner, he refined it to restore his primal power and gain a sliver of the Golden Crow Emperor's imperial intent. He aimed for a decisive breakthrough in the dragon transformation realm, intending to unleash a true massacre upon the Qingxian Holy Land's human and demon races. Beyond the Crimson Barrier, Jian Wushuang gazed intently at the unfolding events. A cataclysmic sword intent erupted from his being, and in an instant, an unparalleled celestial sword materialized, cleaving down toward the Crimson Barrier. Chapter 71. Forget it, I owe you a drink. Seated beside the 10,000 Souls banner, Chu Chun sensed the terrifying sword light from outside. He discerned a familiar sword intent intertwined within that formidable light. Channeling all his energy into the 10,000 Souls banner, it radiated a brilliant red glow. However, when the unparalleled celestial sword made contact with the Crimson Barrier, it shattered effortlessly. The extraordinary sword immortal stood above Chu Chun, poised to strike. Jian Wushuang descended gracefully, an aura of invincibility emanating from him. With each step, he exerted immense pressure upon the cultivators of both races below. Why do you innocently slaughter both humans and demons? His eyes seemed to pierce through all, yet upon beholding Chu Chun, a flicker of recognition crossed his previously stoic face. I sit you. Chu Chun too recognized the visitor, his expression shifting. This was the disheveled youth he had encountered downstream in the Eastern Xian Empire. The same one who had shamelessly drunk from his cup. Moreover, despite wearing a mask, this scruffy youth had managed to see through his disguise. Below, the cultivators of both races, witnessing the breach of their formation, began to scatter in panic. Some, upon realizing the identity of the breaker, Jian Wushuang, chose to remain. Everyone, the one who shattered the formation is Jian Wushuang, the foremost prodigy of the 9 provinces, and an immortal son of the Tao. With Jian Wushuang's arrival, the sentiment shifted among the human cultivators, who proclaimed, "This man must surely perish." In the demon ranks, others echoed, "This individual has slaughtered countless of our kin. We too wish to aid in his demise." Observing this, Chu Long and Xiao He ceased their battle and swiftly approached Chu Chen's side. Jian Wushuang appeared to disregard the surrounding cultivators, casually dispersing the celestial sword with a light laugh. "Long time no see, brother Chu Dai." In response, Chu Chun lowered the 10,000 Souls banner. "Indeed, brother Jian, I did not expect our reunion to unfold in this manner. Ha ha ha. I had to leave due to family matters. And I never imagined you would rise from that insignificant place all the way to the Demon Fog Forest," he continued, "to unleash a blow comparable to a celestial platform expert at the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Soon, your name will resonate throughout the 9 provinces. The mysterious figure ranked second on the Xianzhou list, that must be you. Are you not going to strike at me?" Chu Chun inquired, puzzled. "The cultivators from both races are watching." To this, Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. "Surely they provoked you first. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted against them. While the means may be somewhat ruthless, it is quite acceptable." With that, Jian Wushuang instantaneously appeared beside Chu Chun, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Come, brother Chu, let us have a drink. This time, I shall treat you." The onlooking cultivators of both races were left in a state of confusion. What is happening? Did not the sword god come to rescue us from this demonic fiend? Why is he now sharing drinks with him? At that moment, a divine fire realm elder approached Jian Wushuang, respectfully stating, "Sword god, what is your intent? This fiend has wantonly slaughtered our kin. Will you truly let him go?" Jian Wushuang replied dismissively, "He is not a fiend. He is my brother. It is rare for us to reunite, so we must enjoy a drink together." The divine fire realm elder attempted to voice further protests, but Jian Wushuang's icy gaze silenced him. Scram! In the next instant, the elder plummeted without warning, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. The other cultivators gasped in disbelief. I did not even see how the sword god acted. He subdued a divine fire realm elder in an instant. Should he wish to kill him, it would take but a breath. As the dust settled, the elder stood, looking comically disheveled. "Sword god, you cannot protect this fiend. He has slaughtered countless elites from powerful factions and is suspected of acquiring imperial treasures and the legacy of a great emperor. There is no path for him to survive in the entire 9 provinces." Jian Wushuang shook his head, feeling a deep sense of exasperation. "Truly a fool. Chu Long, Xiao He, eliminate him." With the order given, Xiaohe vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. The Divine Fire Realm Elder sensed a looming danger. In a flash, a black sword light sliced through, severing the Elder's limbs. The next moment, Chu Long transformed into a 100-foot-long massive demonic serpent, emanating a chilling aura. His tail lashed out violently, generating a tempestuous wind that made the very space tremble, as if it would shatter at any moment. Under the force of that terrifying strike, the Elder exploded into a mist of blood, his soul obliterated. Xiaohe, adhering to the principle of waste not, absorbed the dispersed blood mist. Having consumed so many cultivators, Xiaohe had long since ascended from the dragon transformation realm to the 3rd level of divine fire. Soon after, Chu Long and Xiaohe returned to Chu Chen's side. Brother Jian, I suspect your invitation for a drink carries ulterior motives. Do you wish to prevent me from eradicating them? Chu Chan inquired with a neutral expression. Upon being seen through, Jian Wushuang awkwardly scratched his head and sighed. Nothing seems to escape Brother Chu's keen perception. However, my intentions are not solely tied to this matter. I genuinely wish to share a few drinks with you. In response, Chu Chen remarked, what if I decline? He scrutinized Jian Wushuang's demeanor, prepared to strike at the slightest hint of impropriety. Well, if you insist, Brother Chu, I shall pretend you did not witness this. After all, I owe you a drink. Jian Wushuang stepped aside, adding, I will await your conclusion before indulging. Moreover, my previous strike interrupted your cultivation, so until you finish, I shall ensure no one approaches this vicinity. Hearing this, though Chu Chan found it somewhat peculiar, he summoned the Wan Hun banner. In the next moment, a crimson glow enveloped the assembly, while the earlier fleeing practitioners from the demon and human clans were of no concern to him. The remaining members of these clans, witnessing the scene, regretted not having fled sooner. Jian Wushuang, how foolish of you, a scion of the immortal lineage, to consort with a demon and slaughter our kind. Our backing will not let you escape unscathed. Jian Wushuang flicked his fingers dismissively, replying, no matter how many forces you rally, they are insufficient to withstand the might of my sword god clan. With a sudden crackle, a blinding flash pierced the air as a practitioner was impaled by the crimson light. Xiaohe swiftly arrived at the battlefield to consume him. At that moment, an ancient phoenix's cry resonated across the heavens. How audacious, to dare slaughter my kind. Today, no one can save you. Chapter 72. Heavenly Prodigies? Merely a threshold to my presence, a colossal, ethereal phoenix overshadowed the sky, its fierce flames incinerating the surrounding space. A fiery figure loomed above, gazing downwards, perpetually engulfed in the flames of annihilation. Observing the malevolent aura emanating from the Wan Hun banner, the cold and beautiful Feng Lian's eyes flickered with a trace of fear, quickly masked by determination. Chu Chun, I shall have your life. Blood for blood. Retribution for the Phoenix clan. Her voice trembled with rage. Rest assured I shall handle this, Jian Wushuang whispered. Yes, I promised. Until you are finished, no one shall disturb you in the blink of an eye. He positioned himself opposite the fiery figure. Feng Lian, return from whence you came. You cannot touch this person. Jian Wushuang's gaze was languid as he regarded her. Once Brother Chu completes his task, I intend to enjoy a drink with him, so I advise you not to provoke me, lest you understand the consequences. Feng Lian, puzzled, retorted, Jian Wushuang, do you not see what he is doing? He is not only slaughtering our kind but also the humans, employing a living sacrifice technique. Such nefarious methods. How can you aid him without being considered a demon yourself? Anger coursed through her, yet she refrained from attacking, fully aware of the man's terrifying prowess before her. Jian Wushuang, follow my own desires. No one can sway me from what I choose to do. Nor can anyone impede my will. As he spoke, a palpable aura of slaughter radiated from him, followed by a terrifying sword intent that coalesced into an unparalleled celestial sword. Or perhaps you wish to test me? Below, Chu Chen's brows furrowed, murmuring, no wonder I sensed a familiar essence earlier. Jian Wushuang possesses an indomitable sword body as well. Feng Lian realized that Jian Wushuang was resolute in protecting Chu Chen. She had already dispatched a secret message back to her clan, even at the cost of exhausting their resources to summon an elder to eliminate Chu Chen. The tragic fate of the Phoenix clan must not be allowed to repeat. As tensions mounted between Feng Lian and Jian Wushuang, a menacing presence approached from afar. Jian Wushuang, do you truly believe that being the first on the 9 provinces prodigy list renders you invincible? In the next instant, a war spear glimmering with golden lightning shattered the void, radiating a destructive aura as it surged towards Jian Wushuang with immense force and murderous intent. Yet, the celestial sword hovering above Jian Wushuang unleashed an equally formidable killing intent. Clashing with the lightning spear in that moment, the heavens and earth shifted, as if the world itself were about to be torn asunder by their tremendous power. However, the spear, under the pressure of the celestial sword, could only hold for a brief moment before being repelled. From the ensuing spatial ripples emerged a youth adorned with a jade crown and resplendent armor, grasping the lightning spear in his hand. At that moment, he felt a surge of trepidation. His strike had utilized 70% of his strength, and this spear was a formidable holy artifact designed for combat. Yet, Jian Wushuang had not even drawn his gentleman's sword, merely relying on sword intent to repel him. Could it truly be that I am so vastly outmatched? He pondered. Impossible. He has merely awakened his indomitable sword body. Naturally, his sword intent can suppress me. If I were to unleash my lightning body, I could certainly best him, he reassured himself. Jian Wushuang addressed the newcomer. Wang Jian, you remain as hot-headed as ever. Wang Jian coldly snorted. Jian Wushuang, do you think we are well acquainted? You would do well to step aside, lest I unleash my full might, at which point you shall not plead for mercy. He approached Feng Lian, asserting, Qing Feng, prepare to take him down. Feng Lian replied icily, wait a moment. Even if we combined our strengths, we would not match him. Furthermore, Wang Jian, am I familiar with you? Kindly address me by my full name. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as though someone had just said the same, Jian Wushuang burst into laughter, awakening from a dying illness. The fool is indeed myself. Wang Jian bellowed, silence. What a lively gathering. It seems everyone has come for this imperial treasure and its legacy. A sultry voice rang out, followed by the entrance of a captivating figure, her alluring curves barely concealed. This was Su Jiu'er. Yet, the spectacle was not finished. A resounding Qilin roar echoed through the skies that the white jade Qilin, the mysterious heir of the Tiangue Pavilion, one of the 10 beauties of the 9 provinces. Su Qingwan, Wang Jian remarked. Alongside them were the holy son of the Azure Dragon Sacred Land, Xia Changluo, the holy maiden of the Huayuan Sacred Land, Hua Xian, and numerous other formidable figures. The demon beasts also had powerful prodigies arriving, most notably the young master of the Golden Rock Clan, Xiao Tianyang, along with the young master of the Azure Dragon Clan, Long Qingtian, and the young master of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan, Luo Yao. The young master of the Golden Rock Clan glanced at Wang Jian, inquiring, Brother Wang, who is this person who has obtained the Imperial Treasure's legacy? I noticed you arrived early. Why did you not take action? Is it possible that this individual is an unparalleled prodigy? Wang Jian, being one of the few friends in the human realm, understood Wang Jian's temperament. He was the type that would resort to combat at the slightest provocation, only relenting in the face of someone more formidable or with a more terrifying background. The members of the human and demon clans listened attentively, equally eager to discern the truth. Wang Jian shook his head. Not at all. That young man is merely a 9th-level Dongtian realm brat, currently engaged in slaughtering our kin. I initially intended to rescue the practitioners from our clans, but Jian Wushuang intervened. The true culprit behind the massacre of our kin is Jian Wushuang. Otherwise, how could a mere Dongtian ant act with such impunity? Moreover, there is a divine fire realm involved. Had it not been for Jian Wushuang's intervention, that ant could not have possibly withstood the onslaught. As anticipated, the prodigies from both clans erupted in fury upon witnessing the bloodbath below. You, Jian Wushuang, ranked first on the prodigy list, dare commit such heinous acts. Today, we shall seek retribution. Furthermore, surrender the Imperial Treasure's legacy from that ant. Otherwise, even with your rank as first on the prodigy list, you cannot withstand our collective might, a demon prodigy declared. But before he could finish, he was severed in half. Among the assembly, only a few top-tier disciples could discern the fleeting traces of the assailant. The rest remained oblivious. Nevertheless, this did not quench their avaricious desire for the Imperial treasure and its legacy. Below, Chu Chan observed the unfolding events, just half a step away from refining the source and Imperial will. At that moment, none could escape his reckoning. Jian Wushuang, whether you comply or not, I am a renowned prodigy. Even if you are formidable, How can you fend off our united front? Jin Wushuang produced an ancient wine gourd and took a hearty swig. Prodigies? You are but a threshold I have yet to surpass. Come, let us battle. Chapter 73. Every sword cultivator loves to posture. Let the heavens strike me down. In the next instant, Jin Wushuang erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. 9th level of the immortal platform. The young master of the Golden Rock clan, Xiao Tianyang, narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "No wonder you are first on the 9 provinces prodigy list. Today, I shall seek to test your mettle." With that, Xiao Tianyang stepped into the void, his physique radiating a profound golden light that even shook the very fabric of space. Wang Jian observed Xiao Tianyang's impending strike, astonished. I did not expect Brother Xiao to have entered the 2nd level of the immortal platform. The Golden Rock clan's formidable body was renowned for its unparalleled defense, and even though Jin Wushuang stood at the 9th level of the immortal platform, it was uncertain whether he could defeat Xiao Tianyang. Although Wang Jian outwardly expressed indifference, his heart was filled with trepidation. It was astonishing that Jin Wushuang, a rising star, had now far surpassed them in realms. Beside him, Long Qingfeng observed this scene and began to concoct her own schemes. Jin Wushuang, glancing at the approaching Xiaopeng Wang, nonchalantly remarked, "Is it just you? If so, you might as well summon your companions. Battling a single opponent is rather unexciting." However, those words struck Xiaopeng Wang as an affront. Igniting his fury, he bellowed, "Jin Wushuang, do you truly regard yourself with such importance? Our Jin Peng clan is born with a tyrant's physique, and I possess a mutated tyrant's body, the monarch of tyrants. Now that I have entered the immortal platform realm, my physique boasts the strongest defenses of my generation. Unless you are a sage, you shall never breach my tyrant's body." A.S. Xiaopeng Wang, brimming with pride, anticipated Jin Wushuang's reaction. A blinding white sword light cleaved through the heavens, hurtling towards him. "Jin Wushuang, you dare to launch a sneak attack?" With no time for further thoughts, Xiaopeng Wang immediately activated his tyrant's body. In an instant, golden light radiated from him, enveloping his entire being in a shimmering golden membrane. With a resounding clang, the dazzling white sword light vanished, yet Xiaopeng Wang remained steadfast in the air. His golden aura undiminished, he gazed defiantly at Jin Wushuang, proclaiming, "My Jin Peng clan's tyrant's physique is not something you can shatter with a single strike." Jin Wushuang replied casually, "Indeed, it is as hard as a turtle's shell." The next moment, his gaze sharpened. Since one sword was insufficient, then let it be 2. And if 2 were still lacking, how about 10,000 swords? With that declaration, an indomitable sword intent erupted from Jin Wushuang. Surging towards the sky, a drop of exquisite wine dripped from Jin Wushuang's wine gourd, ascending into the heavens. This droplet transformed into a celestial river, wafting with the fragrance of wine, as the indomitable sword intent coalesced into an unparalleled celestial sword that flowed into it. In the midst of this wine river, countless streams of celestial water condensed into white celestial swords, each infused with indomitable sword intent. Upon witnessing this, Xiaopeng Wang inwardly cursed his misfortune and bellowed, "Jin Peng's secret art, Jin Peng's 6 transformations." In an instant, Xiaopeng Wang's aura began to rise steadily. Within mere moments, he ascended from the 2nd to the 8th level of the immortal platform. Merely a step away from Jin Wushuang's 9th level, Wang Jian gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Jin Wushuang is indeed terrifying. Even Brother Xiao's mutated tyrant's physique cannot withstand him." Brother Xiao has been forced to reveal one of his trump cards. The Jin Peng 6 transformations, an unparalleled secret technique of the Jin Peng clan. It is said that mastering this technique to its pinnacle allows one to leap 6 minor realms in battle. I never expected Brother Xiao to have perfected it. Long Qingfeng, being of the demon clan like Xiaopeng Wang, recognized the might of the Jin Peng 6 transformations. Not only her, but Long Qingtian of the Azure Dragon clan and Luo Yao of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan were also intently observing the clash. Marveling at Jin Wushuang's strength, on the other hand, after reaching the 8th level of the immortal platform, Xiaopeng Wang's tyrant's physique became even more formidable, his gaze radiating ferocity. "Jin Wushuang, watch as I tear apart your river of swords." With a thunderous roar, countless unparalleled celestial swords pierced through the air, striking Xiaopeng Wang. Yet, now that he had ascended to the 8th level of the immortal platform, he fully utilized his tyrant's physique to endure the onslaught of the celestial swords. Charging towards Jin Wushuang, You are not so impressive. Were we of the same realm, my tyrant's physique would be unrivaled. However, Jin Wushuang merely replied softly, is that so? No matter how hard it is, it remains merely a turtle's shell. If I were not waiting for Brother Chu to arrive out of boredom, do you truly believe your so-called tyrant's physique could withstand my river of indomitable swords? In an instant, the myriad celestial swords ceased their assault, and the wine river transformed into an immense celestial sword that obscured the heavens. Upon this celestial sword, Jian Wushuang gazed down at Xiao Peng Wang with indifference. I wonder if you can withstand this strike of mine. At that moment, Xiao Peng Wang's pupils constricted sharply. He realized he could not withstand this sword. Fall. As Jian Wushuang's voice resonated, the colossal celestial sword emanated boundless pressure and a fierce aura, as if it were set to annihilate the very sky itself. Each wave of sword energy radiating from the blade contained unparalleled power. Wang Jin, witnessing Jian Wushuang's overwhelming might, could not help but exclaim, indeed, it is true what they say. Every sword cultivator loves to show off, regardless of the consequences. Faced with such a terrifying celestial sword, Xiao Peng Wang felt unprecedented pressure. I cannot be vanquished here. I have yet to attain the status of an emperor. No, I must not perish here. With lightning speed, Xiao Peng Wang produced an ancient jade, shattering it instantly. In that moment, the fabric of space shattered, and a colossal golden hand emerged, colliding with the celestial sword that obscured the heavens. The golden hand radiated sacred power, blocking the assault of the celestial sword. After a brief struggle, the celestial sword shattered, and the golden hand dissipated as well. Across the vast distance, a furious voice echoed through the sky. You dare lay hands on the young master of the Jin Peng clan? Today, I shall see who you are. As the voice fell, a figure appeared beside Xiao Peng Wang, an elderly man, a sage's avatar. However, this Qingxian sacred land forbids the presence of sage-level beings. You are at most a half-step saged. Do you truly believe you can hinder me? Humph, I may not be able to hinder you, but if you slay the young master, you will surely find it difficult to leave this place. Jian Wushuang casually flicked his ear and blew a breath. Old bird, if we were to compare backgrounds, perhaps you should inquire about the Sword God clan behind me? The Sword God clan. The elder gasped in astonishment. The undying Dao lineage, Sword God clan. What status do you hold within the Sword God clan? Jian Wushuang floated above the 10,000 souls banner. Old bird, why do you care who I am? Why does the mere mention of the Sword God clan cause you to tremble? Did you not claim I would not be able to leave this Qingxian sacred land? I offer you an opportunity. Why not summon everyone from your Jin Peng clan to come here? Xiao Peng Wang, infuriated, retorted, Jian Wushuang, you seek death. Do you truly believe my Jin Peng clan dares not kill you? However, upon hearing Jian Wushuang's name, the elder immediately restrained Xiao Peng Wang. So, it is the scion of the Sword God clan. It seems I have spoken too presumptuously. Shall now take the young master away, and we shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Third uncle, we cannot leave. That lad has acquired an imperial treasure, and he also possesses the legacy of an emperor. Xiao Peng Wang pointed at Chu Chun, declaring, Third uncle, I personally felt the might of that emperor. It is undoubtedly true. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Throughout history, anything associated with emperors has incited frenzied competition among the great powers of the 9 provinces. The elder spoke, I see. It appears the Sword God Scion wishes to protect this individual. However, regarding the emperor's legacy, I fear the Sword God Scion may not be able to safeguard it. The elder then surveyed the crowd. Noticing the Azure Dragon clan, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan, and the Phoenix clan, he chuckled. Such significant matters, and you younger generations do not notify your clans? Are you truly going to allow the emperor's legacy to be taken away? With that, the elder led Xiao Peng Wang away, for this matter was of utmost importance, and he needed to return to his clan to deliberate. The emperor's legacy is a rarity throughout history. Even the Sword God clan could not possibly protect that human ant. Jian Wushuang scanned the remaining individuals. What? You are not leaving? Are you waiting to be eliminated by me? Wang Jin's eyes flared with anger as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Just as he was about to speak, he met Jian Wushuang's cold, emotionless gaze, causing him to swallow his words. At this moment, Chu Chun had successfully refined both the primal energy and a fragment of the emperor's will. After devouring all the cultivators, Xiao Hei's realm had also ascended to the first level of the immortal platform. The immense energy coursed through Chu Chen's body, and he too broke through to the first realm of divine fire. The 10,000 souls banner was retracted, and the crimson barrier dissipated. Thank you, Brother Jian. I shall take it from here. Chu Chen's eyes shimmered with golden flames, the manifestation of the golden crow divine fire. Capable of incinerating all, Jin Wushuang, sensing something, turned to Chu Chen. Brother Chu, I shall stand guard for you. Hearing this, Chu Chen responded, then I am grateful to Brother Jian. Seeing Chu Chen stepping forward, Long Qingfeng could no longer contain her inner fury. Seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, her delicate form trembled. Chu Chen, I am the Phoenix Clan's princess. I challenge you to a life and death duel. Within Chu Chen's eyes, the golden crow divine fire reflected the faces of all present, causing anyone who met his gaze to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. Chu Chen spoke softly, Fear not. Do you not all wish to strike at me? None shall escape. Today, I shall bury you all here. Turning to Long Qingfeng, he declared, Since you wish to die first, let us begin with you. With a swift movement akin to compressing space, Chu Chen appeared before Long Qingfeng in an instant. A hand reached out, gripping her neck with a terrifying force that instantly flushed her face with crimson. Just as Wang Jian, witnessing this, was about to intervene, a brilliant burst of fire illuminated the scene. Upon closer inspection, Long Qingfeng was enveloped in a raging inferno, resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames. Almost immediately, a melodious phoenix cry resonated through the heavens, as if striving to pierce the very fabric of the sky. As this cry echoed, the flames surrounding Long Qingfeng began to coalesce rapidly, gradually forming an immense phantom of a phoenix. In an instant, Chu Chen was sent flying, his garments incinerated by the flames. The phoenix phantom took to the skies, exuding boundless might and terrifying power, charging directly at Chu Chen. Wherever it passed, the void itself was torn asunder, leaving behind black rifts. Playing with fire is not a game exclusive to you. In a heartbeat, a golden divine fire enveloped Chu Chen's entire being. Above this golden blaze, an enormous golden crow materialized, radiating a blinding light as it surged towards the phoenix phantom. When the two were less than 100 yards apart, the golden crow suddenly opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. This flame, akin to a fiery dragon, swept forth, instantly engulfing the phoenix phantom. Long Qingfeng, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief, What kind of flame is this that can extinguish the phoenix's inferno? Yet, the answer lay in the terrifyingly scorching golden crow. With a crackle, Wang Jian shot towards the golden crow at an astonishing speed, his thunder battle halberd transforming into a dragon of lightning aimed at the golden crow. However, in mere moments, this lightning dragon was shattered, reverting back to the halberd in Wang Jian's grasp. The golden crow, undeterred, continued its relentless assault on Long Qingfeng. Seeing this, Wang Jian bellowed, Halt! Do not harm Qingfeng. In an instant, an overwhelming thunder erupted from Wang Jian, dark clouds swiftly cloaking the skies above. With a resounding crack, a colossal purple divine thunder descended, obliterating the golden crow in an instant. Yet, after unleashing this attack, Wang Jian found himself in a state of weakness. Chu Chen seized the opportunity, employing the space-compressing technique once more. Before Wang Jian could react, Chu Chen appeared right before him. How I relish the hero saving the damsel in distress. This time, it is your turn. Let us see who will come to your aid. Crushing mountain finger. In that moment, Wang Jian felt a profound sense of mortal peril surge through his mind. He immediately invoked his ancestor's protective talisman. But it was too late. The next instant, Wang Jian's entire body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, while Xiao Hei immediately appeared to consume the falling blood. Chu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Where is your soul? Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds once again loomed overhead. Wang Jian's soul lingered within the thunder clouds, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Chu Chen, wishing he could kill him 1,000 times over. Boy, you have destroyed my physical form. This enmity shall not go unpunished. The grudge of today, I, Wang Jian, shall repay 100-fold in the future. With that, the thunderclouds dispersed, and Wang Jian's figure vanished from sight. Chu Chen surmised that it was likely a protective treasure from his forces that allowed him to escape. Otherwise, how could he have evaded his grasp? However, having suffered this setback, Chu Chun was determined not to fall victim again. The banner of 10,000 souls soared into the sky, enveloping all present. This mirrored his previous actions, prompting the onlookers to recall the earlier scene. He intends to devour and refine us. What audacity! Yet, in the next moment, a celestial melody resonated from the white jade Qilin grinding cart. Chu Chun, the source of chaos, you must be eliminated. Chapter 75. I suggest you all attack together. A green radiance surged forth from the white jade Qilin grinding cart. As the emerald light gradually dissipated, Su Qingwan appeared, clad in flowing green robes, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, gracefully traversing the void. With each step she took, a blossom of green lotus unfurled beneath her feet. Emanating a gentle power, Chu Chun's gaze pierced through space to fixate on Su Qingwan. Source of chaos? Merely an excuse to seize my inheritance. At this moment, his eyes not only glimmered with a golden flame but also bore a faint crimson hue. The blood demon eye and the golden crow divine fire intertwined. A mere ant dares to speak thus to a goddess. You seek death. A figure shot towards Chu Chan with blinding speed, delivering a punch that reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying force. Chu Chan stood calmly in midair, the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword in hand, infusing it with indomitable sword intent. With a single stroke, a black sword beam cleaved through space, causing the assailant, Bai Wuxian, to grunt in pain and stagger backward. His expression was one of disbelief. How could this be, despite being in the same realm of divine fire? An individual from such a humble origin could wound him with a single strike. Bai Wuxian, who ranked among the top 10 of the Celestial State's prodigy list, could not accept this reality. I refuse to believe it. That was surely just a fluke. Today, I shall slay you. With a roar, Bai Wuxian erupted with potent energy, achieving the 3rd level of divine fire. Yet, it was not over. A myriad of stars shimmered behind him, their light coalescing into a singularity that infused Bai Wuxian with power. The star body, Sword Wushuang cautioned. Brother Chu, do you require my assistance? This manifests the star body, the galaxy's myriad phenomena. This phenomenon allows its bearer to maintain peak strength. However, even at the 3rd level of divine fire, he could only sustain this state for half an hour. Yet, this would grant him a significant advantage over most cultivators. He would be nearly invincible among his peers. Hearing this, Chu Chun replied nonchalantly, "No need, Brother Jian. Just observe from the sidelines." Sword Wushuang smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. Few could rival Chu Chan in terms of phenomena across the 9 states. Bai Wuxian sneered upon hearing Chu Chen's words. Truly ignorant of your own limitations, kid? You will likely live your entire life without understanding what a phenomenon truly is. In his eyes, the person before him was merely fortunate to have acquired an emperor's legacy. That sword strike earlier, infused with indomitable sword intent, must have been a technique left to him by Sword Wushuang. With this thought, Bai Wuxian decisively attacked, his body hurtling towards Chu Chun like a bolt of lightning. Chu Chen's eyes glimmered with crimson light as the blood demon eye calculated Bai Wuxian's movements for 3 seconds. A smirk graced Chu Chen's lips as he raised his arm. Merely a phenomenon? I possess one too, but to slay you, I need not rely on it. Chu Chun casually declared. Just now, observing Brother Jin's indomitable sword river, I gained insights and created a technique of my own. It is called 10,000 Demons Devouring Heaven Sword. As he spoke, the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword erupted with demonic power and indomitable sword intent. In an instant, countless souls surged forth from the banner of 10,000 souls, transforming into wisps of black mist that entered the sword. The terrifying demonic power morphed into a devouring force, halting Bai Wuxian's advance. Chu Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity as he shouted, "Slash!" Instantly, a colossal phantom of a demon god manifested, wielding a demon god sword. Standing behind Chu Chun. As Chu Chen's 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword descended upon Bai Wuxian, the massive demon god phantom followed suit. Bai Wuxian gazed at the towering phantom, equal in height to the heavens, his eyes wide with shock. He sensed 2 terrifying auras, one of boundless demonic energy and the other of ultimate sword intent. Though the star body could maintain his peak power, this strike was sufficient to obliterate him entirely. Just as he prepared to flee, he realized he could not escape the grasp of this overwhelming devouring force. As the demon god's sword threatened to annihilate him, He could not help but cry out, "Goddess, save me!" Su Qingwan, seeing this, readied herself to intervene. Yet, Sword Wushuang lazily blocked her path, stating, "Brother Chu is engaged in a fair fight. I cannot allow two to attack him simultaneously." Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Sword Wushuang, do you understand what you are doing? Step aside." "Ah!" Bai Wuxian's screams echoed as his entire body cracked beneath the demon god's sword. Just as he was on the brink of exploding, Chu Chen executed the space-compressing technique, appearing before Bai Wuxian in an instant. His arm rose with thunderous force, piercing through Bai Wuxian's chest. With a devilish grin, Chu Chen remarked, "You may die, but do not waste your physique." In the next moment, a powerful devouring force erupted from within Chu Chen, swiftly consuming the primal energy within Bai Wuxian. At that moment, Bai Wuxian's body withered at a visible rate, transforming into a mere shell. His soul was cast into the banner of 10,000 souls for refinement. Chu Chen glanced at the dried husk in his hands, though a corpse at the divine fire level. It could still be utilized for refining treasures. He subsequently stored it within his spatial ring. Now, Chu Chen's gaze radiated a scarlet light as he surveyed the others. Upon witnessing Bai Wuxian's tragic demise, Su Qingwan's fury ignited, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly. Just moments ago, she could have saved Bai Wuxian and annihilated Chu Chen, had it not been for Sword Wushuang's sudden appearance. With this thought, a murderous intent began to swirl in her eyes. "Sword Wushuang, do you truly believe your Sword God clan is invincible? If you step aside now and allow me to kill Chu Chen, I shall let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, my heavenly machine pavilion shall declare an eternal war against your Sword God clan." At her declaration, the assembled prodigies were left in shock, and Long Qingfeng could hardly believe that the goddess of the heavenly machine pavilion would risk an eternal war just to eliminate Chu Chen. Yet, this aligned perfectly with her desires. If they could kill Chu Chen, what did it matter if the Phoenix clan joined the heavenly machine pavilion in eternal conflict? Upon hearing these words, Jian Wushuang fell silent. If it were just him, it would be one thing, but the Tianji pavilion equally belongs to the eternal Dao lineage. If a war were truly to break out, it would likely result in mutual destruction between the Sword God clan and the Tianji pavilion. Exhausting countless resources, Brother Jian, do not feel troubled. You have already done enough for me. Were it not for your protection, I might not have so smoothly broken through to this new realm. Since she wishes to kill me, let her come. It will give me the opportunity to gauge the prowess of the so-called top disciple of the 9 provinces. Chu Chen ascended into the air, emanating a terrifying aura. At this moment, he was enveloped in a formidable demonic energy that swept across the surroundings. The illusory figure of a demon god loomed behind him, moving slowly and instilling a sense of invincibility in everyone present. However, Chu Chen's tone shifted, his gaze filled with bloodthirsty greed as he looked at Su Qingwan. "If I lose, I shall ensure you meet the same fate as your subordinate, becoming but a dried corpse." He then turned his attention to the others present. "Thus, I suggest you all join forces. It would save me time." Chapter 76. I have yet to taste dragon meat, so you must suffer death. Jian Wushuang approached Chu Chen's side. "Rest assured, Brother Chu, the eternal war cannot be instigated merely through words. While I cannot guarantee much, I can assure you that you will leave this Qingxian's sacred land unscathed. After all, I have yet to share a drink with you." Jian Wushuang had few friends, but Chu Chen was certainly one of them. Chu Chen waved his hand. "Brother Jian, fear not. These individuals pose no real threat to me now." He spoke the truth. Having ascended to the divine fire realm, he felt invincible below the sage level unless a sage intervened. As soon as these words left his mouth, he immediately offended all the young prodigies present. Each of them was renowned in the 9 provinces, naturally harboring their own pride. The exchange between Jian Wushuang and Chu Chen undoubtedly belittled them, reducing them to mere pawns to be easily dispatched. You think that by killing a mere divine fire realm waste, you have achieved something remarkable? A youth brimming with violent energy stepped forward. "Remember the one who seeks to kill you. The Qinglong clan, Long Qingtian." Boom! In the next instant, Long Qingtian's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles expanded rapidly, as if they might burst. His skin tightened and smoothed, while a layer of fine scales began to grow from his surface. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive azure dragon. Its vast form blotting out the sun and it opened its gaping maw, gathering a dazzling bolt of divine thunder within. With a deafening roar, the thunderbolt plummeted like a meteor, hurtling towards Chu Chun. The space it traversed seemed on the verge of being torn apart, unleashing a violent energy storm. Seeing this, Chu Chen remarked, "Little mudfish, do you truly believe you can kill me?" Swish! The massive illusory figure of the demon god behind Chu Chun swung down a sword, effortlessly cleaving the terrifying thunderbolt in two. Chu Chun then transformed into a streak of black light, merging entirely with the demon god's illusion. Boom! Under his command, the demon god's figure leaped into the air, causing the heavens to tremble as indomitable sword intent coalesced. With a single stroke, it seemed to extinguish all. Long Qingtian, witnessing this, refused to back down. His massive jaws bared his fangs, and his roar echoed throughout the skies. Piercing through space, a mere black demon, watch as I shatter you. Radiating a divine azure light, Long Qingtian's formidable blood force surged within him. In the next moment, two dragon soul phantoms appeared, one on each side. Our Qinglong's sacred technique will surely annihilate you. Bang! The demon god's sword collided with Long Qingtian, unleashing a tempest of violent energy. Cold Qingfeng, witnessing this, felt elated. This was a prime opportunity. In the next moment, her graceful figure became engulfed in annihilating flames capable of scorching space. Boom! In an instant, a deafening phoenix cry resounded, as if it penetrated endless voids. Cold Qingfeng's true form emerged, transforming into an enormous phoenix over 100 feet long, its body ablaze with raging annihilation flames that distorted the very fabric of space. This moment, Cold Qingfeng soared through the air like a burning meteor, charging straight at Chu Chen. As she passed, the air was torn apart, creating torrents of chaotic energy as if seeking to devour all in its path. Inside the illusion of the demon god, Chu Chen observed this scene but paid it no mind. His eyes shimmered with a dazzling golden light, and then a surge of divine fire erupted from his gaze, shooting forth towards the demon god's illusion. In a heartbeat, it transformed into a colossal bird cloaked in golden feathers, Jinwu. The Jinwu radiated an overwhelming divine majesty, instantly engaging in battle with Cold Qingfeng. Seeing this, Cold Qingfeng sneered derisively. "Chu Chun, do you truly believe that this Jinwu alone can defeat me? You can no longer control it wholeheartedly. While I am fully manifested and prepared for battle, there is no way it can withstand me." With that, Cold Qingfeng unleashed a powerful aura, swiftly overpowering the Jinwu. Boom! In the next moment, her annihilation flames scorched the void, and fiery red beams erupted from her phoenix form, striking the Jinwu. In an instant, the massive Jinwu was shattered and dispersed. Jian Wushuang, witnessing this, was about to take action when he was halted by the stunning figure of Su Qingwan before him. "Jian Wushuang, if you wish to save him, you must first pass my test." However, Jian Wushuang merely produced a weathered wine gourd, reclining in midair. "You think too highly of yourself. I merely crave a sip of wine." Yet, it seems that little Phoenix and that little mudfish are in for a rough time. Su Qingwan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Yet, at that moment, as Cold Qingfeng approached the illusion of the demon god, the blood demon eye had already calculated the future 3 seconds ahead. Thunderous intent, in an instant, a bolt of lightning flickered at Chu Chen's brow, racing towards Cold Qingfeng. This time, Cold Qingfeng was still gloating. "Chu Chen, today marks your demise. I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past." However, just as she finished speaking, her pupils widened as she spotted a flash of thunderous blue light. Swish! It pierced through the center of her brow. With a thunderous roar, Cold Qingfeng's massive phoenix form rapidly shrank, ultimately reverting to her human shape as she plummeted downward. Su Qingwan's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of shock reflected in her watery eyes. She had not anticipated that he possessed a secret technique capable of annihilating divine souls. At this moment, Long Qingtian was equally shaken. He had not expected the person before him to wield such a secret technique. Had he applied it from the outset, it could have spelled his doom. Realizing this, Long Qingtian looked up at Chu Chen. At that moment, their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. In that instant, Long Qingtian perceived a trace of mockery in the depths of Chu Chen's profound eyes. "Could it be that he is toying with me?" Long Qingtian spoke. "Little brat, let us each take a step back. I have no desire to fight you. I shall not contend for the emperor's inheritance." Chu Chen's expression darkened, his gaze filled with insatiable greed as he looked at Long Qingtun. No, if I let you go, how will I enjoy dragon meat today? I have never tasted dragon meat before. So it seems I must regretfully impose upon you to die first. With that, the realm of thunder unfurled, enveloping Long Qingtian's massive form within an instant. Long Qingtian felt his strength being suppressed. No, I must escape this place. I cannot perish here, and my path to invincibility has yet to commence. I shall not fall here. Chu Chun looked down at the fleeing Long Qingtian, his voice booming across the heavens. Today, I shall slay the dragon. Chapter 77. Slaying the dragon, do you think you can kill me? As the words fell, the demon god's sword descended, carrying the power to obliterate all. Swish! Long Qingtian's massive azure dragon form was cleaved in two, its blood raining down from the heavens. Following this, the demon god's illusion dissipated, and Chu Chun collected Long Qingtian's 100-foot body into his small world. Little Chu, this azure dragon blood is a marvelous treasure. Though it may merely be a hybrid, it will aid in restoring some of my strength. Will you grant me this azure dragon blood? Mingyuan inquired. Rest assured, I shall reserve its essence for you. When the time comes for your demon god form to devour its essence, you will obtain its true dragon body. Within the small world, Mingyuan gazed greedily at the azure dragon's body, his eyes gleaming with desire as he craved the azure dragon's blood. Very well, I shall take the azure dragon blood, and you may keep its essence. Chu Chun replied, his gaze calm as he surveyed those present. Are you all prepared to meet your demise? At this moment, among the crowd, apart from the top-tier prodigies from the leading forces, the others looked at Chu Chun with expressions of terror. They had not anticipated that these top-tier disciples of the eternal Dao lineage would fall one after another at his hands. This individual was simply terrifyingly powerful. Long Qingtian of the Qinglong clan had reached the 9th level of the divine fire realm, and it was said that he had easily vanquished a powerful being at the immortal platform realm with the aid of his Qinglong body and techniques. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan's cold Qingfeng was on the same level, and both had attacked him simultaneously, only to be forcefully slain by this man. I cannot fathom. This person is merely at the 1st level of divine fire. If he were to break through to the immortal platform realm, perhaps only a sage could subdue him. Enough is enough. Even if this person obtains the emperor's inheritance, we are merely cannon fodder at the front. I shall withdraw. However, they were not the only ones present. Among them were also the holy sons and daughters from various sacred lands, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Chu Chun possessed such terrifying power. Yet, this realm was enveloped by a barrier emanating from the Wandering Soul's banner. Unless one could defeat Chu Chun or possess a force powerful enough to shatter this barrier, escape was impossible. Chu Chun, I concede your strength. However, we hail from top-tier factions and possess our own supreme protective treasures. A young man clad in white stepped forward, his eyes brimming with boundless arrogance, and no matter how strong you are, you have slain the young master of the Azure Dragon clan and the Phoenix Maiden of the Phoenix clan. Once you step out of the Qingqian sacred city, your death is inevitable. Moreover, you carry the legacy of the great emperor. If you were to surrender that legacy now, perhaps we could spare your life. By Ci. Chu Chen replied, gazing at the young man in white. As his words fell, Chu Chen's figure vanished from sight, instantly reappearing before the white-clad youth. Yet, the young man's eyes showed no sign of disturbance, as if he had anticipated everything, a smirk playing on his lips with a swift motion. The demon-slaying sword was unleashed, piercing through the young man's chest. However, to everyone's astonishment, there was no trace of blood. The young man tilted his head, his eyes clouded in gray. Chu Chun, did you truly think I would be so foolish as to wait for you to strike? Rest assured, once you leave this Qingqian sacred land, we will meet again. By then, everything you possess shall belong to me. Ha ha ha. The white-clad youth's lip curled, his voice chillingly amused. Gradually, his figure began to dissipate. Boom. Chu Chen's formidable spiritual power swept across the area. Yet he found no trace of the young man but a clone, perhaps. No wonder he was so confident. A fierce glint flickered in Chu Chen's eyes. Since they were intent on seizing his legacy, he would oblige. Blood sacrifice, Chu Chen murmured, and in an instant, crimson light shot forth from the Wandering Soul's banner, piercing the space and sweeping towards those present. Some prodigies attempted to intervene, but Chu Chun offered them no opportunity. Shatter Mountain Finger, Bang! The prodigy was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. Yet, this was only the beginning. Chu Chun relentlessly employed the Shatter Mountain Finger, indiscriminately targeting everyone. Those present were either devoured by the Wandering Soul's banner or crushed by Chu Chen's finger. Even Jian Wushuang, standing nearby, nearly fell victim to the chaos. Brother Chu, do aim carefully. Your massive finger nearly struck me as well at that moment. Black energy surged from Chu Chen, an unexpected thrill coursing through him after such a long absence from battle. Su Qingwan observed this scene, her foot planted upon a green lotus that radiated gentle power, creating a barrier of blue light that gradually expanded to block the crimson beams emanating from the Wandering Soul's banner. The unparalleled figure swiftly approached Chu Chun, declaring, "Perish, harbinger of chaos." A bronze ancient sword shot forth from Su Qingwan's sleeve, exuding a terrifying power. The moment it appeared, the space could barely contain its might. Fracturing and collapsing. Upon seeing the bronze ancient sword, a sense of impending doom washed over Chu Chen. With his current strength, only a being of the Saint Realm could subdue him. Yet this bronze ancient sword instilled a profound sense of danger. It was likely that this sword was a supreme artifact left behind by a being of the Saint Realm or even a higher plane. Realizing this, Chu Chen immediately summoned his sacred sword, enveloping himself in thunder battle armor with indomitable sword intent. However, as he touched the bronze ancient sword, he underestimated the terrifying power contained within. This formidable force directly penetrated through the sacred sword, spreading across his entire body. His thunder battle armor shattered, and even his body began to crack. Jian Wushuang, witnessing this, prepared to assist Chu Chen, yet was halted by dozens of figures blocking his path. These individuals were prodigies from renowned powers across the 9 provinces. Jian Wushuang regarded them coldly, stating, "You cannot stop me. Get out of my way." A sword light swept through, rending the space asunder, only to be halted by a golden rune. "Sword God, we know our realms cannot withstand you. However, each of us bears protective treasures bestowed by our clans. Even if the Sword God is formidable, you would need to unleash dozens of strikes. By then, that lad will undoubtedly perish. We have promised the Divine Maiden of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, so we kindly ask you to remain here." Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted towards Chu Chen, his fury igniting. "I do not relish slaughter, but you leave me no choice at that moment." A familiar voice reached him, "Brother Jian, do not worry. I will not perish." Chu Chen's skin was cracking, every inch of him marred. Su Qingwan spoke, "Chu Chen, cease your futile struggles. Today you shall surely die." This bronze ancient sword was forged from the body of a saint, containing immense saintly power. The sword in your hand is but a broken remnant, merely retaining a trace of the saint's aura. With a roar, Chu Chen unleashed the life force from the golden lotus within him to mend his shattered body. Astonishingly, his fractured form began to recover at an extraordinary pace. "You think you can kill me? Impossible!" Chu Chen bellowed. Chapter 78. Anomalies. Sun and moon shine together. A terrifying force of demonic energy erupted from Chu Chen. Black demonic mist enveloped him, climbing towards the bronze ancient sword. Swiftly enveloping it as if a tie-dye in an instant, this terrifying devouring power began to consume the saintly energy within the sword. Su Qingwan, witnessing this, could hardly believe her eyes. Indeed, the harbinger of chaos could counter and even devour saintly power. "However, you will never leave this place alive," Su Qingwan declared, her figure suspended in the air, her long hair billowing in the wind as her cold gaze fixed upon Chu Chen. Then, her lips parted softly. "Anomalies manifest. Sun and moon shine together, purifying all." As her words fell, a blazing sun erupted behind her, radiating boundless heat. Simultaneously, a chilling moon emerged in the heavens, casting an icy light upon the earth. In an instant, the realm was enveloped by this bizarre and magnificent spectacle. On one side, a blazing sun capable of scorching the heavens. On the other, a silver moon that could freeze all things. They complemented each other, creating a visual marvel of immense impact. Chu Chen, witnessing this, felt the divine fire of the golden crow surging within him, his injuries mended by the life force. "You cannot kill me." Chu Chen's voice resonated deeply. In an instant, his aura swept through the surroundings, stepping into the first level of the immortal platform. A black, crystalline coffin was summoned forth, crashing heavily upon the bronze ancient sword. with a loud crack. The bronze ancient sword shattered into two halves. In that moment, the demonic energy surged forth, frantically devouring the saintly power emanating from the broken sword. Su Qingwan stood atop the celestial heights, her gaze piercing through the endless void. Resting upon the burning Sun in that instant, terrifying flames erupted like dragons, intertwining and coiling together, ultimately forming a massive pillar of crimson light. This pillar resembled a towering column, seemingly igniting the entire world as it descended upon Chu Chen. The crimson pillar tore through layers of void, creating deep, dark fissures wherever it passed. Those areas touched by the crimson beam were instantly rendered into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Before this apocalyptic scene, Chu Chen remained remarkably calm. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Was it that silver moon? Chu Chen quickly comprehended, yet the all-consuming crimson beam had already enveloped him. Su Qingwan's voice rang out softly, "Harbinger of chaos, have I finally managed to extinguish you?" Yet within that crimson beam, a golden lotus was growing rapidly, creating a barrier against the fiery light. Life energy surged forth from the golden lotus, revitalizing Chu Chen's form. Boom! In the next moment, terrifying chaotic energy pressed down upon the crimson beam, striking it forcefully. Whoosh! The all-consuming crimson beam began to shrink, ultimately vanishing under the weight of the chaotic energy. Chu Chen stood upon the golden lotus, summoning the demon goddess Qian Coffin onto his shoulder. The golden lotus surged towards Su Qingwan, revealing that within its vicinity, the silver moon could not confine him. Su Qingwan, realizing this, thought, "The chaos seed golden lotus. I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to use secret methods to elevate your cultivation at such a critical moment, thereby rendering yourself immune to my sun and moon shine together anomaly." Chu Chen's eyes were icy, the divine fire of the golden crow illuminating his pupils. "I have heard you are the divine maiden of the undying Tao. How amusing it would be to plant a demonic seed within you and turn you into my demonic servant." Stepping upon the golden lotus, Chu Chen leapt into the air, the demon goddess Qian Coffin crashing heavily down towards Su Qingwan. "Chu Chen, you are utterly arrogant, attempting to battle me with a coffin." Su Qingwan scoffed, the surrounding spiritual energy drained completely, gathering in her palm. Desolate heaven palm. Chu Chen's blood demon eye initiated an infinite simulation, positioning the demon goddess Qian Coffin before him. Boom! In the next moment, the once tranquil void erupted into violent turbulence, as if being violently stirred by an invisible force. Immediately, a heart-stopping wave of terrifying light surged forth from the void, sweeping across the landscape with cataclysmic force. Wherever this dreadful wave passed, everything was mercilessly consumed and obliterated. It resembled a black hole in the cosmos, possessing boundless suction and destructive power, capable of effortlessly crushing any object that dared to obstruct its path. Realizing that Chu Chen had fallen into her trap, Su Qingwan, with a visage almost celestial, momentarily revealed a trace of a smile. "Chu Chen, the source of chaos, it seems your demise is imminent." However, as the terrifying light dissipated, Su Qingwan's gaze flickered. Chu Chen emerged from the ice crystal coffin, grinning as he remarked, "A dignified goddess resorting to such underhanded tactics, claiming this terrifying wave as your divine palm. It seems you truly wish to eliminate me." Upon seeing Chu Chen still alive, Su Qingwan could no longer suppress her fury. "What on earth is this coffin?" At that moment, Chu Chen wore a wicked grin, replying, "If you wish to know, allow me to enlighten you." As soon as he spoke, his figure vanished from Su Qingwan's sight. Panic surged within her. However, it was too late. Chu Chen reappeared behind her, and in an instant, Su Qingwan felt a massive hand enveloping her entire head. An overwhelming malevolent force pierced through her soul. She attempted to resist, but at that moment, her spirit had already succumbed to Chu Chen's dark influence. Rendering her unable to move, in her consciousness, she saw Chu Chen grinning wickedly at her. "Get out of my way," Su Qingwan commanded. "Oh, esteemed goddess, just imagine what a sight it would be if you were to become my dark servant." Hearing this, Su Qingwan's entire being trembled with rage. "If you dare to do so, I will ensure that we both perish rather than let you succeed." Chu Chen laughed heartily. "I must apologize, for I am genuinely curious to witness you transformed into a dark servant." A streak of azure lightning materialized, instantly binding Su Qingwan's delicate form. A source of sinister, Dark energy surged towards the center of her consciousness. "Stop this at once!" Su Qingwan cried out, but her body was ensnared by the binding lightning, rendering her incapable of self-destruction. The dark energy swiftly reached the core of her consciousness. At this moment, Su Qingwan felt a splitting headache and shouted, "Stop! Otherwise, my true self will not spare you." Chapter 79. Becoming a dark servant, the sacred heart shaken. Oh, so you possess a true self. It appears that you are merely a fragment. In response, Su Qingwan, filled with urgency, retorted, "Do not compare me to this lowly fragment. If you harm me, my true self will surely sense it. I advise you to release me now, or when my true self arrives. You will undoubtedly meet your doom." Unfazed, Chu Chun replied, "You should be more concerned about your own predicament." With that, he accelerated, the dark seed penetrating Su Qingwan's mental defenses and embedding itself at the core of her consciousness. In that moment, Su Qingwan felt as if her head were about to explode. Yet, after a brief struggle, she fell still. Seeing this, Chu Chun knew that the dark seed had successfully taken root. Withdrawing the binding lightning, he exited her consciousness in the external world. Chu Chun hovered in midair, observing Su Qingwan before her gradual awakening. However, a glimmer of darkness flashed in her eyes. When she gazed at Chu Chun, all traces of her former arrogance had vanished. With a somber expression, she murmured, "Qingwan pays her respects to master." A smirk played on Chu Chun's lips. "So, this so-called immortal goddess has indeed knelt before me." Though Su Qingwan retained her self-awareness, a force within her soul constrained her. Leaving no room for rebellion against Chu Chun, she would unconditionally obey his every command, regardless of what it entailed. "Brother Chu, how have you accomplished this?" "This is the immortal goddess Su Qingwan of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. And yet she has been subdued by you," Jian Wushuang exclaimed, standing beside Chu Chun, disbelief etched across his face. "At this." Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed, her pride utterly shattered. As a high-ranking goddess of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, she had never anticipated falling to a mere captive for a day. Cough cough, Brother Chu. Could you possibly teach me this secret method? I want not know. I have a friend who wishes to learn." Chu Chun looked at Jian Wushuang with exasperation. "Brother Jian, if you have such interests, why learn secret methods? I can simply give you this woman as a gift." "Absolutely not." Both Jian Wushuang and Su Qingwan exclaimed simultaneously. Chu Chun cast a cold glare at Su Qingwan. "Did I permit you to speak?" Su Qingwan immediately fell silent, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What is the matter, Brother Jian? This woman possesses an unparalleled beauty. You decline her as a gift?" Chu Chan teased. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. "No need, Brother Chu. I was merely jesting. She is a goddess of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and I dare not accept her." "However," he continued, "but Brother Chu, this woman is a hot potato. Now that you have captured her alive, if the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion learns of this, you will undoubtedly live in fear of being hunted down by them. Brother Chu, your talents are exceptional. If you were to join my Sword God clan, I could recommend you to the ancestor, and your status would surely rival my own. With the protection of the Sword God clan, Brother Chu's safety would be greatly assured." In response, Chu Chun shook his head, declining the offer. "I appreciate Brother Jian's kind intentions, but I have grown accustomed to my leisurely ways and cannot abide by anyone's constraints." Seeing this, Jian Wushuang ceased to press the issue and turned his attention to the remaining individuals. By the way, Brother Chu, how do you intend to deal with these people?" Chu Chen's eyes glowed crimson as he declared, "Eliminate them all." Presently, only a handful of individuals remained alive, mere dozens, comprised of the offspring of top-tier factions, each possessing life-protecting treasures that had allowed them to endure thus far. "You vile Chu Chen, if you dare to kill us, my faction will undoubtedly make you pay with 1,000 cuts." One of the cultivators cried out. Suddenly, Chu Long appeared behind him, effortlessly tearing him in half and devouring his remains. "Is your master's name something you are entitled to utter?" Chu Long, Xiaobai, and the others began a massacre as commanded by Chu Chundato, and you should join in as well. Let them witness the sensation of the goddess who just stood up for them now aiding this dark tyrant and slaughtering them. Chu Chen's gaze held a playful glimmer as he looked at Su Qingwan, seemingly awaiting a grand performance. "Yes, master," Su Qingwan replied, bound to obey Chu Chen's every word due to the dark seed within her. She raised her delicate hand, and a radiant white light pierced through space, illuminating those present. In an instant, several cultivators ignited in flames, turning to ash beneath the white light. How can this be? The goddess of the heavenly mechanism pavilion is actually working with that dark tyrant against us. Wasn't she the first to seek Chu Qin's death? Why is she now opposing us? I understand now. She must have reached an agreement with the tyrant to obtain the great emperor's legacy. Hence her desire to exterminate us all. What a lofty goddess! Today, even if I perish, I will ensure that you suffer as well. The remaining cultivators glared at Su Qingwan, filled with boundless hatred. Damn it. Even if I die, I will take a piece of you with me. With that, one of the cultivators ignited his life essence and charged at Su Qingwan. However, before he could close the distance, he was engulfed by the white light and turned to ashes. Su Qingwan watched as cultivators continued to perish at her hands, her once sacred heart wavering. Initially, she had come to eliminate Chu Chen, the source of chaos, and protect the tranquility of the 9 provinces. Yet, unexpectedly, she had become Chu Chen's dark servant. The 9-tailed celestial fox clans Luo Yao and Su Juer, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of shock. How could this be? She was a high-ranking goddess, the successor of the immortal heavenly mechanism pavilion. How could she serve another? Su Qingwan, what are you doing? As a goddess of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, how can you indiscriminately slaughter the heirs of other factions? Su Juer scolded, attempting to halt Su Qingwan's actions. Yet, Su Qingwan's cold gaze flickered with a hint of anger. What do you understand, Su Juer? You know nothing. In the next moment, Su Qingwan lunged at Su Juer. Are you serious? You would even attack me? Su Juer exclaimed. Could it be that you have truly submitted to that Chu Chen? Without responding, Su Qingwan pressed the assault relentlessly. Enraged, Su Juer shouted, "Stop right there!" In the next instant, a divine fire erupted from Su Juer, revealing the 3rd realm of divine fire, with a purple void eye manifesting behind her. A beam of purple divine light shot forth from the void eye, instantly sending Su Qingwan flying. In that moment, the power within Su Qingwan dissipated, rendering her as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Plummeting toward the ground. Observing this, Su Juer questioned, "Why didn't you dodge? You usually can evade it. This must be intentional. What is your purpose in allowing me to strike you?" Chapter 80. This is a punishment for you. The sacred body of Purple Cloud, however, as a cultivator witnessed this scene, his eyes glimmered with malice. Su Qingwan, you ally with that dark tyrant. I shall kill you, transforming into a streak of light. He charged at Su Qingwan. Su Juer, noticing this, swiftly arrived beside Su Qingwan and embraced her. Get away from her, she shouted at the oncoming cultivator. The purple void eye behind her manifested, instantly binding the attacker. Su Juer gazed at Su Qingwan, who was cradled in her arms, and spoke. Why do you not evade? You are well aware that my purple cloud divine light can temporarily seal your cultivation. Yet you still choose to endure it. Allow me to free you. Su Qingwan, in a state of urgency, grasped Su Juer's hand, urging, we must flee quickly. However, as soon as the words left her lips, an excruciating sensation tore through her soul, compelling her to let out a blood-curdling scream. I felt as though thousands of ants were simultaneously gnawing at her essence. The pain was beyond description, nearly unbearable. She clenched her teeth, striving to withstand the agonizing torment. But the relentless tide of pain surged stronger, threatening to consume her entirely. By uttering those words, Su Qingwan had already defied Chu Chen's orders, yet her powers were suppressed. Otherwise, the force within her would have compelled her to annihilate everyone present, including the one before her. Seeing her distress, Su Juer's face turned anxious as she inquired, what is wrong? Why does your aura seem so feeble? Has that Chu Chen implanted some sort of scheme within you? Fear not, whatever methods he has employed, I shall unravel them. As she spoke, a drop of violet liquid emerged from her brow, and ethereal energy coalesced around her, transforming into gentle forces that infused into the purple liquid. In an instant, the liquid erupted with an enchanting fragrance. Yet at that very moment, a voice echoed beside them, my little demon slave, you have been disobedient and shall face punishment. Chu Chen's figure materialized in an instant, seizing the violet liquid. Upon seeing Chu Chen, Su Qingwan immediately pushed Su Juer away, exclaiming, Su Juer, use the teleportation talisman on you and escape. In response, Chu Chen struck with a palm, infused with terrifying demonic energy. striking Su Jiuer with tremendous force. In an instant, she crashed to the ground like a meteor. The impact caused her aura to wither, her complexion paling, a sweet taste surged in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, upon contact with the spatial realm, the blood transformed into concentrated spiritual energy. Chu Chun felt the density of spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius of Su Jiuer increase 100-fold. It is the purple Yin sacred body. No wonder a single drop of blood can significantly enhance the surrounding spiritual energy, he mused with a greedy gaze at Su Jiuer, before turning to Su Qingwan, as my demon slave. How could you wish for her to escape? This shall be punished with that. A thought from Chu Chun caused Su Qingwan to scream in agony, as the sensation of her soul being torn apart surged once more. Yet even in her torment, she still urged, Su Jiuer, you must leave. Witnessing this scene, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Jiuer's cheeks. Sister, if we must flee, I will take you with me. Su Jiuer's eyes brimmed with boundless hatred as she glared at Chu Chun, a murderous intent enveloping her. She prepared to utilize the Eye of Void to bind his cultivation, but before she could initiate her attack, Chu Chun appeared beside her in an instant. A massive hand pressed down on her head, forcefully driving her into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth shattered beneath her. Following this, Chu Chun lifted Su Jiuer as if she were a mere chick. At that moment, her face was covered in blood. Her once enchanting features now a gruesome sight. Yet, in the next instant, a surge of purple gas enveloped her, and her wounds healed almost instantaneously. Observing this, Chu Chen's expression twisted into a malevolent grin. Excellent, excellent. The purple cloud's sacred body truly deserves its reputation as an extraordinary alchemical furnace. It is said that the purple cloud's sacred heart is a potent elixir. If consumed at the peak of vitality, it can elevate one by an entire realm. Moreover, your body is top-tier alchemical material. At this moment, Chu Chun was unaware whether it was the influence of the demon god body or something else, but his desires for blood and slaughter intensified, an insatiable hunger radiating from him. Su Jiuer initially intended to resist, but it appeared that Chu Chan anticipated her every move, once again slamming her into the ground. His blood-red eyes flickered with a sinister light. The blood demon I could infinitely predict the future 3 seconds ahead, and no matter what Su Jiuer intended to do, it would manifest in his mind. Master, I beseech you, spare Su Jiuer. Su Qingwan's heart burned with a desperate longing to slay Chu Chan upon witnessing this scene. Yet the more fervently she harbored such thoughts, the more intense the sensation of her soul being torn apart became. At this moment, she could only plead with Chu Chun to release Su Jiuer. Upon hearing her words, Chu Chun turned his gaze toward Su Qingwan, then dragged the barely conscious Su Jiuer toward her. Do you know? I, Chu Chun, despise betrayal above all else. You were marked by my demonic seed yet still dared to defy my commands. Had I not found you of some use, your death would have been more gruesome than that of anyone else present. However, I shall not kill you now, but you will pay a price. Chu Chun looked at the nearly lifeless Su Jiuer, never expecting her to be your sister. Su Jiuer's voice was faint, as if on the verge of slipping into slumber, and she struggled to muster a faint smile, murmuring, Sister. Sister. At this moment, Su Qingwan's gaze toward Su Jiuer was filled with a trace of tenderness. Just as Su Jiuer was about to speak, a bloodied hand pierced through her chest, instantly staining her face with crimson. In that instant, Su Qingwan's expression dulled, her breath caught in her throat as a wave of suffocation engulfed her mind. She even forgot the sensation of her soul being torn as she stared blankly at the bloodied hand extracting Su Jiuer's heart from her body. Su Qingwan's head followed the movement of that bloodied hand, revealing Chu Chen's demonic visage, a wicked smile playing on his lips, tinged with disdain. Demon slave, this is the punishment for your disobedience. No. Su Qingwan's gaze fell upon Su Jiuer's lifeless form. Her lips still curved in a smile from when she had called her sister. In that moment, Su Qingwan's heart shattered completely, unable to contain her anguish as she screamed, Ah, Chu Chun, I will kill you. I will kill you. I will surely kill you. Yet, the more she cried out, the more intense the feeling of her soul being torn apart became. Blood tears streamed from her eyes as a golden lotus burst forth from her brow, detonating in an instant, causing her to faint. At that moment, her heart extinguished, leaving her a mere puppet devoid of self-awareness. Simultaneously, aside from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan's young master, Luo Yao, Xiaohei, and Chu Long. All the cultivators present were slaughtered. They were now savoring the fresh blood, their eyes greedily fixed on Luo Yao. Xiaohei, I suspect this woman will be delectable. I can smell her enticing blood from afar. Xiaohei grinned wickedly, as per usual. We shall split it in half. Chapter 81. Luo Yao's submission. Refining the purple cloud sacred heart. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Luo Yao's heart raced with shock. She immediately turned her gaze to Chu Chen. Her voice was tinged with urgency as she uttered, "That, Lord Chu Chen, I am willing to submit to you. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask." Chu Long couldn't help but scoff derisively at this scene. Ha! This little fox is quite clever, knowing to beg for mercy and seek refuge with the master. However, he quickly shifted his tone to one of indifference. But if the master does not consent, then at this point, a sinister grin crept across Chu Long's face, revealing his sharp, menacing teeth. His fierce gaze now resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey, fixated on Luo Yao. Seeing this, Luo Yao immediately knelt, declaring, "Lord Chu Chen, I, Luo Yao of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan, willingly submit to you." Hearing this, Chu Chen regarded Luo Yao, then tossed the unconscious Su Qingwan and the lifeless body of Su Juer into his small world. His figure traversed the air, instantly appearing before Luo Yao, a devilish charm gracing his features as he held the pulsating purple cloud sacred heart in his hand. "Tio, submit to me? That depends on whether you possess any value. Otherwise, you shall merely be fed to Chu Long." Upon hearing this, Luo Yao hastily replied, "Lord Chu Chen, as the young master of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan, I shall undoubtedly inherit the position of clan leader in the future. When that time comes, the entire Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan shall belong to you, Lord Chu Chen." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yao cautiously raised her head, her eyes filled with a mix of trepidation and hope. Gazing at Chu Chen, yet, in that fleeting moment, her gaze inevitably locked with his, and an icy sensation enveloped her entire being, emanating from his soul-piercing crimson eyes. Especially when Luo Yao noticed Chu Chen casually toying with the purple cloud sacred heart in his hand. An intense wave of discomfort surged within her, nearly causing her to retch. She immediately lowered her head, too fearful to look further, her heart increasingly anxious, wondering if this great demon would spare her life. After a moment of silence, Chu Chen suddenly inquired, "How does the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan compare to the Phoenix Clan?" His voice was low and malevolent, yet the pressure within it rendered one breathless. "Lord Chu Chen, my Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan has produced quasi-emperors and once thrived. Our heritage is merely a shade weaker than that of the Phoenix Clan." Chu Chen nodded slightly, and the demonic seed coalesced into a dark energy, surging into Luo Yao's brow. Moments later, Luo Yao reverently declared, "I pay my respects to my master." Chu Chen then instructed, "Very well, leave your treasures and resources behind. You may return to the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox Clan and await my orders." "As you command, my master." After Luo Yao left the spatial ring behind, she stepped into the void and departed. Upon witnessing this, Chu Long and Xiaohei approached Chu Chen, kneeling on one knee to declare, "Master, this is all the spatial rings we collected while exterminating those prodigies. We humbly present them to you." Chu Chen smiled faintly and accepted the rings into his possession. "Brother Chu, I fear I cannot join you for a drink at this moment. I have just received a message from our ancestor, summoning me back to the Sword God clan. However, if you wish, you may accompany me back to the clan." Jian Wushuang gazed sincerely at Chu Chen and extended the invitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen smiled slightly, waved his hand, and replied, "No need, Brother Jian. You may proceed first to attend to your affairs. When the time is right, I shall surely visit the Sword God clan personally. And then we can indulge in a hearty drink together, not stopping until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Jian Wushuang's face broke into a hearty grin upon hearing this, and he proclaimed loudly, "Excellent, in that case. I will await your esteemed arrival at the Sword God clan. When the time comes, we shall drink to our heart's content and reminisce about old times." Just as his words fell, the surrounding space suddenly rippled. Followed by a sharp cracking sound, a massive vortex appeared seemingly out of nowhere, exuding a powerful gravitational pull. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang's figure vanished into the vortex like a wraith, as he departed. The black hole gradually shrank and ultimately disappeared. That moment, the Wanhun banner pierced through the earth, releasing a terrifying demonic aura. Subsequently, Chu Chun entered the small world within the Wanhun banner. Having acquired such a wealth of resources, he was determined to enhance his strength significantly. He then retrieved all the spatial rings he had obtained, which numbered in the tens of thousands, many belonging to the progeny of top-tier factions. Such a vast repository of resources would undoubtedly enable him to ascend to the celestial platform realm. Chu Chun took out the Ziyun Sacred Heart and began the process of refining it. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged from the Ziyun Sacred Heart into Chu Chen's body, coursing through his limbs. 3 hours later, he advanced from the first level of divine fire to the second. Chu Chen looked at the Ziyun Sacred Heart floating in the air and murmured, "This is still too slow." With that, he absorbed the Ziyun Sacred Heart into his hand and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the powerful energy within the Ziyun Sacred Heart surged violently within Chu Chen's body. The golden crow divine fire hovered above his head, urging, "Refine it for me." In that moment, Chu Chen's realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace. It was unclear how much time passed before the Ziyun Sacred Heart was entirely refined by Chu Chen. He then gathered all the resources from the spatial rings together, continuing to refine them to enhance his cultivation. 3 years later, in the outside world, damn it, it has been 3 whole years, and this saint has yet to manifest. Indeed, this year, I have visited the Qingxian sacred land more than a dozen times. Isn't that so? 3 entire years, and I haven't dared to sleep soundly, let alone focus on my cultivation, for fear of missing out on the legendary saint's inheritance. Now, I can't grasp even a single strand of hair. I no longer care. Let it be whatever it will be. This opportunity is of no interest to me. What you say is quite true. I have also heard that the saint's opportunity was snatched away long ago. Yet for some reason, the Qingxian sacred land remains open. Deep within the Qingxian sacred land, in an unknown location, Shi Yu exclaimed with excitement, "Ha ha ha, after 3 years, I have finally unraveled this formation." As his words fell, a golden light flickered before him, and the array shattered in response. A black box emerged, surrounded by intertwining golden runes, seemingly sealing something within. This inheritance from the Qingxian sacred land is destined to be mine. Shi Yu approached the box, his expression filled with joy. Gazing at the black box, he murmured, "The runic seal has long been eroded by time. Let me break it with a single strike, with a swift motion." He unleashed his sword, and as expected, the golden runes surrounding the black box were severed. "Let me see what this inheritance truly is." Shi Yu's face was filled with pride as he reached out to open the black box. However, in the next moment, the black box trembled violently, and a powerful aura erupted, sending Shi Yu flying. Stabilizing himself, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He could sense the terrifying nature of that aura, which far surpassed his current realm. What on earth is happening? Shi Yu pondered in confusion. At that moment, the black box slowly opened, and a shadow flew out. The shadow emanated boundless demonic energy, causing the entire space to feel as if it had solidified. He. Who dares to feast upon blood, believing they can claim the inheritance of the Qingxian sacred land? The shadow mocked. Shi Yu's expression changed dramatically. He finally understood the situation. This was all a ruse. He glared at the shadow, filled with rage and resentment. After all the time he had spent pursuing the inheritance, he bellowed in fury, "Who are you? Why have you set this trap?" The shadow chuckled coldly. "Who I am matters not. What is important is that you are to become my offering. Oh no, the entirety of the Qingxian sacred land shall serve as my feast." With that, the shadow waved its hand, and countless streams of black energy surged forth, sweeping towards Shi Yu. "You dare to kill me? You are but a filthy creature that has been sealed away." Shi Yu roared in defiance. In an instant, the aura of the divine fire realm erupted from Shi Yu, radiating a brilliant light that a ball of azure flame materialized, colliding with the black energy. The flames and energy intertwined, producing a series of deafening booms. Within mere moments, beads of sweat began to form on Shi Yu's forehead. I have underestimated this. I was actually outsmarted by the inheritance of the Qingxian sacred land. His gaze turned malevolent as he thought, "Damn it, I will lose a portion of my original power." Filled with hatred, Shi Yu glared at the shadow, vowing, "I swear I will kill you." With a mighty shout, he unleashed all his strength, propelling the azure flames forward, which were enveloped in strands of sacred essence. The flames shot forth like a burning meteor, piercing through the black energy and charging towards the shadow. The shadow evaded, but still felt the flames scorch its arm. Seizing the opportunity, Shiryu turned swiftly and fled at high speed. While the shadow watched his retreating figure without pursuing, "I have just broken free from my seal. I shall allow you to live a while longer. Once I have devoured these captive morsels, I will come for you." Die in the following days. Under the shadow's manipulation, the Qingxian sacred land erupted in waves of divine energy, attracting cultivators from various directions. Yet, without exception, they all fell prey to the shadow, consumed and refined. In the distance, Shiryu, concealed, sensed this energy. His expression turned icy. This entity had begun to massacre cultivators to restore its own strength. It would not be long before its power reached terrifying levels. Finding me will be an effortless task. The immediate concern is to leave this place. I must devise a plan for the future. Contemplating this, Shiryu fell silent for a moment before formulating a strategy. Perhaps he could lure this foul creature out of the Qingxian sacred land, leading it into an ambush by the major powers. After all, 3 years ago, Chu Qian single-handedly slaughtered the top prodigies of the 9 provinces. A tale that spread widely. Moreover, the Qingxian sacred land forbade the existence of saints, so these factions had taken residence outside. Who would have known that Chu Qian had not stepped out of the Qingxian sacred land in 3 years? Some even speculate that after Chu Qian slaughtered these prodigies, he was left utterly drained and met his demise. However, such claims are not only dismissed by the powerful factions, but even met with skepticism by Shiryu. Alas, once I draw him out from the Qingxian sacred land, I shall let these formidable forces eliminate this vile creature. Otherwise, should this abomination rise to prominence, it would undoubtedly seek me out first. Yet, in the next moment, Shiryu's expression changed dramatically as the entire Qingxian sacred land was enveloped by a black barrier. Even with my secret arts, I cannot breach it. It is that filthy entity. As expected, an ominous demonic mist soon engulfed the entirety of the Qingxian sacred land, drawing inward towards its center. What is this mist? Let me cleave it with a single sword strike, a cultivator exclaimed, but was instantly consumed by the demonic fog, even his magical artifact reduced to mere mundane iron. I refuse to believe that a mere mist can thwart me. Among them were certainly proud cultivators. Yet without exception, they all perished beneath the weight of this demonic mist. Hurry! We must flee towards the center of the Qingxian sacred land, or we shall find ourselves with only a dead end. A cultivator urged, and immediately, everyone rushed toward the heart of the Qingxian sacred land, including Shiryu. At that moment, a shadow loomed above the center of the Qingxian sacred land. Observing the cultivators being repelled by his demonic mist, he exclaimed with fervor, "Delicious, delectable blood food. All of it belongs to me." A chilling voice resonated throughout the Qingxian sacred land. "Welcome, my nourishing prey." The blood refinement array begins. In an instant, the heavens trembled. Crimson light intermingled with dark demonic energy, threatening to engulf all cultivators within the Qingxian sacred land. An eerie and sinister aura spread, causing all cultivators to halt in their tracks, having arrived at the center of the Qingxian sacred land. What is this? Such a malevolent presence must indicate the presence of a great demon cultivator among us. Could it be that 3 years ago, Chu Qian, the one rumored to have slaughtered the elite disciples of the top factions within the Qingxian sacred land, left none alive who encountered him? Is it not clear? Now, the entire Qingxian sacred land is sealed off, and this array is extraordinarily peculiar. We must send word to our ancestors, lest we find ourselves buried here. Shiryu, cloaked in black, spoke amidst the crowd. Although he possessed the means to unravel this array, it would deplete all his essence. He would not resort to such a measure unless absolutely necessary. His only hope now was to incite these prodigious disciples to summon their respective factions for rescue. What you say is true. We shall immediately contact our factions for aid. If this individual is indeed Chu Qian, we might yet achieve a great feat. In the air, the shadow suddenly materialized, cackling. Welcome, my delightful blood food. It is time for my feast, so please do not resist. In an instant, countless cultivators looked up, beholding a formless shadow suspended in the air. Its presence radiated an eerie aura that sent shivers through all present. Who are you, and what is the meaning of imprisoning the disciples of our esteemed factions here? A cultivator shouted at the shadow. As soon as the words left his mouth, space distorted, and the shadow appeared before him in an instant. A voice, shrouded in malice, echoed, "Of course, it means to devour you. Is that not clear enough?" With a swift motion, a tentacle imbued with dark demonic energy shattered the space, piercing through the cultivator's chest. In an instant, the tentacle erupted with a terrifying devouring force, reducing the cultivator to a mere husk. "Marvelous! Such exquisite flavor! I shall consume you all." The shadow's voice was almost frenzied. "It seems this individual cultivates the path of darkness and seeks to use us as sacrifices to enhance his power. However, does he truly believe we are so easily subdued? We must join forces to eliminate him." "Sure," you declared from the sidelines, drawing forth a flying sword and fixing his cold gaze upon the shadow. "You speak wisely," a fellow cultivator responded. "How dare this mere demon cultivator attempt to harm us? It is tantamount to seeking death." As these words were uttered, countless cultivators brandished their magical artifacts. Observing this, Shiryu silently retracted his sword, stealthily retreating behind the others. He merely sought to provoke action from them, allowing him to remain in the shadows and assess the situation. The shadow, sensing the unfolding events, exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent! I relish spirited prey. They are a delight to consume. Seeking death, you insignificant demon, perish." Accompanied by this furious cry, a cultivator with a grim expression and a glint of cold murderous intent swiftly wielded his sword, launching it like an arrow toward the shadow. Yet, as the sword drew near, it shattered spontaneously. The cultivator, in disbelief, uttered, "How could this be?" In the next instant, the shadow vanished from his sight. Alarmed, he felt a chilling presence behind him and swiftly turned, only to realize it was too late. The shadow had already materialized at his back, its face indistinguishable, two crimson orbs greedily fixated upon him. With a swift motion, a dark tentacle pierced through his chest. Blood sprang forth. Despair engulfed him as he gazed at the shadow, his body rapidly desiccating into a withered corpse. The tentacle withdrew, leaving the lifeless form to plummet to the ground. "Enough, my entertainment has run its course. Now the main event begins." With those words, the previously tranquil heavens quaked violently, as if torn apart by an invisible hand, producing terrifying echoes. In the next moment, a colossal rift appeared high above, resembling a gaping maw of unfathomable depth. From this fissure surged countless thick, black tentacles, each one dark as ink, pulsating with dense demonic energy and an unsettling aura that chilled the bones. "What is this?" a cultivator exclaimed in horror, his voice trembling. He attempted to wield his artifact to strike at the tentacles, but upon contact, the artifact shattered into countless fragments. The other cultivators, witnessing this, turned pale, realizing that these black tentacles were far from ordinary. Their power likely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Chaos erupted as cultivators panicked and fled, desperate to evade the terrifying appendages. Yet, the black tentacles moved with lightning speed, sweeping through the crowd, claiming lives and devouring them whole. Desiccated corpses piled high, resembling a hellish realm. The shadow reveled in the carnage, exclaiming, "Yes, the sweet taste of blood. Once I consume you, I will surely ascend to the saint realm." Outside the Qinxian sacred land, powerful beings from various factions witnessed the malevolent energy surging from within. What is happening? How could such wicked demonic energy manifest within the Qinxian sacred land? Could it be the work of Chu Qian? One of the mighty inquired. "I doubt it. The malevolent energy has completely sealed off the Qinxian sacred land. Let us not forget that this place is a legacy left by the saints. It is unfathomable for anyone to interfere here unless a saint intervenes. Yet if a saint were to act, the barrier of the Qinxian sacred land would have shattered long ago." Speaking thus, the powerful figure pondered. "Unless this is all a ruse, I don't know. If the saint's legacy is indeed a deception, then my disciples are doomed to perish." In an instant, a stream of light shot forth. Carrying a voice, "A demon cultivator lurks within the Qinxian sacred land. We implore for assistance." Not only that, but wave after wave of light followed, each bearing pleas for rescue from the elite disciples of various factions. How infuriating! The Qinxian sacred land is nothing but a scheme. How dare they endanger my disciples? I shall shatter this deceit with a single strike. Chapter 84. The demonic aura rivals Lord Yuanqi. Inside the Qinxian sacred land, nearly half of the cultivators had perished beneath the overwhelming black tentacles. The shadow's power surged rapidly. Shiryu anxiously observed, thinking, where are the factions that these disciples belong to? Logically, these disciples are the future pillars of their respective factions. They would not simply abandon them. Moreover, such dense demonic energy suffusing the heavens should have been detected by these factions long ago. More than half of the cultivators present had already fallen. Alas, relying on others is futile. Determined, he prepared to unleash his essence force to break through the array's seal and escape. Suddenly, the shadow seemed to sense something. In an eerie tone, it declared, "I've found you." Hiding among the crowd, Shiryu felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if a primordial beast had locked its gaze upon him. He raised his head to where the shadow loomed and saw its obscured face, two crimson eyes piercing through the darkness, fixated upon him. This is bad. Shiryu gritted his teeth, ready to summon his essence to break through the array and flee. Yet, in an instant, the shadow appeared right before him. My delectable blood food. I have finally found you. Consuming you is worth more than 1,000 others. Upon the instant of encountering the shadow, a jolt coursed through Shiryu, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Simultaneously, azure flames were summoned forth, directed towards the shadow in an attempt to incinerate it. However, this time, the shadow did not shy away from the azure flames. An arm, enveloped in dark energy, was raised and in an instant, grasped the azure flames within its grip. In the blink of an eye, the azure flames were effortlessly extinguished by the blackened arm. Blood food. This technique is of no consequence to me now. Witnessing this, Shiryu steeled his resolve and summoned every ounce of origin energy within his being. Filthy creature, do you truly believe you can feast upon me? Today, I shall expend every last drop of my source energy to eradicate you. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted from Shiryu, sending the shadow hurtling backwards. The shadow, taken aback, remarked, "You, this blood food, possess the origin of a saint within you. Could it be that you are the remnant soul of a usurper? Filthy being, I have transcended to a second life. How could a usurper ever compare to me?" Shiryu scoffed at the shadow. Gargle, gargle, gargle. What a surprise, to indirectly consume a saint. A great boon for blood food. Just as the shadow prepared to act, it found itself unable to move. Not only that, but all cultivators present, including the black tendrils blotting out the sun above, also ceased their movements. Zzz. In an instant, the space surrounding the shadow shattered, revealing countless fissures in the void. Boom. After 3 breaths, everything returned to its original state, and the cultivators, along with the dark tendrils, regained their mobility. Only the shadow was left severed into countless pieces, consumed by the spatial storm, obliterated from this realm. This moment, Shiryu felt as though his essence had been drained. His complexion turned pale, and even his breath diminished significantly. Yet, a joyful expression graced his face. At least this filthy being had been vanquished. Filthy creature, did you not anticipate that I, in my previous life, comprehended the great path of space? However, after a moment of waiting, the grand formation showed no signs of collapse. Even the black tendrils above remained undiminished, continuing their merciless harvest of the cultivators' lives. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, dozens of black tendrils descended from the heavens towards him. Shiryu exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? That filthy being is already dead. Why do these cursed entities persist? However, before Shiryu could ponder further, the black tendrils were already upon him. He immediately activated his treasures to resist, azure flames once again manifesting around him. Boom! In mere moments, Shiryu was flung hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep gouge in the ground beneath him. Damn it! Why is that filthy being still alive after its death? Had it not been for my recent depletion of saintly source, I would not have been injured by such a beast. Yet the next moment, an eerie voice echoed, "Delicious blood food, your previous technique was indeed impressive, but alas, this is merely my true form." This voice was all too familiar to Shiryu. It belonged to that filthy being. Despite being severed by his spatial rift, it had not perished. Wait, according to this filthy being's words, those black tendrils above are its true form, meaning I have squandered my source energy in vain. As expected, in the next moment, dark demonic energy coalesced before Shiryu. The shadow's form re-emerged, yet this time it seemed wiser, opting for silence rather than words. Instead, it directly commanded the black tendrils behind it to ensnare Shiyu. Depleted of his origin energy, Shiyu was rendered exceedingly weak and could only submit to the shadow's will. It was entirely possible that he would perish here today. I have only just lived my second life. I shall not die here, Shiyu roared defiantly. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the clutches of the black tendrils. With a soft hiss, the shadow's dark, energy-wrapped arm pierced through Shiyu's chest. In an instant, Shiyu felt his vital essence being devoured by the shadow before him. No, I cannot die yet. Shiyu's voice was weak. Boom. In the next moment, a crimson barrier in the heavens shattered. A sword intent surged forth. Black sword energy slicing through the sky, annihilating the black tendrils. In an instant, the shadow was also affected, its arms that had penetrated Shiyu's body dispersing. Even the black tendrils entwining Shiyu released their grip. Seeing this, Shiyu seized the opportunity as a radiant blue disk materialized before him. Space wheel, explode for me. Shiyu's voice was frail. As the words fell, the blue disk erupted, tearing open a blue passageway. Without hesitation, Shiyu leaped into the blue portal, which soon vanished from sight. Who dares to disrupt my demonic blood refining formation? The shadow bellowed in fury, gazing upwards. Demon. It is actually a demon. I did not expect that after merely 3 years of seclusion, a great demon would emerge in the Qinxian sacred land. Above the heavens, a figure emanating an overwhelming aura stepped forth, each stride causing the space beneath to crack under the weight of its power. The shadow, astonished, realized that this figure exuded a demonic energy that surpassed its OWN. Even it was on par with Lord Yuan's. That's impossible. How could there be someone with demonic energy rivaling Lord Yuanshi here? Chapter 85. Refining blood pills, utilizing your bodies. It is clearly a lowly blood food. Yet why does this demonic energy instill such dread within me? Who are you? The shadow demanded, addressing the figure advancing through the space. Not only was the shadow curious, but the countless cultivators present also turned their gaze towards this figure. Who is this person? Could they be here to rescue us? Above the heavens, Chu Chun regarded the scene below with indifference, offering no response to the shadow. Seeing this, the shadow's voice thundered with rage. You, blood food, do not dare to ignore me. I demand to know the source of the overwhelming demonic energy surrounding you. Are you speaking to me? Chu Chin's head tilted slightly, fixing his gaze upon the shadow. In that instant, the shadow felt as though it were gazing upon a divine demon standing above the heavens. Its own existence reduced to that of an insignificant ant. This pressure stemmed from the very soul. How could this demonic aura feel even stronger than that of Lord Yuanshi? The shadow's heart quivered. Boom! In the next moment, an unfathomable pressure distorted the space around the shadow, descending upon it. A pained groan escaped the shadow as its body was instantly pinned to the ground. Even the black tendrils surrounding it were obliterated. The shadow, in disbelief, exclaimed, "This is impossible. You and I are both at the 9th level of the immortal platform. Moreover, I am of the noble demon race. How could I be subdued by you? A mere blood food?" Chu Chun gazed down upon it, akin to a living demon. In the next moment, Chu Chun stood before the shadow, noting, "Your demonic aura is commendable, though your strength is somewhat lacking. However, I am quite curious as to what you refer to as the demon race." Lowly blood food. How dare you inquire about the demon race? The shadow scoffed. Yet, in the next instant, Chu Chin's eyes sparked with lightning intent, swiftly penetrating the shadow's being. No matter. If you refuse to speak, I shall search your soul instead, Chu Chun murmured. Lowly blood food. You dare to use soul searching on me? Lord Yuanshi will not spare you. He will not let you live, the shadow screamed in agony. Subsequently, Chu Chun slowly closed his eyes, intent on uncovering the truth behind this so-called demon race. At this moment, countless cultivators witnessing this scene rejoiced. Wonderful, we have finally been saved. I wonder what this friend's name is. I must express my gratitude to him. Indeed, were it not for him, we would have fallen prey to that great demon. Phew, thank goodness this friend arrived in time. However, within the crowd, a differing voice emerged. Why do I feel that this person is not a good soul either? Look at the demonic aura surrounding him upon arrival. Could he also be a great demon? as this remark was made. The atmosphere fell silent. I think so too. If that is the case, we might truly perish here. Perhaps we should take this opportunity while he is using soul searching on that great demon to quietly eliminate him. Immediately, several cultivators responded. This might not be wise. Did he not just save us? A female cultivator interjected. In the next moment, several figures surged forth from the crowd towards Chu Chun. I must survive, regardless of whether he is a good or evil person. I cannot fall into that dire situation again. These individuals, filled with lethal intent, sped towards Chu Chun. However, just as they entered within 10 paces of Chu Chun, a flash of sword light swept through, severing them in two. The small black figure manifested, declaring, "Anyone who approaches my master shall die." Not only that, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and in an instant, a colossal dragon, hundreds of feet long, spiraled above. "Anyone who approaches my master shall die." Witnessing this, the cultivators were thrown into chaos, and someone shouted, "Run!" Instantly, tens of thousands of cultivators scattered in all directions. Yet, even before Chu Chen's arrival, the 10,000 souls banner had already enveloped this realm. How can there still be a barrier? In an instant, a cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, immediately attempting to shatter the barrier of the 10,000 souls banner with their treasure. However, despite the presence of these monks wielding magical artifacts, they were utterly incapable of shattering the barrier created by the 10,000 souls banner. It was truly a case of narrowly escaping the jaws of a wolf, only to fall into the den of a tiger. "When will you come to rescue your descendant ancestor? I am about to perish here," cried a white-clad cultivator, discarding his artifact and collapsing onto the ground in despair. Observing this, the other cultivators could not help but shake their heads, remarking, "It's evident that he has been coddled like a flower in a greenhouse. Even when faced with imminent death, he seeks no means of escape and instead weeps openly." At this moment, Chu Chun slowly opened his eyes, the dark shadow before him dissipating into threads of demonic energy that he absorbed into his being. He finally comprehended what the shadow had referred to as the demonic race. To his astonishment, this demonic race did not belong to the beings of the 9 provinces, and the shadow was named Gudia. The demonic race was an exceedingly bloodthirsty species from beyond the stars, perpetually invading other races to seize their resources. Gudia was one of the 7 demonic envoys who had come to invade the land of the 9 provinces. According to the memories in Gudia's mind, the figure he mentioned as Yuanxi was the leader of these 7 demonic envoys. However, their fortunes seemed to be lacking, for they had barely arrived in the 9 provinces before being discovered by a human emperor. In Gudia's recollections, he was the most unfortunate, being the first to be sealed by the human emperor. He did not witness any subsequent battles. To Chu Chen's surprise, sure you had also appeared in the Qinxian sacred land. Had he not intervened, sure you would have likely been devoured by Gudia. Now, Chu Chun was but a hair's breadth away from the sacred realm. After devouring Gudia, not only would his demonic power be enhanced, but his own realm would also show signs of loosening. Awaiting the final opportunity, by sacrificing the cultivators within the Qinxian sacred land, along with the aid of Su Jure's purple cloud sacred body to refine a blood dan, he could achieve a breakthrough into the sacred realm. With this thought in mind, Chu Chen's gaze swept across all present. In an instant, he appeared atop the 10,000 souls banner, intricate formations and runes manifesting from his hands. In a moment, these runes intertwined and fused, forming a complex and immense pattern. Countless streams of blood-colored energy converged from all directions, resembling ferocious dragons that coiled around the 10,000 souls banner, swirling and soaring in the blink of an eye. A massive blood-refining grand array took shape. This array was something Chu Chun had discovered within Gudia's memories. The primary function of the 10,000 souls banner was to devour and nourish its origin. To refine a blood dan, this blood-refining array was the far superior choice. Chu Long, Xiao He, retreat. Chu Chun commanded. Yes, upon hearing his orders, Chu Long and Xiao He transformed into black rays of light, returning to the small world of the 10,000 souls banner. Subsequently, Chu Chen's voice resonated through the heavens. I shall borrow your bodies for a time. I, Chu Chun, shall not betray your sacrifices and will surely ascend to greater heights. Blood-refining grand array, arise. Refine the yin and yang of heaven and earth, seize their roots and bones, devour their flesh and blood, and forge the supreme blood dan. Chapter 86. The Emergence of Heretics and Their Annihilation. As Chu Qin's words fell, blood-colored runes manifested above the blood-refining grand array, transforming into countless blood dragons that descended upon the multitude of cultivators below. Those who came into contact with the blood dragons were instantly reduced to pools of blood, which then coalesced into blood crystals, soaring toward the center of the blood-refining grand array. So he is Chu Qin, the one who single-handedly slaughtered the top talents of the major factions in the 9 provinces 3 years ago. Now he seeks to refine us to enhance his own cultivation. Chu Qin, you disgrace the human race. The powers behind us will undoubtedly seek your demise. Yet, Chu Qin paid no heed to their words. Focusing solely on merging the blood crystals, a cacophony of screams, wails, and curses erupted within the blood-refining grand array. However, none of this could shake Chu Qin's determination to forge the blood dance. As time passed, the cultivators within the blood-refining grand array were completely refined into blood crystals. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chu Qin promptly retrieved Sujur's corpse and placed it into the blood-refining grand array. Meanwhile, outside the Qinxian sacred land, the magical fog sealing it dissipated. Everyone, follow me into the Qinxian sacred land to rescue my disciples, a powerful figure proclaimed. Yes, we heed your command. At this moment, a grand voice transcended the boundless space above the Qinxian sacred land. 3 years have passed, Yi Shunji. Do you intend to obstruct me still? In the next moment, the space shattered as a middle-aged man stepped forth, his purple-golden eyes radiating a faint divine glow. Old monster Qinglong. With me here, you shall not set foot into this magical fog forest. Humph, Yi Shunji. He has slain the young master of my Qinglong clan. I will surely exact revenge. As he spoke, an incomparably terrifying aura descended. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing this, lightly raised his arm, and in an instant, the terrifying aura dissipated. If you truly possess the ability, then descend into the magical fog forest and let us spar. The middle-aged man retorted without reservation. Yi Shunji, you have offended my Qinglong clan. The day our ancient ancestors awaken will be your day of demise. With that, the voice vanished entirely. The middle-aged man gazed down at the Qinxian sacred land. After 5,000 years, are you finally going to make your appearance? Within the Qinxian sacred land, Chu Qin looked at the blood dam before him. Has it succeeded? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward. The divine ability of the 10,000 Souls banner, the God-Demon Slaughter Array. God-Demon Slaughter Array. The supreme slaughter array left by the demon gods consumes the souls within the 10,000 Souls banner to sustain its operation. As long as there are enough living souls within this array, even gods and demons shall fall. It seemed he had thoroughly slaughtered everyone within the Qinxian sacred land. Otherwise, the system would not have prompted him that the task was complete. This god-demon slaughter array was indeed terrifying. As long as there were enough living souls, even gods and demons would perish. However, the pressing matter now was to elevate his realm. With that, Chu Qin swallowed the blood dan before him. As the blood dan entered his body, a surge of immense power erupted from within Chu Qin, rapidly enhancing his aura. The overwhelming demonic energy radiated from him, yet a sacred presence also permeated the air. Above Chu Qin, 3 golden lotuses began to coalesce. However, among the 3, the central lotus gradually transformed into a black lotus, emanating an eerie black aura while flickering with crimson glimmers. In an instant, storm clouds gathered above, and thunder roared. Chu Qin, witnessing this, felt perplexed. Why is there a heavenly tribulation? I am a demonic cultivator, practicing the demonic path and not the heavenly path. Moreover, the method I cultivate involves refining and devouring others to enhance my power. I do not cultivate the heavenly path, nor do I revere it. Why would a heavenly tribulation descend upon my breakthrough to the sage realm? Yet, he was not the only one. Even the major factions rushing to the Qinxian sacred land observed this heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the celestial beings of various factions felt a sense of dread. This is the purple cloud heavenly tribulation. Someone is breaking through to the sage realm within the Qinxian sacred land. Disciples, retreat with me. If we are locked onto by this purple cloud heavenly tribulation, we may perish before encountering that great demon. Yes, in an instant, those who had previously entered with great bravado were now hastily retreating from the Qinxian sacred land. Meanwhile, Chu Chun had already begun refining the blood dan and paid no mind to the heavenly tribulation above. At this critical juncture of refining the blood dan, any interruption could lead to failure. As time passed, the purple cloud heavenly tribulation above grew increasingly dense, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. An aura of annihilation radiated from the thunderclouds. This is not a heavenly tribulation meant for your ascendance, but rather one aimed at your extermination. However, at this moment, Chu Chun remained focused on refining the blood dan, completely oblivious to what Ming Yuan was saying. The 3 golden lotuses floating above Chu Chun had now entirely transformed into 3 black lotuses. In the next moment, these 3 black lotuses began to merge, ultimately forming an incredibly resplendent black lotus. The fusion of the 3 flowers coalesced into a new, unparalleled existence. Chu Chun, you have completely severed your ties with the methods of heavenly cultivation. Boom! Chu Chun's body ignited, unleashing countless dazzling beams of sacred power, yet intermingled with an utterly terrifying demonic aura. At this moment, the purple cloud heavenly tribulation had gathered to its fullest. It descended upon him like a colossal purple mountain, bearing the aura of world-destroying calamity, and struck directly toward Chu Chun. Chu Chun, Ming Yuan cried out anxiously. If this boy does not awaken soon, I will have no choice but to intervene and shield him from this heavenly tribulation. Yet, the next instant, the black lotus suspended above Chu Chun suddenly expanded manifold, blocking the cataclysmic purple thunder from descending. The thunderclouds roared in fury, as if provoked by the black lotus. The purple divine thunder began to gather once more, its intensity surpassing that of the previous strike. Below, Chu Chun's eyes burst open, emitting a sharp light. The black lotus rapidly shrank, returning to Chu Chun's body, with a cold gaze fixed on the heavenly tribulation above. He remarked icily, I was pondering why I, who do not cultivate the heavenly path, would be subjected to a heavenly tribulation. It turns out it is here to annihilate me. Chu Chun, you have finally awakened. I was so worried, Ming Yuan exclaimed. Now that you are awake, let us depart quickly. You have drawn the attention of the heavenly path, and staying here will be perilous. Depart. They have already come knocking at my door. And I remain indifferent. Today, I shall obliterate this heavenly tribulation. With that, Chu Chun's vitality surged, and the sacred power erupted forth. Ziz! The next moment, the purple thunder above transformed into a colossal thunder dragon, charging toward Chu Chun with lethal intent. Beware of the thunder dragon, Chu Chun, Ming Yuan warned, but he was met with the sight of Chu Chun confronting the thunder dragon head-on. The 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword gripped tightly in his hand. He declared, a mere heavenly tribulation? I shall cleave it in two with a single strike. In an instant, the winds howled and the clouds darkened, as if the very heavens were being torn asunder. Where the black sword light passed, the void shattered, and the thunder was obliterated in a mere moment. The thousands of roaring thunder dragons were engulfed. Yet at that very moment, a colossal golden eye tore through the fabric of space. Manifesting above, the vast and imposing celestial might looms over this realm, as heretical forces arise, destined for annihilation. Chapter 87. The Spirit of the Heavenly Tao and the Laws of Heaven and Earth. Within the golden giant eye, intricate golden runes swirl, emanating an aura of unparalleled supremacy. A cold, emotionless voice resounds from the golden eye, echoing throughout the heavens. Heretic, you have no place here. As these words fell, an overwhelming force descended, compelling all beings to bow in reverence to the celestial might in an instant. Every creature within the misty forest sea, upon sensing this immense power, fell to their knees, filled with awe as they gazed at the golden giant eye. Young Chu, this time it's truly over. This is the spirit of the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces, awakened for your sake, exclaimed Ming Yuan in astonishment. Hearing this, Chu Chun's gaze became grave as he turned to the golden eye. Under the weight of this celestial might, Chu Chun could distinctly feel his body ensnared, his cultivation realm sealed. Heretic, be annihilated. The emotionless voice from the golden eye echoed once more. In the next moment, golden chains of order extended from the eye, adorned with mysterious runes, reaching out towards Chu Chun. Can we escape? Chu Chun inquired of Ming Yuan. Alas, the heavenly Tao governs the very essence of the world, ruling over all beings. Such power transcends every creature in the 9 provinces. it exists on an entirely different level. Unless you are the reigning emperor, you cannot hope to contend with the heavenly Tao. Does this mean I am doomed today? Chu Chen's expression darkened. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. The heavenly Tao adheres to the laws of heaven and earth. If you can evade these laws, you may yet survive. What do you mean? Chu Chen questioned, perplexed. The heavenly Tao has stated that you, as a heretic, should not exist here. Thus, it will entirely erase your presence in the 9 provinces. As these words fell, Mingyuan appeared beside Chu Chen, gently patting his shoulder. In the next instant, Chu Chen regained the ability to move. Even the sealed cultivation within him could be summoned once more. Yet, at the moment Mingyuan manifested, the golden chains of order seemed to freeze in place. The golden eye above trembled again, and the terrifying pressure of the heavenly Tao poured down, causing the entire misty forest sea to quake. The cold, emotionless voice resounded once more. Heretic! Another heretic! In the following moment, countless intricate runes surged forth from the golden eye, swirling around the golden chains of order, tearing through space as they surged towards Mingyuan. Mingyuan, with an indifferent expression, scoffed. You are the true heretic. In the past, a mere fart from me would have obliterated you. Yet now, I am no longer what I once was. Enough, enough. Chu, remember all that I have done for you today. Chu Chen looked at Mingyuan in confusion. What are you planning? Planning? Why? To erase your presence from the 9 provinces, of course. Moreover, my intervention will surely obliterate the slightest trace of the Emperor's will of the Golden Crow. You will owe me for this. As Mingyuan's voice faded, a powerful aura erupted from him, enveloping both Chu Chen and himself. The golden chains of order, empowered by the intricate runes, swiftly pierced through space and appeared before Mingyuan and Chu Chen in an instant. Yet, at the moment of contact, their figures became ethereal, as if they no longer existed in this realm. The golden chains of order passed straight through their bodies. Chu Chen, witnessing this, asked in confusion, "What is happening?" Young Chu, this is the divine art of the void, which allows one to conceal their existence from this world. You were destined to perish today. However, I discovered that the spirit of the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces adheres to the laws of heaven and earth and will not actively seek to disrupt those laws. Thus, as long as we erase your presence, the spirit of the heavenly Tao will not pursue you. As Mingyuan's words fell, a terrifying spectral beast's silhouette appeared behind him, that of the ancient ferocious beast. Tao Tai, go, Mingyuan commanded. Upon hearing the order, the spectral figure of Tao Tai instantly enveloped Chu Chen. A powerful force of devouring energy radiated forth, and at that moment, Chu Chen felt a mysterious essence within him being absorbed by the Tao Tai. Observing this, Mingyuan softly remarked, Young Chu, should I perish shortly, you may refine this body of mine to elevate your cultivation. It should not be difficult for you, given that you are a ruthless demon cultivator. Boom! The golden eye, witnessing this, roared in fury. Heretic, you shall not erase his presence. Instantly, countless golden chains of order began to merge, and in the next moment, a sacred and formidable golden sword, radiating the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao, materialized. As the emotionless voice from the golden eye reverberated, the sacred golden sword swung down towards Mingyuan. Seeing this, Mingyuan's pupils dilated, his expression indifferent. It seems we are getting serious now. The power of the heavenly Tao has manifested. However, it is a pity that your spirit of the heavenly Tao has existed for less than 100,000 years. Following the laws of heaven and earth, were you to possess complete sentience. Unbound by these laws, even if I were to face 100 of you, you could easily dispatch me in one breath. In the next instant, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth from Mingyuan's being. The space behind him fractured, revealing countless purple giant eyes that opened, writhing in mass. Today, I shall borrow the power of the Golden Crow Emperor to engage you, the spirit of the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces. In the following moment, from the myriad purple eyes behind Mingyuan, purple chains extended, radiating the sacred golden sword imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, encircling it in their wake. Mingyuan gazed at the faint light orb floating in his hand. He realized that his current endeavor had already consumed half of the hidden imperial will. He pondered how long this remaining will could sustain him. With this in mind, Mingyuan clenched his palm, merging the imperial will completely into his being. Void transformation, he uttered coldly. In the next instant, An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded above the misty forest sea. A celestial bell tolled, echoing 9 times, extolling the voice of the Tao. The blazing sun of the golden crow blazed across the sky, its radiant light illuminating the misty forest sea. The terrifying imperial might swept across the universe, and the entire 9 provinces felt this unparalleled power. As the celestial bell tolled 9 times and the voice of the Tao resounded, this was the emergence of a great emperor. No, wait, this is the golden crow divine bird. How is this possible? Could it be that the golden crow emperor still lives? In that moment, the various forces across the 9 provinces were astounded by the celestial phenomenon above. Ancient relics that had slumbered for countless epochs awakened and hastened towards the misty forest sea. Forbidden zone. A supreme being's eyes penetrate the heavens, sensing the aura of the golden crow emperor. Impossible, the golden crow emperor has long since fallen. At this moment, Mingyuan looked at his own body, his expression somewhat exhilarated. Long lost power. Though it falls short of its peak, it is still sufficient. In an instant, Mingyuan's form surged forward, arriving before the sacred golden sword. He reached out a hand, and with a thunderous roar, he deflected the terrifying golden sword before him. The terrifying golden flames erupted from Mingyuan's body, clashing against the power of the heavenly Tao emanating from the golden sword. In an instant, these 2 incomparably terrifying forces collided. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and the entire world fell into a hushed silence. The space collapsed, and endless darkness spread like a shattered mirror. Chu Chun gazed in astonishment at this scene, questioning whether this was the same cowardly Mingyuan he once knew. At this moment, the spectral figure of Tao Tai had vanished, indicating that his presence in the 9 provinces had been completely eradicated. Ziz! The heavens trembled as the golden sword shattered, and Mingyuan was hurled into the void. Had it not been for the protective imperial aura surrounding him, Chu Qian might have been obliterated by the terrifying aftermath. Cough, cough. A cough echoed from the void, and Mingyuan emerged from within. You are not a true emperor. You merely borrowed the power of the golden crow emperor. Yet even so, this power can only allow you to exist between a quasi-emperor and an emperor. The voice of the golden eye reverberated. Heretic, I can offer you a choice. If you leave him behind, I will allow you to depart. Hearing this, Mingyuan laughed heartily. What a jest! If he dies, I shall die as well. Therefore, he cannot die. Mingyuan's eyes pierced through the void. Since you are aware of the golden crow emperor, you must also know his legendary skill, the 9 suns illuminating the sky. Upon uttering these words, the golden eye trembled violently, and the power of the heavenly Tao coalesced once more. Who are you? It bellowed. Me? Mingyuan chuckled. I am your grandfather. As these words fell, Mingyuan's figure surged towards the golden eye. Though I cannot slay you in my current state, I can certainly scatter your sentience. Heretic, do you dare? The golden eye roared in fury. At this moment, Mingyuan's purple pupils twisted as he softly intoned. 9 suns illuminating the sky, boom. In an instant, a colossal golden crow divine bird blotted out the sky. 9 blazing suns slowly ascended, radiating scorching divine light that pierced through heaven and earth. An unparalleled imperial might surged forth, obliterating all in its path and reshaping the void. Upon witnessing this, a hint of human-like fear flickered in the previously emotionless voice of the golden eye. Heretic, I will take a step back and allow you to take him away. Mingyuan scoffed. The heavenly Tao ought to be impartial. Today, I shall completely erase your sentience. In the next instant, the heavens and earth transformed into a blinding white, rendering everything invisible. Mingyuan, Chu Chun shouted in a thunderous voice, yet no sound answered him. After a few breaths, the world returned to its original state. The golden giant eye in the sky vanished, and simultaneously, Mingyuan also disappeared. The realm fell into a profound silence, as if nothing had transpired at all. Only the half-destroyed magic fog forest bore witness to the remnants of Mingyuan and the golden eye's existence. Chu Chen's eyes were heavy with gravity as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon entering the realm of the saints, his spiritual power enveloped the entire magic fog forest in an instant, yet he could find no trace of Mingyuan. Unwilling to accept this, he intensified his spiritual energy once more, but still, there was no sign of Mingyuan. Cough, cough. Chu boy, don't search for me. I'm right here. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out not far from Chu Chun. He turned immediately towards the source. I knew it. How could you possibly die so easily? In response, Mingyuan chuckled. Indeed, I am not so easily slain. Yet this time, I was careless. Perhaps that I truly am on the brink of death. Mingyuan's tone took on a melancholic note. However, before Chu Chun could respond, that golden giant eye in the sky opened once more. Observing this, Chu Chun immediately readied himself for battle. Yet, Mingyuan softly remarked, no need for concern. Its consciousness will soon fade away. It is now merely lingering like me, still holding on to a breath of life. Heretic. Even if you erase its presence from the 9 provinces, it cannot escape its fate. In the next moment, the voice of the golden eye echoed throughout the 9 provinces. I am the spirit of the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces. The cost of annihilation. I shall cast a malevolent curse upon this heretic. From now on, there shall be no refuge for it in the 9 provinces. With that, the golden eye closed. In an instant, Chu Chun felt as though a shackle had been placed upon him. What is this? Chu boy, this is the curse of the heavenly Tao. The reason I told you not to run is that you cannot escape at all. Moreover, I believe you can break this curse. Mingyuan explained. This curse will affect the trajectory of your entire life. For instance, when seizing opportunities, formidable foes will arise. When you have a beloved woman, someone will come to forcibly take her away. Anything you possess will be lost. The appearance of the spirit of the heavenly Tao is due to you. Your path is unlike any other, and your talent is exceedingly rare. If you had followed the path of the heavenly Tao, perhaps this spirit would not have sought you out. With that, Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. In summary, this curse of the heavenly Tao is designed to ensure you lose everything, ultimately leading to your obliteration. Hearing Mingyuan's explanation, Chu Chun nodded. Let me tend to your wounds first. However, Mingyuan shook his head. No need. Chu Boy.My spiritual essence has already shattered. The source of the great Tao has been exhausted, and I can no longer assist you. I, Mingyuan, was once a peerless figure ruling over an era in the ancient immortal realm. Who would have thought I would ultimately perish at the hands of the spirit of the heavenly Tao in this ruined realm? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression turned grave. That cannot be. I will seize the immortal elixir of immortality to prolong your life. You surely will not die. Ha ha ha, Chu boy, you, a great demon cultivator now known throughout the 9 provinces. Why are you being so sentimental? Mingyuan laughed. After my death, I will seal my memories. You can devour me with your demon god body and inherit everything I possess. Otherwise, without my suppression, those forbidden existences will undoubtedly sense my corpse. With a sigh, Mingyuan continued, they are far stronger than the spirit of the heavenly Tao. Very well, I promise you. Chu Chen replied, his gaze calm and profound, concealing his thoughts. Is there truly no way to save you in this world? Ha ha ha, if there is, it is for you to become powerful enough to transcend everything. Perhaps then, you could fish me out from the river of time. With these words, Mingyuan's eyes gradually dimmed, and his aura weakened. Chu boy, remember to consume my body. In the next moment, Mingyuan's aura completely vanished. I will ultimately become powerful enough to transcend all and bring you back from the river of time. At this moment, Chu Chen's expression remained utterly serene, betraying not a hint of emotion. The heavens above shattered, and several figures slowly emerged. Chapter 89. The saints I have yet to taste, today I shall try. Chu Chun absorbed Mingyuan's body into the small world of the 10,000 Souls banner. His form gradually stood upright, an invisible pressure emanating from him, as the aura of the demonic path coalesced into a 1,000-foot-long demon dragon spiraling behind him. A saint-level great demon cultivator. Someone among the figures exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the others regarded Chu Chen with wide eyes, filled with surprise. In this era, where emperors are unseen and saints are rare, although they were of the saint level, they were all top-tier forces with ancient ancestors. Had it not been for the sudden imperial might and the overwhelming celestial pressure, they would not have awakened from their slumber. The demon cultivator before them, though merely newly entered into the saint realm, radiated with peak vigor. Moreover, demon cultivators are known for their ruthless and vengeful nature. It would be wise to avoid enmity with someone who posed no conflict. Chu Chun sensed the auras of these figures as well. They were all at the saint level, yet their vitality was waning, 1 foot already in the earth saint realm. Fellow Taoist, I am Huang Huayu. the ancestor of the Wujian Holy Land. You arrived before us. Could you enlighten us on what transpired here? This address of fellow Taoist clearly placed Chu Chun on equal footing with them. If you do not wish to die, then leave, Chu Chun replied coldly. His mood darkened by Ming Yuan's demise. Hearing this, Huang Huayu's expression soured. He had addressed him as fellow Taoist in a cordial tone, yet was met with such disdain. Fellow Taoist Huang, demon cultivators are indeed capricious. Especially one of saint level, it is best not to provoke them, another ancestor remarked. Huang Huayu snorted coldly. Very well, I shan't hold it against him. The important matters take precedence. Ancestor. Suddenly, a voice called out. Chu Chun turned towards the sound, realizing it was the white-robed youth he had slain in the 10,000 Souls banner. Previously, this youth had threatened him, vowing to annihilate him once he left the Qinxian Holy Land. With this recollection, Chu Chen's gaze turned shadowy as he regarded him. Now, let us see how you escaped. Linger. Did I not warn you not to come here? There are supreme beings engaged in battle. Had it not ended, even an ancestor might not be able to protect you. Huang Tianyu approached the white-robed youth, his tone a mixture of reproach and tenderness. Ancestor, Linger understands her mistake, but did I not mention to you that Chu Chun obtained the legacy of the emperor? Linger replied earnestly that I captured a dragon-transforming cultivator on the outskirts. He has ties to Chu Chun. Upon hearing this, not only did Huang Huayu react, but the other ancestors also gathered around. Young friend, is this true? Chu Chun was notorious for his massacre of the elite from various factions within the Qinxian Holy Land. Yet he has not emerged from there. With such strength, he surely would not have perished within. If what you say is true, he might know the whereabouts of Chu Chen. Linger, are you certain you're not jesting? Huang Huayu asked, his expression grave. The white-robed youth replied earnestly, I assure you, ancestor, that dragon-transforming cultivator was aiding Chu Chun in establishing a faction. He even audaciously named it the Heavenly Court. I not only captured this dragon-transforming cultivator and crippled his cultivation, but I also exterminated all his disciples. This matter is of great significance. It involves the legacy of the emperor. Linger, you must take the ancestor to find that person at once. Huang Huayu urged anxiously. Chu Chen listened intently, realizing that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed, and Huang Tianyu was being pursued, all while this white-robed youth appeared during the time of these saints. Is this the curse of the Heavenly Tao? Boom! In the next moment, the demon dragon behind Chu Chen suddenly surged with rage, the terrifying magic power shattering the space around them. It surged toward the figures present. Prompting Huang Huayu to react instantly, he unleashed his own formidable saintly power to repel the magic aura. Fellow Taoist, what is your intention? I have spoken to you politely. Do not presume yourself to be of consequence. Huang Huayu glared at Chu Chun. The other ancestors, witnessing this, also unleashed their terrifying saintly power against Chu Chun. You, a mere demon cultivator who has just stepped into the first level of the saint realm, dare to act against fellow Taoist Huang. Though we may be weakened, our realms are all superior to yours. If you seek death, we shall gladly oblige. However, fellow Taoist Huang, when you seek out Chu Chun, be sure to bring us along. Should we encounter such a demon cultivator again, we can lend our strength. The other ancestors chimed in. Hearing this, Huang Huayu mused, these cunning old foxes are merely looking to seize the legacy of the emperor. He then smiled. Of course, after all, the legacy of the emperor is too much for the Wujian Holy Land to consume alone. I shall certainly bring all of you along to seek out Chu Chun. The white-robed youth was now filled with confusion, wondering who had the audacity to act against multiple saints simultaneously. Even if one were at the saint level, it would be foolish to confront several saints. Yet, when the white-robed youth finally discerned the identity of the attacker, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be Chu Chun? How could you appear here? At this moment, he was utterly astounded. In just 3 short years, Chu Chun had ascended to the saint realm, undoubtedly due to the emperor's legacy. What? Huang Huayu exclaimed. Linger, are you certain you are not mistaken? The person before us is a saint-level great demon cultivator. Ancestor, I have seen with my own eyes what Chu Chun looks like. The white-robed youth declared, pointing at Chu Chun. It is undoubtedly due to the legacy of the great emperor. Otherwise, how could one ascend from the realm of divine fire to the sacred realm in a mere 3 years? If the ancestor could capture him, the Wuji sacred land would surely rise to glory. perhaps even becoming the most formidable sacred ground in the 9 provinces. The young man in white spoke with an avaricious glint in his eyes. Chu Qin's gaze turned to the young man in white. You destroyed my heavenly court and abducted my people. Today, your demise is inevitable. Do not think that the frail figure before you can deter my wrath. Even if a quasi-emperor were to appear, it would not prevent my hand from executing you. As his words fell, the demonic dragon behind him let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive tail towards Huang Huayu and his companions. In an instant, the fabric of space shattered, and the aura of the demonic path pierced through everything, launching Huang Huayu thousands of feet away. In the next moment, Chu Qin's figure appeared before the young man in white, lifting him as easily as one would a chick, his voice icy. How do you wish to meet your end? At that moment, upon witnessing the bloodthirsty glint in Chu Qin's eyes, the young man felt every hair on his body stand on end. A searing pain shot through his soul, as if his head were about to be torn asunder. This was Chu Qin delving into his memories. Stop! If you harm Linger, the Wuji sacred land will pursue you relentlessly across lifetimes. Huang Huayu's voice boomed with fury, echoing throughout the sea of demonic mist. Yet, it was too late. The young man in white had already been rendered a mere husk by Chu Qin's soul extraction. With a crackling sound, Chu Qin forcibly extracted the young man's soul, crushing his corporeal form and casting the essence into the 10,000 souls banner for refinement. Upon witnessing this, Huang Huayu's heart shattered as he cried, You dare to kill my Linger? I will assuredly end your life today. However, Chu Qin, unfazed by Huang Huayu's threats, replied nonchalantly, I have yet to taste a saint. Today, I shall indulge. Chapter 90. The Demon God Slaughter Array. An ultimate ascension, a massive palm of sacred power materialized above Chu Qin, pressing down with formidable force. As the colossal hand descended, space crumbled, and a terrifying pressure emanated from it. You dare to kill my Linger? Die! Before this terrifying hand, Chu Qin showed not a flicker of fear. He merely raised his arm and pointed with his fingertip. Boom! The incomprehensibly massive palm shattered at that moment. Huang Huayu's dry eyes widened with astonishment. How is this possible that I am at the 5th stage of the Saint Realm? Even in a weakened state, I should not be resisted by one merely entering the 1st stage. Yet, before Huang Huayu could ponder further, Chu Qin's figure appeared before him in an instant. A chilling aura enveloped Huang Huayu as Chu Qin unleashed a punch imbued with unmatched might, instantly compressing and shattering space. With a splattering sound, Huang Huayu's body exploded, but the anticipated scene of bloodshed failed to materialize. Instead, a figure coalesced in the distance. Huang Huayu, with a grave expression, looked at Chu Qin in disbelief. The man before him was merely at the 1st stage of the sacred realm, yet had obliterated him with a single punch. This revelation plunged Huang Huayu into self-doubt. Could it be that he was a false saint? You run quite swiftly, but I wonder how many times you can escape. Chu Qin's voice echoed. In the next instant, employing the earth-shrinking technique, Chu Qin reappeared before Huang Huayu, delivering another punch infused with terrifying demonic power. However, this time, Huang Huayu was prepared. A series of fiery red runes, writhing like earthworms, enveloped Huang Huayu. With a resounding crash, they successfully deflected Chu Qin's formidable strike. Huang Huayu retreated rapidly, the fiery red runes shattering in the process. Why do you linger? What are you waiting for? Huang Huayu shouted in fury. Do not think of playing the role of a lurking predator. He is too powerful. If you maintain such an attitude, when he strikes us down one by one, your demise is certain. The legacy of the great emperor resides within him. Can you all endure this? Let us unite and subdue him. That is the most prudent course of action. Seeing this, the ancestors of other factions, who had initially planned to wait for Huang Huayu and this demonic cultivator to mutually exhaust each other, realized the threat posed by this demonic cultivator was far greater than anticipated. If Huang Huayu were to perish, the focus would inevitably shift to them. Thus, joining forces to subdue him became the most viable option. One of the leaders from another faction spoke up. Friend Huang, do not jest. You are at the 5th stage of the sacred realm. We thought capturing one who has just entered the 1st stage would be a simple task. Since you cannot handle it, we shall assist you now. In an instant, Chu Qin found himself surrounded by these individuals. Together with Huang Huayu, there were a total of 6, all of whom were saints. With 6 saints uniting, unless a quasi-emperor appeared, None could stand in their way. After all, these six were seasoned saints. Even in their weakened state, they were not to be underestimated. Yet, the one they faced was Chu Chun. You young ones, although you, with a crackling sound. A black sword beam radiating an overwhelming sword intent descended, aimed at the ancestor of the faction who had yet to finish his sentence. Seeing this, the man vanished in an instant, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Chu Chen's voice turned frigid. Enough with your prattle. You are all but dead men, yet you still have so much to say. As his words fell, Chu Chun activated his blood demon eye, having reached the sacred realm. The blood demon eye allowed him to foresee images 10 seconds into the future, occasionally glimpsing simple scenes of what was to come. In that instant, an unparalleled battle intent erupted from Chu Chan. The overwhelming aura of the demonic path staining half the sky black. The 10,000 souls banner soared from behind Chu Chan, transforming into a scarlet streak of light, akin to a burning meteor streaking into the heavens. Releasing boundless resentment, with a light exhalation, Chu Chan declared, "Demon God Slaughter Array, arise!" In that instant, the very heavens trembled, a terrifying aura suffused the void, and 12 enormous black rifts tore open in space. Each rift emanated a suffocating pressure. And then, 12 demonic figures surged forth from the cracks, clad in black robes, their faces twisted and malevolent, exuding a powerful demonic energy. The Demon God Slaughter Array requires sufficient souls. Even deities and demons must fall. Thousands of souls surged forth from the 10,000 souls banner, merging into the 12 shadowy figures. How is this possible? Huang Huayu's expression turned to one of shock, his voice trembling. These 12 shadows are all at the Saint Realm. No, it cannot be. This is surely an illusion. You cannot deceive us. The other 5, witnessing this, bore expressions of grave concern. What method had this demonic cultivator employed to summon 12 saints? Chu Chan stood above the demon god slaughter array. Surrounded by countless souls of varying strengths, the lowest being from the cave heaven realm, and the highest from the immortal platform realm. Although they could elevate these 12 demonic figures to the first stage of the sacred realm, their duration would last but the briefest of moments. Kill them, Chu Chan commanded the 12 figures. As his words fell, the 12 shadows charged towards the 6 individuals, with each 2 shadows confronting one opponent. Chu Chan did not remain idle either, joining the fray as he instantly appeared before Huang Huayu. I will deal with him. You all take care of the others. As he spoke, the 2 shadows lunged at the remaining 5. Now, your time has come. Chu Chen's voice was as frigid as the abyss. Huang Huayu seethed. I have lived for 10 millennia. I never expected to fall at your hands. In the next moment, a glint of madness flashed in Huang Huayu's eyes. Even if I must perish today, I shall take you down with me for Linger. Huang Huayu's countenance darkened as he bellowed, Ultimate Ascension Boom. In an instant, astounding changes overtook Huang Huayu. His once silver hair began to darken at a visible rate, as if time were reversing. Concurrently, his once lifeless, wrinkled eyes began to regain their vitality. The pupils within his eye sockets gradually became plump and radiant, his aura swelling exponentially. Ultimate Ascension. Is this a restoration to one's peak vitality through life itself? Chu Chun remarked indifferently. The other 5 ancestors watched Huang Huayu with astonishment. I's friend, Huang preparing to perish alongside that demonic cultivator. This is ultimate ascension. It seems he is resolved to die. Perhaps it is for the best, as we may at least escape with minimal losses. Chu Chun, come and die. Huang Huayu's voice thundered. Undying path fusion. Huang Huayu cried out madly, channeling boundless sacred might as he charged at Chu Chun. Chapter 91. The imprint of the divine soul in the void as Huang Huayu bore down upon Chu Chun. Infused with an overwhelming sacred energy, Chu Chen's expression remained unperturbed. Instantly, azure-scaled armor enveloped his body, and blue lightning flickered about him. This was the result of his absorption of the dragon of azure heaven, merging with the thunder battle armor to manifest an awe-inspiring form. A dragon's roar reverberated through the skies as a 1,000-zhang azure dragon materialized behind Chu Chun, lunging towards Huang Huayu. Simultaneously, another 1,000-zhang demonic dragon broke through the fabric of space, attacking from Huang Huayu's rear. Seeing this, Huang Huayu's murderous intent surged. 2 beasts dare to cage me? In the next instant, torrents of sacred energy rained down, transforming into a grand tableau of mountains and rivers. A powerful suction emanated from it, instantly drawing both the azure dragon and the demonic dragon into its grasp. I have reached the pinnacle of my ultimate ascension. In this moment, my strength is unparalleled. Today, no one can save you. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun remained unfazed. Whether you are at the 5th stage of the sacred realm or in your ultimate ascension, in the same realm, I am invincible, as his words echoed. An unparalleled battle intent surged from Chu Chun, the power of the demonic path shattering the space around him. Huang Huayu was equally relentless. Unleashing a terrifying might in an instant, the two figures clashed, their monstrous residual forces radiating outward, reshaping the void and obliterating the fabric of space. The demonic cultivator is remarkably powerful, capable of battling the exalted Huang Huayu to a standstill. Let us set aside their clash for now. What precisely is this shadowy figure? My attacks seem to restore it almost instantaneously. If we continue in this manner, we shall surely pay a dreadful price to escape. At this moment, the remaining 5 venerable saints are filled with trepidation. This ominous shadow is indeed terrifying. Perhaps it would be prudent for 3 of us to confront this shadow while the other 2 assist Huang Huayu in vanquishing the demonic cultivator. Once this cultivator is slain, all will be resolved. Upon hearing this, the 5 nodded in unison and immediately gathered together. The 12 demonic shadows approached in tandem, and from the 1,000-fold divine mountain, they descended. In the next instant, a colossal mountain, obscuring the sky, bore down upon the 12 shadows. Subsequently, 2 venerable saints emerged, channeling their sacred energy into the mountain. Zhang Daoyu, Wang Daoyu, assist Huang Huayu in a swift resolution. I cannot sustain this 1,000-fold mountain for long good. We shall be indebted to you, Meng Daoyu. With that, they surged toward Chu Chun. At this moment, Huang Huayu felt an increasing sense of dread toward Chu Chun. Their engagement had barely begun, and he already found himself at a disadvantage. Each of his strikes was effortlessly neutralized by Chu Chun, as if he could predict Huang Huayu's every move. Tio, dare divide your focus while battling me. The pinnacle of exaltation is quite disappointing. In an instant, Chu Chun found himself inexplicably behind Huang Huayu. The indomitable sword intent surged into the 10,000 demons devouring immortal sword, and with a swift slash, disaster loomed for Huang Huayu. Yet, Chu Chen's blood demon eye had already glimpsed the next 10 seconds, ensuring that no matter how Huang Huayu struggled, he would fall to Chu Chen's blade, as anticipated. In the next moment, Huang Huayu's form was obliterated by the supreme sword intent. The 2 venerable saints, having just arrived, witnessed this scene unfold. However, no expressions graced their faces, as if Huang Huayu's demise mattered little to them. Rather than strike at Chu Chun, they proclaimed, "Royal brother, we have come to assist you in slaying this demonic cultivator." Hearing this, Chu Chen's gaze held a hint of confusion. Having just beheaded Huang Huayu, could he truly return from death? Yet, following the declaration of the venerable ancestor, an astonishing spectacle occurred. Huang Huayu's form manifested not far away, his aura entirely unweakened, with bloodshot eyes and a darkened countenance. He declared, "Very well, you 2 join me. Let us slay him together." In an instant, the 3 united their strength and charged at Chu Chun, their sacred energy overwhelming the heavens. Though Chu Chun felt a tinge of perplexity, he thought no further. If one strike was insufficient, then he would simply strike again. Outside the divine demon-killing array, Yi Shunji hovered in the air, sighing. As for Chu Chun, that is understandable. However, these other saints have gone too far. Were I not present, the residual sacred energy from these few would have surely submerged this demonic fog forest. Yet, as he pondered this, his mind was drawn back to the previous presence radiating supreme imperial might, accompanied by the vast golden eye of heavenly authority. Both entities had intentionally diverted the combat's residual force into the void, or else this demonic fog forest would have long ceased to exist. Yet, even so, a trickle of power seeped through, ravaging half of the forest. While he was unaware of the whereabouts of that being and the golden eye, he did witness a crucial moment. Merely a glance nearly led to his annihilation at the hands of that supreme presence. It appeared that the being radiating such might was acquainted with the demonic cultivator within the array. This realization caused him to fixate his gaze upon that figure, as it was highly probable that this individual was the one he had awaited for millennia. However, due to the overwhelming nature of the divine demon-killing array, even he could not enter. Should this individual falter, Yi Shunji would intervene. Yet, if a first-level saint could vanquish 6 fifth-level saints, it would signify a talent unparalleled through the ages. Indeed, this could be the person he had awaited. Within the divine demon-killing array, Huang Huayu had already been vanquished by his own hand multiple times, yet each time he resurfaced unscathed. The remaining 2 dared not approach Chu Chen, instead assisting Huang Huayu from a distance. However, they now comprehended the terror embodied by the figure before them. One individual, with a single sword, had dispatched the exalted Huang Huayu numerous times. Were it not for the divine demon-killing array, they would have fled long ago. The imperial legacy was undeniably important, but one must possess life to claim it. This moment, Huang Huayu's gaze no longer held the earlier arrogance and disdain. Staring incredulously at Chu Chen, he uttered, "You are clearly but a first-level saint. How can you possess such strength? I, Huang Huayu, have cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach the 5th level. Even in my pinnacle state of exaltation, I cannot contend with you in a single strike." Huang Huayu's resolve shattered completely, had it not been for his cultivation of the undying path during his ascension. Even now his soul would be eternally trapped in the void. I too am curious as to why, despite my slaying you countless times, you continue to revive. Chu Chen replied nonchalantly, "From your demeanor, it appears you will not speak. Very well, I shall personally delve into your soul." At these words, Huang Huayu's expression shifted dramatically. "How do you know I won't speak if I haven't answered you yet?" In the next instant, Chu Chen's figure materialized before him. In a heartbeat, the thunderous essence broke through Huang Huayu's defenses and entered his body. "Now's our chance," the other venerable saints exclaimed. "While he extracts Huang Huayu's memories, let us strike together and annihilate him." A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted, and beneath the divine mountain, the 12 shadows revealed their terrifying presence. Chapter 92. The Great Cataclysm. Boom! The divine mountain hovering above was instantly sent flying. The 12 demonic shadows swiftly encircled Chu Chen, shielding him from harm. Seeing this, the 5 venerable saints realized they had lost their opportunity. What the hell? Who exactly is this Chu Chen? This array is unlike anything I've ever encountered. It can manifest sacred realm demonic entities. Could it be that he has obtained the legacy of the demon emperor? With these demonic entities present, we cannot even afford the time to focus on breaking this array. Are we to perish here today? Suddenly, a shrill scream emanated from Huang Huayu. At that moment, his chest was pierced by Chu Chen, golden blood trickling down. His soul, imprinted in the void through the power of the celestial path, shifted locations with each passing moment. With the comprehension of the undying path and the fusion of both, as long as his soul remained intact, he could infinitely regenerate, existing in a state of immortality. Chu Chen's crimson eyes bore a wicked intent as he gazed at Huang Huayu. However, after Chu Chen delved into his soul, Huang Huayu's consciousness became disoriented, rendering him a mere fool, staring blankly at Chu Chen. He thought, "If that's the case, I shall devour you and absorb your memories. Let's see if you can regenerate from this." As Chu Chen spoke, his demonic form erupted with an unparalleled devouring power. In an instant, under the might of this consuming force, the source power within Huang Huayu was drawn forth. Painful cries escaped Huang Huayu's lips as droplets of sacred blood were also absorbed. Subsequently, Chu Chen produced a jade vial, collecting the sacred essence within it. This moment, Huang Huayu was on the brink of collapse, his aura diminished, and his appearance reverted to an aged state. "Oh, even in this condition, you have yet to perish. Truly, you are a saint. Thus, can you still regenerate in this state?" With that, an immense force erupted from Chu Chen's hands, instantly obliterating Huang Huayu's entire form. However, this time, he did not reappear. Boom! Above the divine demon-killing array, something seemed to collide. "Xiao He!" Chu Chen called out. In the next moment, a shadow darted past and returned before Chu Chen. "Young master," a feeble soul was cast forth by Xiao He. "And this soul belonged to Huang Huayu. So, you cannot regenerate after all. Had I known, I would not have destroyed your physical form. What a pity. It would have been splendid to refine you into a sacred weapon." Chu Chen's voice oozed a sinister charm. It appears that the so-called immortality of the saints is merely a facade. One only needs to consume their sacred essence and extract their blood to reduce them by half. Even if their soul escapes, they can hardly recover to their peak. Moreover, with the divine demon-killing array in place, Huang Huayu's soul had no chance of escape. The 5 onlookers, witnessing this scene, were all struck with profound shock. To crush a saint's body with bare hands requires an unfathomable strength. It is well known that a saint's body has entirely transcended that of a cultivator, surpassing even sacred artifacts in strength. This indicates that Chu Chun could effortlessly obliterate any one of them present. Were it not for his genuine first-level saint aura, they might have suspected him to be an ancient being beyond the realm of saints. Such ruthlessness! If we do not reach the pinnacle of exaltation, we may well find ourselves unable to escape. Huang Huayu's fate could soon be ours. Observing this scene, a venerable saint declared, at worst, after reaching the pinnacle of exaltation, I shall return to my clan and consume that undying sacred herb to mend my losses. I refuse to meet such a grim end at his hands. This moment, Chu Qian had thoroughly instilled fear in the 5. Had they known he was so formidable, they would have never dared to engage him. Now, they faced the prospect of death without even glimpsing the imperial legacy. With 5 remaining, rest assured, I shall not let you go to waste. Chu Qin's voice rang out, his greedy gaze sweeping over them. Yet, at that moment, the divine demon-killing array began to fracture. Crack, with a resounding explosion, the divine and demonic killing formation shattered completely, and the myriad souls banner transformed into a crimson light. Returning to Chu Qin's hand in the next instant, an unparalleled divine might descended upon the entire misty forest of demons. A voice, imbued with authority, echoed through the space, causing it to tremble. This voice resonated like a mighty bell, carrying an irresistible power that instilled a sense of reverence in all who heard it, seemed to emanate from the boundless void, rendering its origin unfathomable. Youngster, you cannot slay them. Upon witnessing this, the 5 individuals rejoiced, exclaiming, the great formation has collapsed. We are saved. Chu Chun paid no heed to the identity of the voice's owner, nor did he concern himself with how his divine and demonic killing formation had been breached. Since these individuals had dared to act against him, they must be eradicated completely. You shall not escape. Today, you will all become my sustenance. As Chu Qin's voice rang out, the 5 felt as though they were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. Realizing that any misstep might leave them utterly annihilated. Friend, we bear no enmity. It was merely a misunderstanding. We are willing to offer rare treasures in compensation. Shall we resolve our conflict here? Yet, in the next moment, Chu Qin executed the art of shrinking the earth to an inch, appearing before them. A terrifying power surged forth as he grasped the neck of the recently speaking sage ancestor with one hand. Dark demonic energy coiling around him, binding his body. Killing you is but a prelude. Do not think that treasures alone will suffice. Even your lives are mine. Suddenly, an unseen force locked onto Chu Qin, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the man retreated in haste, the space fracturing as he fled. He exhaled deeply, realizing how close he had come to being crushed by this demonic cultivator. The remaining 4, witnessing Chu Qin's halted movement, chose to flee without delay. At that moment, Chu Qin's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, a surge of malevolence erupting from him. The body that had once been immobilized now regained movement. Come forth! Chu Qin's voice thundered with rage. Youngster, you are indeed peculiar. However, the calamity of heaven and earth approaches, and you cannot kill them. I require their assistance to contend with this impending disaster, which includes you as well. As these words fell, a figure materialized. Chu Chun regarded him warily. He was a man clad in a golden robe. Behind him, a circle of mysterious halos radiating brilliant Buddhist light surrounded him, layered like brilliant suns. Yet Chu Chun could not discern his face, obscured by layers of divine illumination. Who are you? They have acted against me, yet you allow them to escape, or shall you pay with your life? Chu Chun demanded, though he had already surmised the man's cultivation level. Self-proclaiming as an emperor, he was likely at the quasi-emperor level, for no one in this era had yet attained the status of an emperor. You, young one, speak amusingly. I shall not hold it against you. I had no intention of intervening in your disputes, but the calamity of heaven and earth approaches, and their lives must be spared. However, it remains true that my interference has complicated your grievances. Following this, a radiant golden Buddhist pearl floated before Chu Chun. This is the Buddha's essence pearl, containing my insights that may aid you in your cultivation, and it holds within it a strike of my power. Should you encounter an invincible foe, it will assist you in navigating peril. Chu Chun regarded the Buddha's essence pearl before unceremoniously accepting it. The individual before him was undoubtedly a quasi-emperor. Though he possessed trump cards, he could not be certain of subduing him. It was better to accept the benefits now and later turn to the forces of those saints to exact revenge. What do you mean by the calamity of heaven and earth? Chu Chun inquired. You shall know in due time. I am the ancient Buddha Emperor. Remember, I will come to find you when the time is right. With that, the ancient Buddha Emperor vanished in an instant. As if he had never been there. Ancient Buddha Emperor? Chu Chan murmured to himself. He had journeyed from being a discarded individual to attaining the sage realm. Sages were rare throughout the 9 provinces, capable of sustaining a lineage for millennia. Yet to Chu Chun, this was merely the beginning. He aspired to transcend all, to venture beyond the 9 provinces and explore broader realms, cultivating to the highest echelons. He also intended to retrieve the abyss from the river of time. As he contemplated this, a hint of desolation and murkiness flickered in his eyes, intertwined with an indescribable sense of loneliness and sorrow. He practiced the demonic path, destined to tread a road distinct from others. Nevertheless, it was time to seek out Huang Tianyu. Chu Chun had already gleaned his location from the memories of the white-clad youth. Subsequently, the space before him shattered, and he stepped through the blood spirit sect. Within a blood-colored palace, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe glared coldly at the individual before him. Even now. Will you not reveal Chu Chen's whereabouts? He spoke icily. Haha, do you think you can discern the whereabouts of my master? I advise you to release me. Otherwise, when my master returns, your demise is inevitable. The speaker was Huang Tianyu, currently bound by blood-red chains, his aura diminished. His body bore no unblemished skin, covered in cracks, with blood continuously flowing. Ha ha ha, what a grand joke. You still expect Chu Chun to rescue you? Do you know how many enemies he has made? Half of the forces across the 9 provinces desire his death. It is truly laughable that you think he would return to save you. Perhaps he has already fled to some far-off place. Were it not for the fact that Chu Chun has offended powerful figures, would you, a mere dragon transformation cultivator, warrant the blood spirit sect master's personal oversight? At these words, Huang Tianyu's expression shifted slightly. His master had indeed stirred a great calamity, prompting even the blood spirit sect master to guard him personally. If I tell you my master's whereabouts, will you set me free? Huang Tianyu asked in a low voice. The blood spirit sect master's eyes darkened. Naturally. As long as you disclose Chu Chen's whereabouts, not only will I release you, but I will also make an exception to allow you to join my blood spirit sect. Though he spoke thus, he would undoubtedly kill Huang Tianyu without hesitation once he revealed Chu Chen's location. Were it not for the potent demonic energy protecting Huang Tianyu's soul, he would have already searched his soul. Very well, approach, and I shall whisper it to you. Huang Tianyu slowly lifted his head to meet the blood spirit sect master's gaze. The sect master paused briefly, assessing Huang Tianyu, and deemed him inconsequential, thinking he posed no significant threat. He then approached Huang Tianyu and leaned in close. Speak. Upon revealing it, not only will you gain your freedom, but you will also have boundless prospects. Yet, in the next moment, a murderous intent flickered in Huang Tianyu's eyes, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the blood spirit sect master's face was splattered with blood. You wretched cur! How dare you presume to know my master's whereabouts? I, Huang Tianyu, would rather perish here than betray my master, truly seeking death. In the next instant, the blood-red chains piercing Huang Tianyu's body began to quiver, sending a heart-wrenching pain coursing through him. Old dog, if you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, you shall never glean information about my master from me. Huang Tianyu's complexion turned pale, devoid of any color. Wishing to die? It will not be so easy. I will slice your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Suddenly, a voice reverberated throughout the blood-colored palace. Do you know what the consequences are for touching my people? In an instant, the blood spirit sect master felt an overwhelming chill behind him. A blood sword materialized in his hand, and he turned to stab behind him. However, upon turning, he found nothing but empty space. The blood spirit sect master, vigilant, scanned his surroundings before a realization struck him. and he swiftly turned to face Huang Tianyu. There, a young man in a purple profound robe waved his hand, and the blood-red chains binding Huang Tianyu shattered. Huang Tianyu gazed at the figure before him in disbelief. His previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master, you have come to rescue me." With that, his frail and unsteady body immediately fell to one knee. However, due to his severe weakness, he stumbled and nearly collapsed but managed to steady himself, striving to maintain balance. Observing this, Chu Qian infused a gentle force into Huang Tianyu's body. In an instant, his injured form began to heal gradually, soon restoring him to his former state. Witnessing this, Huang Tianyu was astounded. Such effortless power could mend all his wounds. He could hardly fathom the extent of his master's cultivation. He then knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master, for healing me." Chu Qian waved his hand dismissively. "You have done well. I shall provide you with some elixirs to enhance your cultivation in due time." He then turned his gaze toward the blood spirit sect master. "And regarding how he has treated you, you shall repay him 100-fold." As the words left his lips, the blood spirit sect master felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. In an instant, his entire body was pinned to the ground, his skin cracking open, blood seeping from the fissures. A scream erupted from the blood spirit sect master as he discovered a gaping wound in his abdomen, from which dark energy seeped down. "Why cultivation? Why cultivation is gone?" he shrieked, his voice hoarse, and his vision darkened as he fainted. "How you are dealt with is up to you," Chu Qian said to Huang Tianyu. "Thank you, master." Huang Tianyu's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he approached the blood spirit sect master. Half an hour later, Huang Tianyu respectfully reported, "Master, I have finished the task. You have not squandered this corporeal form. A puppet of the immortal platform realm is indeed commendable," Chu Qian remarked with a nod. Huang Tianyu expressed his gratitude, stating, "This is all thanks to the master's intervention." He then produced an exquisite jade bottle. "By the way, master, this is the essence of blood I extracted from the blood spirit sect's core. Consuming it will enhance your cultivation. No need, keep it for yourself. This elixir holds little significance for me." Chu Qian replied. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyu responded, "As you wish, master." Subsequently, Chu Qian tossed a spatial ring to Huang Tianyu. "Within it are sufficient resources for you to cultivate to the immortal platform realm." Huang Tianyu gazed at the ring in his hand, his face alight with joy. "With you follow the master is indeed a fortune I have accrued over 8 lifetimes. I am ever grateful for your kindness." However, as soon as Huang Tianyu finished speaking, he felt a sudden upheaval, and the surroundings began to shift. Moments later, they found themselves hovering above the blood spirit sect. At this moment, Huang Tianyu was utterly astonished. What level of power does the master possess? He had not even perceived how Chu Qian had made his move before they silently arrived above the blood spirit sect. "I have heard that the celestial court has been destroyed," Chu Qian stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyu immediately knelt mid-air, anxious as he spoke. "Master, it is my failure to protect the celestial court. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Please grant me an opportunity to atone." "Enough. Your cultivation is merely at the dragon transformation realm, which is understandable. Henceforth, let the blood spirit sect serve as the primary domain of the demon court." Demon court? Huang Tianyu was baffled by the master's meaning. Was it not referred to as the celestial court? Nevertheless, he remained silent, merely observing quietly. In the next moment, Chu Qian raised his arm slightly, and his lips parted. As he spoke the word calm, a crimson aura surged forth, enveloping the entire blood spirit sect in an instant. Almost immediately, a tremendous aura of demonic energy manifested above the entire misty demon forest, revealing a colossal demonic dragon that obscured the sky. Inside the blood spirit sect, numerous disciples felt this terrifying presence. Who could this possibly be? This aura is more fearsome than that of the sect master. Could it be that an unparalleled existence has descended upon our blood spirit sect? One disciple exclaimed. Yet, just as these words left his lips, a voice of demonic resonance echoed throughout the misty demon forest. "I am Chu Qian, here to establish the demon court at the blood spirit sect. You have 3 days to lead your disciples to submit to the demon court. Otherwise, the fate of the blood spirit sect shall be your own." What does this mean? Who is this audacious individual who dares to spout such arrogance within our blood-spirit sect? Does he not fear our sect master will slay him here? Another disciple retorted. Indeed, what fate? This person is a fool. Our blood-spirit sect is thriving as it is. Wait, no, look at that in the sky. A disciple gasped in astonishment. This, countless disciples turned their gazes upward. There, a massive black hand loomed ominously, exuding a terrifying aura. In an instant, the black hand crushed the entire blood-spirit sect into ruins. Xiao He, clean up the battlefield, Chu Chun commanded. Yes, sir, Xiao He responded. Swiftly, he transformed into a streak of black light, darting through the remnants of the blood-spirit sect, devouring countless essences of blood and souls. Chu Chun stood above, his feet suspended in the void, as if merging with the heavens and earth. The potent aura of demonic energy emanating from him surged forth like a turbulent sea, continuously spilling from his body and spreading throughout the misty demon forest. Meanwhile, those observing in the shadows were left in shock by this spectacle. From the darkness, an ancient figure emerged, hollow eyes surveying the scene. His voice raspy. The misty demon forest is undergoing a transformation. Upon witnessing this, Huang Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim, by the heavens! Master S power is unfathomable. With a mere slap, he has obliterated the blood-spirit sect. He must have reached the legendary realm of the saint. However, Huang Tianyu was struck by an important question, his eyes flickering nervously as he turned to Chu Chen. Cough. Master, you have turned the blood-spirit sect into ruins. Where will the returning disciples reside? Chu Chen's crimson gaze fell upon Huang Tianyu. You are correct. There must be a more dignified mountain gate. With that, Chu Chen's figure vanished from sight. This moment, all forces within the misty demon forest were in discussion regarding the sudden appearance of Chu Chen. The extreme demon sect and the corpse blood sect had now united. You and I are old acquaintances. Corpse blood sect master, let me advise you. We should submit to the demon court, the extreme demon sect master urged. The corpse blood sect master sighed. Given the circumstances, Chu Chen is at the saint realm. If I do not submit, I shall meet the same fate as the blood spirit sect. What a pity! My corpse blood sect, though not on par with the sacred grounds, has a legacy spanning thousands of years. Suddenly, the space nearby shattered, and a figure emerged. This person exuded a terrifying demonic power, surrounded by swirling black energy. Upon seeing this figure, the extreme demon sect master trembled. Chu Chun, what brings you here? The corpse blood sect master also inquired. He wouldn't be here to annihilate us, would he? But he said we have 3 days. Wait, no, it hasn't even been half a day. Why is he here already? The two conversing were entirely within Chu Chen's hearing. Yet he directed his gaze towards the extreme demon sect. Not bad. It appears more formidable and imposing than the blood spirit sect. It shall serve well as the initial mountain gate of the demon court. Chu Chun mused. Who is the extreme demon sect master? Chu Chun inquired. Upon hearing this, the two grew even more convinced that Chu Chun had come to obliterate them. The extreme demon sect master was drenched in cold sweat. Before him stood a saint. To resist would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, to not resist meant the annihilation of the extreme demon sect. In that moment, he bent his knees and knelt. Saint Chu, we are willing to submit. Please grant us a chance at survival. The corpse blood sect master, witnessing this, also knelt involuntarily, echoing, Saint Chu, my corpse blood sect is equally willing to submit to the demon court. We beseech you to spare our lives. Chu Chun regarded the extreme demon sect master. There is no need to fear. I am not here to kill you, I merely wish to borrow the mountain gate of the extreme demon sect. The extreme demon sect master, perplexed, asked, what does the saint mean? However, Chu Chun was disinclined to explain. Will you lend it or not? Upon hearing this, the extreme demon sect master hastily replied, yes, yes, yes. With that, Chu Chen's figure abruptly appeared above the extreme demon sect. A massive black hand erupted from the ground, grasping the entire extreme demon sect and slowly elevating it into the sky. You have 3 days. Move swiftly, or you know the consequences. Standing atop the black hand, Chu Chun soared towards the blood spirit sect. The extreme demon sect called out, Saint Chu, the disciples of the extreme demon sect are still inside. Chapter 95, Demon Court, The Black Shadow 3 years later. The misty demon forest has undergone a complete transformation, with the demon court reigning supreme. Following the submission of the Corpse Blood sect and the Extreme Demon sect, all factions within the misty demon forest now bowed before the demon court. My lord, our demon court's power now rivals that of any sacred ground, the Extreme Demon sect master reported to Xiang Nantian, his eyes filled with reverence as he gazed at Chu Chun. However, my lord, the news of your possession of the emperor's inheritance has spread throughout the 9 provinces. The major factions of Xian province are now deliberating an assault on the demon court. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his voice icy as he replied, "It matters not. A bunch of insignificant rabble. I shall eradicate them all. By the way, have you gathered any information regarding the underworld?" Chu Chen's cold gaze fixed upon Xiang Nantian. "My lord, I am incompetent. Ever since all factions in the misty demon forest submitted to the demon court, the underworld has vanished without a trace. The underworld is quite mysterious, having appeared much later than the Extreme Demon sect and the Corpse Blood sect. Barely a century ago, I once battled against the underworld's lord, Yi Shunji, alongside the Corpse Blood sect master." At this, Xiang Nantian chuckled awkwardly. As it turned out, the two of us were defeated in a single blow. Had he wished, we would have perished long ago. I suspect that the lord of the underworld is also a saint. A saint? If he were merely at the saint realm, how could he vanish from our sight so effortlessly, along with the entire underworld? Chu Chen mused. "Never mind. You may leave. For matters of utmost importance, report to me directly. Otherwise, make your own decisions." Upon hearing this, Xiang Nantian responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Over the span of 3 years, after refining the essence of the Emperor Huayu's blood, Chu Chen's cultivation had ascended to the 3rd level of the saint realm. The essence of a bloodline from a declining saint allowed him to elevate his own cultivation to this level, which was quite satisfactory. Moreover, Chu Chen's demon god body had made further breakthroughs, and he had comprehended new manifestations. Additionally, the 10,000 demonic devouring sword had accumulated numerous treasures since his entry into the Qingxian sacred ground, having slain enemies and claimed their artifacts. Among them, the Emperor Huayu possessed 2 sacred artifacts, bringing Chu Chen's total to 3. However, all had been devoured by the 10,000 demonic devouring sword, which had now reached the pinnacle of sacred artifact quality. Should it devour a few more sacred artifacts, it may evolve into a quasi-imperial artifact. Unlike others, the 10,000 demonic devouring sword could autonomously evolve by consuming treasures without requiring Chu Chen to reach any specific realm first. The methods of the Shanxiao demon finger and the demon god visualization had both experienced significant breakthroughs. The method of demonic visualization has been cultivated to perfection. Even without active practice, the forces of heaven and earth continuously flow into my being. The divine phantom demonic finger has ascended to its 3rd tier, the earth-fingered eye. In the span of 3 years, Chu Chen's strength has undergone a complete metamorphosis, to the extent that even he is unaware of the true magnitude of his combat prowess. With a frigid gaze, Chu Chen stared into the void, pondering that it was time to settle the debts owed by the Huayuan Holy Land. "Jiuzaya, having awakened, why do you not come to my aid?" Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in Chu Chen's ears, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of demonic power erupted from him. His spiritual force swept across the entire sea of demonic mist, searching for the source of this voice. After a moment, Chu Chen furrowed his brows. He could not ascertain the origin of the voice, as if it had appeared from thin AI art. "Jiuzaya, is this not the great demon I devoured?" In the next moment, the voice resounded once more. "Guzaya, seek out the 3 saints and offer them as a sacrifice to aid my breakthrough from the seal point 3 saints." In an instant, Chu Chen recalled the demon named Yuanxi from Guzaya's memories. "Jiuzaya, why do you not respond to me?" At this moment, the ancient voice carried a hint of anger. In response, Chu Chen attempted to reply, "I have already located the 3 saints. Where should I go to rescue you?" However, upon hearing this, the voice fell silent once more. Could it be that I have revealed too much? Logically, Guzaya is under my command. I ought to speak with more respect. "Guzaya, I sense you have changed somewhat," the ancient voice echoed again. Subsequently, a mass of black energy broke through the void, materializing before Chu Chen. "If you are prepared, it will guide you to find me." With that, the ancient voice vanished. Chu Chen sensed the black energy before him, feeling its power resonating with the demonic aura that had been nurtured within his demonic body. Yet, in the next moment, this black energy began to transform, evolving into a small shadow no larger than a palm. I have finally emerged, by the way. Did Guzea hear the master's words? Hurry and bring the 3 saints to rescue the master. Otherwise, when the master breaks the seal, you shall suffer dire consequences. However, at that very moment, when the black shadow met Chu Chen's gaze, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the space. You are not Guzea? The voice of the black shadow was filled with terror and disbelief, and it immediately turned to flee. Yet, how could Chu Chun allow it to escape? The golden crow divine fire shot from his eyes, swiftly engulfing the black shadow. You've come this far. Don't leave now. Why do you not wish for me to save your master? Chu Chen's voice was cold. The black shadow, now anxious, exclaimed, It's over. It's over. I never expected Guzea to have been devoured by you. No wonder even the master was deceived by you. The black shadow then angrily declared, You, a mere native, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, when the master breaks the seal, you shall be the first to be crushed. Chu Chun scrutinized the black shadow and found it to possess no combat power whatsoever. He immediately directed the golden crow divine fire closer to the black shadow. Threatening me? Do not speak as if your master has broken the seal. Even if he does, so what? Upon seeing the flames draw nearer, the black shadow quickly pleaded. No, no, no. Let me go, and I swear I won't mention your name when I return. However, the golden flames did not relent. A wave of scorching heat instantly ignited the black energy surrounding it. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare my life, and I will tell you everything. Seeing this, Chu Chun ceased the burning of the golden crow divine fire. Realizing that this creature preferred a firmer approach, with a swift motion, he captured the black shadow. Hey, be gentle. That hurts. Speak. What are you? And who is the master of that voice? Where is he now? Not so fast. Big brother, you need to let me breathe. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun tightened his grip. Chapter 96. The Extreme North Cold Spirit State. Departing from the demon court, I will tell you. Just please stop squeezing me. I'm about to suffocate. You have devoured Guzea, so you must know about Lord Yuanqi's origins. We are demons from beyond the realm. However, when we arrived in the 9 continents, we were discovered by your 9-continent emperor. Using his own imperial fruit, he sealed Lord Yuanqi and 6 other demons in various locations throughout the 9 continents. I do not know much else. But Lord Yuanqi is sealed in the extreme north cold spirit state. Big brother, I have said all I need to say. Can you let me go now? The black shadow pleaded. Let you go? When did I say I would release you? Chu Chun replied, as demonic seeds manifested and instantly entered the black shadow's body. Do not resist, or you will only meet your demise.